Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2058 to Chapter 2113. I wonder how Xianxia is doing in the true dragon realm. Lin Sun was stunned and absent-minded. He drank a cup of wine, but he did not taste it. Back then, in the ancient desolate region Star Chessi, Zhao Jingxian left with Ao Zhentian and Yin Huan to the true dragon realm to participate in the 10,000 Dragons Immortal Meet. He, Ahu, Old Toad, Alu, and the others went to the Kunlun ruins to train. Calculating the time, it had already been more than 10 years. We cultivators go against the flow of the world. Time is like a feather, and we don't know the year. Lin Sun took a deep breath and made a decision. I'll go to the Divine Mystery Dao sect. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the restaurant. A man in purple shook his head and said with a sigh, "That's right. In your eyes, there are only those Emperor Realm and Emperor Ancestor figures. What you care about is the matter of heading to the other side of the starry sky, but those are too far away from us. If I were to say that in this chess game, there's a person who can't be ignored at all, but he's been ignored by most people in the world." At this point, someone could not help but be curious. Who? The man in purple said, "Who else could it be?" Fengsuan Mountain's Lin Sun. Lin Sun. When the diners heard this name, they were all stunned, and then they revealed strange expressions. So it was this guy. More than 10 years ago, no one on the ancient path of the starry sky knew this name. However, with the end of the trip to the Kunlun ruins, this name resounded through the starry sky almost overnight, causing the world to tremble. His ferocious might was monstrous, and he caused havoc in the Kunlun ruins. He killed until all the heroes retreated in defeat, and blood flowed like rivers. No one could stop him, and in the end, he obtained the supreme fortune of becoming an Emperor Ancestor. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the bloody battle results in the Kunlun ruins that made Lin Sun's name spread throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. After that, he was wanted by the various Dao courts, the 10 great war clans, and other colossal figures. He was regarded as the #1 wanted criminal in the starry sky. The entire starry sky was frantically searching for his traces. However, after more than 10 years, no one saw any traces of him, and his deeds gradually fell silent. After the end of the trip to the ancient immortal Forbidden Land, this chess game of chess came to an end. Everyone suddenly realized that this Lin Sun was not simple. He used the identity of Jin Dui and obtained first place in the Cloud States Dao discussion. Like a dark horse, he participated in the Dao discussion held by the 6 Dao courts. In the test, he defeated in the ancient path of immortal mystery realm. Not only was Lin Sun's, but he also was. He was not was not want, Huangfu Xiaonong, Kong Zhao, Feng Bailing, Jing Tiannan, Wen Yu, those peerless geniuses whose names shook the heavens, those monstrous figures from other worlds in the starry sky, were all killed by him. Even Mi Wuya, who had been ranked first on the All Heavens King Sage board for 500 years, admitted defeat in the end. This series of battle achievements was simply like a miracle that could shock the ages and shock both ancient and modern times. And the one who created this miracle was Lin Sun, the future leader of Fengsuan Mountain, who changed his name to Jin Dui. In the past, Mi Wuya was regarded as invincible in the Saint King realm. However, Lin Sun used a bloody battle to announce what it meant to be invincible in this realm. Unfortunately, after the end of the trip to the ancient immortal Forbidden Land, the chess game of chess played out. With the fall of the emperors, the blood of the emperor ancestors, and the defeat of the nameless emperors, the path to the other side of the starry sky reappeared. After these big events, Lin Sun's performance in the ancient immortal Forbidden Land was overshadowed. As a result, there were less discussions about him on the ancient path of immortal mystery now. But there was no doubt that as long as this name was mentioned, people were bound to recall the various deeds of this legendary figure. I have to say, Lin Sun is indeed powerful. In the past, we have never seen such a powerful person. In the future, I'm afraid there won't be many who can compare to him. Is this what they mean by no one has ever done before? In the restaurant, there was a burst of exclamations. The diners were all cultivators from Yanjing City in the Middle-earth state, and there was no lack of famous figures. In the past, when they faced cultivators from other states or other worlds in the starry sky, they all had a sense of superiority and pride. But now, when Lin Sun was mentioned, they could only restrain their pride and sigh in admiration. They had no choice but to be convinced. A young woman showed an infatuated expression and murmured, "If there is a chance, I really want to see this person's elegance." Immediately, someone laughed, "Save it. I heard that this person has already gone to the other side of the starry sky with the other disciples of Fangsuan Mountain. We won't see him on the ancient path of immortal mystery in the future." "That's not necessarily true." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The one who spoke was a black-robed young man who was drinking alone like Lin Sun. He put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "As far as I know, this person didn't leave but stayed in the primordial world. Although I don't know why he chose to stay, it won't be long before he falls into eternal damnation." Their conversation caused the atmosphere in the restaurant to become much quieter. "May I ask if the news is true?" Someone couldn't help but ask. The black-robed young man said coldly, "Just wait and see. It won't be long before the news about the arrest and killing of this person spread throughout the ancient path of immortal mystery." Everyone couldn't help but look sideways with different expressions. Someone said in surprise, "Now, Fangsuan Mountain has won a great victory and defeated the nameless emperor. Is there anyone in this world who dares to touch Lin Sun?" Being questioned, the black-robed young man showed a displeased expression and said coldly, "Those remnants of Fangsuan Mountain have left. Who can protect Lin Sun on the ancient path of immortal mystery?" Remnants, hearing this hostile and insulting name, Lin Sun, who had been watching coldly, narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't do anything. This was Yanjing City, a huge city in the central continent. Tens of thousands of miles away from this city was the famous untainted Taoist court. Lin Sun dared to sit here and drink openly because he was using the Greenwood Taoist body, so he was not afraid of being recognized. But if he made a move, it would definitely cause some movement and unnecessary trouble. He might be targeted by people with bad intentions. "If what you said is true, this Lin Sun, I'm afraid he will really encounter a big disaster." Someone analyzed, "Think about it, in the ancient immortal forbidden zone, how many descendants of ancient forces were killed by him? Not to mention others, just the 3 Taoist courts of Qiankuan, Untainted Land, and Panwu will never let him go. In addition, in that game of chess, many great emperors and ancestors died in the hands of those descendants of Fangsuan Mountain. These supreme figures all came from different terrifying forces. This account must be counted on Lin Sun. In this case, I'm afraid this ancient path of immortal mystery can't tolerate this person at all. Even if he escapes to the dark world, he will be targeted by the Radiant God Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm." Hearing this, there was a sound of gasping in the restaurant. They were just a group of listeners, but just understanding the hatred accumulated by the blood made them tremble with fear. It could be imagined that if Lin Sun really stayed on the ancient path of immortal mystery, how terrifying the killing tribulation he would face would be. If this world can't tolerate such a peerless figure like Lin Sun, then it's too disappointing. The young woman showed an angry expression. "Can't beat Fangsuan Mountain, so they vent their hatred on Lin Sun alone. How sad is this?" Everyone showed a disapproving look. Since ancient times, the world had been so cruel. The weak were prey to the strong. The black-robed young man got up and walked to the young woman with a cold expression, with a touch of arrogance and warning. "Miss, Lin Sun is not worthy of your admiration. He is an unpardonable madman with bloody hands. Sooner or later, he will be killed and told to the world. In order to avoid misunderstanding, I advise you to be careful with your words in the future. Don't let people think that you are with the remnants of Fangsuan Mountain." The young woman's expression changed, and she was uncertain. The black-robed young man turned and walked out of the restaurant with his hands behind his back. "Bill, please." Lin Sun casually threw out a storage pouch and walked out. In the banquet behind him, there was an exclamation, "I know, that person just now is the successor of the primitive Tao court. His name is Su Lingzhen. So he is a descendant of the immemorial emperor clan, Su Lingzhen." No wonder his tone was so confident. So, Lin Sun might not have left? Let's wait, there will definitely be news. Outside the city, boundless mountains rose and fell, and divine brilliance flowed, swallowing and spitting out multicolored light, beautiful and vigorous. In the Middle-earth state, such mountains and scenes could be seen everywhere, which set off how extraordinary the vast world of the Middle-earth state was. In fact, it was only a state, but it could accommodate the 6 Tao courts, 10 war clans, and many immemorial emperor clans. This was extraordinary in itself. This was also why the primordial world was regarded as the first world of the ancient path of immortal mystery, and why the Middle-earth state in the primordial world was regarded as the core of all heavens. All the emperors rose together here, and the Tao Father lived in seclusion here. It was so easy to say. Su Lingzhen teleported through space, passed through the boundless mountains, and flew towards the distance. When he flashed past a gorge, he suddenly stopped, and a wisp of killing intent appeared on the tip of his brows. "Friend, you followed me all the way from the restaurant. Do you really think I didn't notice?" He turned around and looked towards a certain area of space, and he revealed a wisp of contempt. This sort of stealth and concealment technique was really too vulgar, and it caused him to be unable to arouse the slightest vigilance in his heart. Swish, space roiled, and then Lin Sun's figure appeared. His aura was indifferent and simple. Lin Sun couldn't help but sneer when he noticed Su Lingzhen's disdain. This idiot. I haven't concealed myself all along the way. If he still can't notice me, then he's simply worse than an idiot. Tens of thousands of miles away from Yanjing City was the place where the primitive Taoist court was located. As the successor of the primitive Taoist court and the descendant of the Su family, even if an emperor came, Su Lingzhen would not be too afraid. Which emperor dared to attack the successor of the primitive Taoist court near the primitive Taoist court? It was simply courting death. What was more, the guy in front of him had been so vulgar all the way that Su Lingzhen really couldn't care less about him. Unfortunately, Su Lingzhen forgot one thing. The world had changed. In that game of chess, the primitive Taoist court was one of the major forces that suffered the heaviest blow. No one knew how many emperors died. Even the Su family of the primitive Taoist court suffered heavy casualties. Of course, a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. For ordinary practitioners, both the primitive Taoist court and the Su family of the primitive Taoist court were still powerful enough to make people tremble. But obviously, Lin Sun was not one of them. Therefore, in the face of Su Lingzhen's undisguised contempt and killing intent, Lin Sun's response was very simple. He stretched out his hand and grasped in the air. The next moment, Su Lingzhen was grasped like an ant. Many bones in his body were broken in an instant, and his qi all over his body collapsed in an instant. He was stunned for a moment, and then he felt endless pain and panic. He wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound at all. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes were full of fear. Is the successor of minuscule mountain something that someone like you can insult and insult? Lin Sun said calmly. Su Lingzhen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His pupils dilated, and he suddenly realized who the person in front of him was. But Lin Sun was too lazy to speak again. Like a dead tree that had lost its vitality, Su Lingzhen's body turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. This was the talent power of Greenwood Taoist body, which could control life and death. The next moment, Lin Sun floated away. A few hours later, a ray of light tore through space and arrived here, and it transformed into a white-robed old man. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and in the end, he grabbed a handful of dust. Su Lingzhen. His soul has already dissipated. The white-robed old man's face was livid, and his eyes were full of monstrous killing intent. Not long after, the white-robed old man appeared in Yanjing City and came to the restaurant where Su Ling had appeared. With his methods, it didn't take him long to find out some valuable information. For example, the words that Su Lingzhen had once said here, as well as his undisguised hatred and slander towards the successor of Mount Innerheart. For example, Su Lingzhen once said that it wouldn't be long before Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Mind and Heart, would suffer an unprecedented calamity. For example, when Su Lingzhen left, there was a person who followed him. This series of clues allowed the white-robed old man to instantly make a bold deduction. It was very likely that Lin Sun killed Su Ling. One had to know that the territory that Yanjing City was located in was the territory that the primordial Tao Court's forces covered. Looking at the heavens, who would have the guts to kill a descendant of the primordial Tao Court? It must be the remnants of Mount Fengsuan. The white-robed old man's eyes flickered. I was just fretting about where to go to hunt down a little bastard like you, but you actually took the initiative to appear. You really don't know what's good for you. Without the protection of those disciples of Mount Fengsuan, how long can a little bug like you jump around for? On this day, the primordial Tao Court was furious. and the headmaster issued an order: search for Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Mind and Heart, and kill him without mercy. Immediately after, the primordial Tao court was like an enraged ancient beast, and all the forces in the territory it covered began to take action. Countless powerhouses went out to battle, and secret agents were mobilized like a tide. The forces of the major clans under the primordial Tao court's command were also mobilized. On this day, there was a complete uproar in the Central Earth Taoist province. As one of the 6 great Taoist courts, the primordial Tao court had stood for tens of thousands of years. Even though its vitality had been greatly damaged in that game of chess, the power it possessed was still enough to make the heavens tremble. Therefore, as the primordial Tao court launched this hunt against Lin Sun, it also attracted the attention of the world, and countless powerhouses were shocked. But all of this was not over. In the following time, the Qianquan Taoist court, the Panwu Taoist court, the Demons Taoist court, the Taowu fighting clan, the Blackwater fighting clan, the Heavenly Ghost fighting clan. One by one, the behemoths announced to the outside world that Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Mind and Heart, was wanted throughout the entire starry ancient path. Moreover, they offered an extremely generous reward for this. The weight of the reward was enough to make any Emperor Realm cultivator jealous and drool. For a time, the winds and clouds of the entire Central Earth Tao province changed. In the vast and boundless territory, in every city, bounty posters targeting Lin Sun were posted. The murderous aura pierced through the sky. How stupid is this Lin Sun? Why did he choose to stay behind alone? This time, I'm afraid he's finished. Countless cultivators were in an uproar and were shocked. Only then did the world realize that Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Mind and Heart, had actually stayed on the starry ancient path, and did not choose to go to the other side of the starry sky. The great forces that were once killed by Mount Mind and Heart have finally found a target to vent their anger on. From now on, Lin Sun is a rat that everyone hates. Some people were excited. If the successors of Mount Mind and Heart were still here, which orthodoxy in the world would dare to do this? Using the resources of the great forces of Untainted Land, Xianxia, and Panwu to target Lin Sun together, it's simply, utterly shameless. Some people could not bear to see this, but they could only curse inwardly, not daring to speak out. At the end of the day, the forces of the 6 major Tao courts and the 10 major war clans were still the strongest. The current Lin Sun is no longer the same as before. He's already a Jiwu quasi-emperor. How many people in the world are as heaven-defying as him? I'm afraid that only a martial emperor can suppress him. But the key is, will Lin Sun wait to be suppressed like an idiot? Given the strength of the successors of Mount Mind and Heart, if they really want to take revenge, which force in the world can stop them? Now that they've already left, they still have no intention of stopping. This is simply deranged. Mi Wuya heaved a long sigh when he heard this news. He suddenly felt an indescribable disappointment towards the Panwu Tao court that he belonged to. From this day on, Mi Wuya went into seclusion and no longer cared about the outside world. When Jiwu became a martial emperor, he would leave completely. Headmaster, in this world, I'm afraid only our Yellow Heaven Court can protect Lin Sun. In the Yellow Heaven Court, Ling Hongzhuang found Headmaster Tai Shuhong. After learning that Lin Sun was wanted, there was an indescribable anger in her heart. Indeed, she was once Lin Sun's opponent, but she could not bear to see the way the heavens acted. It was too despicable, too shameless, and there was no bottom line at all. You want the Yellow Heaven Court to help this boy? Tai Shuhong frowned. Ling Hongzhuang nodded. Hongzhuang, do you know why Qianquan, Untainted Land, and Panwu are so desperate to deal with Lin Sun? Tai Shuhong said. It's very simple. If this boy is alive, he will be like a thorn in the hearts of these forces, making them unable to eat and sleep in peace. But he's just a Jiwu quasi-emperor. Ling Hongzhuang could not help saying. Tai Shuhong shook his head. Wrong, he's not as simple as Jiwu quasi-emperor, he's also the successor of Mount Fengsuan. He was once invincible in the Saint Realm and has a terrifying foundation. If he's given time to grow up, he may become the second Dozhan emperor. And this is what worries those great forces the most. Ling Hongzhuang was horrified. The Dozhan emperor was already so powerful that he could defeat the Nameless Supreme Emperor. If Lin Sun also possessed such supreme power in the future, it would indeed make those forces that were hostile to Mount Fengsuan uneasy. Hongzhuang, after the end of that game of chess, our Yellow Heaven Court was able to protect ourselves because we remained neutral and did not participate in it. This time, we won't participate in it either. Tai Shuhong said in a deep voice, revealing a sense of inviolability. Although Ling Hongzhuang had already guessed this, she could not help but feel disappointed. Could this seemingly just, but in fact, there was no attitude to speak of at all, really be maintained like this? Ling Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. Outside a huge city. Lin Sun looked at the wanted posters posted on the city walls and could be seen everywhere, and could not help laughing inwardly. In the past, he had encountered many pursuits, and each time he had to flee in panic, experiencing blood and danger. But now, how could he care about these things? Back in the Yellow Heaven Court, under the eyes of Fire Spirit Empress and other Emperor Realm figures, no one could see through his identity, let alone the current him, who was already different from before. However, Lin Sun was still surprised, because there was a real Emperor Realm figure on the city tower. From the discussions of the people, he quickly learned that this was Battle Emperor of Auspicious Sun from the primitive Taoist court, who had just arrived and was stationed here to hunt and kill Lin Sun. Moreover, not only in this city, but in other cities in the central Taoist state, there were also Emperor Realm figures like Battle Emperor of Auspicious Sun. This was like weaving an inescapable net, waiting to catch the fish Lin Sun. They really think highly of me. Lin Sun sighed inwardly. Lin Sun sighed with emotion in his heart. Without hesitation, he entered the city calmly. The moment he entered the city gate, a terrifying Emperor Realm will swept over him, but soon disappeared. Lin Sun walked into the vast sea of people as if he was unaware of it. In the city tower, Battle Emperor of Auspicious Sun looked calm as he sipped his tea. He did not realize that the fish being hunted by the whole world had just walked right under his nose. There was an ancient transmission formation in the center of the city. After Lin Sun arrived, he paid a large sum of Taoist gems and walked into it. The Xinji Taoist sect he was going to was located in the Fog State, which was 9 states away from the central Taoist state. If he relied on teleportation, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. Lin Sun did not have much time to waste on traveling, so using the ancient transmission formation naturally became his first choice. The teleportation formation was like a passageway that dotted every city. Different teleportation formations could be used to teleport to each other. According to Lin Sun's itinerary, he would need to enter 39 cities and use different teleportation formations to reach the mist state. This was already the most time-saving choice. However, he would have to pay a sky-high price of doctrine gems. Fortunately, Lin Sun didn't lack doctrine gems. As an obscure spatial fluctuation spread, Lin Sun's figure immediately disappeared from the teleportation formation. "Get out of the way!" A loud roar was heard. A figure with peerless divine might dashed toward the ancient teleportation portal. It was a young man in a gray robe, holding a bronze lamp in his hand. The lamp oil was as red as blood, and the light flickered, emitting strange fluctuations. Damn it! He actually escaped. When he saw that the teleportation formation was already empty, the young man's face darkened, and he was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Lu Chu, what happened?" Battle Emperor Rui Yang's figure appeared out of thin air. His figure was thin, and his hair was white. He exuded a monstrous emperor aura, suppressing the nearby cultivators into retreat. It was like seeing a god. "Senior, just now, I used the power of the blood-drinking green lamp to capture Lin Sun's blood fluctuations, but I was a step too late. He escaped using the teleportation formation." The gray-robed youth called Lu Chu revealed a dejected expression. He came from the Heaven and Earth Taoist court, but he also recognized Battle Emperor Rui Yang from the prehistoric Taoist court. Even though he was depressed, he didn't dare to be negligent. The blood-drinking green lamp, Battle Emperor Rui Yang revealed a strange expression. This lamp was extremely magical. As long as it could collect the target's blood and use it as lamp oil, it would firmly lock onto the target no matter where they fled. Battle Emperor Rui Yang's expression darkened. "You mean that little bastard Lin Sun escaped from under my nose?" Lu Chu didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. Battle Emperor Rui Yang's expression flickered. He felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. Only now did he react, and his face was burning. "The blood in this lamp," he looked at the blood-drinking blue lamp. "Senior's guess is correct. This blood came from Lin Sun. Back then, in front of the dilapidated gate to the ancient immortal forbidden zone, he was gravely injured. His blood flowed like a fountain, and a successor of my sect collected a portion of it. Lu Chu said quickly, according to our understanding of this kid, he's extremely good at disguising himself and hiding his tracks. It can be said that he's unpredictable. Even if it's an Emperor Realm expert, it's impossible to lock onto him with ordinary searching methods. But with the blood-drinking azure lamp, things are different. Battle Emperor Rui Yang nodded. After that, he took a deep breath and said, since this kid has left through the teleportation array, he must have sensed the situation he's in. We should act with all our strength to prevent him from escaping from the Central Plains province. Lu Chu deeply agreed. On the same day, Battle Emperor Rui Yang spread the news. He immediately received the cooperation of Chaos, Qianquan, Pan Wu, and other major forces. They dispatched all kinds of forces from all directions. It was also on this day that every single legendary ancient formation in the Middle-earth Dao province was sealed. Apart from Chaos, Qianquan, Pan Wu, and other Dao court forces, no other cultivators had the opportunity to borrow it. This was equivalent to completely sealing off Lin Sun's possibility of leaving through the teleportation array, Peacock City. When Lin Sun saw the sealed teleportation array, he immediately realized that the enemy had most likely grasped the means to track him. Looks like I can only change my strategy. Lin Sun wasn't nervous. If the teleportation array couldn't be used, then he could just fly and teleport. It would just take some time. Whoosh, the vast universe arc shuttled through the sky. Lin Sun sat on it, meditating quietly. Not long ago in the ancient immortal forbidden zone, his cultivation had just broken through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, unlike other peak quasi-emperors, when he stepped into the first heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, the divine fire of the great path condensed in his body had already fused the mysteries of body refining, chi refining, and soul refining. It should be known that the divine fire of the great path of other quasi-emperors could only break through to the next level after fusing the mysteries of each path. From this, it could be seen how different Lin Sun's cultivation was at this moment. This didn't mean that Lin Sun's cultivation had leaped to the third heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, but that the divine fire of the great path he condensed was too unique. This also allowed him to completely embark on a unique path that was different from the world. A quasi-emperor could control the incomplete laws of the emperor realm. This was also the reason why they were called quasi-emperors. But Lin Sun recently discovered that the laws of the great path that he now controlled, although also incomplete, were almost no different from the true emperor realm. Could this be because the divine fire of the great path that I condensed is too unique? Lin Sun fell into deep thought. If he was able to control the power of the great path that was almost comparable to the true emperor realm at the quasi-emperor realm, this undoubtedly seemed incredible. At least in the past years, such a thing had never happened. When there's a chance, I must test it. Lin Sun stroked his chin, a bold idea emerging in his mind. But soon, he abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to temper the spirit of the five viscera. Today, he already had the foundation to practice the mysteries of the five virtues realm of the great path yellow court scripture. If he could successfully practice it, the five doppelgangers, greenwood, yellow earth, scarlet fire, black water, and platinum, could have consciousness and cultivation not inferior to the original body. At that time, he alone could exert the combat power of 6 people. The most amazing thing was that when not fighting, other doppelgangers could also comprehend the great path and figure out the Taoist scripture. This undoubtedly saved Lin Sun a lot of energy and time on the road of cultivation. It should be known that when Ruosu and Li Xianwei left, they had given their inheritance to Lin Sun one by one, so that he had a lot of inheritance. If he comprehended it alone, he didn't know how much time and energy it would take. But if there were 5 doppelgangers comprehending at the same time, it would be completely different. Therefore, for Lin Sun, the top priority was not to break through the cultivation, but to thoroughly practice the 5 virtues realm. Although Lin Sun had long guessed that the enemy was very likely to have mastered the means to track him, but he did not expect that the other side would come so quickly. One day after he left Yongke City, in a vast desert, Lin Sun, who was meditating in the vast universe arc, was awakened by a wave of power. Walking out of the cabin, he saw a gorgeous divine rainbow descending from the sky. bright and blazing, emitting an aura that caused the desert to be filled with sand and dust. The leader was a sage-like old man, holding a snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand, exuding the aura of the Emperor realm, oppressing the heaven and earth to wail. Behind him followed a group of quasi-emperor experts, each with a powerful aura. In the central Earth Taoist province, where there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, such a lineup, although not luxurious, was more than enough to deal with a Jushi quasi-emperor. These guys, they came quite fast. Lin Sun looked calm, without a trace of panic. He could roughly guess that the other party had borrowed the power of the ancient teleportation formation to catch up to him in such a short time. Evil creature, let's see where you can escape. The leading old man spoke majestically, his voice like thunder, shaking the surroundings and filling the air with a murderous aura. As he spoke, each of them had firmly locked their aura on Lin Sun, and each of them had an undisguised killing intent in their eyes. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of this. His dark eyes were deep, and he said calmly, "Old beast, tell me your name. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll erect a tombstone for you." The old man could not help frowning. "Now that you're all alone, I really can't see why you dare to be so arrogant." "Won't you know if I try?" Lin Sun said indifferently. The calmer he was, the less calm the old man was. The game of chess had just come to an end, although the successors of Mount Fangsuan had long since left, leaving only Lin Sun. But who could guarantee that the successors of Mount Fangsuan did not leave any trump card for him when they left? "You go and capture this little thing, I'll hold the line for you," the old man ordered in a deep voice. The quasi-emperor experts behind him were all stunned, looking at each other with some hesitation. They were not stupid. How could they not know that Lin Sun was no longer the same as before? He was a real quasi-emperor. In terms of cultivation, he might not be as good as the older generation of quasi-emperors, but the key was that he was a quasi-emperor who had set foot on the peak. The old man's face darkened. "Why, I'm here. Are you still worried that something will go wrong?" Seeing this, Lin Sun could not help but sneer. "Old beast, if you're not afraid, come and fight. Why send others to die?" This sentence was exactly what the quasi-emperors wanted to say, but they dared not express their dissatisfaction with a real quasi-emperor like Lin Sun did. And being called old beast by Lin Sun, the old man's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he was furious. As a quasi-emperor, who looked down on the world and was respected by all living beings, who dared to be so presumptuous and slanderous? "Little bastard, I didn't want to bully the weak, but you took advantage of me. In that case, I'll kill you." As the old man spoke, he suddenly waved the snow-white horsetail whisk in his hand. Crash, the sky was full of white divine rainbows spread like rain, full of the profound meaning of the Emperor Law. The void collapsed and roared in an instant, as if it could not bear such terrible power. This part of the world also fell into turmoil and chaos. This was the power of the quasi-emperor realm. Just a single blow was earth-shattering and frightening. The quasi-emperors were shocked. When could they cross the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm and remove the word quasi-emperor from them? Lin Sun stood motionless on the vast universe Arkansas. But between his hair, a needle-like flying sword emerged and gently chopped in the void. The flying sword was only 3 inches long, which was extremely small. But when it slashed out, it was like a big sun shining in the sky, shining brightly. That sword chi was extremely wild. It gave off a feeling that even if the heavens and earth were to block it, yin and yang were to be separated, life and death were to be placed before it. Let's cut it down first. The divine rainbow-colored light rain that filled the sky with Emperor Realm laws instantly broke apart in the void, like a bunch of straws that had been neatly cut. And the old man standing thousands of meters away coughed up blood, injured by the sword chi, and his internal organs were seriously injured. His figure shook and he almost fell from the void, his face full of horror. The power of one sword was so fierce, those quasi-emperors were also shocked, their hair standing on end. This old man came from the Panwu Taoist court and was called Battle Emperor Qingyuan. He was a real Emperor Realm cultivator with the first level of Emperor Realm. Even if compared with other great emperors, the first level of Emperor Realm was nothing. He was still a real Emperor Realm cultivator. Looking at the whole world, he could be regarded as a supreme existence. But now, Battle Emperor Qingyuan was seriously injured by one sword. This 3-inch flying sword was naturally the sword spirit leaf. Although it was a seriously damaged sword spirit, Ji Xian, the Thunder Emperor of Silence, and Jun Huan together failed to take it away from Mount Buzhou a long time ago. One could imagine just how ferocious the sword spirit Yi was. Go. Battle Emperor Qingyuan chose to escape without hesitation. He finally realized that his previous guess was right. Although the descendants of Mount Fangsuan had left, they left behind many life-saving means. For example, the sword spirit was unimaginably terrifying. Leaf. As soon as Lin Sun spoke, the sword spirit Leaf had already turned into a ray of light, pierced the sky, and chased after Battle Emperor Qingyuan. Now, we're the only ones left. Lin Sun looked at those quasi-emperors with a bright smile. Since he set foot in the quasi-emperor realm, he had not experienced many bloody battles, except when he killed Jing Tiannan, Xianxia, and several others in the ancient immortal forbidden area. Run! Those quasi-emperors had long been frightened. Seeing that their greatest reliance, Emperor Qingyuan, had fled, how could they have the courage to fight against Lin Sun? All of a sudden, all of them ran away, each and every one of them using all their skills, wishing that their parents had given them 2 more legs. Whoosh, Lin Sun moved in the void, his figure flashing like a flowing light. Every time he appeared, he took the life of a quasi-emperor, and blood sprayed like fireworks. In just a few moments, 4 older generation quasi-emperors had been killed. They were no match for Lin Sun's one move and were killed like papier-mâché. Just as Lin Sun was about to chase after the remaining 2 quasi-emperors, buzz, a ferocious sword hum resounded. In the distance, a blinding sword chi flashed, and the 2 quasi-emperors who had fled far away disappeared like bubbles. At the same time, the sword spirit Leaf returned. Lin Sun couldn't help saying, "That old guy, kill him." Leaf's voice was low. It turned into a ray of light and hid in Lin's hair again. Its ferocious spirit was gone, and it was quiet without any breath. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling bitterly. After killing an Emperor Realm expert, Leaf also helped him kill 2 quasi-emperors. Leaf's combat power was too fierce. Lin Sun said in a low voice, "Next time, if you meet an Emperor Realm expert, try to spare his life." Why? Leaf was puzzled. Lin Sun licked his lips and said, "I lack opponents, or in other words, I lack a target to hone my combat power. Ordinary quasi-emperors are no match for me, and in this world, there are very few peerless quasi-emperors, so I can only choose some Emperor Realm experts to feed me." If others heard this, they would be shocked. Using an Emperor Realm expert as a target to hone his own body, if any quasi-emperor dared to clamor like this on this ancient starry sky road, he would be killed in minutes, but Leaf looked like he understood and said, "I see, then the next time I make a move, I will be more careful." Lin Sun suddenly smiled, and then remembered one thing, "Leaf, now that we have the opportunity to go to the other side of the starry sky, why didn't you agree to leave with Senior Ji Xian last time?" After the end of that game of chess, Lin Sun had mentioned this to Sword Spirit Leaf. "I am only familiar with your aura," Leaf said, "and I only believe that you can take me back." Lin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. This was a wonderful sense of trust, very inexplicable, but Lin Sun believed it was true. Without delay, Lin Sun maneuvered the vast universe arc and continued to move forward. 2 days later, Lin Sun was besieged again and was overtaken by a group of strong people from Heaven and Earth Taoism court. The leader was still an Emperor Realm figure, known as Sword Emperor of Chaos. Sword Emperor of Chaos was very conceited, even more overbearing than Battle Emperor Qingyuan. As soon as he caught up with Lin Sun, he only said one sentence, "How do you want to die?" It was just a few words, but it showed his strength. But in just a moment, Sword Emperor of Chaos's screams began to ring in this world, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Of course, it was Sword Spirit Leaf who took action. In the end, Sword Emperor of Chaos's body was covered with sword scars, blood flowing, and he was captured alive like prey. The group of quasi-emperors who came with him were all killed by Lin Sun. From beginning to end, he did not encounter any obstacles or accidents. In fact, when killing these quasi-emperors, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel bored. It was not that these quasi-emperors were not strong enough, but his current combat strength had long been far above the level that these quasi-emperors could not reach. "What do you want to do?" In a valley, when Sword Emperor of Chaos woke up from a coma, he saw that Lin Sun seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Lin Sun's eyes were faint, burning with an inexplicable flame, like a fierce beast staring at its prey, ready to move, full of desire. This made Sword Emperor of Chaos mad with shame and anger, and his face turned green. Since when did a junior dare to look at him with such an unbridled gaze? At this moment, Sword Emperor of Chaos had the illusion of a virgin girl being stared at by a devil. He felt uncomfortable all over and his hair stood on end. Lin Sun crooked his finger. Come, fight with me. Sword Emperor of Chaos was taken aback for a moment, then laughed with extreme anger. Did this little guy really think that he could despise him just because he was seriously injured? He really didn't know what was good for him. He struggled to get up and shook his dizzy head while his gaze swept the surroundings vigilantly, and then he said in a resolute voice, "Little bastard, all you're relying on is that sword spirit. If you want to use this to humiliate me, then you're gravely mistaken. It's just a battle, don't talk so much nonsense." As Lin Sun said, he flashed in the air and launched an attack. Boom, he operated his own strength to the extreme, and the power of laws intertwined, dazzling, like a python wandering around his body, disdainful and powerful. As he punched out, the void suddenly collapsed, and the rolling mountains nearby collapsed one by one, frightening countless ferocious beasts in the mountains. This was the extreme power that belonged to Quasi-Emperor Ju Hu. From the beginning, Lin Sun did not hold back. Lin Sun, who had already seen the power of the Emperor Realm, knew better than other cultivators in the world how terrible the Emperor Realm was. Even if a dragon was seriously injured, it was still a dragon, destined to be different from ants. Just like Sword Emperor of Chaos, no matter how seriously injured he was still a real Emperor Realm expert. "You're courting death." Sword Emperor of Chaos revealed a ferocious look, completely desperate. With a wave of his sleeve, the sword chi swept out like a waterfall, surging between heaven and earth, and the sword roared like thunder. In an instant, Lin Sun's fist was smashed, and his figure was shaken and staggered back. Instead of being shocked, he was overjoyed. His black eyes were surging with fighting intent, like a pair of burning suns, and his whole spirit was boiling. Again. He rushed forward, exerting his Tao and Dharma to the extreme, wantonly releasing it. Noticing that the sword spirit did not intervene, Sword Emperor of Chaos completely relaxed. His eyes flickered, and he was ready to capture Lin Sun as a hostage. Boom, he no longer held back and attacked with all his strength. The sword chi around him pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if he was seriously injured at the moment and could only exert 20% of his peak fighting strength, the power of the Emperor Realm was still earth-shattering and terrifying. This mountain was shaking, mountains and rivers were collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the clouds in the sky were collapsing. The terrifying power of destruction was like a storm, raging in all directions. In a flash, Lin Sun was defeated dozens of times, like an ant trying to shake a big tree. He looked very embarrassed and miserable. But every time he was defeated, he rushed up again and fought with all his might. The more he was defeated, the braver he became and the stronger he became. This surprised Sword Emperor of Chaos for a while. He wanted to capture Lin Sun as a hostage several times, but he failed every time. Lin Sun's heaven-defying combat power made him shudder with fear. It should be known that he was a real Emperor Realm expert. Even if he was seriously injured, the power he controlled and the cultivation he possessed were enough to easily kill any quasi-emperor in the world. But now, he repeatedly failed to defeat Lin Sun, a young man who had just stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. How could Sword Emperor of Chaos not be shocked? At the very least, in his countless years of experience, he'd never heard of such a person in this world. However, Sword Emperor of Chaos also saw that Lin Sun could not hold on for too long. Boom, a moment later, at the moment when Lin Sun was defeated again, Sword Emperor of Chaos seized the opportunity and suddenly stretched out his hand to capture Lin Sun alive like a bug. But at this moment, with a bang, Sword Emperor of Chaos felt as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. His vision darkened, his consciousness blurred, and he fainted. Before he fainted, his heart was full of unspeakable grief and indignation. A dignified Emperor Realm expert was knocked unconscious by a stick. The one who knocked him unconscious was naturally Sword Spirit Yi. Yi looked at Lin Sun, who was beaten black and blue and looked extremely miserable. He could not help but worry. "Are you all right?" Lin Sun took a deep breath and shook his head. "I'm fine." Yi asked, then, "Do you still want to target Emperor Realm experts?" "Yes." Lin Sun gritted his teeth. His black eyes were bright and his face was swollen. He said excitedly, I can feel that if I continue to practice like this, not only my fighting strength will be transformed, but also my understanding of the power of Emperor Realm will be further improved. Oh, Yi said with a look of sudden realization. So you like to improve your combat power by being abused? You're really a pervert. For others, being chased by the major forces of the Central Earth State was enough to make anyone desperate and collapse. But for Lin Sun, it was better to say that he was still hurrying on his own than being chased. No matter how serious and dangerous the situation was, he didn't change his mind to go to Shinji Taoism sect. Fighting and learning from each other with Sword Emperor of Chaos became a compulsory course for Lin Sun on the way, in order to temper himself and rise to the top. In order to have a deeper understanding of the power controlled by the Emperor Realm. After fighting with Lin Sun many times and being knocked unconscious by Leaf, Sword Emperor of Chaos had to accept a fact with grief and indignation. A martial emperor like him, who was powerful enough to shake the heavens, had now been reduced to a human target. When it was needed, it would be taken out and used. When not needed, he would be knocked unconscious and thrown aside. This made him so ashamed and angry that he even had the idea of killing himself several times. It was such a blow to him that a dignified Emperor Realm expert became a live target of a junior. Since ancient times, which Emperor Realm expert had suffered such a great shame like him? No, if such a thing were to spread, at the thought of the consequences, the Sword Emperor of the Chaos Void had the urge to die. But in the end, he didn't kill himself. It was not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare to. Those who could set foot in the Emperor Realm like him had gone through countless hardships and dangers in their lives before finally setting foot on the road of the Emperor Realm, which most practitioners in the world couldn't reach. The more it was so, the more unwilling he was to kill himself like this. Sword Emperor of Chaos had an extremely tough and tenacious state of mind. Although he wanted to die of shame and indignation, he just thought about it. Later, he even had an unprecedented obsession in his heart. He must seize the opportunity to capture Lin Sun alive before the damn sword spirit knocked him unconscious. This obsession made Sword Emperor of Chaos learn to endure humiliation and endure hardships. He firmly believed that God wouldn't disappoint those who worked hard, and there would be a day when he could avenge himself. Lin Sun didn't care about this at all. He just regarded Sword Emperor as a target to temper himself. Yi the sword spirit didn't care either. Even if he wanted to pay attention to a first-level emperor, he wouldn't be able to. If Sword Emperor of Chaos knew Lin Sun and Ye's thoughts, it was unknown whether he would give up the obsession of enduring humiliation and commit suicide directly. In short, although Lin Sun was in a hurry, he had a fulfilling life. Other than cultivating the Great Tao Golden Court scripture and tempering his 5 viscera, he was also looking for opportunities to spar with the Chaos Void Sword Emperor. Although he was defeated time and time again and was in a sorry state, he enjoyed it. More than 10 days had passed in a flash. This journey was not peaceful. On the contrary, it was filled with danger and killing. The enemy was like maggots in the tarsal bone. He could always capture Lin's traces in the shortest time. Then, one group after another, began to encircle and kill them. But to Lin Sun, they were like groups of prey that came to him. Yi would take care of the powerful emperors. As for those quasi-emperors, Lin Sun would deal with them. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Lin Sun didn't meet many worthy opponents. From the beginning, when Battle Emperor Qing Yuan and his party fell to the next period of time, the news couldn't be hidden at all. Like a tide, the news spread out in waves and was learned by the various forces that were hunting Lin Sun. Battle Emperor Qing Yuan and his party have fallen. Sword Emperor of Chaos and his party have also been defeated. Outside Suiya Mountain, the corpses of Battle Emperor Fengdu and his party have been found. Sword Emperor Feng Sun and his party of the Heaven Ghost Battle Clan have been missing for many days. There's no news from them. It's suspected that they've met with misfortune. All kinds of news came like flying snowflakes. Every piece of news was shocking. For a moment, countless experts felt a chill in their hearts and countless emperors trembled. For the sake of hunting Lin Sun this time, the ancient powers of the universe, chaos, and Panda's Tao courts in the Central Plains had joined forces with the 10 war clans and the primeval imperial clans to move out together with them for the sake of hunting Lin Sun. It could be said to be an extremely powerful lineup. According to the statistics, there were nearly 20 Emperor Realm cultivators that had been dispatched. The weakest of the other experts who participated in the hunt were quasi-emperors. There were so many of them that they could run amok on the starry ancient path without fear. They had thought that the opponent was just a peak quasi-emperor and that he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble even if he died. But now, after more than 10 days of pursuit, they had repeatedly suffered setbacks and even emperors had fallen one after another. How could they not be shocked? Emperors were supreme beings that could intimidate all heavens. In the countless years since the end of the Tao battle of ancient emperors, there had been almost no news of emperors dying. But after that game of chess, those high and mighty emperor realm experts, whom they could only look up to, fell from the sky like comets. This had already caused all the heavens to fall into an upheaval, and it caused a great uproar that affected the world. Who could have imagined that after the game of chess that covered the heavens came to an end, a bloody incident of emperors falling like rain would occur while they were merely pursuing a survivor of Mount Heart and Heart? The most unacceptable thing was that the one who killed those emperors was a young man who was only a peak quasi-emperor. Only now did those great powers realize that the target they were hunting this time had become extremely difficult to deal with. Everyone, be careful. This lad has a sword spirit with him that possesses shocking killing power. Those below the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm are no match for this sword spirit. Very soon, the matter of the sword spirit Yi was finally made known to everyone. The martial emperors couldn't help but gasp. He was only a sword spirit, but he already possessed the power of a martial emperor. Just the thought of it made their hearts tremble. This must be a life-saving technique that the remnants of Fengsuan Mountain left behind for this lad before they left. Quick, ask for reinforcements. In my opinion, only experts above the 5th level of the martial emperor realm can suppress the sword spirit's arrogance. But, most of those great figures have already stepped onto the path to head to the other side of the starry sky, and only those great figures that remain have to hold down the fort within the sect. So, how could they possibly be easy to invite? We have to ask for help even if we can't. After causing such a huge commotion, if we still can't kill this little bastard, how will the entire starry ancient path look at us? The major forces that were hunting Lin Sun had a close discussion and finally made a decision. They would ask for help from the sects behind them to kill the sword spirit by Lin Sun's side. The sword spirit? In a cold and dark underground cave in the Panwu Dao court, a skinny man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a dazzling heavenly sword that illuminated the dark cave. An old servant beside him said respectfully, "Yes, it is said that the sword spirit is extremely ferocious. Those below the 3rd level of the martial emperor realm are no match for him. If it wasn't for him, that little bastard surnamed Lin would have been." Before he could finish, the skinny man interrupted him, "I only care about the sword spirit." As he spoke, he stood up. In an instant, it was as if a divine sword that had been silent for thousands of years had revealed its sharpness in the darkness. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, causing the old servant to squat on the ground and almost suffocate. "Tell me the whereabouts of the sword spirit." The skinny man walked out. "Yes." The old servant replied with a trembling voice. On this day, the ice-devour sword emperor that had been in closed-door cultivation in the Panwu Dao court for 39,000 years walked out from the underground cave with the intention of capturing the sword spirit for his own use. When they heard this news, all the forces that were hunting Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief and looked forward to it. The ice-devour sword emperor was a terrifying existence that had attained the 6th level of the martial emperor realm. His sword Dao was peerlessly powerful and mighty. When the Golden Heaven Court sect master, Tai Shu Hong, found out about this news, he couldn't help but laugh with ridicule. The ice-devour sword emperor was an extremely formidable figure indeed. However, he wasn't much stronger than many of the martial emperors that had participated in the game of sky covering, and he was even far inferior. Not to mention the disciples of Mount Innerheart, even the extreme demon sword emperor, Xianxia, could easily suppress the ice-devour sword emperor. "It's all because there's no tiger in the mountain, so the monkey is king." Tai Shu Hong sighed and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. With the reappearance of the path to the other side of the starry sky, countless old antiques that had been dormant for a long time had left the starry sky ancient path, and countless martial emperors had embarked on the journey to the other side. Even in the Golden Heaven Court, there were originally 9 martial emperors, but now there were only 2 of them left. Compared to this, the other great forces must be the same. When those who had been trapped in the martial ancestor realm for many years saw the hope of breaking through, who would be willing to continue to stay on the starry sky ancient path, Tai Shuhong also wanted to go to the other side of the starry sky, but he couldn't. Because he was the sect master of the Golden Heaven Court. Tai Shuhong knew that although there were many old fellows who had left, there were also many old fellows who had stayed. The reason was easy to guess. The sky of the starry sky ancient path had changed. In the future, the forces and structure of the world would be reshuffled, and it would depend on which great force could seize the opportunity. You guys, you're not doing this for revenge. It's obvious that you're doing this for the good fortune and opportunity of this boy. Tai Shuhong revealed a playful look, as if he was ridiculing and sighing with emotion. The might of Mount Heart had shocked the entire starry sky ancient path a long time ago after the game of chess that covered the sky came to an end. On the other hand, Lin Sun possessed the inheritance of Mount Heart and controlled the fortune of becoming an emperor or ancestor. Whoever was able to capture him would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. This was the reason why so many major forces were mobilized for this hunting mission. Otherwise, who would spend so much effort and mobilize so many martial emperors merely for the sake of venting their anger? Tai Shuhong noticed all of this, and even though he felt slight disdain towards such actions, he didn't have any intention of joining in. At the bottom of it all, the reason the Golden Heaven Court was able to survive until now was firstly because its resources and reserves were sufficiently strong, and secondly because it had always pursued a neutral attitude since ancient times until now. However, Tai Shuhong was slightly restless recently. Over a canyon. Boom, the aura of battle pierced through the universe and shattered the clouds. Two figures intertwined, like two gods fighting. Looking closely, it was Lin Sun and Sword Emperor of Chaos. Sword Spirit Leaf was watching the battle. Seeing that Lin Sun was able to fight evenly with the seriously injured Sword Emperor of Chaos, Sword Spirit Leaf couldn't help but feel surprised. More than 10 days ago, Lin Sun was defeated again and again and was not a match for Sword Emperor of Chaos at all. But after more than 10 days, he was able to fight evenly with Sword Emperor of Chaos. This progress was simply amazing. It turns out that he is really abnormal, Sword Spirit Leaf murmured. It was undoubtedly incredible that a young man at the first level of Quasi-Emperor could fight against a real emperor who had lived for a long time. Even if Sword Emperor of Chaos was injured and could only exert 20% of his peak strength, it was still amazing that Lin Sun could do this. If it was spread out, the world would be in an uproar. After all, the Emperor realm was like an insurmountable moat. From ancient times to the present, there had never been an example of a quasi-emperor going to cross realms to fight against an emperor realm expert, but it was obvious that Lin Sun was creating this unprecedented miracle. Moreover, Sword Spirit Leaf could see that although the law of quasi-emperor that Lin Sun mastered was slightly flawed, it was almost close to the real law of emperor realm. Moreover, his cultivation was beyond imagination. With the tempering of himself in these more than 10 days of battle, his whole body had undergone a kind of rebirth. Sword Emperor of Chaos was like a sledgehammer, constantly hammering Lin Sun, the stubborn iron with the quality of a top quasi-emperor, to be tempered and sublimated to the extreme. Of course, Sword Spirit Leaf also saw that this kind of tempering was only suitable for Lin Sun. If it were other top quasi-emperors, they would have been destroyed long ago, let alone transformed. Boom, at the end of the fight, Lin Sun's spirit, chi, and spirit were boiling, which made his power rise to the extreme at once. In just a moment, Sword Emperor of Chaos was suppressed by Lin Sun and fell into a disadvantageous position. This scene not only shocked Sword Spirit Leaf, but also made Sword Emperor of Chaos widen his eyes in disbelief. It was shameful enough to be used as a practice target by a quasi-emperor, but now he was being suppressed by a quasi-emperor. This was enough to drive any Emperor realm expert crazy. In fact, the Chaos Sky Sword Emperor was almost crazy at this moment, and his eyes were red. During this period of time, he endured humiliation and endured hardships. Was it because he wanted to seize the opportunity to capture Lin Sun before he was knocked out? But now, before he was knocked out, he was suppressed by Lin Sun. How could he bear it, seeing that the Chaos Void Sword Emperor was going all out? He did not hesitate to make a move. With a bang, the Chaotic Sky Sword Emperor, who was on the verge of insanity, was knocked unconscious again. His body fell stiffly, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. Lin Sun wanted to continue, but he also knew that if Sword Emperor of Chaos went all out, no matter how seriously injured he was, the power he could exert was not something he could resist at all. Letting out a long breath, Lin Sun turned and walked into the vast universe Arkansas. The first thing he did was to start digesting the comprehensions he obtained in the battle just now. Leaf carried the unconscious Chaos Sky Sword Emperor and silently followed. Lin Sun was very hardworking. Even if he already possessed heaven-defying combat strength, there was not a trace of arrogance or neglect. On the contrary, he became more and more diligent in his cultivation. Leaf couldn't help but admire him. In ancient times, those who achieved great things not only had extraordinary talent, but also had indomitable will. When Sword Emperor of Chaos woke up, his eyes were already dim and hollow. He suddenly found that even if he endured humiliation, it seemed that in the end, it was difficult to escape from the fate of becoming a living target. At this moment, Sword Emperor of Chaos suddenly heard Lin Sun's voice, "Leaf, help him heal." Sword Emperor of Chaos was stunned. This little thing was so hypocritical, he must be playing tricks, he sneered. "Young man, do you think you can make me feel grateful to you by playing some tricks? Don't even think about it." Lin Sun took out a rare and peerless medicine, handed it to Leaf, the sword spirit, and said, "Give it to him. After all, he is an Emperor realm figure. He has been seriously injured and has sparred with me many times these days. It's worth it for me to do this." Sword Emperor of Chaos was stunned again. He felt a little strange in his heart. Did this boy really find his conscience? He was able to discern that the precious medicine was indeed rare to the extreme, and its value was shocking. If he was able to consume it, then the injuries in his body would surely be almost healed, but before Sword Emperor of Chaos could be happy, he heard Lin Sun added, "Don't help him recover all at once. Take your time. Well, let him recover to 30% of his peak combat strength." As he said, he stroked his chin and revealed a heartfelt smile. "In this way, we can continue the sparring." Sword Emperor of Chaos was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this boy didn't find his conscience at all. The reason why he wanted to heal him was that he wanted to continue to use him as a living target. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the blue veins on his forehead almost burst. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. This was too much. "Come on, open your mouth." The sword spirit Leaf came over. "I won't let you get what you want." Sword Emperor of Chaos roared and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and passed out again. Leaf crushed the medicine and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he said, "To deal with this old thing, you have to use force. Otherwise, he won't listen to you at all." Lin Sun, even he felt that it was a bit rude to treat an Emperor realm cultivator like this. When the chaotic Sky Sword Emperor woke up again, his expression was blank. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. In the past 10 days, he felt like he had a nightmare. His dignity and pride were constantly humiliated and trampled on. Now, he had no face to speak of. When Lin Sun sparred with him again, he didn't move at all. It seemed that he would do whatever Lin Sun wanted to do. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. Had the old guy's state of mind collapsed? Otherwise, how could he become so indifferent? "It seems that it's time to change your opponent." Leaf said thoughtfully, "I thought that if the old guy cooperated a little, I would let him go in the end, but now it seems, really?" Sword Emperor of Chaos, who was like a walking corpse, suddenly came to his senses, and a burning desire to survive appeared in his eyes. Leaf said indifferently, "How can we know if we don't try? At least there's still hope, isn't there?" Sword Emperor of Chaos's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath, as if he had made the most difficult decision in his life. He gritted his teeth and said, "Well, I'll believe you this time. Come on, don't you want to fight with me?" He stared at Lin Sun, full of fighting spirit. Lin Sun immediately smiled and gave Leaf a thumbs up. Leaf transmitted his voice, "This old guy doesn't seem to be unafraid of death at all. The reason why he is so fearless is that he is waiting for me to say this. Don't be deceived by him." Lin Sun transmitted his voice, "No matter what he thinks in his heart, in my eyes, he is still a living target." Saying this, he jumped up. Yes, a living target. Leaf also laughed, which was rare. When he was completely not afraid of the Emperor realm, with this state of mind, he could already prove the Emperor realm. What Lin Sun lacked now was nothing more than a breakthrough in cultivation. Sword Emperor of Chaos, who could exert 30% of his combat power, immediately oppressed Lin Sun into a situation of repeated defeats. This was exactly what Lin Sun wanted to see. This kind of sparring and training at least proved that his own strength was undergoing rapid transformation. On the 19th day of the journey, in the evening, ice-devouring Sword Emperor, who was as thin as firewood and had an extremely fierce aura, came. From a distance, he saw Sword Emperor of Chaos, who was fighting with Lin Sun. For a moment, he felt dizzy. Since when could a peerless quasi-emperor compete with a real Sword Emperor? This unbelievable scene caused the ice-devourer Sword Emperor to be unable to help but stop moving, and his gaze became slightly unfocused. I've only been in closed-door cultivation for 39,000 years, yet the young people in the outside world are already ferocious to such an extent. At the same time, Sword Emperor of Chaos also found ice-devouring Sword Emperor. He was stunned at first, and then an unprecedented ecstasy surged in his heart. His savior finally came. As an Emperor realm cultivator, how could he not know how powerful ice-devouring Sword Emperor was? Ice-devouring. He opened his mouth and was about to shout, but there was a bang on his forehead. The familiar aura, the familiar strength, and the familiar feeling of dizziness all rushed over his body. Then, everything went black, and he fell into a coma. Even the feeling of fainting had become incomparably familiar to him, that sword spirit. Ice-devouring Sword Emperor's eyes lit up, and instantly locked on Leaf, who had knocked out Sword Emperor of Chaos. His cold eyes did not conceal his desire. Boom, the vital energy in his body swept out like tidewater and covered this expanse of the heavens and the earth, causing the nearby mountains and rivers to rumble and collapse and transform into powder. In a twinkling of an eye, everything here collapsed and the universe was in turmoil. This apocalyptic scene was merely caused by the aura emitted by the ice-devouring Sword Emperor. The power of the 6th level of Emperor realm was vividly demonstrated here. In contrast, Sword Emperor of Chaos, who was only at the 1st level of Emperor realm, was completely insignificant. At this moment, Leaf also showed a dignified look, and said, if it was in ancient times, I could kill such an opponent without any effort, but now, nearly 100,000 years had passed, and Leaf, who was already badly injured, had lost his power over the years. But Leaf didn't explain, and just said seriously, I'll hold him back later. You run away first. Lin Sun's black eyes slightly narrowed. Leaf's words made him realize the seriousness of the problem. Run away? Is it possible? In the distance, there was a burst of laughter. Groups of bright divine rainbows broke through the sky and turned into strong figures. There were many Emperor realm cultivators among them. The ice-devourer Sword Emperor was a powerful ally to those who were chasing after Lin Sun. With him around, they could suppress the ferocious sword spirit. If he wasn't around, no one would be stupid enough to court death. Therefore, when the ice-devourer Sword Emperor appeared, they also appeared and surrounded the area, sealing off the area. The world was solemn and oppressive. The ice-devourer Sword Emperor was here for the sword spirit Yi, while those cultivators were here to kill Lin Sun. To be more precise, they were here to seize Lin Sun's inheritance and fortune. However, for Lin Sun, the scene in front of him still couldn't make him change his expression. He was still calm and composed. From the beginning of this chase, Lin Sun had never been afraid, or rather, he was confident enough not to be afraid of anything. Therefore, he was either cultivating or sparring with the Chaos Sky Sword Emperor along the way. He never panicked or worried at all. Even when he was surrounded, he was still the same. However, it was very obvious that his enemies thought that he would not be able to escape. Sword Spirit Ye's expression was also unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. He said softly, if you fight to your death, I can open a way for you. But from now on, you can only move forward by yourself. There was determination in his voice, but also a hint of reluctance. It seemed that he had gotten used to the days of traveling with Lin Sun. Lin Sun's heartstrings were inexplicably touched. He said, Yi, listen to me. These people are not worth risking your life for. Yi was stunned. At this moment, the ice-devourer Sword Emperor said, come with me. One day, your name will be known throughout the world. His eyes were burning as he stared at Yi, as if he had seen a rare treasure that he had been longing for a long time. A sword spirit that could kill an expert below the 3rd level of the Emperor realm was too rare. It could even be said to be one of a kind, he was sure that if there was an old antique like the sword ancestor here, he would have an irrepressible desire to possess Yi. As for Lin Sun, he was completely ignored. A remnant of Mount Heart, a young man in the quasi-emperor realm, would have died countless times in that game of chess if not for someone's protection. Similarly, if it wasn't for the protection of the sword spirit, it would have been impossible for him to survive until now. Swoosh, what answered the ice-devouring sword emperor was Ye's sword. The sword chi was like the sun that soared across the sky. It was brilliant and blazing, covering the sky and was boundlessly terrifying. It was unknown how many experts felt their hair stand on end, shocked by the power of this sword. A few Emperor Realm experts found it hard to breathe, their expressions changing. Sure enough, this sword spirit was terrifyingly fierce. However, in the eyes of the ice-devouring sword emperor, the elegance of the sword made him even more determined to suppress Yi. It was inconceivable that a sword spirit could have such a peerless sword intent. It was completely beyond his imagination. Boom, even though the ice-devouring sword emperor was thinking about it, his actions were not slow. He grabbed with his palm and a wave of sword chi condensed, turning into a bone-chilling sword formation that whistled out. The sword chi was dense, flowing with the power of the supreme laws of the Emperor Realm. The sword intent it emitted covered the tribulation with a layer of frost. Buzz, the sword that Yi slashed out was like a fish frozen in a layer of ice, stagnating in the void and then collapsing inch by inch. On the other hand, the bone-piercingly cold sword formation enveloped Yi, and it was like a cage that descended from the heavens and sealed off all of Ye's paths of retreat. Ye's figure flickered and turned into wisps of illusory sword chi, easily rushing out of the sword formation. Wonderful! The ice-devouring sword emperor couldn't help exclaiming, wonderful beyond words. Kill, Battle Emperor Rue Yang and other cultivators of the major forces also launched a siege at this moment. Their target was Lin Sun. A sharp light flashed in Ye's eyes. Just as he was about to rescue Lin Sun, he was stopped by the ice-devouring sword emperor. Your opponent is me. The ice-devouring sword emperor's eyes were blazing, as if he wanted to skin the sword spirit Yi alive. Get lost. Yi exuded a terrifying and monstrous sword intent, ready to fight desperately. Although Lin Sun's combat strength was incredible, he was only a Jiushi quasi-emperor after all. How could he withstand the attack of the major forces? At this moment, Yi was really anxious. For countless years, Lin Sun was the only person who made him feel very familiar, although his memory had been severely damaged. But his feeling was still there. At that moment, Yi did something that no one expected. He resolutely gave up the opportunity to resist the attack of the ice-devouring sword emperor, turned around without hesitation, and rushed towards Lin Sun. So resolute, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ice-devouring sword emperor. The sword spirit had absolute loyalty to its master, which was what every sword emperor valued the most. But the ice-devouring sword emperor knew very well that the master of Yi could not be a Jiushi quasi-emperor like Lin Sun. But at this moment, Yi did this. When Lin Sun saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. Only then did he realize that he was so important to Yi that he didn't even care about his life. Boom, the world was in chaos. Everyone could see that even if he could help Lin Sun out, he was bound to be seriously injured by the attack of the ice-devouring sword emperor. This was like a dead knot that couldn't be solved. In other words, Yi really didn't care about his life. However, at this extremely dangerous moment, a soft sigh sounded. He's not your master, why do you protect him with your life? When the voice sounded, a dreamy light and shadow appeared and turned into a graceful and slender figure. She raised her hand. The sword spirit Yi, who was only 3 inches tall, fell into her palm. Similarly, when she raised her hand, the ice-devouring sword emperor flew back as if he had been hit by a mountain, and the void collapsed. When he stood still, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The experts from the major forces, whether they were Emperor Realm existences or other quasi-emperors, stopped at this moment, and their expressions changed abruptly. Who was it that pushed back the ice-devouring sword emperor with one blow? In the field, the illusory figure was graceful, and the surface of her body was intertwined with the law of divine chains of order. A rain of light fell like smoke and mist, making her look mysterious and aloof. This figure was naturally she. After she appeared, she looked at Yi in her palm as if she didn't exist, and said with a hint of sadness, "So you're just like me, a pitiful person." Yi looked at her in confusion. Lin Sun explained, "This is Senior Shi, I just told you not to risk your life. It's not worth it. Why didn't you listen?" There was a hint of reproach in her voice. Before Yi could speak, she turned her head and glanced at Lin Sun, saying, "You still know that you need my help?" There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Lin Sun's face stiffened, and he felt a little embarrassed. In that game of chess, she was originally going to take action. However, who could have imagined that the senior brothers and sisters of Fengsuan Mountain would arrive one after another? This caused she, who had been preparing to take action, to become a spectator once again. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in Shi's tone at this moment. It was probably because in recent years, he rarely took the initiative to ask Shi for help. Perhaps this made Shi feel uncomfortable. It was like when a young eagle spread its wings, it didn't need the old eagle to protect it like before. Such a subtle change in state of mind was difficult to describe with precise words. The ice-devouring Sword Emperor's expression was gloomy, and there was a hint of seriousness between his brows. The experts from the other factions were also bewildered, feeling a chill in their hearts. Shi's appearance gave them a bad premonition. Hence, even when she talked to Lin Sun as if there was no one else around, no one dared to act on their own. In fact, they even had the intention to retreat without killing Yi. She looked at the sword spirit in his palm once again. His clear and cold voice had become much gentler, which was a rare sight. Huh? Yi felt a trace of doubt. He could keenly sense that this mysterious and unfathomable woman seemed to have a special kind of protection for him. "How about I help you kill that old fellow?" Shi's voice became even gentler. However, her words were filled with undisguised killing intent. The ice-devouring Sword Emperor snorted coldly, feeling nervous. He started to calculate his chances of winning if he went all out. Yi thought for a while and pointed at Lin Sun. "Not helping me, helping him. Also, I don't like others helping me." Lin Sun immediately felt warmth in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to do everything he could to help Yi heal in the future. However, she smiled coldly. "This fellow is putting on a strong front. He doesn't need help." This was the first time Lin Sun had seen Shi make sarcastic remarks about him. He was both shocked and surprised. Eventually, he smiled bitterly. Only now did he feel that she seemed to have changed. In the past, she was like a fairy, cold and aloof, almost emotionless. However, in the past few years, she seemed to have been exposed to the mortal world, revealing some subtle changes in her temper and emotions. Of course, this was a good thing. However, Lin Sun could only smile bitterly. She was grumbling that he had not asked her for help in the past few years when he encountered danger. This was clearly a different kind of concern. What else could he say? He did not ask you for help because he wanted to prove that he was strong enough. Now, you are helping him. Yi thought for a while and said, "Although I don't understand the relationship between the two of you, I know that only people who are bound by their emotions would do this." Lin Sun was stunned. She was also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, feeling uncomfortable all over. "As a sword spirit, what do you know about emotions?" She knocked Ye's head. "Alright, I won't let the enemy wait for too long. I'll go kill him." As she spoke, she looked at the ice-devouring Sword Emperor in the distance. At this instant, she seemed as if she'd once again become that illusory and misty celestial maiden that was chilly like ice. At this moment, the ice-devouring Sword Emperor's hair stood on end. The confidence in his heart vanished. He only had one thought. Run, the further the better. In the eyes of the ice-devouring Sword Emperor, she was like a supreme ruler that controlled life and death. He couldn't help but tremble in fear. Swoosh, almost out of a survival instinct, the ice-devouring Sword Emperor fled without hesitation. His speed was shockingly fast. She didn't chase after him. She stretched out a slender and fair hand and gently pinched the air. The ice-devouring Sword Emperor, who was in the midst of teleportation, was pinched out like a bug. He was horrified and struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. Bang! Finally, as she exerted force, the ice-devouring Sword Emperor's body cracked inch by inch, like a bug being pinched to death. Blood splattered like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. The ice-devouring Sword Emperor was a 6th-level emperor who had been in seclusion for 39,000 years. He managed to escape the chess match, but he couldn't escape the fate of death. All the experts who witnessed this scene sucked in a breath of cold air, and their hands and feet turned cold. She was too powerful. He could decide life and death with just a raise of his hand. There was a stifling silence. All the experts from the major forces were scared silly. Even the Emperor Realm cultivators were dumbfounded. They were already cautious enough this time. When they noticed that Lin Sun's leaf was extremely troublesome, they chose to ask for help without hesitation. They only calmed down when the ice-devouring Sword Emperor arrived. They thought that this grand pursuit was about to come to an end. But who would have thought that what welcomed them was a disaster? Other than the Sword Spirit Leaf, there was an even more terrifying and despair-inducing supreme existence beside Lin Sun. We know our wrongs. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist. One of the Emperor Realm cultivators spoke with a trembling voice. His face was filled with fear. It was embarrassing for an Emperor Realm cultivator to admit defeat. But who could care about that now? She could kill a 6th-level Emperor Realm cultivator with a raise of his hand. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill all of them? I finally have the chance to come out. How can you admit defeat? Xi's eyes were cold. His words sent chills down everyone's spine. They had a bad premonition. Some Emperor Realm cultivators even chose to escape. Go. Run. For a time, the scene was chaotic, and the experts from the various forces fled in all directions like birds frightened by the mere twang of a bowstring. Just as Yezi was about to make a move, Lin Sun stopped her. Let her vent her anger, or she will be suffocated. I can't hold it in any longer. In the distance, she suddenly looked at Lin Sun. His gaze was like a sharp blade, making Lin Sun feel cold on his back. He could not help but smile bitterly. Could it be that he was wrong? I do need to vent my anger. As she spoke, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and rays of order laws whistled out like divine rainbows. When looked at from afar, it was like a spear of judgment that came from the heavens, and it transformed into an imposing might that blotted out the sky as it pierced through space and flashed towards the surroundings. Bang! Far away in the wilderness, a martial emperor was pierced through, his body turning into ashes in an instant. Boom! An undulating mountain range was cut in half. An emperor who was hiding in the mountains was also cut horizontally, his body torn into pieces. The group of quasi-emperors who were fleeing suddenly felt their vision darken as they were engulfed by the power of laws, their bodies and souls destroyed. On the other side, this series of killings took place almost instantaneously, and it was so fast that it was shocking to the world. No matter who the enemy was, no matter how high their cultivation was, and no matter where they escaped to, they were all killed almost at the same time. In short, when Xi's attack fell between heaven and earth, all the experts from the major forces were slaughtered on the spot. Dense and scarlet-red blood tainted this expanse of mountains and rivers that had changed beyond recognition, and it was like a blood-colored purgatory had appeared in the world. Lin Sun was stunned, and the shock in his heart was like a raging sea. One blow killed all the enemies. If he had not seen that scene with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Since when did martial emperors become so fragile? Yezi was startled and could not help looking at Xi, saying, "You are much more powerful than me." She raised his hand and held Yezi in his palm, carefully rubbing his little head with his fingertips, and said softly, "When you recover from your injury, you can also be as powerful." Then she looked at Lin Sun. "How do you feel?" Lin Sun said subconsciously, "Strong, incredibly strong." "How do you compare to your senior brothers and sisters?" These words jolted Lin Sun out of his shock. He looked at Xi. Her figure was graceful, and the rain of light flowed around her. She was like an ethereal and cold fairy. However, no matter how hard Lin Sun tried, he could not see her face clearly. Naturally, he could not see her expression. "We each have our own advantages." Lin Sun gave a vague answer. "Oh," she said, "from today onwards, I will be a live target to spar with you. This way, you will know who is stronger between me and your senior brothers and sisters." This was not a question, but a decision. Although Xi's voice was calm, it was unquestionable. Lin Sun suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly said, "Senior, it's enough to have Sword Emperor of Chaos to practice with me. She frowned. You think I am not as good as Chaos Sword Emperor? Lin Sun shook his head. How would I dare? It's just that, she interrupted, you are just worried that I will be targeted by the Forbidden Order power? Don't worry, the so-called nameless Supreme Emperor has already been defeated. Lin Sun was speechless. He increasingly felt that there was something wrong with Xi's enthusiasm. Lin Sun made a final struggle and said, but I heard that the next nameless Supreme Emperor is coming soon. She said indifferently, then let's wait for him to come. Lin Sun wanted to say something, but she interrupted, it's decided. Go and collect the spoils first. I have something to say to Yezi. Lin Sun smiled bitterly. Xi's change made it hard for him to adapt. Lin Sun shook his head and walked into the distance. This time, Qianquan, Untainted Land, Panwu, and the other major forces had sent a huge force. There were nearly 20 martial emperors. Up until now, Lin Sun had successively obtained extremely abundant spoils of war. There were all sorts of emperor artifacts, various divine materials, medicinal pills, rare treasures, and spiritual objects. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp when he counted the trophies on the battlefield one by one. The harvest was huge, the treasures could be piled up into a small mountain, and none of them were ordinary. Thinking about it, the weakest of the enemies was at the quasi-emperor realm, and the stronger ones were at the martial emperor realm. How could the treasures they had be ordinary? This once again proved the unbreakable truth since ancient times. No one would be rich without a windfall. The news of ice-devouring Sword Emperor, auspicious Sun Sword Emperor, and the other major forces experts being killed spread quickly. It was like a bloody storm that shook the entire Hongming world. How can a remnant of Mount Fengsuan have such heaven-defying killing power? Someone's heart trembled. This time, those high and mighty major forces have suffered a huge setback. Do they really think that the disciples of Mount Fengsuan are easy to bully? Someone gloated. Today's world is different. The entire starry sky ancient path will be reshuffled. If those major forces still think highly of themselves, they will only fall more miserably, someone sighed. The world had really changed. In the past, Qianquan, Untainted Land, Pongwu Taoist Court and other forces were like supreme existences. No one dared to provoke or slander them. Even a random descendant of their sect would receive the respect of a myriad of stars surrounding the moon when they walked out. Yet now, along with the end of the game and the defeat of Imperial Exalt Nameless, the foundations of those great powers had suffered a heavy blow a long time ago. Their vitality was greatly damaged, and they were in a precarious situation. The power and influence they possessed in the past had fallen to rock bottom. At this time, the bad news that ice-devouring Sword Emperor and other experts of major forces had been killed came out, which made the momentum of those major forces even more declining. On this starry sky ancient path, is Lin Sun really invincible? Perhaps only Emperor Ancestor Realm existences can suppress this kid's arrogance. There were also many experts who had mixed feelings and sighed with emotion. When he learned this news, Tai Shuhong of Black-Yellow Taoist Court was not surprised. Since those successors of Mount Fengsuan dared to leave Lin Sun alone, how could they not have prepared a life-saving means for him? Unfortunately, Tai Shuhong also guessed wrong. According to the War Emperor and others, giving Lin Sun a life-saving means would only do more harm than good, which was not conducive to his future cultivation. Therefore, they didn't give Lin Sun any life-saving means. However, with the existence of Sword Spirit Leaf and Xi, Lin Sun didn't need these at all. 10 days later. The world was clear and the wind was gentle. In front of a green lake with willows, with a bang, a figure fell into the lake like a falling meteorite, splashing thousands of waves. When the figure had just emerged from the lake with great difficulty, a palm force had already struck him from afar, causing his entire body to sink once again. Is he, all right? By the lake, Sword Spirit Leaf squatted on a green lotus leaf, looking worried. Don't worry, I have my own power. This world has been covered by my power. Even a flower, a grass, a sand, and a stone here will not be damaged. Beside her, she sat leisurely on the branch of a willow tree. Her figure was graceful and ethereal, and the bright light rain was flowing, making her look dreamy. Leaf couldn't help saying, I mean him, not those flowers and grass. She said casually, he is thick-skinned and has never been afraid of death, so he must be fine. After all, this time I acted as a live target to accompany him to practice. Bang, as she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed gently. Lin Sun, who struggled to get up from the lake, was pressed down again and fell into the water. A drowned chicken and a drowned dog are nothing more than this. Leaf couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Over the past 10 days, she would take the initiative to practice with Lin Sun almost every few hours. Every time, Lin Sun would be tortured to death, even begging for mercy. Even if Leaf was just a sword spirit and a spectator, he was still frightened after witnessing the blows Lin Sun suffered in the practice these days. Once a woman was strong enough, she would be a man's nightmare, thanks to Blue Feather Breeze, Boss Phone, Bailing, and other children for their gifts. When this competition was over, Lin Sun was lying on the lake grass like a salted fish, his eyes hollow. He was a supreme emperor-to-be with an unimaginably strong foundation. The laws of emperor-to-be he mastered were almost the same as those of a real emperor realm expert. However, in the past few days, Xiaochen had been beaten up like a salted fish every time he sparred with she. Every method he used to resist was futile. What was despair? Lin Sun finally realized it. It was not until a long time later that Lin Sun recovered from the feeling of powerlessness and numbness. Yi had already rushed to Lin Sun. She broke off a handful of precious herbs and stuffed them into Lin's mouth. Lin Sun's physical strength was already on the verge of exhaustion. He didn't even have the strength to lift his fingers. "Senior, this kind of competition is almost over, right?" After a long time, feeling the new power emerging in his body, Lin Sun turned his head with difficulty and looked at she sitting on the willow branch. "Well, what's the hurry? When the new nameless Supreme Emperor comes, the competition will end." She's voice was indifferent. Lin Sun's eyes darkened. If the new nameless Supreme Emperor didn't come, wouldn't he be ravaged, tortured, and destroyed like this in the future? "Lin Sun, you've broken through," Yi suddenly said with a hint of amazement. Lin Sun was stunned. He couldn't help feeling the wonderful changes that were taking place in his body. "Just like this. I broke through." His eyes were in a trance again. Last time, before he broke through and stepped into the peak of Emperor-to-be, he experienced a rare bloody killing in front of the Gate of Ruin. Finally, he released all his strength at the risk of serious injuries and finally entered the Gate of Ruin. That time, he broke through in a coma. Now, only a little more than a month had passed since the last time, but his cultivation changed again and he stepped into the second level of the Supreme Emperor-to-be. Such a rapid and unparalleled speed of advancement was so shocking that even Lin Sun himself felt it was incredible. 10 days ago, you sparred with the Chaos Sword Emperor a total of 19 times. The first 15 times ended in defeat. After the 15th time, you started to turn the tables and gained the strength to suppress the Chaos Sword Emperor. However, after the Chaos Void Sword Emperor unleashed 30% of his combat strength, you were once again suppressed and defeated. Even though this sort of spar causes you to lose repeatedly, it allows you to obtain extreme tempering in battle, and your cultivation and combat strength have obtained unprecedented consolidation and transformation. During these 10 days, she sparred with you 10 times. Each time, he forced you to use everything you had, squeezing out all your strength before stopping. This just happens to be like rebirth time after time, and it allows your strength to undergo a transformation that's akin to joy after extreme misfortune. At this point, Yi said in admiration, "What's rare is that Shi's strength is just right every time he attacks. If he's slightly stronger, he'll damage your Dao foundation, and if he's slightly weaker, you won't be able to unleash your full potential." Such methods can be said to be exquisite to the extreme. Lin Sun was stunned. "Now that you mention it, do I have to be grateful?" Yi said seriously, "It's only been about a month, and your cultivation has made a breakthrough. If it were other practitioners, they would have been so happy that they would have kowtowed to you." Feeling the constant transformation in his body, Lin Sun felt strange in his heart. Was it for his own good that he had been abused for so many days? Was it really not just to vent his anger in the name of sparring? Yi said, "Of course, during this period of time, you've consumed a total of 76 kinds of peerless treasures, each of which is invaluable. Ordinary emperors don't have the luck to enjoy them. Fortunately, you're well off. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to make a breakthrough in such a short time." Today, Lin Sun was indeed rich. The spoils of war that he had plundered during this period of time could be described as massive and innumerable. It should be known that in the forbidden area of ancient immortals, he also obtained a lot of spoils of war, including some treasures that even emperors coveted. Therefore, even if he knew that he had consumed so many peerless treasures, he didn't feel distressed. At this moment, he had completely recovered. He sat cross-legged in meditation to consolidate the new power he had after the breakthrough. After hesitating for a moment, Yi said, "So, I suggest that we continue the sparring." Lin Sun's lips twitched fiercely. The last 10 days were simply like a nightmare. It wasn't just his body that was suppressed, even his state of mind and soul were suffering strikes of despair and powerlessness at all times. Even Lin Sun, who had a tough temperament, couldn't bear that kind of feeling. But when he thought that this kind of sparring could make his cultivation transform in the shortest time, Lin Sun hesitated for a moment and then gritted his teeth and agreed. Yi couldn't help admiring in his heart, sure enough, he likes to be abused to practice. She glanced at Lin Sun and said, "Since you've made a breakthrough, I'll increase my strength in the sparring. You should be prepared." Lin Sun's heart thumped and he couldn't help asking, "Senior, how much of your strength did you use when we sparred before?" "How much?" She's voice was a little strange. Yi thought for a moment and said seriously, "According to my speculation, it should be far less than 10%, Lin Sun, Fog State." As one of the 49 prefectures in the primordial world, the Fog Spirit State's territory was neither the largest nor the smallest. The cultivation forces in the Fog Spirit State were neither the strongest nor the weakest. In short, Fog State was very ordinary. It was neither outstanding nor inferior to other states in any aspect. It was very mediocre. Xianxia Daoist sect was located in Fog State. It had a very old foundation, but its power could only rank among the top 10 in Fog State. After more than 10 days, Lin Sun arrived at Fog State smoothly and came to the blessed land where Xianxia Daoist sect was located. Tong Mountain. But when Lin Sun arrived, he suddenly found that there was no one in this famous blessed land in Fog State. Moreover, the gate of Xianxia Daoist sect was open, and the formation covering the mountain stopped working. When he walked in, he saw that the row upon row of ancient buildings were empty, and there were signs of disorder everywhere. Lin Sun searched for a long time and almost searched the inside and outside of Xianxia Daoist sect. Finally, he confirmed that all the cultivators of Xianxia Daoist sect should have evacuated from Tong Mountain. They were obviously in a hurry when they left. They didn't even have time to clean up some magic herbs in the herb garden. There was no trace of fighting in the field, which could only prove that the cultivators of Xianxia Daoist sect had evacuated voluntarily. As for the reason, Lin Sun couldn't guess. "This is troublesome," Lin Sun frowned. At this time, he was standing in front of a desolate ancient palace alone. The setting sun cast a long shadow on the mottled bluestone slabs. Xianxia Pavilion and Xianxia Daoist sect had the same origin. Lin Sun came here to inquire about some matters about going to the true dragon world. But he didn't expect that such an ancient force would disappear in such a strange way, leaving only an empty Tong Mountain. The evacuation of a sect will definitely cause a big commotion. There will definitely be some signs beforehand. Lin Sun muttered to himself. He planned to go to the nearest city to Tong Mountain and inquire about it. But just as he was about to leave, his heart suddenly trembled. He felt a fatal and dangerous aura. Almost at the same time, she appeared quietly. She gently picked him up and brought him to the eaves of a distant palace. "A powerful person has appeared. Don't speak." Xi's body was surrounded by a rain of light, which turned into a mysterious power that covered her and Lin Sun. It was as if the two of them had disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! There was a fluctuation in the void in front of the palace where Lin Sun had been standing. Several figures appeared. There were men and women. Although their auras had been restrained, they still carried a formless and terrifying aura. They stood under the afterglow of the setting sun like gods standing in the dusk. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw the figure in the lead. The memories that had been dormant in his heart for many years were awakened. The person in the lead was a woman in a purple robe. She was extremely slender and had a golden ribbon around her slender waist. Her long purple hair hung down like a waterfall and glowed with an enchanting luster. She carried a spear on her back. Her purple robe and purple hair made her look like a natural moat. People could only look up to her. Facing her figure was like an ant looking up at the sky. It's the woman in purple who chased after Master Lu. Lin Sun was shocked. How could he forget this woman? Years ago, he had returned to the mortal world and returned to the courtyard where he used to live in Feiyun village. It was also there that he accidentally saw a wisp of willpower left by Master Lu. It was also this wisp of willpower that allowed Lin Sun to see the woman in purple who chased after Master Lu. It also let Lin Sun know that the woman in purple came from the other side of the starry sky to hunt down his mother Luo Qingxuan and Master Lu. However, Lin Sun had never expected to see this woman in purple in the empty Xinji Taoist sect. It was inconceivable. I want to go to the world of True Dragon, but the sect that knows the way to the world of True Dragon has disappeared overnight. In front of the palace, the woman in purple spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, but it was cold and indifferent. The three men who were following her were trembling, and expressions of fear and panic appeared on their faces. Senior, we didn't leak any information. Even we don't know why all the people of Xinji Taoist sect disappeared. Please don't misunderstand. A white-haired old man explained anxiously. The woman in purple patted the old man's shoulder and said, I don't care about misunderstandings. I only care about why this happened. Do you understand? In the distance, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly narrowed. The white-haired old man was clearly a true Emperor Realm cultivator. But in the blink of an eye, he was annihilated. The most terrifying thing was that the purple-clothed woman had merely patted the old man's shoulder from the beginning to the end. It was so casual. But the more it was so, the more chilling it was. Just like the white-haired old man, the remaining two were also Emperor Realm cultivators. When they witnessed this scene, their faces turned pale and were filled with fear. Go find out the whereabouts of the powerhouses of the Divine Mechanism Taoist sect. Give me 7 days. After 7 days, I need clues to head to the True Dragon world. The purple-clothed woman looked at a gray-robed middle-aged man. You can try to escape, but your clan and friends will be buried with you. Yes. The gray-robed middle-aged man's expression was uncertain. He gritted his teeth and left. Before the purple-clothed woman could speak, the man in luxurious clothes said quickly, Senior, I've already found out that Lin Sun, the survivor of Mount Fengsuan, doesn't belong to this world. He's from the ancient Desolation realm. Oh? The purple-clothed woman said. Obviously, she was not satisfied with such a simple answer. The man in luxurious clothes' heart trembled, and he said quickly, Lin Sun once caused a ruckus in the Kunlun ruins. But before that, there was no such person on the starry ancient path. Moreover, I once asked a friend from the Hidden Land realm, and he said that Lin Sun once cultivated in the ancient Desolation realm. In the distance, a trace of gloominess appeared on Lin Sun's face. This purple-clothed woman was actually trying to find out something related to him. Didn't this mean that it was very likely that she had already found out about his identity? As expected, when the man in luxurious clothes finished speaking, the purple-clothed woman said, So, this survivor is really that bitch's flesh and blood. There was a trace of rare excitement in her voice, like a beast that had its eyes on its prey. Where is he? The purple-clothed woman asked. A while ago, he was chased by all the major forces in the Central Plains, the man in luxurious clothes answered without hesitation. Obviously, he was prepared. He told her about the incident that happened a while ago. They're all dead? When she found out about the final outcome of this pursuit, the violet-clothed woman couldn't help but be stunned, and then she revealed a contemplative expression. Yes, according to the analysis of the outside world, Lin Sun should have a lot of life-saving trump cards in his hands. Ordinary emperors are no match for him. Then do you know where he is now? The purple-clothed woman said. The well-dressed man shook his head. Since the failure of the hunt, no one knows the news about Lin Sun. No one knows where he went. The purple-clothed woman fell into deep thought. After a long time, she said, Go and find out where this child is. I want a satisfactory answer in 7 days. The well-dressed man said in a trembling voice, What if I can't find anything? The purple-clothed woman glanced at him but didn't say anything. However, the well-dressed man had already realized the terrifying consequences. His expression was gloomy, and only after a long time did he speak bitterly. He agreed, turned around, and left. The purple-robed woman was the only one left in front of the ancient palace. Whoosh, an illusory figure suddenly condensed on her shoulder. It was only a foot tall, and it was covered in a black forbidden aura. Its appearance was extremely vague. When she, who had been watching coldly, saw this person, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Star Spill, do you still care about a useless remnant of Mount Heart at a time like this? The illusory figure roared, hurry up and take me away. Return to the clan. Otherwise, this seat will completely perish. He seemed extremely irritable and angry. However, the purple-clothed woman called Star Spill said calmly, Ninth Granduncle, your cultivation and original body have long been killed by the Battle Emperor. If I hadn't saved you, your extremely weak remnant soul wouldn't have been able to survive. After a pause, she continued, moreover, even if I take you back to the clan now, with the clan's power, it's impossible for you to recover. Star Spill. How dare you curse me? The blurry figure roared furiously, if it wasn't for me back then, how could a little slut like you have leaped through the dragon's gate and been valued by the clan leader? Star Spill was expressionless. Ninth Granduncle, a loose tongue can cause trouble. You should calm down and think about your current situation. Those people in the clan probably already think that you're completely dead. Tell me, if I accidentally erase your remnant soul, what kind of punishment will I suffer? The blurry figure immediately fell silent. Ninth Granduncle, in the primordial era, I received orders to come to this ancient path. Until now, I still haven't completed the mission. Do you think I don't want to return to the clan? Star Spill said to himself, you know better than anyone else that if I don't complete the mission, even if I return, what awaits me is the harshest punishment. The blurry figure's voice was hoarse. What exactly do you want to do? You don't need to understand. You just need to follow me. Star Spill's voice was indifferent. If I'm not wrong, in another month or so, a big shot like you will come to this ancient path and regain control of the forbidden power of order that covers the heavens. At that time, it will be time to pull in the net. The next moment, she and the blurry figure disappeared. Only the setting sun shone on the boundless world. Rows upon rows of ancient buildings were empty, desolate, and quiet. Lin Sun saw all of this. His heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. He was sure that the clan that his mother, Luo Qingxuan, and the others had to escape from on the other side of the starry sky a long time ago was from this purple-clothed woman called Star Spill's clan. She suddenly asked, do you know who that remnant soul was? Being reminded, Lin Sun realized something. He was startled and said, could it be, the nameless Supreme Sovereign? Yes, it's him, she said coldly. She's voice was cold. In the ancient desolation realm, every time I walked out of the heaven accessing place, I was attacked by the forbidden power of order controlled by this person. I didn't expect that he would leave a remnant soul after being killed by your eldest senior brother. Lin Sun's expression changed. The murderer who chased after his mother, Luo Qingxuan, and the others came from the same clan as the nameless Supreme Sovereign, and called the nameless Supreme Sovereign the Ninth Granduncle. For a moment, Lin Sun thought of many things in the past. According to that woman, a new nameless Supreme Sovereign will appear in a month. She's voice was rare with a trace of seriousness. A month, the ancient path of the starry sky would be covered by the shadow of the forbidden power of order again. What kind of upheaval would happen at that time? There was no doubt that the new nameless Supreme Sovereign would definitely avenge the Ninth Granduncle, and it was very likely that his target would fall on Lin Sun. As early as in primitive times, the woman called Star Spill came to kill my mother and Master Lu. She came to Xinji Taoist sect to go to the true dragon world. Does this mean that my mother and Master Lu are very likely to be in the true dragon world? Lin Sun suddenly said. She said, it's possible. But I think that if she knows your whereabouts, she will definitely give up the plan to go to the true dragon world and come to deal with you. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. He knew that she was right. When he saw the scenes created by the imprint of will left by Lu Boya, Lin Sun knew that he, who possessed the complete devouring spirit vein of the great abyss, was the most urgent target of Star Spill. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said, Senior, I plan to find the practitioners of Xinji Taoist sect. If I can rush to the true dragon world before Star Spill, I may be able to resolve some of the disasters. She nodded. She had been guarding the heaven accessing place for countless years. She had seen Lu Boya and the terrifying willpower left by Luo Tongtian, the master of sky reaching. Of course, she knew Lin Sun's identity and origin better than anyone else. On this day, Lin Sun and she walked along Tong Mountain to the nearby cities, making inquiries along the way. To Lin Sun's surprise, no matter how he inquired, no one knew what had happened to an ancient orthodoxy like Xianxia Taoist sect. Naturally, no one knew where the successors of Xianxia Taoist sect had gone. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Lin Sun still found nothing. This made him realize that Xianxia Taoist sect must have sensed danger in advance. That was why they had disappeared without anyone noticing. Lin Sun and she returned to Tong Mountain again. Unlike 7 days ago, the empty mountain gate of Xianxia Taoist sect was already filled with the figures of countless practitioners. It was as if they had entered a treasure house and were searching everywhere for the treasures left behind in this blessed land. After all, Xianxia Taoist sect had completely disappeared. The place where they occupied was a top-notch blessed land in the world. Many practitioners would definitely target it. It was even to the extent that there was no lack of powers that intended to occupy this famed mountain paradise by force, and they were eager to make a move. I wonder if Star Spill has found the successor of Xianxia Taoist sect. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun frowned. He realized that it was impossible for the Star Destroyer to appear here again. After a long time, Lin Sun shook his head and turned to leave. On the way, he thought of something. In about half a month, a new Supreme Venerable Nameless would appear. He would definitely use all means to deal with him. You can expose your tracks and let Star Spill know. In this way, she will definitely not go to Zhenlong World again. You also don't have to worry about your loved ones, she suddenly said. However, in this way, you will be targeted by Star Spill. That is equivalent to drawing a fatal calamity to yourself. Lin Sun was stunned, and his eyes gradually brightened. She said, if I only face Star Spill, I am confident of winning. However, if a new Supreme Venerable Nameless appears, it will be troublesome. You should know that once the new Supreme Venerable Nameless appears, he will definitely not let you off. Lin Sun took a deep breath. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Senior, don't worry. Let's do it. It's been 7 days, yet you haven't found a single clue. Don't you think that's very embarrassing? Yanxing's eyes were indifferent as he stood at the peak of a lone mountain, and his purple hair fluttered in the wind. The gray-robed middle-aged man was terrified to the point of kneeling on the ground, and his face was ghastly pale. During these 7 days of time, he'd exhausted all means to investigate. However, never had he imagined that those cultivators of the divine secret Tao sect would simply seem as if they'd evaporated into thin air. They'd vanished without a trace, and they didn't even leave behind a trace. Senior, give me a little more time. I'll definitely find those disciples of the divine mystery Taoist sect. The gray-robed middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Yanxing glanced at him and said, do you think the divine mystery Taoist sect has noticed something, and that's why they chose to hide in advance? The gray-robed middle-aged man said without the slightest hesitation, it must be so. Otherwise, how could such a large sect that has existed for countless years vanish without a trace overnight? Yanxing said, then tell me, besides the divine mystery Taoist sect, which other power in the primordial world knows the way to the true dragon world? The gray-robed middle-aged man shook his head. Since ancient times, the divine mystery Taoist sect has been like the gatekeeper of the true dragon world. No matter which great power wants to contact the true dragon world, they can only go through the divine mystery Taoist sect. Right at this moment, space fluctuated, and then the figure of the man in luxurious clothes appeared. Senior, Lin Sun has appeared. He reported excitedly, just last night, Lin Sun appeared in the underground world of Black River City and inquired of the hidden mist Taoist sect about heading to the dark world. Lin Sun, a wisp of light flashed through Yanxing's eyes like lightning. Is he heading to the dark world? It should be so. The man in luxurious clothes said without hesitation. It should be? Yanxing glanced at him. The man in luxurious clothes trembled in his heart and waved his sleeve, causing a figure to roll to the ground. Senior, this is the person in charge of the hidden mist Taoist sect in Black River City. He saw Lin Sun appear with his own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. The figure on the ground was a dignified middle-aged man in embroidered clothes and a marten fur coat. But at this moment, he was scared out of his wits and panicked. Look at me. Yanxing looked down, a strange purple light flashing in his eyes. When the brocade-robed middle-aged man's eyes met his, he immediately felt a tearing pain in his soul, as if a large hand had ruthlessly stabbed into his soul and was constantly twisting it. At the same time, Xianxia saw various scenes. In the Black River City, Lin Sun entered the underground world. Under the guidance of a waiter, he met the person in charge and was then led into a quiet room. After a long while, Xianxia raised his head, and the strange purple light in his eyes had disappeared. She said thoughtfully, "Could it be that this guy has also sensed some danger and is planning to hide in the dark world?" On the ground, the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was completely drenched in cold sweat while blood ceaselessly flowed from his lips. He gasped rapidly for breath as he said, Do I still have a chance to survive?" The gray-robed middle-aged man and the finely dressed man both looked at Xianxia. "I am fair in my rewards and punishments. Although you were captured, you did me a favor. I will give you a chance to live." Xianxia waved his hand and the middle-aged man was taken away by a terrifying force and disappeared. "There is not much time left. Since you can't find the way to the real dragon realm, you will go to the dark world with me." Xianxia made a decision. Xianxia firmly remembered Lin Sun's appearance, breath, and charm from the memory extracted from the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. A realm ship took off from the Hongmeng Great World. After moving in the fixed starry lane for half a month, it gradually left the original route and sailed into the depths of the chaotic starry sky. The stars were like disorderly and desolate weeds that stretched throughout the void of the universe, and some terrifying natural disasters could be seen occurring repeatedly throughout the universe. There were void faults across, like a bloody mouth that swallowed the starry sky. There were beautiful and colorful streamers, like thin gauze fluttering in the air, but they could easily erode the stars. There were space-time storms roaring, emitting a violent power that was enough to make the Emperor realm tremble. It swept through the void and made endless roaring sounds. Those terrifying scenes were simply capable of causing the hearts of any cultivator to palpitate with fear. But this realm ship shuttled skillfully. Every time it encountered some terrible disasters, it could always avoid them. Obviously, although this starry sky was chaotic and dangerous, the realm ship was driven by a veteran. This realm ship was extremely large, like a floating land, belonging to the Hidden Mist sect. Their goal this time was to go to the dark world. The realm ship was divided into 3 areas. In the uppermost area, there were quiet courtyards full of spiritual chi scattered like stars in the sky. Only the most distinguished guests could stay there. In front of one of the courtyards, a servant respectfully knocked on the door 3 times, stepped back a little, and bowed. "Senior, the realm ship has sailed into the most dangerous and turbulent dark night starfield. There may be some bumps and dangers along the way. I'm here to inform you. Don't worry about it." The messenger was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a gray beard. His breath was strong, and he was a Saint King realm master. But at this time, he looked very respectful. "Thank you for reminding me. I know." A voice as calm as water rang out in the courtyard. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Senior, don't be so polite. This is what I should do." Soon, the middle-aged man said goodbye and left. The courtyard was covered in luxuriant plants and ancient trees. Within an elegant room, a tall and extraordinary figure sat casually. He wore moon-white clothes, had long hair that hung loosely on his shoulders, and revealed a handsome appearance. It was Lin Sun. Half a month ago, he went to a place called the Black River City and found the Hidden Mist sect in the underground world to inquire about the news related to the Dark World. Then he took the realm ship of the Hidden Mist sect to the Dark World. With Xianxia's ability, I'm afraid she has already known that I'm going to the Dark World. But I don't know if she has caught up with me. In the room, Lin Sun showed a thoughtful expression. There had been a saying on the ancient path of starry sky that if the whole world was an enemy, there was no way to retreat. The Dark World was the last way to survive. However, this time, Lin Sun was not forced to flee. He took the initiative to come here. On the one hand, he wanted to attract the attention of Xianxia, the woman in purple, and make her change her action to the realm of True Dragon. On the other hand, Lin Sun did have something to do. When the golden cicada youth left, he gave him a letter with a sentence on it. "In the Dark World, someone is waiting for you to untie the bell." With the identity of the golden cicada youth, there must be a deep meaning for him to leave such a sentence before going to the other side of the starry sky. Lin Sun, who had given up going to the realm of True Dragon, naturally thought of going to the dark world to see who on earth needed him, the one who started the bell, to untie the bell. Now he was targeted by Xianxia, the woman in purple. With she, Lin Sun was not afraid of anything. But Lin Sun had to consider one thing. When the new nameless emperor appeared and wanted to deal with him by all means, how could he resist? It was impossible to rely on she alone. However, when Ruosa left, she said that the second successor of the Fengsuan mountain, who had never appeared and seemed extremely mysterious, was very likely to live in seclusion in the dark world. This was why Lin Sun chose to go to the dark world. While thinking, Lin Sun turned over his palm, and a small green crystal tree emerged. The texture of the trunk was like the natural trace of the great Tao, full of mysterious aura. The tender green and round leaves flowed down wisps of dreamy green clouds. This was the seedling of the Bodhi tree. Fortunately, although the Buzhou mountain is not here, there is this seedling of the Bodhi tree. If the forbidden power of order appears, it can come in handy. At least it should not be difficult to hide my aura. Lin Sun looked at the seedling of the Bodhi tree. With his current foundation, he was far from being able to compete with the forbidden power of order, let alone the new nameless emperor who was about to arrive. But with the seedling of the Bodhi tree, he could avoid the detection of the forbidden order that covered the sky. Crack! Crack! There was a cracking sound on the table in front of Lin Sun. The originally mystical and sharp emperor sword seemed to have lost all of its spirituality at that moment. It cracked inch by inch and turned into pieces. Next to it, an obscure rain of light flowed on the broken blade, reflecting a mysterious and unfathomable pattern of Tao. Next to the broken blade, the insignificant spiritual bow made of white bones also glowed with a magnificent brilliance, illuminating the whole room. I swallowed another emperor weapon. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. The spirit of the weapon, Wu Kei, was silent in the insignificant spiritual bow. He needed to refine the essence of many treasures to repair the injuries he had suffered in those countless years. Similarly, when the broken blade condensed 100 natal Tao patterns, Lin Sun noticed that there was an extremely terrifying existence dormant in the depths of the broken blade. That figure sat silently within the darkness. His hair was disheveled while numerous thumb-thick chains were coiled around his throat, legs, and waist, and they were suffused with obscure energy of order. When he opened his eyes in the darkness, it was like a light that could tear apart the night of eternity. It was extremely dazzling and sharp. The feeling that this figure gave off was like that of a god that sat in the darkness. With a single thought, he could destroy the heavens and earth. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. At that time, Lin Sun's cultivation was at the peak of the great saint realm, but the figure said, "If you want to completely refine my power, with your current strength, you're still far from it. Come again in the future." It was this sentence that made Lin Sun completely conclude that this figure was very likely to be the spirit of the broken blade. It was because of the scene of Wu Kei refining the essence of treasures to repair his vitality that Lin Sun had an idea. He also tried to use this method to improve the power of the broken blade. Who would have thought that it would actually come true? During this period of time, the broken blade, like the insignificant spiritual bow, constantly swallowed and absorbed the essence of emperor weapons. Its quality and power had obviously improved significantly. In the past, when Lin Sun was not rich, he could only take some ordinary holy treasures and let Wu Kei refine and absorb them. During those years, most of the spoils of war from every battle had been transformed into pills that could restore Wu Kei's vitality. But since the ancient immortal forbidden area, Lin Sun began to use emperor weapons as elixirs for Wu Kei as he obtained many emperor weapons. It could be said that he was rich and overbearing. If some emperor realm cultivators knew about this, they would scold him for wasting God's resources. After discovering that the broken blade spirit couldn't resist the temptation of emperor weapons, the number of emperor weapons Lin Sun had began to decrease sharply. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't hold on for too long with Wu Kei and the broken blade spirit, the two gluttons with fierce appetites. Now, Lin Sun had less than 20 emperor weapons that could be used as elixirs, except for the Tower of Endless, the 3,000 floating and sinking, the immeasurable saber, and the infinite bottle. Of course, 20 sovereign weapons was still an extremely shocking number, but Lin Sun began to worry about it. Wu Kei and the broken blade spirit could devour the essence of an emperor weapon every 3 days or so. At this rate of consumption, these 20 emperor weapons would be completely consumed in less than 3 months. Without new emperor weapons, how could they satisfy the appetite of Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit? Lin Sun also had some heavenly and earthly treasures, but Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit didn't care about them at all. It was like a person who was used to eating delicacies from land to sea, fish, and meat would no longer be interested in plain food. What made Lin Sun most speechless was that neither Wu Kei nor the Broken Blade Spirit had changed at all after devouring so many emperor weapons. It was like throwing meat buns at a dog, but there was no return. However, according to Shi, the insignificant bow and the broken blade were extraordinary and were very likely to be the top treasures among the spiritual emperor weapons. Ordinary emperor weapons couldn't be compared with them at all. The essence of emperor weapons that Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit had devoured was a kind of accumulation. When it reached a certain level, there would be a qualitative transformation. Of course, she also said that before the insignificant spiritual bow and the broken blade were completely restored, it was difficult to accurately determine the grade of their sovereign weapons. But he was sure that a monarch weapon with an artifact spirit was at least a spirit grade. It was also at this time that Lin Sun clearly understood the classification of imperial weapons. According to the difference in power, the sovereign weapons were divided into 3 grades and 9 ranks. The 3 grades were profound grade, spirit grade, and divine grade. Amongst them, profound grade emperor armaments implied that the treasure was profound and contained emperor Dao laws within it. Emperor Dao treasures were formed from emperor Dao markings, and they were divided into the upper, middle, and lower grades. With 9 emperor Dao treasure patterns, it could be considered a low-grade profound grade emperor artifact. This kind of monarch armament was one of the most commonly seen in the world. Most of the monarch weapons that Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit had devoured were at this level. With 49 inner emperor Dao treasure patterns, it could be considered a mid-grade profound grade emperor artifact. Be it in terms of strength or appearance, there was a clear difference between the mid-grade profound monarch armament and the mid-grade monarch armament. With 59 emperor Dao treasure patterns, it could be considered a high-grade profound grade emperor artifact. The high-grade emperor artifact was extremely precious. Most of them were controlled by the 6 Tao courts and the 10 battle clans, and each of them had a unique inheritance and origin. This was the 3rd grade of profound grade. Spirit grade emperor weapon implied that the monarch armament was psychic, which meant that it had a spirit and possessed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. Spirit grade emperor weapons were also divided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. Every rank had its own unique wonders. The spirit of a low-grade emperor weapon could transform into a specific form, but it had to cooperate with the monarch armament to exert its full power in battle. Spirit-grade emperor weapons had wisdom and could be controlled to fight with the monarch armament. Spirit-grade emperor weapons had cultivation and could be separated from the monarch armament to fight alone. They could also cultivate, however, no matter which type of spirit-grade imperial armament it was, all of them were extremely rare and precious. Even colossi like the 6 great Dao courts possessed spirit-grade imperial armaments, and they could be counted on one's fingers. In this world, the birth of a spirit-grade emperor weapon would definitely cause a sensation in the world, and countless cultivators would talk about it. It was worth mentioning that although natal saint treasures could also transform into spirit-grade emperor weapons, they were completely different from profound-grade emperor weapons. In the beginning, Lin Sun didn't know the origin of the broken blade, so he tempered it as a natal saint treasure. But when he discovered the existence of the broken blade spirit, he realized that this treasure was far from as simple as he had imagined. It was not comparable to a holy treasure at all. But now, he finally realized that the broken blade spirit was not only not a holy treasure, but also not an ordinary monarch armament. Divine-grade emperor weapons were divine. This kind of monarch armament was more powerful and magical than spirit-grade emperor weapons, but it was extremely rare, like a legend. There were several divine-grade emperor weapons on the entire Starry Sky ancient path, and all of them were controlled by the 6 Tao courts. Generally speaking, such divine-grade emperor weapons would not be used unless it was a life-and-death situation. It was said that divine-grade emperor weapons, also known as Emperor's Path extreme weapons, had the power to collapse the sky and destroy a world. Knowing this, Lin Sun suddenly found that Wu Kei, the spirit of insignificance bow, the spirit of broken blade, and the sword spirit of leaf, he had 3 imperial weapons at least of the spiritual grade. The reason why it was at least was that Wu Kei, the broken blade spirit, and leaf all had a serious problem. That was, they had been seriously injured. so that it was impossible to know their specific conditions before they recovered. In addition, he also had the Tower of Ceaseless, the 3,000 floating and sinking treasures, and many Kunlun Emperor weapons, which were not comparable to ordinary Emperor weapons. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of Emperor weapons owned by some powerful forces was not as many as that owned by Lin Sun. Putting away the sapling of the Bodhi tree, Lin Sun took out a mysterious grade lower rank Emperor weapon as an elixir for Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit to recover. Lin Sun asked, "Leaf, you really don't need my help?" Leaf was a sword spirit and also a device spirit. But unlike Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit, he was not interested in Emperor weapons. Leaf, who was quietly dormant in Lin Sun's hair, said, "My body has been destroyed for a long time, so I can't absorb the essence of Emperor weapons. If I want to recover, I can only rely on my own cultivation." Lin Sun asked with interest, "What kind of cultivation method does a device spirit practice?" It was inconceivable that a treasure could give birth to a spirit, have wisdom and life, and embark on the road of cultivation. Leaf said, "I was born of the Emperor Sword, so the Tao I seek is naturally related to Sword Tao. As for the cultivation inheritance, it was given by my master, called 8 Fierce Gods Punishment." Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Who is your master?" Leaf shook his head, "My memory has long been incomplete. I can't remember it anymore." His voice was low, with a trace of confusion. "He is the same as me." Xi's voice suddenly came out, "Maybe only when I recover completely can I regain my memory of the past." After a pause, she continued, "Yezi, although your body has been destroyed, if you want to recover from your injuries, cultivation isn't the only way. As far as I know, the origin source Qi can help you." Source Qi, Lin Sun took a deep breath. This was the original power born at the beginning of the formation of chaos. It was mysterious and was regarded as a congenital divine object. In terms of rarity, it was no less than a divine-grade emperor weapon. It was just like an ethereal legend, and people only heard of it, at least on this starry ancient path. No one had heard of obtaining Source Qi. As expected, Leaf said, "This kind of divine treasure can only be found by chance. I don't expect to find it. Although the speed of recovery is a little slow, for me, it is like walking on the road of Tao again, and it will bring me a lot of benefits." Although Leaf didn't expect to get Source Qi, Lin Sun still firmly remembered it. Even if there was a glimmer of hope in the future, he would help Leaf find this thing. As time went by, a month had passed since they left the Hongmeng world. The boundary ship of the Hidden Mist House had already sailed into the depths of the Dark Night Star Zone. Along the way, there were horrible natural disasters everywhere. Chaos, upheaval, danger, filled every corner of this star field. This was the route to the Dark World. According to the middle-aged man of the Hidden Mist House, in the Dark World, only the 3 giants, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Bronze Sparrow Tower, had mastered the ancient transmission formation that could be used to teleport between the stars. If others wanted to enter and exit the Dark World, they could only take great risks and travel through this dangerous star zone called the Dark Night. If someone was not familiar with the way, even if he had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, he was very likely to get lost or suffer in this dangerous star zone. Knock, knock, knock. On this day, Lin Sun was meditating and refining his 5 viscera. Suddenly, there was a violent and hurried knock on the door, which seemed very rude. Lin Sun couldn't help frowning. This time, he took the ship as a distinguished guest. The courtyard he stayed in was located on the top floor of the boundary ship. Without permission, ordinary passengers couldn't get close at all. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Sun didn't intend to pay attention to it, but the knocking on the door was as dense as drumbeats, and he couldn't wait to smash the door of the courtyard. Logically speaking, the strongmen of the Hidden Mist House should be alarmed at this time and stop them, but this situation didn't happen. After thinking about it, Lin Sun stood up from meditation and went straight out. Without going out of the courtyard, Lin Sun's spiritual awareness had already sensed the scene outside the courtyard. A thin man in a fiery red crane cloak, surrounded by a group of retainers, stood outside the gate of the courtyard. The one who knocked on the door was one of the retainers, full of impatience. The middle-aged man of the Hidden Mist House, who was responsible for serving Lin Sun, was standing beside him at the moment. He was as silent as a cicada in winter, frowning and restless. When seeing such a scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Obviously, the thin man in the fiery red crane cloak had an extraordinary background. Even the middle-aged man had to bow his head under his oppression. But why did they come to him? Lin Sun opened the gate of the courtyard. Are you fucking deaf? How dare you keep our young master waiting for so long? The retainer who was knocking on the door raised his hand and slapped towards Lin Sun's face in the air. Just because of a disagreement, he directly attacked. This retainer was obviously used to running amok. Otherwise, he would never dare to act so arrogantly. Lin Sun rarely encountered such things in recent years, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. However, he didn't slow down. The retainer's palm was directly grasped by Lin Sun and couldn't move an inch. To everyone's surprise, the retainer was not surprised but angry. He said, "You dog, how dare you block me? Are you tired of living?" As he said, he kicked Lin Sun. It was very aggressive, as if only he could attack, and the other party could only take a passive position to be beaten. Even a subordinate dared to be so insolent, so one could imagine that he definitely had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, this kind of character would have been killed countless times already. Crack, as soon as the retainer kicked, his wrist was twisted by Lin Sun. He screamed in pain, staggered, and was directly pressed to kneel on the ground by Lin Sun. This series of actions was done in one go. Lin Sun didn't make a sound. He looked indifferent, but his black eyes were full of coldness. He came to the door for no reason. When he knocked on the door, he was so rude and unreasonable. When he just opened the door, he was so insolent and arrogant. If he hadn't figured out the reason, Lin Sun would have killed such a reckless thing. How dare you? How dare you touch the people of Star Evil Mountain? You really don't know what's good for you. A group of retainers around the man in a fiery red crane cloak scolded and glared at Lin Sun with a look of disbelief. The middle-aged man from the mist-hidden house was also stunned. He quickly transmitted his voice to Lin Sun, "Senior, please calm down and be patient. These are all people of Star Evil Mountain." According to the explanation of the middle-aged man, Star Evil Mountain was a huge force in the Dark World. Its influence was second only to the three dark giants. The man in a fiery red crane cloak was Xianxia, the legitimate son of a supreme elder of Star Evil Mountain. He had an extremely distinguished status. In a turbulent and dangerous place like the Dark World, there was no lack of vicious people, but very few people were willing to offend Xianxia. The reason was that his father was an extremely protective and hot-tempered fiend who was also known as the Dark-Devouring Fiend Emperor. Moreover, the forces of the Star Fiend Mountain were also extremely powerful. Especially in recent years, they faintly showed signs of catching up to the three dark giants. Interesting. Xianxia, who was dressed in a fiery red crane cloak, laughed. The retainer who was forced to kneel on the ground crawled over and cried out in grief and indignation, "Young master, you have to help this lowly one. Aren't you ashamed?" Xianxia's palm slapped down. Bang, the head of the lackey exploded, and blood splattered all over the place. A few droplets of blood landed on Xianxia's face, but he paid them no heed at all. Instead, he licked them lightly with the tip of his tongue. The expressions of the subordinates by his side changed, and they went silent like cicadas in winter. "My friend, my retainer was too rude just now. Now, he has paid the price for it." Xianxia looked at Lin Sun and said in a feminine voice, "As the old saying goes, you should look at the owner before beating the dog. You forced my retainer to kneel in front of me. Do you also have to pay the price?" The lean middle-aged man next to him was sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, "Childshire, ignorance is not a crime. This senior is a distinguished guest of our hidden mist house. Can you make an exception? Don't blame me for being rude if you talk too much." Xianxia glanced at him. The lean middle-aged man immediately shut up and winked at Lin Sun frequently, as if telling him to bear it and not to be impulsive. Lin Sun turned a blind eye to him and said, "I'll give you a chance. Disappear from my sight now, or you'll bear the consequences." Xianxia was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The retainers around him were also astonished. They couldn't believe that someone dared to speak to their young master like this. "You seem to be very confident." Xianxia looked at Lin Sun as if he was getting to know him again. However, with his vision, he couldn't see how terrible the young man in front of him was. In addition, he had been used to running amok since he started his cultivation. Even if he met someone stronger than him, he would not dare to provoke him easily because of his identity. Therefore, Lin Sun's strong posture at the moment made Xianxia a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Is this the first time you came to the Dark World by boat?" This was a test. However, Lin Sun was a little impatient. God knew how many people of the Divine Sunshine sect and the Hidden Land realm had been killed by him. How could they care about a child from the Star Evil Mountain? He looked at the lean middle-aged man next to him with cold eyes and said, "If I kill them, will I implicate your hidden mist house?" His words made the lean middle-aged man's hair stand on end. He hurriedly said, "Senior, please don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. Why do we have to fight?" "Ha ha ha, did you hear that? This guy threatened to kill us." Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. He thought he had been patient enough. Who would have thought that the man in front of him didn't know what was good for him? The retainers also laughed with cold eyes. It was obvious that this was the first time this guy went to the Dark World. He didn't know the weight of the Star Evil Mountain at all. "Hurry up and apologize to our young master," a man shouted, and his whole body was full of killing intent. The other retainers also shouted one after another, all showing their killing intent. Ignorance also has to pay the price. Lin Sun finally became impatient and let out a sigh. Boom, the next moment, a terrible and boundless killing intent surged out like a raging storm. In the eyes of the people, Lin Sun, who was originally ordinary, seemed to have turned into a god coming out of the purgatory of killing at this moment. Bang, 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 there was a burst of noise. Those retainers didn't have time to struggle and were forced to kneel down by the terrible power emitted from Lin Sun. Their heads hit the ground one by one, and their kneecaps were broken. Screams also rang out one after another. "No!" Xianxia roared, his long hair flying as he struggled with all his might. But in the blink of an eye, his body also seemed to be pressed down by a divine mountain. He lay on the ground like a dog eating shit, and the skin all over his body cracked and blood flowed out. The lean middle-aged man was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Those retainers were all experts from the Star Evil Mountain. The stronger ones had the cultivation of the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the weaker ones had the ability of the Saint King realm. But now, before they could struggle, they were suppressed. The most frightening thing was that the other party didn't even make a move. Just the power emitted from his body made them powerless to struggle and resist. It should be known that the forces in the Dark World were different from the outside world. The descendants of every sect were mostly ruthless characters who had wandered into the Dark World, and there was no lack of evil people who lived on the edge of a knife. Especially in the Star Evil Mountain, the descendants of the sects were a mix of good and bad people. There were villains who had become bandits, evil tyrants whose hands were stained with blood, and demons who had committed heinous crimes in the outside world. There was no lack of such evil people among the retainers who followed Xianxia. But now, all of them were kneeling. Even a noble figure like Xianxia was no exception. When he looked at Lin Sun again, the lean middle-aged man's eyes were filled with deep awe. "Tell me, why did you come to me?" Lin Sun looked down at Xianxia on the ground with deep eyes. "Kill me if you dare." Xianxia was full of anger and his eyes almost popped out. For the first time in his life, he was defeated so badly and tasted the humiliation of kneeling on the ground for the first time. "Who says it?" Lin Sun moved his eyes and looked at those retainers. These retainers looked at each other and no one answered. Lin Sun flicked his finger. Bang, a bloody hole was pierced through the space between the eyebrows of one of the retainers, and he silently died on the spot. "You say it." Lin Sun looked at one of them. The retainer trembled all over and said in a trembling voice, "Young lord, he heard that you took the purple jade token of Miss Qingying to take this ship. He suspected that there was something fishy between you and Miss Qingying, so he planned to come, to ask." Lin Sun frowned. Qingying was the woman in a cyan dress with a blood umbrella in her hand, exuding a mysterious and enchanting aura. In the underground world of Linen City, Lin Sun was amazed by the unique elegance of this woman. In order to compensate Lin Sun, this woman once gave him a purple token. This time, Lin Sun took the boundary ship of the Misty House and lived in the courtyard on the top floor. It was indeed because of the purple token in his hand that Lin Sun received such special care. He turned over his palm and the purple token appeared. Just because of this? It's not about the token. The retainer hesitated for a moment. Ignoring Shirliji's murderous eyes, he braced himself and said, all the people in the dark world know that our young lord is infatuated with Miss Qingying and regards her as his own. Only then did Lin Sun realize that it was because of the token he obtained that Shirliji suspected that he had a close relationship with Qingying. That was why Shirliji came here aggressively to find out the truth. You can't catch up with her, so you stop others from contacting her. You are really overbearing. Lin Sun sneered. Shirliji, who was kneeling on the ground, looked uncertain. He gritted his teeth and said, then tell me, what's the relationship between you and Qingying? It doesn't matter. Lin Sun answered casually. But Shirliji didn't believe it and said angrily, if it doesn't matter, will she give you her purple jade token? That's the treasure she has been carrying since she was a child. In all the years I've been pursuing her, she's never shown it to me. But now, this token has fallen into your hands. How can you say that it has nothing to do with her? Do you really think I'm an idiot? There was unconcealable resentment in his voice. Lin Sun looked strange and his eyes were strange. After all, this guy really came to make trouble for him because of inexplicable jealousy. He couldn't help saying, your name is very good. Shirliji was stunned, what do you mean? Lin Sun replied seriously, I think you really lost your mind. He lost his mind, the middle-aged man almost laughed out loud. Shirliji was furious and felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Lin Sun thought for a while and took out an antique bronze mirror. Do you recognize this thing? Shirliji was struck by lightning and cried out involuntarily, she even gave you the bronze mirror to guide the way to the dark land? His voice was full of jealousy and anger. You still say you have nothing to do with Qingying? The bronze mirror of guidance, Lin Sun was lost in thought. When he left Linen City, Qingying once took the initiative to find him and said some intriguing words. If you meet a man named Lin Sun in the future, tell him that Qingying of Misty House wants to meet him. At that time I will tell him something beneficial and harmless. At that time, Lin Sun walked in the world as Yu Xian, but Qingying seemed to have guessed something. Later, Qingying gave him the bronze mirror of guidance and said that there was a map inside. With the map, Lin Sun could find her. At that time, she would give Lin Sun an irresistible reward. So, you also know the Dark Land? Lin Sun asked. Shirliji said, that's the primordial ancestral land of Misty House. Everyone in the dark world knows it. But without the bronze mirror of guidance, no one can find the Dark Land. Lin Sun said, so, the Dark Land is in the dark world? Shirliji said, isn't it nonsense? He felt that Lin Sun had lost his mind at this moment. Only then did Lin realize that Qingying definitely had a special intention when he gave him the bronze mirror for guiding the way. What kind of beneficial and harmless thing did she want to tell him? Senior, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, could you spare Xianxia and others for the sake of Misty House? The middle-aged man stepped forward and smiled apologetically. Shirliji and others also looked at Lin Sun. At this time, no matter how stupid they were, they realized that they had kicked a big iron plate. Lin Sun said casually, it's easy to live. Give me an emperor treasure, and I will let you go. An emperor treasure? Shirliji and the others were dumbfounded. This was an exorbitant demand, even though Shirliji was of noble status, and his father was the dark devouring demon emperor of the Starfiend Mountain. He only had a single monarch artifact with him. Haha, a mere quasi-emperor dares to lay his hands on an emperor weapon. How bold of him. Is he not afraid of bursting himself to death? A cold laugh suddenly rang out. A black-robed old man had appeared in the courtyard not far away. He had white hair, a youthful complexion, eyes that were sharp like a hawk, and his entire body emanated an imposing aura that belonged solely to an emperor realm figure. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, old guy, be careful of your words. Hiss, all the spectators gasped. When has a quasi-emperor dared to reprimand and threaten a true martial emperor? This was simply a case of an old man who had eaten frost and was tired of living, especially the burly middle-aged man. He was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. He quickly transmitted his voice, Senior, this is a great emperor of the evil path from the primordial world's demon province's netherworld Taoist sect. You'd better apologize quickly and lower your head, or you'll lose your life. After that, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat. The martial emperor realm could not be insulted, and the black-robed old man was a demon emperor. His power and terror were boundless. Which quasi-emperor in the world dared to slander him? The black-robed old man was also stunned, and then his face suddenly darkened. His eyes were surging with a terrifying light. Young man, do you know how to write the word death? Lin Sun sneered, you're so old, but you still can't write. How about I teach you? Xianxia and the others, as well as the burly middle-aged man, were all dumbfounded. There was only one thought in their mind, crazy. This guy was absolutely crazy. Who in the world dared to offend an emperor realm in such a frenzied manner? Look, how arrogant this kid is. No wonder he fled to the dark world on the boundary ship. He must have caused a terrible disaster. How dare he be so disrespectful to an emperor realm? Even if he fled to the dark world, he wouldn't survive for more than a few days. Young man, hurry up and kneel down to apologize. There was a burst of noise, some ridiculing and some disdainful. On the upper floor of the boundary ship, there were many courtyards. The noise here had already alarmed the guests in those courtyards. When they saw Lin Sun slandering an emperor realm in such a way, they were also stunned and couldn't believe it. Those noisy voices were made by these people. The black-robed old man said with a gloomy face, well, I'd like to ask you how to write the word death. As he said, he slapped the air with his palm. Boom, in the void, thunder roared, and the rolling black light condensed into a giant black palm, emitting a terrible fluctuation of Emperor Realm law, which caused the void to collapse and explode. At this moment, all the experts who witnessed this scene felt suffocated and a chill ran down their spines. The power of the Emperor Realm was vividly demonstrated in this palm. Even looking at it from a distance, it made people feel desperate. It's over, the burly middle-aged man's hands and feet were cold. If this senior died, how could he explain it to Miss Qingying? Xianxia and the others were ecstatic. How could they expect that an emperor realm would appear halfway, which was equivalent to helping them eliminate a great enemy? The onlookers couldn't help trembling in their hearts. This was the consequence of slandering an emperor realm. This was the so-called emperor realm couldn't be insulted. In a flash, Lin Sun stood still, but a wisp of sword chi swept out from his hair. Swish, as the sword chi slashed out, it was like a light that tore the sky, so bright and dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Immediately after that, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, and the entire realm ship shook violently. Some of the meteorites floating in the nearby starry sky exploded simultaneously at this moment, and they transformed into powder that drifted in the air. Before the rumble had died down and the smoke and dust had dispersed, an enraged cry resounded. How is it possible? The voice came from the black-robed old man. At this time, people's vision finally recovered, and they saw the black-robed old man, who was regarded as a god and couldn't be slandered, with a face full of shock and anger. On the other hand, a bloody sword wound had been torn open on his chest, causing his skin and flesh to split open while fresh blood flowed out without end. Just one sword strike injured an Emperor Realm expert, the whole place was silent, not a sound could be heard. The middle-aged man, Xianxia, and the onlookers were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were in a trance. Who could imagine that the arrogant quasi-emperor, the young man who despised and slandered the Emperor Realm, had such ability? It was incredible. At this time, the sword spirit leaf stood on Lin Sun's shoulder and said casually, it's an old man at the second level of the Emperor Realm. Do you want to keep him as a live target or kill him directly? Kill him. Lin Sun sighed helplessly. Even if the old man at the second level of the Emperor Realm was used as a target, he couldn't kill him now. Only then did people notice the existence of Leaf, and they felt dizzy again. The conversation was too casual. What did they think the Emperor Realm was? A prey that could be taken at will, a fish on the chopping board. But when he noticed the sword spirit leaf, it was too late for the black-robed old man to be angry, and there was only a bone-chilling feeling left in his heart. He sensed a deadly aura of danger. Swish, without hesitation, he teleported to the void to escape. Even if this was the most dangerous Dark Night Star Zone, and even if he was very likely to die once he got lost in it, he couldn't care less. As a great emperor of the diabolism, he had experienced countless dangers and slaughters to achieve his current cultivation. He was very sure that if he didn't escape now, he was doomed to die. Old man, you still don't know how to write the word death? Why are you running? Come here, I'll teach you. Leaf smiled, and when his voice sounded, he had already turned into a stream of light and chased after the old man. In the blink of an eye, Leaf and the black-robed old man both disappeared in the vast starry sky. It was only at this moment that the shocked crowd suddenly realized that the great emperor of the diabolism from the Netherworld sect had fled without a fight. The middle-aged man was in a trance. The impact of this scene was so great that he couldn't calm down for a while. Xianxia and the others were scared out of their wits. Who could believe that a dignified emperor realm cultivator was scared away? Those onlookers were like frosted eggplants at this moment. They closed their mouths tightly and their expressions changed constantly. Before, they had ridiculed Lin Sun, thinking that he was arrogant and ignorant. But what happened now was like a slap in the face, making them feel uncomfortable. In just a moment, a shrill scream rang out in the distance of the starry sky, and then it stopped abruptly. Then, Leaf turned into a stream of light and returned. He raised his hand and a storage belt fell into Lin Sun's hand. This old guy looks majestic, but his family is quite shabby. He only has 2 low-grade mysterious emperor weapons. Leaf was a little disappointed. Only then did people recognize that the storage belt was originally wrapped around the black-robed old man, but now it had become a trophy. Obviously, the scream just now meant that the great emperor of the diabolism from the Netherworld sect had died before he could reach the dark world. And his death could be said to be disaster comes from the mouth. The scene became more and more silent, and it was oppressive to the point of suffocation. Killing an emperor realm expert was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. This made Lin Sun and Yi full of fatal danger in their eyes. Lin Sun put away the storage belt and looked at Xianxia, who was kneeling on the ground. This time, before Lin Sun spoke, Xianxia, who had already turned pale with fright, took out a crystal-clear red jade axe. This was also the only emperor weapon he had. "Fellow Daoist, I beg you to spare us just this once," Xianxia begged with a sad face. Lin Sun looked at the red jade axe and was surprised to find that it was a high-grade mysterious emperor weapon, containing a total of 66 emperor treasure tattoos. This was very precious. It was only 1 grade away from giving birth to a weapon spirit. Putting away the martial scarlet axe, Lin Sun paid no attention to Xianxia and the others who were kneeling on the ground in fear. Instead, he looked around and said calmly, "I'm afraid before, many people have spoken rudely to me. Should they pay for it? Here comes the update. Thank you Qi Banqing for your reward, Goldfish. Only then did I realize that the monthly votes for these few days are actually double, and it will end tomorrow." Those onlookers who could live on the top floor of the boundary ship were naturally regarded as distinguished guests by the Misty House. None of them was simple. But after witnessing the evil past emperor's death, they were so shocked that their scalps went numb and their hearts were filled with horror. Therefore, when Lin Sun proposed to let those who had ridiculed him pay the price, they obediently took out some compensation even though they were extremely uncomfortable. Elixirs, magic materials, rare treasures, everything was available. Lin Sun didn't care about it anymore. He glanced at Xianxia and others who were kneeling on the ground and said, "Don't let me see you again." He turned around and walked into the courtyard. Xianxia and the others heaved a long sigh of relief before scrambling out of the area. Third senior sister just said that when I arrived in the dark world, I didn't have to take the initiative to look for him, and second senior brother would be able to detect my presence. I just don't know if second senior brother will meet me if he really detects my trace. Back to the courtyard, Lin Sun couldn't help frowning when he thought of the purpose of coming to the dark world. Besides, the words left by the young man with golden cicada only told him to solve the problem, and there were no other clues. Lin Sun didn't know where to start. Maybe I can go to the hidden place and meet the mysterious girl Qingying? Lin Sun thought. The power of the Misty House couldn't be underestimated. In every city in the primordial world, there was an underground black market, and the controller of these black markets was the Misty House. Before, Lin Sun had never thought that the primordial place of the Misty House, a force all over the primordial world, should be in the dark world. Just as Lin Sun was thinking, Xi's voice suddenly sounded, "A new nameless supreme venerable has appeared." This sentence, like a thunder, made Lin Sun stiff all over. Finally, did he come? On this day, the taboo order power that seemed to have no master suddenly underwent a shocking change throughout the starry sky's ancient path heavens. It was as if a new master had appeared in a cage that no one was watching over. It appeared From today on, do we have to live in the shadow of the taboo order again? I really don't know what the world will become. Sigh. On this day, countless great figures that possessed extraordinary cultivation sensed the change in the order of the grand Tao in the universe, and a wisp of gloominess arose in their hearts. To most living beings on the ancient path in the starry sky, today was no different from the past, and they didn't notice at all that a boundlessly terrifying existence had traversed the void and arrived from the other side of the starry sky, black-yellow Tao Court. The heart of Tai Shu Hong, who was meditating, shook abruptly, and he was jolted awake. He stood up and walked out of his place of cultivation. When he raised his head and looked up, he noticed that the sky had suddenly been covered by the forbidden energy of order that was pitch black like ink. At that instant, Tai Shu Hong's pupils shrank. Rumble, in the pitch-black sky, there was a thunderous roar, and a forbidden aura of destruction enveloped the entire heavenly yellow Tao Court. What happened? A forbidden aura. Heavens! How could this be? At this moment, countless exclamations of surprise resounded out. All the disciples of the dark yellow Tao Court were alarmed, and they stopped what they were doing and stared dumbfoundedly at the sky. A strand of indescribable panic and terror spread along with this. Even if it was an emperor realm figure, all of them were in a panic, and they didn't know why this forbidden energy of order would descend onto their dark yellow Tao Court. Activate the Mountain Guarding Grand Formation. Everyone, quickly retreat into the Grand Formation. Don't act arbitrarily without orders. Right amidst this oppressive and panicked atmosphere, Tai Shu Hong's dignified and powerful voice resounded, and it surged through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Tai Shu Hong took a deep breath, and his figure teleported to arrive at the restricted area at the back of the mountain. This place was suffused with chaotic qi, and lightning faintly flickered within it. The ancient mottled heavenly yellow Tao tablet stood towering there, and it emanated an obscure and mysterious sheen. Tai Shu Hong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw the heavenly yellow Tao tablet. The heavenly yellow Tao tablet was a precious chaotic treasure that was born in an unknown place, and it possessed a miraculous and unfathomable power. It was capable of resisting and concealing the forbidden energy of order. During the countless years when the last imperial exalt, nameless, was in charge of the forbidden energy of order, the reason the heavenly yellow Tao Court was able to maintain neutrality and not obey the orders of the imperial exalt was because of the existence of this heavenly yellow Tao tablet. Sect Master. Swish. A wave of fluctuation arose in space before two figures appeared. The figure on the left was tall, wore a Taoist robe, and his gray hair was disheveled. Shockingly, it was Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf. During the Tao discussion that day, Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf had once made an appearance to acknowledge Ruosu, who'd appeared as an heir of the Origin Convergence Tao Court. By Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf's side was a man in linen clothes with a firm and chilly expression. He was a living fossil of the heavenly yellow Tao Court, Imperial Ancestor Shuang. Just like Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf, he didn't head to the other side of the starry sky to search for the Grand Tao, and he'd chosen to stay instead. Presently, only the two of them were Imperial Ancestor realm existences that held down the fort in the heavenly yellow Tao Court. Martial uncles. Tai Shu Hong cupped his hands. Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf and Imperial Ancestor Shuang nodded with extremely heavy expressions. Obviously, they'd noticed that the situation today wasn't right. Perhaps this is an unprecedented calamity, but with the heavenly yellow Tao tablet here, it won't cause our heavenly yellow Tao Court to end. Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf said. Is that so? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky. Following that, the forbidden order energy that was like a black cloud that covered the sky violently rolled and paved a staircase that descended from the sky. A godlike figure with his hands behind his back walked out from the depths of the staircase. With every step he took, the world wailed and everything trembled as if they were submitting to him. The expressions of Tai Shu Hong, Imperial Ancestor Greenleaf, and Imperial Ancestor Shuang changed simultaneously. This figure was incomparably majestic and emitted a supreme and boundless might. Numerous forbidden order energy lingered around his body, making him seem like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. In the blink of an eye, this figure appeared out of thin air and appeared not far away from Tai Shu Hong and the others. Even if the distance was extremely close, with the cultivation of Tai Shu Hong and the others, they actually couldn't see the appearance of this figure clearly. He was too dazzling, like a great sun shining alone, with an aura of supremacy in the heavens and earth. Just looking at his figure made one feel suffocated. As if they'd seen a god. Without a doubt, this figure was the newly arrived Emperor Nameless. Tai Shuhong and the others all looked extremely solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. The figure with his hands behind his back glanced at the black-yellow Dao tablet not far away, then looked at Tai Shuhong and the others. He said indifferently, "I've come this time to regain control of the Forbidden Order in the heavens, and I've come to take revenge." His voice was faint and indistinct, revealing a sense of superiority and overlooking all living beings. Taking a deep breath, Tai Shuhong said, "My black-yellow Dao court has always maintained neutrality since ancient times. It has been so in the past, and it will be so in the future. I just don't know why fellow Daoist has come here." "You call me fellow Daoist?" The figure's voice didn't conceal the disdain in his heart. "Remember, in this starry ancient path, I am the supreme ruler. You can call me Emperor Shirtian. On the other side of the starry sky, the great Tao is like the heavens, and I'm the emperor, so I'm called Emperor Shirtian." The expressions of Tai Shuhong and the others changed constantly. The Emperor Nameless, who called himself Emperor Shirtian, had shown a kind of superior attitude since he appeared, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. "I've come here for only one thing." Emperor Shirtian's voice was indifferent. "From today onwards, everyone in the black-yellow Dao court must obey my orders. If anyone disobeys, then there's no need for the black-yellow Dao court to exist anymore." His voice was very direct. This wasn't a discussion, but an order. Tai Shuhong was furious, and his face was livid. He was just about to say something when he was stopped by Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf. "Emperor Shirtian, my black-yellow Dao court has never fought against the Forbidden Order, and has never been involved in the disputes of the world. Why, do you want to force us?" Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf's voice was deep. Emperor Shirtian thought for a moment and said, "Seeing that you still have some use, I'll tell you that in the future on this starry ancient path, no matter who it is, no matter what force it is, they must submit to me. In short, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die." Buzz, the black-yellow Dao tablet emitted a strange fluctuation as it suddenly rose from the ground and fell into the palm of Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf. Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf exuded a terrifying aura, and his eyes were like lightning as he said coldly, "We just want to remain neutral, but you're forcing us. Do you really think that this starry ancient path can only be enslaved by you alone?" Emperor Shirtian stared at the black-yellow Dao tablet for a moment, and then said, "This treasure may save your life, but it can't save the entire black-yellow Dao court. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Emperor Ancestor Greenleaf's forehead was bursting with blue veins, and his heart seemed to be extremely conflicted and struggling. But in the end, he sighed dejectedly and said, "Sect Master, you make the decision." It was related to the life and death of the black-yellow Dao court, and he dared not gamble. Tai Shuhong was silent for a long time. In the end, he lowered his head bitterly. On this day, the black-yellow Dao court, which had remained neutral since ancient times, submitted to the new nameless emperor, Emperor Shirtian. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked, and it set off a great earthquake. It was unknown how many great forces were disappointed. It should be known that since the end of the game of chess, among the 6 great courts, the black-yellow Dao court, which had not suffered any damage, had long been recognized as the #1 court in all heavens, but on the first day of the arrival of the new nameless emperor, the neutral attitude of the black-yellow Dao court, which had been maintained for countless years, was broken. How could people not be shocked? Emperor Shirtian's arrival was aimed at the black-yellow Dao court, which was clearly to establish his power, to announce to all heavens that there would be only one position on this starry ancient path in the future, that was his. Heavenly Emperor Shi's attitude. When she heard the news, Ling Hongzhuang's heart was filled with indescribable disappointment. Not long ago, when Lin Sun was chased by all the great forces, she had tried to persuade Tai Shuhong to let the black-yellow Dao court protect Lin Sun. But Tai Shuhong refused, just because the black-yellow Dao court had always maintained a neutral attitude. Is the position that has been maintained for countless years necessarily right? In the end, isn't it still oppressed to have no choice but to bow down and surrender? At this moment, Ling Hongzhuang's heart was also full of disappointment. Neutral, in the face of absolute power, it had become an ironic attitude, thanks to Novanda, W83127W, WJH6999, and other children's shoes for their gifts and support. Today is the last day of the double monthly votes. Goldfish, I have decided to continue to add chapters tonight. In addition, warm up a little. At the end of this month, the last 3 days will be continuous outbursts. At that time, if the outbursts are less than 4 times a day, it will be considered my loss. It is more likely to be 5 times a day. The submission of the black-yellow Taoist court made the title of Emperor Xianxia spread at a terrifying speed and was known by countless cultivators. The previous emperor Nameless, who was in charge of the taboo order, was extremely mysterious and didn't even have a title. He had presided over the starry ancient road for countless years and rarely appeared in public. Only some old antiques and some huge forces knew of his existence. But this time, Emperor Xianxia was completely different. He was not afraid at all. He was overbearing and direct. On the first day of his arrival on the starry ancient road, he showed his absolute strength and means, shocking the heavens. Similarly, the submission of the black-yellow Taoist court also changed the situation of the world. Many great forces were in a panic and their hearts were heavy. Many people even complained about the battle emperor of Fengsuan Mountain. The reason was that although the previous emperor Nameless had been defeated, the root of the taboo order, the power of the taboo order, had not been eradicated. Now the arrival of Emperor Xianxia made the starry ancient road fall into an unprecedented atmosphere. With such a comparison, many people subconsciously thought that if the previous emperor Nameless was still here, how could there be such a big change? But no matter what, everyone realized that with the arrival of Emperor Xianxia, the situation of the world had changed dramatically. Sure enough. On the second day after the black-yellow Taoist court bowed its head, the Heaven and Earth Taoist court in the Hongmeng world took the initiative to announce that they would submit to Emperor Xianxia. Following that, the Tao courts such as Panwu, Chaos, and Multitude Demon also expressed their attitude to assist Emperor Xianxia to maintain the order of the heavens in the starry sky. Then, the Heavenly Ghost, Taowu, Blood Kirin, Qiyang, Xiongqi, Black Water, and many other ancient emperor clans also expressed their willingness to submit to Emperor Xianxia. For a time, the entire Hongmeng world and even the entire starry ancient road were in a great commotion because of this heavy news. Emperor Xianxia, this title seemed to have become the most supreme existence in the hearts of countless cultivators, and it was like a god that reigned supreme over the universe. Since the primeval times until now, when has something like this ever happened? They are all first-class orthodoxies in the world, but they are actually willing to be slaves to Emperor Xianxia. Countless voices of grief and indignation sounded. The taboo order is like a shackle that blocks our path to the Tao. It should be our common enemy, but now, even those Tao courts have bowed their heads. In the future, who among us can escape the fate of being enslaved? How I wish the War Emperor would come back. In this world, I'm afraid only the descendants of Mount Fengsuan would dare to go against the Heavenly Emperor, sure, right? This is destined to be a time filled with humiliation. Unfortunately, we were born here, and we are destined to not be able to escape. Countless sighs, sorrowful, disappointed, and angry voices resounded throughout the starry sky. However, everyone knew that as long as Xianxia was alive, the haze that shrouded the starry sky ancient path would never be dispelled. At the same time, the news of Heavenly Emperor Xianxia descending upon the ancient path of the starry sky had also spread to the dark world. For a time, it caused an unknown amount of turmoil and disturbance. On the third day after Xianxia regained control of the forbidden power of order, he issued his first order the whole world to arrest Lin Sun, the successor of Mind Mountain. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If anyone dares to protect him, I'll annihilate their entire clan. The order was simple and direct, but it was filled with killing intent. The world was shaken. Everyone realized that this was revenge against Minuscule Mountain. Lin Sun is doomed. When they learned of this order, everyone's reaction was surprisingly consistent. In this world controlled by the Heavenly Emperor, no matter where Lin Sun escaped to, he would have no way to survive. He was bound to be the enemy of the whole world. However, when the whole world was in an uproar, Xianxia seemed to have vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. In the dark night star area. On the boundary ship, in the courtyard, in the room. Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation. The amazing thing was that beside him, there was another Lin Sun and Xian, who looked exactly like him, also meditating. Before long, Lin Sun and Xian opened his eyes. His pupils reflected the strange phenomenon of all things withering and flourishing, and the cycle of life and death, which looked extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also opened his eyes. Their eyes met in the air, and suddenly a wonderful feeling emerged in their hearts. This feeling was exactly the same, without any difference. Interesting. Lin Sun and Xian smiled at the same time, and even their smiles were exactly the same. This Lin Sun and Xian was the Greenwood Taoist body. Different from the past, the Greenwood Taoist body already had consciousness and cultivation, and could cultivate and fight alone. Of course, the consciousness of the Greenwood Taoist body was the consciousness of Lin Sun. Even if it was controlled independently by the Greenwood Taoist body, as long as Lin Sun thought about it, the consciousness of the doppelganger would be completely controlled by the Greenwood Taoist body. It was like a branch growing on a big tree, but this branch was still connected to the trunk. From today on, you will major in the Dharma scripture, the Green Lotus World method, and the skypatching technique. Lin Sun thought about it, condensed a variety of inherited powers in his body, and passed them to the Greenwood Taoist body through his consciousness. At the same time, Lin Sun handed the Great Way plate to the Greenwood Taoist body. This was a marvelous Kunlun Emperor weapon. Through the deduction power of this treasure, the Greenwood Taoist body could comprehend the Taoist scriptures and refine his cultivation with twice the result with half the effort. After doing all this, the Greenwood Taoist body turned into a green cloud and returned to the liver palace in Lin Sun's body. He began to cultivate cross-legged. Lin Sun showed a satisfied smile. This was the magical effect of the 5 virtues realm of the Great Way Golden Court scripture. Using one's own soul and Tao as the foundation, one could refine a doppelganger with real consciousness and cultivation. Although it was an independent existence from the original body, everything the doppelganger possessed would be controlled by the original body, whether it was practicing or comprehending the Great Way. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now I have condensed the consciousness and cultivation of the Greenwood Taoist body, which means I have entered the threshold of the merciless realm. Next, I won't have to work so hard to condense other doppelgangers. Lin Sun calculated that it took him almost 3 months to condense the consciousness and cultivation of the Greenwood Taoist body. However, with the help of the Greenwood Taoist body to comprehend the Great Way, he could save nearly half of the time when condensing the consciousness and cultivation of the next doppelganger of the Great Way. With the combat power of my original body, I can already fight against 50% of the power of the injured Sword Emperor of Chaos. With the help of the Greenwood Taoist body, I will definitely be stronger. Lin Sun thought. During that period of time, she would often appear and spar with him. Although he was still abused, Lin Sun's combat power was improving significantly, and even his cultivation was improving step by step. Now he was only 1 step away from the consummation of the 2nd level of the Quasi-Emperor realm. A few days ago, Lin Sun had a practice with the Sword Emperor of Chaos, who was suppressed in the Tower of Endless Way, and clearly felt the change of his strength. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Quasi-Emperor realm, even the peak Quasi-Emperor realm, was no longer Lin Sun's concern. His eyes had long been set on fighting against the Emperor realm. Moreover, Lin Sun had a strong premonition. When he condensed more doppelgangers with consciousness, his cultivation speed would usher in a comprehensive explosion and improvement. A person's energy was limited. He had to temper his cultivation, comprehend the Great Way, study Taoist scriptures, and comprehend the Great Way. In addition, he also had to deal with and solve various problems on the road of cultivation. It was obvious how much effort and time was needed to take care of all of this. This was also an important reason why experts with higher cultivations needed to spend hundreds or even thousands of years every time they broke through to the next realm. However, if a person's cultivation was shared by 5 doppelgangers that were exactly the same as him, how could the cultivation speed be slow? While thinking, Lin Sun suddenly thought of Shi. A few days ago, the forbidden power of order covering the heavens underwent a shocking change and was recontrolled by the nameless Supreme Emperor. From that day on, she returned to the heaven accessing place and stayed dormant. This also freed Lin Sun from the practice of being completely abused. However, without the extreme pressure of tempering, Lin Sun felt slightly uncomfortable, as if something was missing. It seems that you've already liked the feeling of being abused. Leaf, who was quietly hiding in Lin Sun's hair, suddenly said, "If you need, I can also be your opponent." Lin Sun said angrily, "I don't like to be abused. I'm just improving my strength." Leaf said, "That Star Destroyer hasn't appeared yet, but the new nameless Supreme Emperor has appeared. Lin Sun, you have to be careful." After saying that, he added, "Danger will come at any time." Lin Sun was shocked. These days, he traveled across the chaotic and turbulent Dark Night Star area on the border ship, so he knew nothing about what was happening outside. But he knew without thinking that the new nameless Supreme Emperor would definitely not let go of him, the successor of Mount Mind Heart. Moreover, his identity was not as simple as being the successor of Mount Mind Heart. His origin and the heaven accessing place would also cause great trouble. Lin Sun looked to one side, where the sapling of the Bodhi tree was shining, flowing with cyan light, like smoke. No matter how powerful the new nameless Supreme Emperor is, with the sapling of the Bodhi tree, he can at least avoid the detection of the forbidden power of order. Lin Sun muttered, "What I'm most worried about now is the woman named Star Destroyer." Speaking of this, he suddenly raised his head and looked out of the courtyard. At the same time, the door of the courtyard was knocked 3 times, and the voice of the middle-aged man from the hidden mist house sounded outside the courtyard, "Senior, in about a quarter of an hour, the border ship will sail into the starry vortex leading to the dark world. At that time, the border ship will encounter the impact caused by the violent vibration of time and space. I'm here to tell you not to worry about it." Lin Sun realized that after nearly 2 months, the border ship across the starry sky was about to reach the dark world. Thank you, Shuju36009917 and Ungrateful Bow Rabbit, for their monthly tickets. In the starry sky, a huge whirlpool black hole appeared. When it rotated slowly, it made the starry sky feel distorted. Around the whirlpool black hole, colorful and magnificent light of time and space fluttered, which was so beautiful that it made people tremble. Compared with the huge whirlpool black hole, the boundary ship of the hidden mist house was as small and inconspicuous as a grain of sand. When they saw the light of time and space fluttering like rain, all the practitioners on the boundary ship gasped. Time, it was one of the most supreme and terrifying power of order. Even those in the Emperor realm couldn't resist the erosion of time. This kind of law of order was even more terrible than the forbidden power of order. Since ancient times, almost no one had been able to understand the mystery of time on this starry sky ancient road. Time is like a knife. It can kill the ancestors and all living beings. It is as terrible as the great way of destiny. Seeing this scene, Yi couldn't help murmuring. Lin Sun's expression remained unchanged, but a strange emotion arose in his heart. The innate ability of his origin spirit meridian was related to time, and could stop time for an instant. With the improvement of his cultivation, Lin Sun was more and more aware of the horror of the forbidden passing, which was absolutely against the natural order. In the shocked and awe-inspiring eyes of the crowd, the boundary ship slowly sailed into the huge whirlpool black hole. At this moment, the boundary ship seemed to fall into the turbulence of time, producing violent vibrations and roars, which made all the practitioners tremble. Even though the attendants of the hidden mist house had already warned them not to worry, they were still horrified when they saw such a horrible scene. At this moment, there was a burst of heat in front of Lin Sun's chest. The spiritual vein, which had been silent for a long time, seemed to wake up, producing a strange and obscure heat flow. Whoosh, suddenly, as if being pulled, a ray of magnificent dreamy light of time flew over and disappeared into Lin Sun's body before anyone noticed it. Lin Sun only felt a wisp of terrible power drilling into his heart. His eyes darkened and he almost fainted. Such a shocking change also caught him off guard, and he didn't even have time to react. Boom, the place where the heart vein was located was like a silent volcano erupting, making Lin Sun's body instantly turn red as if he was about to bleed. The boundless pain was like thousands of swords stabbing his heart, which made Lin Sun couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. "Lin Sun, what's wrong with you?" Yi noticed that something was wrong. "I'm fine." Lin Sun almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out these 2 words. His origin spirit meridian was born on his heart meridian. At this moment, a wisp of the laws of time was colliding with it, as if it wanted to corrode and occupy his origin spirit meridian. Even with Lin Sun's current cultivation, he was helpless and didn't know how to deal with it. He could only endure it. A full quarter of an hour later, The wisp of time energy that was rampaging in his heart meridian like a wild horse was slowly devoured by the strange power emitted by the origin spirit vein and disappeared. Lin Sun's face was pale and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. He was as wet as if he had just been fished out of the water. He panted heavily, his heart still pounding with fear. The scenes from before were simply like a struggle between life and death. It was too sudden and too terrifying. "Are you sure?" Leaf asked. "It's really fine this time." Lin Sun exhaled a long breath of turbid air and calmed his mind. A wisp of the law of time had actually entered his origin spirit vein. Was this sudden change a blessing or a curse? The origin spirit vein was glittering like a piece of pure and flawless white jade, flowing with bright and illusory light, which looked extremely mysterious. The power of forbidden passing was contained in it. When Lin Sun carefully perceived it, he noticed the difference at the first time. On the smooth surface of the origin spirit vein, there was a trace of almost invisible texture. This texture was like the trace of the Great Way, and also like the natural bone vein. If one didn't carefully perceive it, he couldn't notice it at all. When seeing this scene, Lin Sun's heart beat fiercely at this moment, and a thought came to his mind uncontrollably. Was this the wisp of the law of time? If so, didn't it mean that he had the opportunity to touch and comprehend the mystery of time? At the thought of this, Lin Sun's eyes lit up, and he felt that the pain he had suffered before was nothing at all. It should be known that time was regarded as the supreme and untouchable power of order. Even the Emperor realm could only look at it and sigh, unable to touch it. If those old antiques in this world knew that there was such a seemingly insignificant wisp of the law of time hidden in his body, they would fight for it crazily. However, when Lin Sun calmed down and tried to sense it, he was surprised to find that the wisp of the Great Way, which was suspected to be the law of time, could not be perceived at all. Lin Sun was stunned, and his expression was uncertain. He was almost sure that this wisp of the Great Way, which was related to time, was not something he could touch now. Of course, even so, Lin Sun was not depressed. After all, this meant that he already had the opportunity to comprehend and control the law of time, and he would be able to comprehend it sooner or later. Unlike other people in this world, it was impossible for them to even have such an opportunity. The talent of devouring abyss turns out to be so terrible. It was also at this time that Lin Sun deeply understood how extraordinary the origin spirit vein he owned was. If I have a chance in the future, I can go to that huge black hole again. Lin Sun couldn't help looking back at the way he came. Everywhere was vast and the scene was distorted. The boundary ship was moving in a tunnel, and the black hole had long been out of sight. But Lin Sun realized that if he encountered the terrible power like time and space light rain again in the future, it might be a supreme good fortune for him. After all, who could imagine that his origin spirit vein could absorb the law of time? Boom! Suddenly, the boundary ship shook for a while, and the next moment, as if it had lost its restraint, it suddenly got out of the Great Way of time. "Everyone, we have arrived at the Dark World." The voice of the vigorous middle-aged man sounded on the boundary ship, with a sense of relief and joy. It took them nearly 2 months to cross the unpredictable Dark Night Star area, and they arrived smoothly without any danger. It could only be said that they were very lucky. On the boundary ship, all the passengers who were on tenterhooks all the way showed a relaxed smile. Lin Sun looked up. This was a quiet, vast starry sky. Billions of stars were dotted in it, turning into galaxies, nebulas, star jades, constellations. It was extremely spectacular. And in the depths of the extremely distant starry sky, there was a vast world floating there, like a huge eggshell upside down. The billowing chaotic air was filled with countless stars around it. The bright divine light and auspicious rain fell around the vast world like the tide of the starry sky. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Lin Sun couldn't believe that the Dark World, regarded as the land of evil and the chaotic zone, which even the emperors were afraid of, was so spectacular. Everyone, many of you come to the Dark World for the first time. Before we arrive at our destination, I have a word to tell you. The voice of the vigorous middle-aged man sounded. In the Dark World, the biggest rule is that there are no rules. It is called the land of evil by the outside world, where the most ferocious evil spirits in the world gather. All kinds of evil things will happen there, and there is no lack of unparalleled ruthless people who are full of crimes and kill people like flies. There is only one way to survive there. Either you are strong enough or you are strong enough. There are three kinds of people you can't provoke there: the descendants of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, the descendants of the Hidden Land Realm, and the descendants of the Bronze Sparrow Tower. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can try to provoke them. I believe that death will come to you soon. Before coming here, I think you all have some understanding of the dark world. I won't say any more nonsense. Before we leave, I wish you live longer. As the voice fell, some people looked solemn, and some were lost in thought. Some people were dissatisfied and said, "What do you mean by wish us live longer? Aren't you cursing us?" The vigorous middle-aged man said indifferently, "When you can really survive in the dark world, you will find how lucky it is to live longer." While talking, the vigorous middle-aged man waved his hand, raised the flag of the Hidden Mist House. Whoosh, the next moment, a huge flag slowly rose from the bow of the ship and fluttered in the wind. The three ancient characters of the Hidden Mist House were engraved on it, and each character emitted a frightening fluctuation of the Great Way. "Let's go to the dark world." The vigorous middle-aged man gave the order. Everyone was still wondering why they had to raise the flag when they were about to arrive at the dark world. Wasn't it unnecessary? But the next moment, everyone understood. On the way of the realm ship, from time to time an extremely fierce aura rushed out from the nearby stars like a beacon, emitting monstrous killing intent. One could vaguely see that there were groups of figures on the dense stars along the way. So it's the ship of the Hidden Mist House. What a pity, I thought a group of fat sheep had come. Alas, these days are getting harder and harder. If we don't rob and plunder cultivation resources, do we have to live like this every day? Along the way, discussions like this sounded from different places from time to time, causing everyone on the realm ship to feel horrified. It was as if they had entered a world full of murderous intent and countless villains. There would be unexpected killing at any time. It was also at this time that they understood why the vigorous middle-aged man hung up the flag. It was to deter the ferocious people lying in ambush along the way. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. The dark world really deserved its reputation. They had just arrived, but there were so many ferocious outlaws along the way. It could be imagined that if they hadn't taken the realm ship of the Hidden Mist House, they would have encountered waves of robberies as soon as they arrived here. At that time, how many people could survive? The starry sky was vast. Along the way, the world ship of the Hidden Fog House was stared at by countless fierce eyes. The passengers on the ship felt uncomfortable. It was as if they had suddenly entered a dangerous mountain. Everywhere they looked was full of murderous intent. The lean middle-aged man seemed extremely calm. He said, "Don't worry, everyone. The people we've seen along the way can only beg for food in this starry sky. They are not powerful people. I'm not boasting. In this dark world, under normal circumstances, no one dares to provoke the Hidden Fog House." His words were filled with incomparable confidence and confidence. But before everyone could feel at ease, a scream suddenly came from the world ship. Someone is coming." The lean middle-aged man was startled and looked up. In the distant starry sky, a lone and slender figure walked over. She wore a purple robe and had purple hair. She carried a spear on her back, and her beautiful face was full of indifference and coldness. She was clearly alone, yet when she walked over, the nearby starry sky silently roiled. Countless stars trembled and were on the verge of collapse. Some of the ferocious people lying in ambush on the stars didn't have time to dodge. Their bodies silently exploded and turned into bloody fragments. Purple clothes, purple hair, and carrying a spear, as she walked over, she was like the ruler of slaughter. The starry sky trembled because of her. The flying world ship stopped abruptly and couldn't move forward anymore. It was as if it was grabbed by an invisible hand. On the world ship, the lean middle-aged man's face was pale. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat. An indescribable fear spread through his body like a cold current. Previously, he had said with certainty that no one in the dark world dared to provoke the Hidden Fog House. But in the blink of an eye, an unexpected great calamity struck. At this moment, the lean middle-aged man couldn't even speak. He didn't even dare to move a little. The other passengers on the ship were also terrified. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Who was this? How could she be so terrifying? The atmosphere was also extremely oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. In the distance, the woman in purple stood still. Her indifferent and emotionless eyes swept over the world ship. Everyone who was swept by her eyes shivered. It was as if they were being stared at by the eyes of the god of death. They were so shocked that their state of mind and will almost collapsed. "Evil creature, you finally appeared," the purple-clothed woman spoke. Her indifferent voice was still drifting in the air when she made her move. A slender, fair hand reached out and grabbed at the void. Boom, around the realm ship, the void suddenly collapsed inward, like a crushed water ball. The terrible turbulence of the void splashed, producing an earth-shaking roar. Seeing that the realm ship was about to be crushed as well, a wisp of dazzling and dreamy order divine light swept over. In an instant, the collapsing and rumbling space suddenly stopped moving as if it had been shackled and frozen, and the terrifying chaotic flow of energy in the vicinity had strangely stopped as well. Then, they all dissipated and were annihilated. Only the realm ship that was in the violent turbulence was safe and sound. At the same time, a graceful and illusory figure walked out from the world ship and stood in the void. Strands of rules and order interweaved around his body, and a rain of light flowed like an immortal god. This person was naturally Shi. Whoosh, Lin Sun's tall figure rushed up and stood beside Shi. His handsome face was full of solemnity. He never imagined that this purple-clothed woman named Xianxia would arrive so quickly. How did she find him? It turns out that someone is protecting you. In the distance, the purple-clothed woman, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a strange and terrifying purple light. She stared at Shi and said indifferently, "It's just that you can't stop me." She waved his sleeve, and the realm ship of the hidden mist house was immediately moved away and disappeared from the star region. Then, she said, "Yezi, take him away. Leave this bitch to me." The word bitch showed Shi's disgust and disdain for Xianxia. Okay. Yezi rushed out and agreed without hesitation. Her figure emitted a wisp of sword light that wrapped Lin Sun up and swept towards the dark world in the distance. "You guys go after that evil creature." Xianxia frowned but didn't make a move. She just gave an order. Shi's appearance made her smell a trace of danger. She didn't dare to be distracted at this time. Yes. Two figures appeared in the void. One was a man in a gray robe, and the other was an old man in a luxurious robe. Both of them exuded the terrifying aura of the Emperor realm. In the blink of an eye, the two chased after Yezi. She also frowned but didn't make a move to stop them. "Now, it's just you and me." Xianxia took off the spear on his back and casually held it in his hand. His demonic purple eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "How about it? Let's fight to the death?" "Okay." She stretched her graceful and slender figure and said seriously, "I haven't fought with my full strength in a long time. If your performance disappoints me, I promise you that you will die a horrible death." The Star Scatterer sneered and said, "Sure." Her figure flashed and she waved her spear. Boom, the starry sky instantly fell into chaos. Countless stars that were on the verge of collapse suddenly exploded. Turbulence spread in all directions like a tide. "Fighting here is a bit restrictive. Do you dare to come and fight?" Shi's figure fluttered. In the blink of an eye, she traversed the boundless starry sky. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Xianxia took a step forward. With a bang, she broke through the restraints of the void and chased after Shi. Heavens, what kind of terrifying existence is that? At the very least, it should be a battle between emperors. Emperor realm? I think it should be ancestor realm. Didn't you see that when that woman appeared, the starry sky trembled and was awed by her power? Terrifying. Far away, the sturdy middle-aged man and the others on the realm ship, who had escaped with Shi's help, finally recovered from their shock and horror. Although Shi and Star Destroyer had already disappeared, their terrifying auras still lingered in the starry sky, causing one's soul to leave their body. "Why are you talking about this? Let's go," the lean middle-aged man ordered. In the starry sky, Yi turned into an escape light and flashed, moving through the void. "Yi, do you think anything will happen to Shi?" Lin Sun was worried. "She won't," Yi said without hesitation. Yi said without hesitation, "Although she lost some of her memories like me, I can feel that she must have been an extremely extraordinary existence in the past." Lin Sun sighed. "Yes, she is really incredible. She guarded the heaven accessing place like a gatekeeper. She had spent a long time on the ancient path of the starry sky. Every time she appeared, everything would be solved. Even in the ancient Desolation realm, she never showed any fear when facing the forbidden power of order. She had forgotten who she was. She only knew that when she woke up, she was already in the heaven accessing place. A long, long time ago, Xianxia, the head of the Xian family, had entered the heaven accessing place and passed through the 9 levels of green cloud path. He even opened the door to heaven a little. Although he failed in the end, Xianxia was now the head of the Xian family. He had an overwhelming power and was regarded as the most powerful sword emperor in the starry sky, and she had witnessed Xianxia's growth. From this alone, it could be seen how extraordinary Xi's origin was. However, Xi's opponents this time were also unimaginably powerful. They came from the other side of the starry sky in primitive times and chased Lu Boya and Luo Qingxuan until they could only hide in the mortal world. Lin Sun couldn't help but worry about Xi. Lin Sun, they are catching up, Yi suddenly said. One is at the 4th level of the Emperor realm, and the other is at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. If it's one-on-one, I have some confidence. If it's one-on-two, I can only fight with my life. Lin Sun couldn't help but look back. In the starry sky behind him, 2 terrifying figures of the Emperor realm tore through the shackles of the void like blazing rainbows and chased after him at an astonishing speed. Lin Sun had seen these 2 people on Mount Tong of the Shinji Taoist sect. They were both Emperor realm monsters who took orders from the Star Destroyer. However, Lin Sun didn't expect their cultivation to be so terrifying. Lin Sun, there's one more troublesome thing, Yi said. The star region where the dark world is located is also covered with the forbidden power of order. If we can't get rid of the 2 people behind us quickly, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by the forbidden power of order. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. The Star Destroyer was already terrifying enough. If the forbidden power of order also sensed it, it would alarm the nameless new Supreme Emperor. The consequences would be unimaginable. For a moment, Lin Sun's heart was heavy. They hadn't even reached the dark world, but a great calamity had already struck. This was something Lin Sun hadn't expected. Lin Sun, I'll stay and stop the 2 people. You go to the dark world alone. You seem to have made a decision. If I can survive, I'll go find you. His voice was as calm as before. But the determination in his words made Lin Sun's face change suddenly. He refused without hesitation. Yi, you must listen to me this time. It's nothing more than killing 2 old dogs chasing after us. You don't have to risk your life at all. Last time, when Lin Sun was besieged by the ice-devouring Sword Emperor and others, Yi had risked his life to save them. That scene was still vivid in his mind. How could Lin Sun let such a thing happen again? Yi said softly, Lin Sun, I'm a sword spirit. I'm not afraid of death. Since ancient times, the existence of a spirit is to block death for its master. Although you're not my master, I can die for you once. What's the harm? Lin Sun said flatly, so what? Who the fuck says that a sword spirit must die like an idiot? Remember, even if you're at the end of your rope, we'll fight to the death together. Yi was stunned. Lin Sun's angry words gave him an unprecedented impact. He was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and said, I suddenly remember that someone told me before. What is it? Yi took a deep breath and said, it's better to live and die together than to live alone. In this way, even if we die, we'll be happy. Lin Sun agreed with him and said, that's what a man should do. But one instant, in the eyes of the ancient Buddhist practitioners, one instant was a thought, 20 thoughts were a moment, and 20 moments were a snap of the fingers. Jun Huan claimed that the Tao of a moment was the most outstanding swordsmanship, which was a description of the speed of her swordsmanship, which had reached an astonishing level. As for Lin Sun, his forbidden passing could make the order of time stagnate for a moment. For Emperor Realm practitioners, a moment was enough for them to do a lot of things. For example, deciding life and death. When Yi heard Lin Sun's words, he said subconsciously, if I have a chance, I can kill the old man at the 5th level of the Emperor Realm. But it's hard to kill the other old man at the same time. That's enough. Lin Sun's dark eyes were clear, kill one first, and the other one will be easy, right? Yi couldn't help but wonder where Lin Sun's confidence came from. Yi, listen to me. You only need to listen to my moves. Lin Sun didn't explain the secret of the forbidden passing. It was hard to explain. After all, it involved the power of the law of time. No one would be able to explain the mysteries within. Okay. Yi agreed without hesitation. Now, let's meet these two old dogs. Lin Sun and Yi stopped at the same time. The starry sky was vast, and the dark world was nowhere to be seen. It looked desolate and empty. Evil creature, why don't you run away? Boom, in the chaos of the void, two divine rainbows broke through the air and turned into the grey-robed man and the well-dressed old man. The grey-robed man was a terrifying existence at the 5th level of the Emperor realm. He glanced at Lin Sun coldly, and then his eyes fell on the sword spirit Yi. In an instant, his eyes became hot. He remembered that not long ago, the ice-devouring sword emperor of the Qianquan Taoism court was sent out for this mysterious sword spirit. Now that he saw it, he couldn't help but feel a strong desire for it. He's mine. The well-dressed old man suddenly said. His eyes were dark as he stared at Yi. Let's see who can get it. The grey-robed man didn't give in. As soon as they arrived, they regarded Yi as prey and directly ignored Lin Sun in their conversation. But Lin Sun sighed and said, you two should not be unknown people, but you are willing to be dogs. If so, it's not a big deal. After all, it's your business whether to be dogs or not. But how stupid you are to come here to die. The grey-robed man and the well-dressed old man were both stunned. With their status, they could make the heavens tremble 3 times with a stomp of their feet. No matter where they went, they would definitely receive incomparable respect and adoration. Who would have thought that a junior would dare to call them 2 old dogs in front of them? Their faces instantly darkened. The remnants of minuscule mountain have already left, and the woman beside you has been restrained by Lord Starscatterer. I believe it won't be long before she is killed. I'm really curious. Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant when death is at hand? The grey-robed man's voice was cold. Or do you think that this sword spirit can protect you and allow you to do whatever you want? This was not nonsense. It was a cautious gesture. After all, Lin Sun's identity was not simple. Who dared to forget how terrifying his senior brothers and sisters were? Who dared to forget how the ice-devouring sword emperor died? If it were other quasi-emperors, the grey-robed man wouldn't even bother to talk nonsense and would directly take action. But Lin Sun was different. Old dog, you have scruples. Lin Sun laughed sarcastically. Otherwise, why do you talk so much nonsense? That's true. Yi nodded. The grey-robed man looked at the well-dressed old man with a gloomy face. The next moment, the two took action at the same time, and their goal was surprisingly the same. Not Yi, but Lin Sun. This seemed incredible and even absurd, but those who really knew Lin Sun's past experience would understand that it was the wisest choice to do so. For them, Lin Sun, who seemed to be easily ignored like an ant, was actually not simple. In that game of chess, it was because of his appearance that a group of descendants of Mountain of Mind and Heart were drawn out, and because of the Buzhou Mountain in his hand, he helped the Dozhan Emperor defeat the nameless Supreme Emperor in one fell swoop. And by his side, he was accompanied by the Sword Spirit and the mysterious woman. How could he be an insignificant character? To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. For the grey-robed man and the old man, although Lin Sun was weak, if they could capture him, this hunt would be half a success. Boom, the starry sky trembled, and the nearby stars shook violently. If it were an ordinary quasi-emperor, they would have long been scared out of their wits and could only sit and wait for death without any possibility of struggling. But Lin Sun was different. The moment the grey-robed man and the old man made their move, Yi, who had been waiting for a long time, received Lin Sun's order and rushed out at once. The grey-robed man and the old man didn't feel strange about this, nor did they care. It was just a sword spirit, how could it stop them from killing a quasi-emperor? It was also at this moment, a brilliant and magnificent light swept out from Lin Sun's body. Time froze at this moment. Everything between heaven and earth, including the stars in the sky, seemed to stop at this moment. It was also at this moment that a ray of sword chi slashed out. The sword chi contained all of Ye's power, and it illuminated the starry sky. Puff! By the time the grey-robed man reacted, the sword chi had already torn apart the defensive power around his body and split him into 2. The terrifying power of Sword Tao was released, and his spirit was crushed as easily as crushing dry weeds. There was no scream, no struggle. An old monster at the 5th level of the Emperor realm was killed with a single strike. His body and spirit were completely destroyed. Everything happened in that moment of stagnation. The old man in the luxurious robe was so shocked that his scalp almost exploded. As if he had received a great shock, he quickly retreated far away. Even Yi was taken aback at this moment. If it was a head-on battle, it would be difficult for him to shake a 5th-level Emperor realm cultivator with his current strength. But now, he had killed the grey-robed man with a single strike. It was hard for him to believe. It was also at this moment that he finally realized how shocking Lin Sun's so-called moment of opportunity was. How is this possible? The old man in the luxurious robe cried out in shock and anger. He couldn't imagine how such a strange and terrible thing could happen. It simply subverted all his knowledge. His heart trembled, his face was full of shock, and his hands and feet were cold. If he had died in a head-on battle, it would not have shocked him so much. What he was really afraid of was that he didn't see clearly how the grey-robed man died, and the unknown often meant fear. Yi, kill him. Lin Sun suddenly said. Whoosh, Yi was confident that he could defeat an opponent at the 4th level of the Emperor realm. In the starry sky, the sword chi rushed up ferociously. At this moment, Yi was like a peerless sword emperor, rampaging through the void. The old man's first reaction was to escape. The death of the grey-robed man gave him such a great shock that he had to worry that he would suddenly die. Whoosh, he seemed to be extremely crazy, and he ran desperately. Yi chased after him and didn't intend to let him go. Wu Quebec at the same time, Lin Sun took out the insignificant bow. I need your help. Okay. Wu Kei, who had been silent in the insignificant bow these years, showed his figure at the first time and turned into a grey-haired young man with a fierce aura. The next moment, Wu Kei pulled up the insignificant bow, took a deep breath, and a terrible wave of power spread from his body. The bow formed by the skeletons also produced the sound of wind and thunder, and the surging ferocious aura covered the entire starry sky. At this moment, Wu Kei was obviously different from before. He was like an arrow god, standing in the starry sky, exuding a fierce momentum that made the stars tremble. As he pulled the blood-red bowstring, the airflow in the nearby void seemed to be sucked out, and suddenly collapsed and roared. Lin Sun, standing on one side, felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and his mind was shaken. Bang, when the arrow swept out, Lin Sun couldn't open his eyes. It was too gorgeous and dazzling, and the power it contained was too terrible and fierce. In the distance, Yi, who was chasing, stiffened all over and couldn't help looking back. He saw an illusory arrow, tearing the starry sky and bursting out at an exaggerated speed. Along the way, the stars exploded like paper paste. Bang, farther away, the old man in luxurious clothes, who was fleeing, let out a shrill scream, and then his body was penetrated by the blazing arrow rainbow and burst into pieces. A scarlet rain of blood spread out. A completely straight rift that was over 100 kilometers long had appeared in this expanse of the starry sky. No matter if it was the stars or meteors in the vicinity of the rift, all of them were crushed into powder, causing dust to suffuse the air, and sharp howls still reverberated through the surroundings. And this was the destruction caused by Wu Kei's arrow. An arrow crossed the starry sky and killed a 4th-level Emperor realm cultivator from tens of thousands of meters away. That shocking scene caused Yi to stare blankly. Lin Sun didn't expect Wu Kei to make a move, and when he saw Wu Kei make a move, he didn't expect that the arrow could produce much power. In his opinion, as long as the old man in luxurious clothes could be stopped from escaping, it was enough. But Wu Kei's performance completely subverted his psychological expectations. That earth-shattering arrow also made Lin Sun gasp involuntarily. His mind was filled with shock. He really didn't expect Wu Kei to become so ferocious after so many years of silence. It should be known that when Wu Kei was in Sunset Tang Valley, he was only able to kill quasi-emperors when he was heavily injured. But now, he killed an emperor with a single arrow, and he killed an old man who had stepped into the 4th level of the Emperor realm. The Tao of archery is to gather all the power of one's entire life into one arrow. The core profundity can be summed up in 4 words, and that is to kill with one shot. Wu Kei's attack was like an unexpected surprise. Have you recovered from your injury? Asked Lin Sun. It's impossible to recover so fast. Wu Kei's fierce aura had long been restrained. At this moment, he was like a wild boy with a bright smile. He touched his chin and thought for a moment. I've almost recovered to 30% of my peak strength. Lin Sun's eyes flickered. 30% of his strength killed a 4th-level Emperor realm with one arrow. How powerful was Wu Kei in his heyday? Lin Sun looked at Leaf, the sword spirit, who was rushing from afar, and thought of the terrifying figure that was still lurking in the depths of the broken sword mountain. Lin Sun suddenly found that he seemed to be the weakest one, which was really a sad thing. Wu Kei suddenly said, "Young master, I might not be able to wake up for a long time, unless what?" asked Lin Sun. Wu Kei seemed to be embarrassed to say it. He coughed and said, "Well, little master, you know, I've refined a lot of treasures over the years to barely recover some of my strength." Before Wu Kei finished, Lin Sun understood and said, "Emperor treasures?" Wu Kei nodded and added, "The more the better." Lin Sun's lips twitched imperceptibly. He said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely collect more Emperor treasures in the future." Wu Kei seemed to be a little embarrassed. He said, "Little master, as you can see just now, although I swallowed some Emperor treasures, I also recovered some of my strength. For example, killing that old thing just now was as easy as blowing off dust." Leaf suddenly said, "The blow just now seems to have drained all your strength." "It's not as easy as blowing off dust." Wu Kei's smile froze. He stared at Leaf faintly and said, "Little master, if you let me swallow this little sword spirit, my seriously damaged strength will be completely restored in less than a day." Leaf said calmly, "I'm different from you. I don't need to refine the essence of Emperor treasures to repair myself. And I'm sure that although you're a spirit like me, your cultivation at your peak can't be higher than mine." After a pause, he calmly said, "In comparison, your idea of devouring me is no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. You're dreaming and overestimating yourself." His words were so fierce and direct like his sword Dao, and it caused Wu Kei to be astounded. He said in surprise, "Little master, this little sword spirit is very sharp." Yezi corrected him, "I'm Yezi, not little sword spirit." Seeing that the two of them were at loggerheads with each other, Lin Sun hurriedly stopped them and pulled them apart. Otherwise, they would have to fight. "Little sword spirit, I might have a taste of you the next time we meet." Finally, Wu Kei smiled and said this. Then he returned to the insignificant bow and fell into silence again. This guy, Yi thought about it and commented, "You're asking for a beating." The smell of gunpowder was intense. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing and said, "Let's go." He thought of Shi, and his heart sank again. The smile on his face faded. He took a deep breath and started to move. He first collected the spoils of war left behind on the battlefield, and then he teleported towards the distant starry sky. "Where are we going?" Yezi asked. "The dark world," Lin Sun answered without thinking. "Aren't you worried about Shi?" Yezi couldn't help asking. "She will come to us," Lin Sun said in a low voice. "But in case, there is no in case." "I see." While talking, Lin Sun and Yezi had disappeared in the vast starry sky. Soon after they left. In the depths of the starry sky, a figure emerged and stood there quietly. His eyes reflected the changes of the heavens and the transformations of all things. He just stood there casually, like a supreme ruler of the starry sky. His lonely figure was independent of the world. "My lord." An extremely respectful and submissive voice suddenly sounded out, and then a tall and sturdy man whose entire body was suffused with black lightning appeared. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Just a single breath was enough to cause the entire starry sky to tremble, but at this time, he stood respectfully on the side of the lonely figure with his head bowed. "Speak." The figure was a man of few words. Every word was like the sonorous voice of the Great Way, reaching people's hearts. "Xianxia has appeared in the dark world. The leaders of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm have all surrendered to him." The burly man's voice was deep and resounded like muffled thunder. "I knew it would be like this." There was a hint of sarcasm in the figure's voice. The burly man hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, Xianxia sent a message through the Hidden Land Realm, asking you to pay a visit to him." "Pay a visit?" When this word came out of the figure's mouth, the starry sky suddenly dimmed, and countless stars rustled and shook. The burly man was stiff all over, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The figure was silent for a moment and sighed, "He is just a dog on the other side of the starry sky." Does he really think he is the ruler of this starry sky? The burly man smiled bitterly in his heart. In this dark world, perhaps only his lord dared to call Xianxia this. However, he knew his lord's character very well. One word, arrogant, arrogant to the bone, and arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone else. In fact, not only in this dark world, but even on the starry sky ancient road, there were not many people who could enter the eyes of his lord. This kind of arrogance, or rather, unyielding character, was absolute conceit and absolute foundation. So far, the burly man still clearly remembered the words of his lord. The weight of the great way could not crush a proud character. The whole world was his enemy, and he did not lose a trace of his pride. In the burly man's view, in this world, in this ancient and modern time, no one could compare with his lord. He remembered that an imperial ancestor once visited and wanted to discuss the way with his lord. His lord only said, "The great way cannot be spoken, and the big words cannot be distinguished. You are just a small way, and you are not qualified to compete with me." This sentence made the imperial ancestor ashamed and angry, and he left in a huff. "Tell that old dog that I have gone to the other side of the starry sky," the figure suddenly said. The burly man was stunned and could not help but remind, "My lord, now the world knows that with the arrival of Xianxia, the path to the other side of the starry sky has long been cut off." The figure said, "So what?" The burly man smiled bitterly. What kind of person was Xianxia? How could he not see through such a clumsy refusal? "Go. When the time comes, I will go and have a chat with this old dog." The figure waved his hand. The burly man nodded and left. The figure looked in the direction of Lin Sun's departure again, and he murmured in his heart, "Master has given you the supreme fortune that he left in the Kunlun ruins. I'd like to see how much of a storm you can cause in this dark world." After a long time, his figure gradually dissipated silently. The dark world. Since ancient times, it had the titles of Land of Evil and Zone of Turmoil. For countless years, countless evil demons had wandered here. There were no rules here. If you wanted to survive, you had to be strong enough or strong enough. There were many legends about the dark world, but almost all of them were related to evil, killing, blood, and turmoil. The territory of the dark world was extremely vast, and it was divided into 33 realms. The vastness of the territory was comparable to the 49 provinces of the primordial world. Great Apothecary City. Located in the Cold Sky Territory, one of the 33 territories of the dark world, there were countless cities like this one in the Cold Sky Territory. Great Apothecary City was very dilapidated. Some of the city walls had collapsed, and there were pitifully few buildings in the city. This was normal. In the dark world, order had collapsed. Countless bloody killings took place every day, and the aftermath of the battle was enough to make any city unable to survive for long. Great Apothecary City looked dilapidated, but it was not easy for it to survive until now. Unlike the outside world, an ordinary city like Great Apothecary City could not be occupied by any force for a long time. Just last year, Great Apothecary City had a new city lord. The previous city lord was killed by the current city lord, Taoist Crocodile. If one looked back 1,000 years, Great Apothecary City had successively changed 149 city lords, and every city lord had died a violent death. This kind of situation was not uncommon in the dark world. In the dark world, occupying a city could attract countless experts to join and form a force, so that they could survive better in this bloody and turbulent dark world. Yes, everything was for survival. After all, a person's strength was too weak. Only with his own force could he live longer in the dark world. In the evening, Lin Sun appeared outside Great Apothecary City. The night was coming. Outside Great Apothecary City, there were only a few figures going in and out. "Taoism Pure, you look unfamiliar. What can I do for you?" A dark-skinned, thin and vigorous young man in black came up and took the initiative to greet Lin Sun. "What can you help me with?" Lin Sun glanced at him. The young man in black smiled, "As long as the price is high enough, I can even risk my life." Lin Sun said, "I'm new here. What do you think I should do if I want to live longer here?" "I want to hear something useful." As he said, he threw a storage bag to the young man. Opening the storage bag, the young man in black smiled more enthusiastically. "Taoism Pure, I can only say that you have found the right person. It's not terrible to be a newcomer, What's terrible is to lose your life before you figure out anything. I can see that you are a smart man. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, I hope you'd better be smart. The young man in black felt a chill in his heart, but he said with a smile, Taoism pure, don't worry. I won't do stupid things when I can make money peacefully. The black-clothed young man looked around and said, this place outside the city is the most dangerous place, so it's not convenient to talk. Please follow me, fellow Taoist. As he said, he walked towards Great Apothecary City in the distance. Lin Sun followed him with his hands behind his back. The young man in black was called Mu Chuan, a seventh retribution immortal king. In the ancient Desolation realm, a king who set foot on the path of immortality was already an influential figure who could dominate a region. However, in this nightmare city, Mu Chuan was obviously a minor character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of the city to solicit business. Two guards stood outside the dilapidated city gate. Their eyes and expressions did not conceal the fierceness in them at all. Yo, there's another deal? One of the guards seemed to be very familiar with Mu Chuan and teased him with a smile. The other guard looked at Lin Sun and said in a stiff tone, 3,000 gems. Mu Chuan explained in a low voice, my fellow practitioner, this is the fee a newcomer has to pay when entering the city for the first time. With this, he can get an identity nameplate and go in and out of Nightmare City at will. Lin Sun said oh and threw a storage pouch to them. This time, Mu Chuan and the two guards were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Sun to take out such a huge sum of money so easily. Is there a problem? Lin Sun asked. Mu Chuan smiled, no problem. Take it. A guard handed a bronze nameplate to Lin Sun. The nameplate was engraved with a heavenly crocodile totem, which was very easy to recognize. But in Lin Sun's eyes, this nameplate was so crude that he could make it easily. However, Lin Sun didn't say anything. He was new here, so he wouldn't make a big fuss over 3,000 gems. My fellow practitioner, please. Mu Chuan led Lin Sun into the city. A guard stroked his chin and said, Mu Chuan seems to have caught a big fat sheep. The other guard said in a low voice, no ordinary person can come to the dark world. We are just guards of the city gate. It's better not to think about other things. It's not easy to stay alive. The city was also in ruins. Some collapsed buildings were covered with weeds. There were many pedestrians on the streets. Signs of restaurants and tea houses could be seen everywhere. It was no different from the outside world. Along the way, Mu Chuan quickly sent a voice transmission. The current city governor of Great Nightmare City is Taoist Crocodile. He's a ruthless fellow with a cultivation base at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. He's considered a powerful figure in the Cold Sky territory. Lin Sun listened quietly and didn't care too much. Not to mention the peerless great sage, even the peerless holy king and the peerless quasi-emperor couldn't enter Lin Sun's eyes. Seeing that Lin Sun was not interested in this, Mu Chuan rolled his eyes and said, my fellow Taoist, may I ask why you have come to Daming City? Lin Sun said casually, waiting for someone. Mu Chuan was startled, but he did not ask any further. Instead, he said, if you want to stay in the city, you will have to pay 1,000 Dao crystals to the city lord's mansion every day. Of course, fellow Taoist can also choose to serve the city governor's estate. For example, be a guard under the command of the city governor's estate, excavate ore veins, gather spirit materials. In short, so long as you help the city governor's estate, then you can continue living in the city. Lin Sun was surprised, there are so many things to pay attention to if you want to live in the city? Mu Chuan sighed. Only by living in the city can you receive the protection of the city lord's mansion. You don't have to worry about anything happening to you. If you're killed outside the city, no one will collect your corpse. Lin Sun suddenly understood. In the final analysis, it was all about survival. Not only in Daming City, but also in other cities in the Cold Sky territory. If you want to survive, you must pay the corresponding price. Mu Chuan said, this is the law of survival in the dark world. While they were talking, a scream suddenly came from the street ahead, followed by a burst of laughter. Lin Sun frowned. In an instant, he saw clearly with his spiritual awareness that on the street ahead, a man in a luxurious robe was waving a silver whip and lashing a woman. The woman was naked and her hair was disheveled. She curled up on the ground and screamed. Her fair and graceful body was covered with bloody whip marks. The man in the luxurious robe had a violent and cruel look in his eyes. When he waved the whip, divine light flowed, fierce and fierce. While lashing the woman, he said coldly, "Bitch, are you going to obey me or not? Just do it. It's a great blessing to be the concubine of the young governor." That's right. There were many onlookers nearby who joined in the uproar. There was only excitement, mockery, cruelty, and indifference on their faces. There was no trace of pity. The woman was already on the verge of death, her entire body dripping with blood. Mu Chuan said calmly, "Look, my fellow practitioner. That's the adopted son of the young governor, Taoist crocodile. His name is Dong Jinrong. He's a playboy, but he has a bad temper." Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, but he didn't say anything. Mu Chuan reminded, "My fellow practitioner, you've just arrived here. Remember, don't meddle in other people's business. That woman looks pitiful, but you have to remember that this is the dark world. Guards, take this bitch back and lock her up. Sooner or later, I'll train her to be obedient and make her submit to me." Young Governor Dong Jinrong ordered. Immediately, several guards rushed out and carried the heavily injured woman away. At the same time, Lin Sun, who had been silent all this time, asked, "Isn't it said that everyone who enters the city will be protected by the governor's mansion? In a situation like this, no one cares?" Mu Chuan's expression was strange. "My fellow practitioner, that is the young governor. The rules of the city are not decided by his father." Lin Sun suddenly recalled the words of the middle-aged man from the hidden mist house. The biggest rule of the dark world is that there are no rules. Whoever's strength is strong enough, their words are the rules. Before long, Mu Chuan brought Lin Sun to a dilapidated palace in the city. He said, "My fellow practitioner, you've just arrived here and it's getting late. Why don't you take a rest here for the time being? Tomorrow, I'll take you to the governor's mansion to register." "Register?" Lin Sun asked. "Yes. To live in the city, not only do you have to pay 1,000 crystals to the governor's mansion every day, you also have to pay a fee to rent a house. Of course, I suggest you work for the governor's mansion. That way, you can save a lot of money." Mu Chuan said and led Lin Sun into the palace. The palace was dilapidated and covered in dust. A bonfire burned, dispelling the gloom. A group of men and women, old and young, were sitting or standing. Each of them exuded a faintly discernible murderous aura. When Mu Chuan walked in with Lin Sun, they were immediately stared at. A skinny old man said in a hoarse voice, "Mu Chuan, you've only brought back one person for the whole day?" There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Mu Chuan's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered, "Uncle Huai, you should know that recently, there are fewer and fewer newcomers coming to the Great Lotus City. Business is not good." The skinny old man called Uncle Huai snorted coldly and fixed his gaze on Lin Sun. A strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Mu Chuan, what kind of bewitchment did you feed this friend of yours? He actually fell into your trap so obediently?" The other people in the palace also laughed. They looked at Lin Sun with a playful gaze. Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he didn't notice anything. He looked at Mu Chuan, who had walked away from him since entering the palace, and asked, "What's going on?" Someone couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, this guy still hasn't reacted. Could he be a fledgling who came to the dark world for the first time?" The others also laughed. Lin Sun still ignored them. He just looked at Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said, "Idiot. How dare you ask me what's going on? This is the dark world. Which idiot would be like you, trusting others so easily?" Lin Sun said, "You're not smart at all." Mu Chuan sneered disdainfully. The skinny old man said, "Young man, it's your first time here. This old man will teach you how to survive in this dark world." He paused for a moment and said, "First, hand over all your treasures. This is called paying respect. Second, prove your worth. There's only one result for useless trash, death. This is the rule." A coquettish woman smiled and said, "Little brother, now it's up to your performance." The others all stared at Lin Sun with fierce eyes. The atmosphere also became tense. "So, this is the rule," Lin Sun sighed. His voice was calm, but every word he said was like a thunderclap that struck the hearts of the skinny old man and the others. Suddenly, everything turned black, blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and they all fell to the ground. At this moment, all of them looked horrified and incredulous. Lin Sun didn't even make a move. He completely suppressed them with just a few words. How terrifying was his cultivation to be able to do this. Mu Chuan was the only one who wasn't injured. But when he saw this scene, he was completely stunned. How could he have imagined that the newbie he deceived outside the city was such a terrifying existence? "Senior, please spare my life." Plop. Mu Chuan directly knelt down and slapped his cheeks hard while begging, "I have eyes but failed to see. I was blinded by lard. Please be magnanimous and spare my lowly life." Lin Sun looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor sad, and said, "I told you, you're not smart." Bang, Mu Chuan's body trembled, and then he silently lay on the ground. His spirit had been shattered. Looking at Uncle Huai and the others, they thought they had caught a fat sheep and were fearless. But now they were all scared out of their wits. Lin Sun came to the campfire and sat down casually. He took out a green wine gourd and drank while saying, "I want to know something. If you cooperate obediently, I will spare your lives." Uncle Huai and the others nodded repeatedly, each more obedient and honest than the last. Their eyes were full of the desire to live. They didn't let Lin Sun down. No matter what Lin Sun asked, they would rush to answer. Of course, the questions Lin Sun asked were related to the dark world. They couldn't be said to be secrets or difficult problems. "Well, you've all done well." When the last question was asked, Lin Sun couldn't help but nod. Uncle Huai and the others were all refreshed. Someone couldn't help asking, "Senior, then, can we leave now?" "Okay, I'll send you on your way." "Senior, are you kidding?" Uncle Huai forced a smile. "This is the dark world. Which idiot would trust others so easily like you?" This was what Mu Chuan had said before, but Lin Sun said it now. "Let's go." Uncle Huai and the others rushed out of the hall. But halfway, their bodies turned into ashes and scattered in the air like decaying dead wood. This was the power of the way of life and death of Greenwood Taoist body. Next to the bonfire, the flames shone on Lin Sun's handsome face. He picked up the green wine gourd and drank. In the starry sky, he used the forbidden death technique and consumed a lot of physical strength. Now he was using the Greenwood Taoist body. "I wonder when she will come to find me." After a while, Lin Sun sighed softly. The longer it took, the more worried he was about Xi's safety. If Lin Sun had the confidence to win, how could he not have heard from him until now? "Uncle Huai, how's the harvest today?" Suddenly, a sarcastic voice resounded from outside the hall. A man in a luxurious robe swaggered in with his hands behind his back. When he saw Lin Sun alone in the hall, he couldn't help but be startled. When he saw Mu Chuan lying dead on the ground, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around to leave. But right at this moment, a terrifying force pressed down on him, causing him to feel as if his body had been shackled, and he was unable to move a single finger. His face changed into a respectful expression. "I am Jileng, a saint under the Castellan's mansion. I have no grievances with you. Please be merciful." Lin Sun didn't move and asked casually, "What are you doing here?" "I want to hear the truth." The man in the luxurious robe who called himself Jileng said quickly, "Today is the day to collect the Tao crystals. I came to find Uncle Huai and his men to collect the Tao crystals." "Collect the Tao crystals?" Jileng said quickly, "Yes, Uncle Huai and his men are robbers. According to the rules, they have to pay 10,000 Tao crystals to the Castellan's mansion every 7 days. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Robbing was an unpardonable act of bandits, but now Uncle Huai and other bandits had to pay tribute to Castellan Mansion every once in a while. It seemed that Taoist Crocodile, the city lord of Great Nightmare City, was truly unscrupulous. To enter this city, not only did he have to pay the entrance fee, he also had to pay 1,000 Tao crystal a day to live in the city. If he wanted protection, he had to work hard for the city lord's mansion. Taoist Crocodile was truly enjoying his time as the city lord. Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "No wonder everyone covets the position of Castellan. Whoever occupies a city will be in control of an endless source of wealth." Jilung smiled apologetically at the sight and said, "Fellow Daoist, you might not know this, but the city lord has to hand over at least 60% of his monthly income. The wealth that truly lands in his hands is not much." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and asked, "To whom?" Jilung said, "One of the 10 domain masters of the domain of Frigid Sky, the domain master of Blackfin." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have realized something, and he couldn't help but say, "Could it be that fellow Daoist has come to the world of darkness for the first time?" Lin Sun didn't hide it and said, "Yes." Jilung looked as if he had expected it. He behaved more and more respectfully. In the outside world, a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. But in this dark world, the most frightening characters were like dragons crossing the river. As for the local snakes, most of them needed the protection of the strong, so they were not worth mentioning. Otherwise, they would never be willing to be exploited by the city lord's mansion. Uncle Huai and Muchuan were such characters. They seemed to be ferocious robbers, but if they wanted to stay in the city, they also needed to pay tribute to the city lord's mansion. Lin Sun said, "Tell me about the Heikong region lord." At this time, Jilung seemed to be extremely enthusiastic. He almost told everything he knew in a very proper and humble manner. According to him, the Heikong region lord was a real emperor realm figure, and his forces controlled 109 cities. No matter who occupied these 109 cities, they needed to pay tribute to the Heikong region lord every month. Otherwise, they would be destroyed by the forces of the Heikong region lord. Among the 10 domain masters of the domain of Frigid Sky, the force of the Heikong region lord could only be ranked at the bottom. Although it wasn't the strongest, ordinary people couldn't provoke it. After knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, why doesn't the Heikong region lord appoint the lord of each city by himself? Jilung said, "You may not know this, but the dark world is extremely turbulent and chaotic. Order has collapsed. Countless bloody killings break out every day. Although the forces of the Heikong region lord are strong, it's impossible for him to control the order of every city. It's too much power. It's better to take advantage of others." Lin Sun finally understood. Next, Lin Sun asked some more questions. Jilung told him everything he knew. For example, the first domain master of the domain of Frigid Sky was a supreme elder of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. The other 9 out of the 10 region lords had to rely on him for support. This made it easy for Lin Sun to speculate that although the domain of Frigid Sky was complicated, there was still the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect above the 10 domain masters. In short, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was the supreme emperor of the domain of Frigid Sky. There were 33 territories in the Dark World. The power of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was far more than just the domain of Frigid Sky. In fact, the forces of the 3 dark giants, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Bronze Sparrow Tower, had already penetrated into every corner of the 33 territories. Lin Sun even thought that there were countless cities in the domain of Frigid Sky, and each city lord had to pay tribute to the domain master. The 10 domain masters of the domain of Frigid Sky definitely had to pay tribute to the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. The biggest beneficiary of such exploitation was naturally the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, and this was just the domain of Frigid Sky. Of course, the Dark World was far more than that. The territory of this world was extremely vast. In addition to the 3 dark giants, there were also top forces such as the Star Demon Mountain and the Hidden Mist House. Jilung suddenly said, "Taoism Pure, if my guess is right, you are definitely not an ordinary person. If you want to get the position of a city lord, it should not be difficult. If you want to get such power, I can help you a little." Through the conversation, he had already realized that Lin Sun, a newcomer, was extremely unusual. Lin Sun said with a faint smile, "Don't tell me you want me to kill Taoist Crocodile of the Daming City?" Jilung hurriedly shook his head. "Taoist Crocodile is very powerful. It is said that he has a close relationship with some of the powerful generals under the command of the Heikong Domain Master. Now I still need to rely on Taoist Crocodile to survive, so I dare not have any evil thoughts." He changed the topic. "However, the position of the city lord of Daming City is a hot potato, but it doesn't mean that I can't fight for the position of the city lord of other cities." Lin Sun said flatly, "You don't have to test me anymore. I am not interested in these things. I will leave at any time." Jilung seemed a little disappointed and said, "Taoism Pure, I can tell at first glance that you are extraordinary. It is understandable that you look down on a city. Lin Sun ordered Jilin to leave. Go back and tell Taoist Crocodile that I will not attack unless I am attacked. Jilin was relieved and agreed happily. He knew that it was not until now that he had really saved his life. Watching Jilin leave in a hurry, Lin Sun said to himself, I hope, you'd better be smart. Daming City. The night was as dark as ink. The city lord's mansion, which occupied an extremely vast area, was brightly lit. In one of the magnificent palaces, a group of beautiful dancers were dancing gracefully. Under the almost transparent gauze skirt, their snow-white and alluring bodies exuded incomparable temptation when they danced. Taoist Crocodile was lying on a soft couch in a lazy manner. He looked like a handsome man with long dark green hair and a pair of dark brown eyes occasionally flashing with divine light. In his embrace was a peerless beauty with a body that was white, tender, and smooth like sheep fat. Her red lips were lightly puckered, her starry eyes were misty, and her snow-white back that was exposed to the air was curvaceous in all the right places, causing her to be extremely charming. Taoist Crocodile's large hand gently caressed the beauty's soft and moist back. As he listened to the beauty's slightly panting breaths, a trace of burning desire was gradually ignited in the depths of his eyes. But at this moment, Jilin came in a hurry. Taoist Crocodile frowned and said unhappily, What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Jilin said quickly, My lord, an unfathomable dragon with unfathomable strength has come to our Daming City today. As he spoke, he told Taoist Crocodile the details of his meeting with Lin Sun. Hearing this, Taoist Crocodile's eyes flickered and he suddenly sat up from the soft couch. The stunning beauty in his arms suddenly fell to the ground and let out a scream. Get out of here, all of you. Crocodile scolded impatiently. The beauties who fell to the ground and the beauties who were dancing in the hall shivered and hurriedly left. Soon, only Taoist Crocodile and Jilin were left in the hall. Jilin sighed softly, I planned to trick him into taking the position of the Lord of Flame Sin City. Who would have thought that he wouldn't be fooled? The Lord of Flame Sin City was Taoist Crocodile's sworn enemy. Recently, because of a natural Taoist crystal lode, Taoist Crocodile and the Lord had a big fight. But in the end, Taoist Crocodile suffered a great loss and the crystal lode was taken away by the Lord of Flame Sin City. This was a sore point for Taoist Crocodile. Taoist Crocodile said, You don't think that guy can defeat Meng Tufu, do you? Meng Tufu was the nickname of the Lord of Flame Sin City. I don't think so, but I'm sure he can do it. Jilin said, City Lord, in my opinion, if we can rope that guy to our side, not to mention defeating Meng Tufu, it won't be difficult for us to swallow all of the nearby cities. Is he really as powerful as you say? Taoist Crocodile said in surprise. Jilin said confidently, City Lord, my eyes will never misjudge a person. The rarest thing is that this fellow has just arrived in the dark world and doesn't belong to any camp. He isn't familiar with the dark world either. If we can get him to help us, how could our influence be limited to this tiny Great Lotus City? According to what you said, this is really an opportunity. Taoist Crocodile pondered, but I'm worried that what if we lead a wolf into the house? A dragon who could defeat Meng Tufu would be playing with fire if he couldn't control it well. Jilin said, City Lord, don't worry. I can see that this guy is very ambitious. He's different from us. He's not interested in occupying cities and expanding his power. Even if we want to keep him here, I'm afraid it's impossible. Taoist Crocodile frowned and said, In that case, what can you do to make him help us? Jilin's gaze was deep as he said, tempt him with benefits and cater to his liking. A person like him must have some ulterior motives for coming to the dark world. However, with our ability, I'm afraid we're unable to help him. So, we can only tempt him with benefits. Taoist Crocodile couldn't help asking, What should we do? Jilin gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Taoist Crocodile. Taoist Crocodile's face suddenly darkened, No. What if he covets money? Jilin let out a long sigh, Governor, how can we get a greater return if we don't pay enough? This is the only opportunity. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not. Taoist Crocodile's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, Jilin, I can promise you this, but if there is any accident, I'll hold you responsible. Jilin nodded. The next morning. You want to invite me to the governor's mansion? Lin Sun looked at Ji Leng, who stood respectfully beside him, and showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect that this guy had the courage to take the initiative to come to him. Ji Leng said respectfully, Taoist peer, to tell you the truth, after I went back last night, I told Taoist Crocodile that if he could win over a master like you, he would definitely help him expand his power quickly. So Taoist Crocodile promised that no matter what your request was, he would do it as long as he could. He seemed to be extremely honest. Oh, Lin Sun said, so, you're here to persuade me? Ji Leng shook his head. I know my own capabilities. How could I invite a great Taoist like you with just a few words? This time, I only came to invite you to take a look at the treasury of the city lord. Treasury? Even Lin Sun had to admit that although Ji Leng seemed to be a saint, he was extremely eloquent. After listening to Ji Leng's speech, Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious. Yes. Ji Leng spoke swiftly. To tell you the truth, according to my knowledge, even though the city governor is only a peerless great sage, in these past few years, he has gathered many good treasures in his treasure vault, and some are even ancient treasures that have been passed down for a long time. There's no proof just based on words alone. If fellow Taoist is interested, you'll know once you go take a look. Lin Sun was very clear that this was a condition that Ji Leng put forward in order to win him over. He asked, are there any emperor weapons in the treasury? Ji Leng was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fellow Taoist, if it's a saint artifact, it's easy to find. As for an emperor artifact, how can a city lord possibly get his hands on one? Soon after, he said, however, although there are no monarch armaments in the city lord's treasury, there are some treasures of mysterious origins. Since we don't know their uses, they have always been kept in the treasury. Perhaps fellow Taoist will be able to use them. Lin agreed after thinking for a while. He had many treasures with him. Just the spoils of war he had plundered over the years were enough to support him until he became an emperor. However, he was also short of some treasures. For example, Kangwu tree and Kunwu tree of the four sacred woods, pure and turbid star soul sand, primordial chi water and so on. Seeing that Lin Sun agreed, Ji Leng immediately showed a look of relief and joy. The city lord's mansion. For the practitioners in Daming City, the city lord's mansion was undoubtedly the most luxurious and the safest place. There were countless guards here and it was heavily guarded. Ji Leng took Lin Sun along the winding path, passing through pavilions, and came to the forbidden area of the city lord's mansion. There were not only many strong guards here, but also a layer of great formation. After arriving here, Ji Leng explained enthusiastically, fellow Taoist, the treasure vault of the city lord, Taoist Crocodile, is hidden underground. As he said, he took out a token and shook it gently. Boom, the void was tumbling and changing. Dense Taoist patterns and formation symbols were flowing, gradually condensing into an illusory door. Ji Leng took a deep breath and made a gesture of invitation, fellow Taoist, please. Lin Sun stood still and said, there's an ambush here. Ji Leng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stopped his steps. He asked in surprise, this is the city lord's mansion. Who dares to ambush here? Lin Sun ignored him. Instead, he glanced at a place not far away and said indifferently, come out, don't force me to do it. I didn't expect that you could see through the illusory formation here. A cold voice sounded, and then the surrounding scene suddenly changed into an open space. Around Lin Sun and Ji Leng, many figures appeared. All of them were ferocious. The leader was the handsome Taoist crocodile in a silver robe. His dark brown pupils flashed with undisguised killing intent. Ji Leng's face changed greatly and he exclaimed, City Lord, what do you mean? Lin Sun looked at him indifferently. Taoist crocodile grinned, Ji Leng, you've been with me for many years. You've always been resourceful and loyal. I used to regard you as my right-hand man, but you've been very dishonest recently. Ji Leng's face changed. I don't understand. You don't understand? It doesn't matter. I'll make you understand now. Taoist crocodile said and clapped his hands. Suddenly, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out from afar with a cold smile on his face. He held a silver whip in his hand, and on the other end of the whip was a bloodied and injured body. As the young man in luxurious clothes strode forward, the delicate body was dragged forward, leaving a ghastly trail of blood on the ground. Lin Sun recognized this young man. When he entered the city yesterday, this man was on the street, whipping the woman. He looked extremely violent and ferocious. According to Mu Chuan, this young man was Dong Jinrong, the adopted son of Taoist Crocodile. However, Lin Sun didn't expect to see him under such circumstances. Then he noticed that when he saw the delicate body dragged by Dong Jinrong, Ji Lung's face changed, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Ji Lung, do you know this woman? Taoist Crocodile asked coldly. Ji Lung took a deep breath, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, of course I know her. She's called Jin Dai. Last year, she came to Daming City. She's very beautiful and intelligent. What's more, she's very kind. In this dark world, people like her are very rare. His voice was low, as if he was recalling the past. I couldn't bear to see her being harmed by those bastards in the city, so I took her in and treated her like a daughter. I cultivated her with all my heart. I only hoped that if one day I'm gone, she could at least survive on her own in this bloody and turbulent dark world. Ji Lung took another deep breath, as if he was suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. But I still didn't expect that the disaster would come so quickly. His eyes suddenly looked at Dong Jinrong, and he didn't conceal his hatred at all. Governor, it's this bastard that you adopted who took advantage of my absence to forcefully abduct Jin Dai. He intended to take her as a tool to vent his lust, and he humiliated and tortured her in every possible way. When I found out about this, I still remembered the friendship between us and didn't kill this little bastard. I only begged you for mercy, hoping that you would come forward and return Jin Dai to me. His expression faintly became ferocious, but you refused me for this little bastard. At the end of his words, he couldn't control the anger in his heart, and he roared. Taoist Crocodile's expression was cold, and he said, a little bitch made you choose to betray me, and even led a wolf into the house to plot for my treasure house. Ji Lung, you really disappointed me. Ji Lung's expression was livid, and he gritted his teeth and said, it's all because of you. Taoist Crocodile suddenly laughed, and said, Ji Lung, since things have come to this, I might as well tell you that my adopted son had the guts to abduct that little bitch Jin Dai because I ordered him to do so. Ji Lung felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he said angrily, what did you say? Taoist Crocodile laughed impudently. I said, all of this was ordered by me. Are you surprised? Why? Ji Lung was so angry that his whole body trembled, and his face was ferocious. Taoist Crocodile's voice was cold, and he said, Ji Lung, you are too smart, resourceful, and cunning. How can I not fear you? After a pause, he continued, of course, I know that Jin Dai is very important to you, and I did this to test your loyalty. Ji Lung was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he said, you used such a despicable method to test my loyalty? Taoist Crocodile sneered, but you can't deny that this method is really effective. Now everyone has seen that you, a capable subordinate who has followed me for many years, chose to betray me for a little bitch. How can you be loyal to me? Dong Jinrong said gloomily, adoptive father, there is no need to talk nonsense with this traitor. Just kill such an ungrateful person. He shook the silver whip in his hand violently. Crack, with a loud bang, Jin Dai's bloody body was thrown into the air, and then exploded into pieces. Blood splashed like a waterfall. This bloody scene stimulated Ji Lung, who had been extremely angry for a long time, to break down and let out a hysterical cry. Jin Dai. His voice shook the world, full of grief and indignation. Lin Sun didn't speak, and he was as silent as a stone. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but frown slightly, but that was all. He already knew that this time he was used by Ji Lung, but it was not a big surprise. As early as when he agreed to come here, he had already considered this aspect. Of course, although being used was not enough to make Lin Sun angry, he couldn't have any pity for Ji Lung, who was in grief at this moment. He just felt a little disgusted. The woman named Jin Dai was already dead, but her body was still blown up. This method was not only cruel, but also heartless. Ji Lung, who was in grief, soon came to his senses. After all, he was an old man who had been in the dark world for many years. The first thing he did was to apologize to Lin Sun. Fellow Daoist, I thought the plan would go smoothly, but I didn't expect that old bastard Daoist Crocodile to trick me. I will fight with my life on the line for fellow Taoist crocodile's survival. Lin Sun seemed indifferent. He just glanced at him and said indifferently, "You will pay the price." Jiling's expression froze. He gritted his teeth and looked at Taoist crocodile in the distance. "I admit defeat. If you want to kill me or torture me, do as you please. Can you let this fellow leave?" Taoist crocodile said with a fake smile, "Do you think it's possible?" The other people around also sneered. "Then I can only fight with my life." Jiling took a deep breath and looked at the bloody flesh of Golden Butterfly, murmuring, "It's good that she's dead. At least she doesn't have to suffer in the dark world anymore." Dong Jinrong shouted, "Jiling, don't be hypocritical. Everyone knows that you are cunning and have a glib tongue. No matter what you say now, you can't escape death." Taoist crocodile glanced at Lin Sun. "My friend, I can see that you have also been deceived and used by the traitor Jiling. Unfortunately, this time, you can only die with Jiling." His voice was cold. He waved his hand, "Kill them." Boom, the world was shaken. The strong people who surrounded Jiling took action without hesitation. Every one of them was ferocious and full of blood. These were the capable subordinates of Taoist crocodile. They had fought with him in the dark world for many years and experienced killing and bloodshed. In the eyes of ordinary practitioners, they were a group of fiends. Kill. How could Jiling be willing to die like this? His body was covered with terrible divine light. His blood and chi were boiling, and his power suddenly rose to the extreme. In his hand, a blood-red spear swept out and swept in the void. Boom, the unparalleled bloody light swept out like a raging sea. The few experts who rushed forward didn't have time to dodge and were drowned by the power of the bloody battle spear, turning into ashes. This old thing has actually broken through to the peak of the Great Saint Realm as well. He's really good at hiding. Taoist crocodile's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize why Jiling dared to betray them. It turned out that Jiling's cultivation had broken through a long time ago. "Fellow Taoist, leave quickly. I'll open a path for you." On the battlefield, Jiling shouted out loudly as he slaughtered madly, and the might in his body shook the heavens and the earth. As he brandished the blood-colored spear, he easily killed his opponents one after another. Rumble, the nearby space was in disorder while the layer upon layer of restrictions that covered this area shook violently, and they seemed to be unable to endure the impact of such terrifying might. "You want to leave?" "No way." Dong Jinrong had already rushed to Lin Sun with a group of strong men, full of killing intent. However, their siege was nothing in Lin Sun's eyes, and there was no threat at all. This scene was like a group of ants baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at a divine dragon in the sky. It was really ridiculous. Lin Sun, who had been like a spectator, sighed at this moment. He suddenly realized one thing: since entering the dark world, because of some concerns and because he didn't want to cause any trouble, it seemed that he was too low-key. While he was thinking, Dong Jinrong and the others had already rushed to him. However, Lin Sun still stood there without moving. His tall figure was like a lonely pine tree on the cliff shore, indifferent and out of the world. But when those attacks surged over like tidewater, they were still on the way when they seemed to have been restrained and oppressed by a shapeless force, and they exploded in unison amidst deafening explosions. Bang bang bang, dazzling Dao arts, treasures that overflowed with multicolored flowing lights, and no matter what sort of attack it was like an illusory bubble that rustled and shattered into pieces. Lin Sun stood alone, motionless. The pupils of Dong Jinrong and others shrank at the same time. This unimaginable scene completely subverted all of their knowledge and imagination. After all, with their cultivation, how could they understand the means of a peerless quasi-emperor? So strong. Jiling, who was fighting hard in the distance, brightened his eyes. No. In the distance, Taoist crocodile's face suddenly changed, and an indescribable sense of danger surged in his heart. At this moment, Lin Sun moved. He just stretched out one hand and waved it casually in the void. Boom, heaven and earth turned upside down, and the void exploded. In the field, all the figures burst into pieces as if they were slapped by the big hands of the gods. From a distance, it looked like a string of bloody firecrackers had been ignited, blooming groups of bloody fireworks, hot and scarlet, so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. In the field, except for Taoist crocodile, all the others died on the spot, leaving only a thick mist of blood. In an instant, the field was full of blood, and this was just the power of Lin Sun's waving hand. Taoist Crocodile's face was pale, and his body was stiff with fear. His lips trembled, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Indescribable fear, like a landslide and a tsunami, impacted his state of mind, making him feel like his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. It was terrible. In the blink of an eye, they were all turned into ashes. In the distance, Jilin was also stunned, and his eyes were blank. He was fighting hard just now, but the opponents around him all died in an instant, turning into blood. He was so scared that he almost screamed at the moment of death. Even though he had long seen that Lin Sun was an extraordinary dragon crossing the river, he never expected that this dragon crossing the river would have such a terrifying ability. This was completely beyond his imagination. In the midst of the blood mist, Lin Sun, standing with his hands behind his back, said indifferently, "A wonderful internal fight ended in such a sloppy way. Don't you feel bored?" Taoist Crocodile trembled all over and fell to his knees. He said in a trembling voice, "I have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive me." He knocked his head on the ground, making a loud thud. Lin Sun glanced at him and said, "Do you think it's possible?" This was what Taoist Crocodile had said just now, but Lin Sun returned it at this time. Taoist Crocodile, who was kneeling on the ground, lowered his voice and said with a fierce look in his eyes, "Senior, you should forgive people when possible. No matter how unbearable I am still the governor of Great Nightmare City. Some of the generals under the command of Haikong Region Lord are close friends with me. If they know that I am dead, I am afraid it will be troublesome for you. How dare you threaten your senior when you are about to die? I will kill you first, you old bastard." Suddenly, Jilin rushed out and stabbed at Taoist Crocodile with his blood-red spear. Taoist Crocodile was just about to dodge, but he felt his body sink. He was firmly imprisoned by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through his head. Bang! Taoist Crocodile twitched and fell in a pool of blood. Jilin was stunned that Lin Sun could kill Taoist Crocodile so easily. He immediately dropped the spear in his hand and knelt on the ground. His face was full of gratitude as he loudly said, "Thank you, Senior, thank you for avenging my poor daughter. Even if I die now, I will have no regrets." At this time, there were only him and Lin Sun left in this bloody world. Lin Sun said with deep eyes, "Then why don't you die?" Jilin was stunned. He looked up at Lin Sun in the distance and said with a stiff face, "Senior, you are not joking, are you?" Lin Sun said indifferently, "Do you think I am joking?" Jilin's expression flickered, and he said bitterly, "Senior, are you blaming this lowly one for being used by this lowly one? This is indeed this lowly one's mistake, but this lowly one did not expect that old bastard Taoist Crocodile would do this." Lin Sun's eyes were cold. "You really didn't expect it?" Jilin suddenly had a bad premonition. Lin Sun said, "With your cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to save Golden Butterfly from Dong Jinrong, but you didn't do it." Yesterday, Lin Sun saw with his own eyes that Dong Jinrong whipped Golden Butterfly, who was already wounded and dying, in the crowded street without any scruples. With the strength that Jilin displayed, if he had made a move at that time, he could have easily saved Jin Dai, but he did not do so. "You deceived me to come here today because you have already expected that Taoist Crocodile, who has been suspicious of you for a long time, would never tolerate you taking an outsider like me into his treasure house. In other words, because of my appearance, Taoist Crocodile became more and more suspicious of you and your motive of taking me to the treasure house. In this way, it is easy to explain why Taoist Crocodile ambushed here in advance." Before Lin Sun finished his words, Jilin's face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. With a bleak expression, he said with difficulty, "What Senior said is correct. This is indeed what this junior expected to happen, but I also wanted to avenge my daughter, Jin Dai. Senior, you also saw that it was not enough that my daughter was tortured to death by them. In the end, she was also dismembered by them. It is simply outrageous." Lin Sun's eyes were cold. "I said that you have the ability to save her in advance, but you didn't do so. Her death is entirely caused by you." Jilin braced himself and said, "If it wasn't for revenge for my daughter, I wouldn't have the courage to use your power. Because you didn't want to avenge your daughter at all. Lin Sun looked indifferent. Once Taoist crocodile dies, you will be the biggest beneficiary. At that time, the whole Daming city will be under your control. After a pause, he continued, at that time, even if the subordinates of He Kong, who have a close relationship with Taoist crocodile, know about this, you can put all the blame on me. Killing people with a borrowed knife is killing many birds with one stone. And I, an outsider, will be the scapegoat. Why not? Jilun crawled on the ground, shivering all over and looking flustered. Senior, I really don't have such a vicious idea. I can swear to God. If God is unfair, what's the use of swearing? Lin Sun sighed with emotion. He thought of the forbidden power of order that had been recontrolled in the whole world and the nameless Supreme Emperor. Get up. Looking at Jilun, who was almost paralyzed on the ground, Lin Sun stepped towards the void portal leading to the treasure house. Jilun was stunned for a long time. Only then did he realize that at least for the time being, he would not die. When he got up, he only felt sweat all over his body. His clothes had long been soaked, but he felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Watching Lin Sun's figure disappear into the portal, Jilun followed without hesitation. He dared not escape, or rather, he dared not make any more mistakes. However, he was still slightly dazed in his heart. Why did this young man that looked terrifying to the point it caused one's heart to tremble let him off just like that? Taoist Crocodile's treasure house was located in an extremely narrow secret realm. It was only a few hundred feet wide, but it was still a secret realm. The most attractive thing in the treasury was the pile of Dao crystals that were piled up like a small mountain. They shone brightly, and roughly estimated, there were at least 80 million of them. Compared with spiritual stones and spiritual marrow, Taoist crystals were undoubtedly more precious and could meet the needs of practitioners above the Saint Realm. However, for Quasi-Emperor Ju Fu, Taoist crystals were of little use. But when he saw about 80 million Taoist crystals piled up, it was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. He had seen many peerless treasures since he started his cultivation, but this was the first time he had seen so many Taoist crystals. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Sun put away the piles of Taoist crystals. Why didn't Taoist Crocodile put these treasures into the storage treasure, but piled them up here? Lin Sun asked casually. Standing respectfully in the distance, Jilun hurriedly said, Senior, the dark world is too turbulent and there will be frequent killings. Taoist Crocodile is worried that he will bring all the treasures with him. In case of a disaster, the enemy will benefit. If it's placed in the treasury, even if he dies, it can be inherited by his adopted son or someone close to him. It won't be given to the enemy. Lin Sun nodded. In this secret realm, in addition to the huge number of Taoist crystals, there were many magic medicines and spiritual materials sealed in bronze boxes. For people of the Saint Realm, these treasures were rare, but for Lin Sun, they were of little significance. Putting these things away, Lin Sun continued to look around and search. Senior, look here. Jilun had a fawning appearance as he arrived at the center of the secret realm, and then he lightly stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble and suffuse out strands of a rain of light. After that, a bronze sword box that was mottled with rust broke through the ground and appeared. Lin Sun stepped forward and saw that the bronze sword box was extremely ancient and filled with the aura of time. The surface of the box was engraved with marvelous Taoist patterns, such as the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, flowers, birds, insects, fish, ancestors offering sacrifices, and the geography. It was just a sword case, but it made Lin Sun's state of mind as heavy as a mountain, vast and heavy. It was even to the extent that when one stared carefully at the Tao marking diagrams on the sword chest, one would sense a horrifying and obscure aura. This is a sword box that Taoist Crocodile found on the former city lord after he killed him last year. Anyone who sees it will be amazed and extraordinary. Jilun said, but regretfully, this sword box is empty. Empty? Lin Sun was stunned and raised his hand to open the sword case. Sure enough, it was completely empty. There was nothing inside. He picked up the sword case. It was cold and extremely heavy, as if he was holding up a holy mountain. He probed into it with his spiritual awareness, but he could only feel the kind of heart-palpitating obscure aura. Looking at the bottom of the sword case, there was a mystical symbol engraved with ancient inscriptions. It was in the shape of a vertical pupil, making one feel uncomfortable all over. It was very strange. Leaf, who was dormant in Lin Sun's hair, suddenly said, "Let me have a try." Whoosh, silently, Leaf rushed into the sword case. Before long, his voice came out, "Lin Sun, close the sword case." Lin Sun suddenly realized that Leaf should have found something. He closed the sword case and intended to put it into the Tower of Endless End. Unexpectedly, the sword case produced an invisible wave and couldn't be put into it. Lin Sun's eyes were full of surprise. Over the years, the Tower of Endless End had suppressed many Emperor weapons. Even Sword Emperor of Chaos, such a terrifying figure, was trapped in it. But now, he couldn't put this mysterious sword case away, which made Lin Sun more and more aware that this thing was not simple. When Leaf comes out, maybe I can know some secrets of this sword case. Lin Sun thought. He continued to search, almost digging 3 feet into the ground of this secret realm, which was only dozens of meters in circumference. But he didn't find any more treasures. Thinking about it, Taoist Crocodile was just a great saint. It was not easy for him to accumulate 80 million Tao gems and so many magical materials. Without further delay, Lin Sun walked towards the outside of the treasure trove. Jilin hurriedly followed him. At this moment, he was really no different from a loyal henchman. The governor's mansion. That magnificent palace originally belonged to Taoist Crocodile, but now it was occupied by Lin Sun. Lin Sun sat there and said casually, "From today on, you are the governor of this city." Jilin was stunned. It was like a dream for him to survive. Now, Lin Sun wanted him to be the governor of Great Nightmare City, which was more unbelievable than a dream. Lin Sun said to himself, "I'm waiting for someone. At least before I leave, I don't want any more trouble. Do you understand?" Jilin was in a trance for a moment, and finally dared to believe that all this was true. He agreed without hesitation, "Senior, please rest assured. I will make up for my mistake by meritorious deeds. I won't let you down. A worthless person couldn't survive in the dark world." Jilin was cunning and cunning. If he was used well, he would be a rare talent. If he was not used well, he would be a poisonous snake that could kill people. For Lin Sun, this was Jilin's value and the reason why he spared him. As he said, he didn't plan to leave Great Nightmare City for the time being before she returned. Of course, when it was time to leave, Lin Sun would never stop. "My name is Dao Yuan," Lin Sun said suddenly. It was inexplicable for him to announce his name at this time. But Jilin was just stunned, and then he showed a flattering smile like a blooming chrysanthemum and said, "Senior Dao Yuan. The Great Way is like an abyss, broad and boundless." What a good name. Jilin didn't know this was Lin Sun's Taoist name, and Lin Sun wouldn't explain. But Lin Sun was clear that from tomorrow onwards, all the practitioners in Great Nightmare City would know the name of Dao Yuan. And as long as she came, he would definitely know who Dao Yuan was in Great Nightmare City. The next morning, the news of Taoist Crocodile's death spread throughout Great Nightmare City, but it didn't cause too much of a stir because the governor had changed too frequently in these years. Taoist Crocodile won the position of governor last year, so it wasn't surprising that he was killed. However, some news still caused a lot of discussion. For example, the new governor was Jilin, a ruthless character who had followed Taoist Crocodile for many years and was known for his resourcefulness. In just one night, he firmly controlled the forces under Taoist Crocodile's command with an iron fist, and there wasn't any turmoil. For example, the one who killed Taoist Crocodile was a ruthless character named Dao Yuan, who was now serving Jilin. This made the practitioners in the city more respectful and fearful of Jilin. In their opinion, Jilin recruited a ruthless character who could kill Taoist Crocodile, which showed how powerful Jilin was. Of course, only Jilin himself knew the real situation. He was just a puppet in front of the stage. In short, from this day onwards, Great Nightmare City had a new governor, and the name Dao Yuan was already known by everyone in the city. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He was making the best use of his time to cultivate. Xi's life and death were unknown, and he hadn't returned yet, which made him realize how terrifying the purple-clothed woman, Star Yen, was. The forbidden power of order was under control again, and the new nameless Supreme Emperor had arrived. Lin Sun didn't need to think at all to know that if the other party knew that he was in the dark world, she would definitely come to find him immediately. This was also the reason why Lin Sun kept such a low profile after arriving in Great Nightmare City. He even deliberately concealed his aura. However, this low profile made him the target of others. Not only was he seen as a fat sheep, but he was also used by others to kill others, which led to a series of disturbances. This also made Lin Sun realize how dangerous and turbulent the dark world was. If one wanted to establish a foothold here, even if one didn't cause trouble, there would always be unexpected troubles and disasters that came knocking on one's door. In terms of cultivation, there is still a long way to go before I reach the peak of the third heaven of Quasi-Emperor realm. Although she is not here for the time being, the Sword Emperor of Chaos is still here. I can continue to spar with him and train myself. Apart from this, I should focus on cultivating the Great Path clones. The more Great Path clones with consciousness and cultivation, the more beneficial it will be for my cultivation. In the governor's residence, Lin Sun meditated as he pondered. At this moment, he was using his original body. Only the transformation of the original body could cause the power of the Great Path clones to transform as well. In the end, his original body was the foundation of his cultivation. Suddenly, the bronze sword case that Lin Sun put aside trembled slightly. Lin Sun immediately stopped cultivating and opened the sword case. Swoosh, Ye's figure rushed out, his body flowing with a dreamy rain of sword chi. The brilliant sword will illuminated the whole room. Lin Sun keenly sensed at once that Ye's aura was stronger than before after only one day. Although this change was small, it could be said to be amazing. Could it be because of the sword case? As soon as this thought came to Lin Sun's mind, he heard Yi say, "Lin Sun, this sword case is not simple at all." There was a rare hint of joy in his voice. When not fighting, Ye's temperament had always been very calm and quiet. However, it was obvious that he had encountered something unexpected. This time, which was why he was so excited. Yi couldn't hold back his joy and continued, "If I'm right, this sword case should be called Sword World. What is hidden in it is not a magic weapon, but a world for sword spirits to cultivate. This world is derived from the supreme law of Sword Tao. Every grass, every tree, every mountain and river is branded with the supreme essence of Sword Tao." Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be moved and said, "It seems to be very similar to Sword Realm." Yi nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Sword Realm is the embodiment of swordsman's cultivation, while Sword World is a real world. The two are similar, but the difference is that this Sword World really exists." Speaking of this, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. To be able to refine a world of Sword Tao in a sword case, I'm afraid it's difficult for the ancestors of Sword Tao to do this. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Even the ancestors of Sword Tao couldn't do this. This was undoubtedly incredible. Emperors may have the power to destroy a world, but it's very difficult to create a world. Do you know that those who can control such power are just like the creator? Yi said, "However, this sword world is very special. It seems to be specially created for sword spirits. Only sword spirits like me can enter it to cultivate and comprehend the law of Sword Tao in the world of Sword Tao." Lin Sun realized why this sword case had been sealed after falling into the hands of Taoist crocodile. It turned out that it wasn't something that cultivators could use at all. Cultivating in it can not only speed up my recovery, but also help me comprehend more mysterious laws of Sword Tao. Yi looked very excited. Lin Sun was also happy for him. Wu Kei had the insignificance bow, and the spirit of the broken blade had the broken blade, so they could rely on refining imperial weapons to restore their vitality. Only Yi lost his body and couldn't do this. Now, with this sword box that contained the Sunluo Sword Realm, it was as if he had a cave that he could cultivate in. He no longer had to hide in his hair like before. Yi was a little embarrassed and said, "Lin Sun, this sword case contains a world that can't be put away. You can only carry it in the future. It's not difficult. It's a piece of cake." Lin Sun laughed. From that day onwards, Yi entered the world of the sword scabbard to cultivate. In the following period of time, there would be a peerless ruthless man who carried a sword case on his back in the dark world. A few days later. "Senior, this is bad." Jilin hurried over and stood outside the main hall to report. He called Lin Sun Senior more and more smoothly now. Even though he could see that Lin Sun was actually extremely young according to the skeletal age of a practitioner, it was natural for him to call Lin Sun Senior. On the path of cultivation, those who were strong were revered. What happened? In the hall, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. After hearing the news of Taoist crocodile's death, the city lord of Flame Sin City, Meng Tufu, who is 9,000 miles away from our great abyss city, came with his subordinates. Jilung's expression was calm and he did not panic. Meng Tufu was a ruthless character. He had once defeated Daoist Crocodile, but in comparison, Jilung was more afraid of this ridiculously young senior Dao Yuan. There's no doubt that they want to annex Great Turtle City. Speaking of this, Jilung could not help but show a look of embarrassment and said, So I have to trouble you, senior. Lin Sun sighed. It had only been a few days of peace, and trouble came to him again. Let's go. Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the main hall. Jilung's spirits were instantly aroused, and he shook his head like an old rooster as he followed up step by step in an extremely flattering manner. Outside the city, a group of figures stood in the void, emitting a murderous aura that made the world pale. The leader was a thin middle-aged man who looked like a scholar. He wore a Confucian robe and held a feather fan in his hand. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that this thin middle-aged man was the city lord of Flame Sin City, a peerless great sage with the title of Meng Tufu. Remember, we're here to sound out Jilung's background. Once something goes wrong, we'll leave immediately. Meng Tufu gently waved his feather fan and his eyes flickered. Someone said, City Lord, Daoist Crocodile's death must have something to do with that cunning Jilung. As for that bullsh * T Dao Yuan guy, it's obvious that Jilung is using him as a cover to fool people. Meng Tufu's eyes were cold and gloomy. If that's the case, let's take down Great Turtle City today. But to be careful, we'd better sound them out first. He's coming. Someone said. In the sky above the empty city gate in the distance, a tall and outstanding figure appeared out of thin air, carrying a sword case on his back, elegant and refined. Behind him, Jilung followed like an old dog, looking extremely respectful. This scene made Meng Tufu's pupils shrink and his eyelids twitch violently. He suddenly realized that they seemed to have guessed wrong. Jilung, the city lord, was more like a cover. Jilung, our city lord has heard that you've become the city lord of Great Nightmare City, so he's here to congratulate you. A man said in a cold voice. In addition, we also want to see what kind of strong man Dao Yuan, who killed Taoist Crocodile, is. Jilung didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he lowered his head and said in a flattering voice, Senior, the guy in the middle is Meng Tufu. Although he looks like a scholar, he's actually cruel and his hands are stained with blood. That's how he got the title of butcher. Such a scene caused a wave of surprise and bewilderment to arise in Meng Tufu's heart. Senior? Ha ha ha, Jilung, you old fox, what tricks are you playing now? How dare you call a young man senior? Are you shameless? One man laughed. Jilung also laughed. It was a pitiful laugh. He had an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. He couldn't wait for these fellows to dance more happily. When they were beaten to the ground, it would definitely be very satisfying. But Lin Sun didn't want to listen to them anymore. For him, time was precious, and it was not worthwhile to waste it on these people. Therefore, when Meng Tufu considered his words and was about to sound them out, Lin Sun took action. He stood in the void and waved his sleeves. Countless practitioners in the city who were watching this situation nervously felt a tingling in front of their eyes, as if they saw countless dazzling sword chi falling from the sky like a rainstorm. Puff. Puff, then, a muffled sound reverberated between heaven and earth. The scarlet blood, like dye, painted the void into a dazzling red. When people finally saw clearly, Meng Tufu and his companions had already disappeared outside the city. Only blood was flowing all over the ground. The world was silent, and the whole audience was trembling. With a wave of his sleeves, the sword chi was like rain, killing all the enemies. His unparalleled and proud demeanor almost made people suspect that he was a supreme sword god who came to the world with his sword. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Sun turned around and left. The opponents were too weak, and he felt no sense of achievement in his heart. There was only one feeling in his heart, boring. When Lin Sun's figure disappeared, Jilung was still in a daze, and his mind was trembling uncontrollably. What kind of horrible existence was this? A gust of cold wind, mixed with the pungent smell of blood, woke Jilung up from the shock. He took a deep breath, and his voice was like thunder as he shouted, Come, clean up the spoils of war. The rest of you, follow me to kill our way to Flame Sin City. After the shock, Jilin felt an unprecedented excitement. With the death of Meng Tufu and his companions, the Flame Sin city that was so far away had become an ownerless place. Rumble. Not long after, Jilin impatiently led a group of people and charged towards Flame Sin city with a murderous aura, and they swept up a cloud of dust along the way. On this day, Meng Tufu and his companions were annihilated, and Flame Sin city fell. All the wealth that Meng Tufu had plundered over the years was wiped out. On this day, the name Sword Demon Dao Abyss spread like wildfire, and it flew to many nearby cities as if it had wings. For a time, it caused an uproar. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword filled the world. The battle of Sword Demon Dao Abyss was discussed by countless people, and even some vicious people that had been in the dark world for many years were extremely shocked in their hearts. It was also from this day onwards that numerous experts swarmed towards Daming City from all directions. For a time, this inconspicuous and shabby city actually glowed with a brand new vitality and became bustling. This was the influence of Lin Sun's battle. The dark world was too turbulent, and blood and slaughter occurred practically every day. For the sake of survival, most of the experts could only choose to stay in a city and obtain the protection of the city lord. Although they would be exploited layer by layer, it was relatively safer, and they could live longer in this turbulent world. Lin Sun's appearance and the terrifying combat strength he revealed caused Daming City to instantly become a refuge in the hearts of many cultivators, and they successively came to seek refuge. In regards to this, Ji Lung, the city lord on the surface, couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Every time a cultivator sought refuge in the city, it was equivalent to gaining an endless source of wealth. How could he not be happy? He was an old man who was resourceful, and didn't lack strength. With his identity as the city lord to rectify the order and set the rules, Daming City seemed to show a scene of prosperity. Lin Sun didn't care about all this, and he couldn't be bothered to ask about it. He practically didn't leave his residence, and he was always cultivating. However, he still noticed that the wealth collected by the city lord's mansion was increasing ceaselessly, and it was like a rolling snowball that was getting bigger and bigger. Of course, most of this wealth entered Lin Sun's pocket in the end. This could only prove that the current Daming City had indeed become different from before, and Ji Lung, the city lord who was resourceful, had indeed performed very well. But everything had its pros and cons. Although the eye-catching performance of Daming City had attracted numerous experts to seek refuge, it had also caused the fear and dissatisfaction of many city lords in this vast area. However, due to the fact that Daming City was in the limelight and the deep fear of Sword Devil Tao Abyss, the city lords in the nearby territories chose to endure. Wait and see. After all, this was the dark world where the order had collapsed and the weak were prey to the strong, not the outside world. The more conspicuous a character was, the more likely it was to meet with an accident. Even though Grand Turtle City has been forcefully occupied by the Sword Devil Dao Abyss and Ji Lung, it's one of the many cities under the command of Domain Lord He Kong after all. Daoist Crocodile had an extremely good relationship with some of the capable subordinates under Domain Lord He Kong when he was alive. If these people don't recognize Sword Devil Tao Abyss and Ji Lung, the happier they are now, the more miserable they will be when they die. A city lord made such an inference. Let's wait and see. In half a month, it will be the time to pay tribute to Region Lord He Kong once a month. At that time, the generals under the command of Region Lord He Kong will definitely go to Daming City to help Region Lord He Kong collect the property. Maybe, it will be the time when Sword Devil Tao Abyss will be in trouble. Someone sneered. Half a month. I can bear it a little longer. Unlike the outside world, although the dark world was vast and comparable to the Hongmeng world, it was like a place where the spiritual power was exhausted. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin and gloomy. Most of the mountains and rivers were barren and unruly. Compared with the Hongmeng world, where the spiritual energy was extremely rich and famous mountains and blessed lands were everywhere, the dark world was like a barren land. In addition, the dark world was extremely turbulent and order collapsed. Ordinary small forces could not survive for too long. For example, Daming City had changed more than 100 city lords in just 1,000 years, only some behemoths could survive in the dark world for a longer time. For example, the 3 giants of the dark world, each of them had an ancient foundation that could be compared with the 6 Tao courts and the 10 war clans. However, most forces in the dark world were showing signs of being in a precarious situation, and no one knew when they would be annihilated. Therefore, although Lin Sun's nickname, Sword Devil Tao Abyss, had become famous recently, it was very eye-catching. But for many old people who made a living in the dark world, there was also the danger of being destroyed at any time. Woo-woo-woo wind and sand wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. Outside of Great Nightmare City, the mountains and rivers were vast and boundless. Baleful energy was rising everywhere, and the smell of blood that had accumulated for many years filled the air. Lin Sun sat alone on the city wall, holding a gourd to drink. This was already the 23rd day since he came to the dark world, but she had yet to appear. What was the result of that battle? Lin Sun couldn't guess. Regardless of whether it was she or Star Yen, their strength had long since reached a world-shocking level. They could kill martial emperors like they were chickens. They were unimaginably powerful. Not even a martial emperor would be able to predict the battle between the two. "Senior, so you're here." From afar, Jilung flew over with a respectful expression. "What's up?" Lin Sun didn't look back. Perhaps because there were too many fights and turbulences, the dark world was full of evil spirits and the environment was extremely bad. Especially outside the city, between the mountains and rivers, the evil spirits were rolling and thick like smoke. If one stayed there for a long time, his mind would be tainted, let alone cultivating. This reminded Lin Sun of what Mu Chuan once said. The dark world was never a place of reproduction, but a training field. Here, life was like grass, and blood and killing would never stop. No one would be willing to come to the dark world if they weren't forced into a corner. In fact, it was true that one could only rely on Taoist crystals to cultivate here. Whoever could control more Taoist crystals could become stronger and live longer. Jilung whispered, "In 3 days, the 2 generals under He Kong will come to collect the tribute." Lin Sun also knew that the forces under He Kong controlled 109 cities in the Cold Sky territory. Every month, the lords of these cities had to pay tribute to He Kong. The so-called tribute was 60% of the wealth collected by each city every month. Daming City was one of the many cities under He Kong's control. Now, although Taoist Crocodile was dead, Jilung was already the city lord. The tribute of Daming City naturally needed to be paid by Jilung. Then give it to them. Lin Sun didn't care. In this dark world, he didn't want to expand his territory. He didn't mind paying some price when he could avoid trouble. Jilung was stunned and said in a low voice, "Senior, our forces have now controlled 4 cities in the nearby territory. In addition to Daming City, there are Flame Sin City, Beidou City, and Water Caltrip City. 7 small Taoist crystal mines and some other mineral veins containing various ores and divine materials have also been occupied by us. I have estimated that we can collect about 3 million Taoist crystals every day. In 1 month, we can collect 90 million Taoist crystals. Excluding all expenses, we can leave about 70 million Taoist crystals." Speaking of this, Jilung took a deep breath and said, "If we give 60% of the tribute to the He Kong region, it will be a large number." These days, Jilung was like a warmonger. He fought from north to south. First, he swallowed Mang Tufu's Flame Sin City, then he broke through Beidou City and Water Caltrip City. In fact, when they learned that Mang Tufu was killed and that the situation was not good, the city lords of Beidou City and Water Caltrip City had already abandoned the cities with their wealth. This was also one of the reasons why Jilung could swallow up the territory so easily. However, Lin Sun still didn't expect that just by controlling 4 cities, the number of Tao gems collected in 1 day could reach an astonishing 3 million, 90 million Taoist crystals in 1 month. Lin Sun was shocked when he learned this number with his current vision and cultivation. However, after thinking for a moment, Lin Sun said calmly, "Well, do things according to the rules. Do we really have to pay 60% of the tribute?" Jilung was a little anxious. He earned 70 million Taoist crystals in 1 month, but he had to pay 60%, which was 42 million Taoist crystals. Who wouldn't feel pain? "Do you want to see me fight against Region Lord He Kong?" Lin Sun glanced at him. Jilung suddenly broke into a cold sweat and shook his head quickly. "How dare I? I promise to do as you say." Through this matter, Jilung suddenly felt confused in his heart. He couldn't understand this young man who called himself Dao Yuan. His strength was so terrible, but he seemed to have no ambition at all. If it were any other strong man with such terrible fighting power, he would have been busy expanding his power and earning more Taoist crystals in order to become stronger so that he could live longer in the dark world. But this Dao Yuan simply had a pure heart and few desires. He did not have the slightest bit of ambition. This was undoubtedly too strange. In the end, Jilin only thought of one possibility. That was, Lin Sun either had a bigger plan, or he didn't care about those Taoist crystals at all. No matter which possibility it was, the more Jilin thought about it, the more frightened he was, and the more he feared Lin Sun. He knew very well that the smartest thing he could do was to be a good city lord. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two capable subordinates of Regent Lord He Kong arrived just in time. One looked like a young man with a strong body, cold eyes like a knife, wearing a scarlet cloak. His name was Shan Yong, and the other was Xianxia, wearing a brocade robe, short and fat like a ball. Both of them were in the third stage of quasi-emperor realm. Jilin, who had been waiting outside Great Comet City for a long time, immediately revealed an incomparably warm and humble smile when he saw the two figures appear, and went forward to welcome them. I, Jilin, pay my respects to the two lords. As soon as his voice fell, he was slapped away. His cheeks were red and swollen, his mouth and nose were bleeding, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Shan Yong's expression was cold, and his momentum was oppressive. I heard that you killed Taoist crocodile? Jilin climbed up, covering his red and swollen cheeks, his expression was gloomy. Never had he imagined that he would be slapped so rudely as soon as they met. Such a simple and crude method caused him to feel an unprecedented sense of humiliation. He took a deep breath, lowered his head, and said, Lord, if you're here to avenge Taoist crocodile, you can do it now. If you're here to help Regent Lord He Kong collect the tributes, please pay attention to propriety. A cold light flashed in Shan Yong's eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Xianxia. He's just a small character, why are you so angry? Xianxia said with a smile, what's more, Taoist crocodile is already dead. In this dark world, dead people have no value. After a pause, he said to Jilin, are the tributes ready? Jilin nodded, they're ready. The 4 cities of Nightmare, Flame Sin, Beidou, and Water Caltrip add up to a total of 42 million Dao crystals. Xianxia praised, I can see that you're a very resourceful person. However, this is far from enough. Jilin immediately understood and said, I've also prepared some small gifts for the two lords. I'm waiting for the two lords to take a look. Xianxia laughed and turned to Shan Yong, look, this guy is a smart person. He's much stronger than Taoist crocodile. Then, he smacked his lips and sighed, it's just that, it's still not enough. Jilin was startled and forced to smile, Lord, as the saying goes, a thin stream will flow for a long time. In the future, when I manage these 4 cities well, I'll definitely hand over more tributes. Of course, there will be benefits for the two of you. Shan Yong suddenly snorted, Jilin, do you know that when we came here, we've already decided to get rid of you? You actually dare to bargain now? Do you believe that I'll kill you now? An overwhelming killing intent spread out from Shan Yong's body, oppressing Jilin to the point that he felt suffocated as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At the same time, Xianxia said with a smile, how about this, since you're smart, as long as you hand over 100 million Dao crystals this time, we won't pursue the matter of you killing Taoist crocodile. How about it, 100 million? Any ordinary spiritual material, when piled up into a mountain, would be so valuable that it would be tempting to any cultivator. The Dao crystal was not only an extremely expensive currency, but it was also a cultivation source suitable for cultivators above the sage realm. This also made the value of the Dao crystal far more valuable than ordinary spiritual stones and spiritual marrow. An ordinary sage realm cultivator who possessed millions of Dao crystal was already considered to be very valuable. Even if he was a quasi-emperor cultivator, possessing millions of Dao crystal, he could be said to be rich and his wealth was astonishing. As for the 100 million Dao crystal, this astronomical number would definitely make an emperor realm cultivator drool and green with envy, but now, Xianxia and Shan Yong had asked for 100 million Dao crystal. This was no longer as simple as collecting the tributes, it was simply forcing Jilin to his death. Jilin was stunned for a while before he said in a low voice, two lords, this 100 million Dao crystal is not a small number, small, slap. Before he finished speaking, Xianxia slapped Jilung's face again, causing him to fly out. His cheeks were red and swollen, and blood spurted out from his mouth and nose. Many cultivators in the city had been watching for a long time. When they saw this scene, they could not help but gasp. The two quasi-emperors under the command of the Heikong region lord were simply too overbearing. It even made people suspect that they were not here to collect the tributes, but purely to find trouble with Jilung and avenge the dead Taoist crocodile. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Hand over the 100 million Dao crystal, and we will let bygones be bygones. Xianxia looked arrogant and his eyes were cold. 2. Die. His words were concise, but his killing intent was overflowing. Xianxia sighed and said, "Sigh, Jilung, we are also helping Lord Heikong. To do something, don't make it too difficult for us. You should know that even if you die now, there will be a new city lord tomorrow to help us take care of these 4 cities." Taking a deep breath, Jilung suppressed the anger in his heart. He got up from the ground and said in a low voice, "Two lords, can you give me some time to prepare? After all, this is really not a small number." Xianxia immediately smiled, appearing extremely benevolent. "Sure, go ahead. We will leave in the time it takes for a jaw stick to burn. I hope you won't disappoint us then." Xianxia said coldly, "There's one more thing. I heard that there's someone called the Sword Demon Dao Abyss in Great Lapis City. Recently, his performance has been very conspicuous. Why didn't he come out with you to welcome us? Could it be that he looks down on us?" Jilung was stunned, and he hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Sirs, please calm your anger. Senior Dao Yuan is at the critical moment of his closed-door cultivation, and he's truly unable to split himself, can't split into 2. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. What arrogance! If that's the case, why don't we take the initiative to meet him? His voice was filled with threats and dissatisfaction. Jilung's expression was gloomy. He could endure the humiliation of being slapped twice in public. After all, he had to survive in the dark world. When it was time to bow his head, he could throw all his dignity and integrity to the back of his head. But he didn't dare to disturb Lin Sun because of this. Humph. Jilung's hesitant attitude made Xianxia's face turn gloomy. "Jilung, I think you don't want to live." He raised his hand and was about to slap Jilung again. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Kneel down." Just 2 words, plain and natural. Jilung immediately recognized that it was Lin Sun's voice. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart. In the end, he still disturbed this ruthless person. At the same time, he also felt dizzy and almost couldn't believe it. Kneel down, they were the 2 quasi-emperor generals under the command of the Heikong region lord. Their status was high and their combat strength was strong enough to make any ruthless person who made a living in this territory tremble in fear. But now, Senior Dao Yuan said that he wanted them to kneel down. Jilung couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But what happened next caused him to be completely dumbfounded. Because when the word kneel down fell, Xianxia and Xianxia, who were standing in the void, fell fiercely to the ground as if they had been suppressed by a terrifying force. They wanted to struggle, but their knees were directly broken, blood splattered, and then they knelt down together. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds were heard, and the ground collapsed. Looking at the scene again, the previously arrogant and cold Xianxia and Xianxia were both prostrating on the ground and kneeling outside the city gate of Daming City. Furthermore, this was merely the power produced by a single voice. Just 2 words, if they were told to kneel down, they had to kneel down, just like a god whose words were the law. The scene was dead silent. Jilung opened his eyes wide, and there was an uncontrollable roar in the depths of his heart. That Senior Dao Yuan was not a saint at all, but was most likely a quasi-emperor, and he was not comparable to an ordinary quasi-emperor. Inside the city, many experts who saw this scene were stunned, both physically and mentally shocked. In this silent atmosphere, Lin Sun's tall figure appeared above the city gate. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was indifferent like a banished immortal. He looked down at the 2 quasi-emperors who were kneeling on the ground, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. "No matter how much tribute should be handed over to the Heikong region lord, I will not give a piece less, and those that should not be handed over, I will not give a piece more. You 2 have broken the rules. On the ground, Xianxia and Xianxia looked livid, and their hearts were filled with anger and fear. Just the power produced by a voice could easily suppress them. How could they not understand that they had kicked an iron plate this time? Don't talk nonsense, kill us if you have the guts. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Even if he was afraid, he was full of confidence, and that was in the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord. He did not believe that Lin Sun dared to kill them. Unfortunately, his so-called confidence might be able to shock others, but it did not work on Lin Sun at all. Bang, with a muffled sound, Xianxia's kneeling body was completely paralyzed on the ground. His spirit was crushed, and his eyes were wide open, as if he could not believe what had happened. It's easy to die. Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he had not killed a third-stage quasi-emperor, but an ant that was not worth mentioning. The understatement made Xianxia could not help screaming, "Senior, please don't be angry, please don't be angry, I know I was wrong." He cowed out crazily, and his heart was drowned by boundless fear. For thousands of years, it was the first time that he saw such a ruthless man who was not afraid of the Heikong region lord in the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord. This was undoubtedly terrible. If you are wrong, you have to pay the price. Lin Sun said, "Tell me, who asked you to come here to make trouble? Don't tell me that an emperor like the Heikong region lord will think about avenging a dead man like Taoist crocodile." Xianxia's expression changed. After a while, he said disappointedly, "I was blinded by lard and was bewitched by others. That's why I came with Xianxia to deliberately make things difficult for you. The purpose is not to avenge Taoist crocodile, but to suppress your arrogance." It turned out that when Xianxia and Xianxia came here, they had received some benefits from some city lords, in order to let Hope use them to suppress Lin Sun and Jilin. The reason was that Lin Sun and Jilin rose too fast and expanded their territory too rapidly, which seriously threatened the other city lords in this territory. Knowing this, Lin Sun was not surprised, but Jilin said angrily, "Well, I knew it would not be so simple." "So, the Heikong region lord doesn't know what you two have done at all?" Xianxia bowed his head and acquiesced. They had received money from others to eliminate disasters for them. But this time, they had kicked an iron plate. What else could they say? "Senior, please forgive me. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again." Xianxia begged in a trembling voice. Lin Sun said indifferently, "I can forgive you once, but I don't know whether the Heikong region lord will forgive you after you go back this time." Then, he told Jilin, "Give him the tribute and let him go." But, Jilin still wanted to say something, but Lin Sun's figure had already disappeared from the top of the city wall. "You're lucky." Jilin glanced at Xianxia with resentment. In next to no time, Xianxia carried the feeling of having survived a calamity as he left hastily with the tribute that Jilin handed over. "Xianxia is the right-hand man of the Heikong region lord, but now he was killed by you. Wait and see, the Heikong region lord will never let you go." Xianxia, who was fleeing in panic, was sure that he really survived this time when he couldn't see the Daming city anymore. On the same day, the news that Xianxia was killed and Xianxia fled spread out. It immediately caused a stir in the Daming city and set off a great uproar. Later on, the news spread to the other cities nearby, causing an uproar for a while. He actually dared to kill the general under the command of the Heikong region. "Lord. Is the sword devil Tao Yuan crazy? He's finished. This is destined to be a great disaster. In all these years, no one has ever dared to kill the people of the Heikong region lord. Let's go. We can't stay in the Daming city any longer. Maybe one day, the anger of the Heikong region lord will be vented. The fish in the moat will be affected by the fire in the city gate." From this day on, many experts who originally lived in the four cities of the Daming city, the Flamesin city, the Beidou city, and the Caltrip Corner city left in a hurry. The reason was very simple. It was because Lin Sun killed the people of the Heikong region lord. When they learned of this news, the city lords of the other cities in this territory were overjoyed. They didn't expect that the sword devil Tao Yuan would be so bold and dare to poke such a big hornet's nest. This was completely courting death. Wait and see, the Heikong region lord will definitely not give up. If the sword devil Tao Yuan is smart, he will definitely not dare to stay in the Daming city anymore. Otherwise, he is destined to be in trouble. Many city lords were looking forward to it excitedly. For a time, the situation changed. The Daming City, which was favored by countless experts, suddenly became a dangerous place of trouble. No one believed that the sword devil Tao Yuan could withstand the anger of the Heikong region lord. The moon is bright in my hometown. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. The wind was whistling. The Daming City had just been lively for a few days. With the news that Lin Sun had offended the governor of Heikong City, the whole city suddenly returned to its original state and even became more desolate than before. The governor's mansion. Senior, how about, we run away? Jilin gritted his teeth with a fierce look flashing in his eyes. There are 10 governors in the whole Cold Sky territory. Each of them controls different territories. If the governor of Heikong City can't tolerate us, we can go to other territories. Even if the whole Cold Sky territory can't tolerate us, we can go to other territories. After a pause, he continued, as the saying goes, if there is no place for you here, there will be another place for you. With your strength, why worry about not being able to make a comeback? Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the mystery of the scarlet flame Taoist figure which had just condensed its consciousness and cultivation. Hearing this, he said casually, don't you think too much? Think too much? Jilin was stunned for a moment and then became anxious. Senior, as far as I know, although the governor of Heikong City is an emperor, he is narrow-minded and will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. We killed Shan Yong, so he will definitely not let us go. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Lin Sun. Things are not that bad yet. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, I promise you won't be in trouble. Jilin was shocked for a while. He couldn't guess where Lin Sun's confidence came from. Go. Lin Sun waved his hand and ordered him to leave. Then I won't bother you anymore, senior. Jilin left with doubts in his mind. Should he leave, or stay? Lin Sun didn't care about Jilin's feelings. With a thought, the scarlet flame Taoist figure in a red robe appeared. Just yesterday, he successfully condensed the consciousness and cultivation of the scarlet flame Taoist figure, which could save a lot of time and energy for Lin Sun's practice. From today on, you will practice the 9 cauldrons world suppression scripture, the scripture of burning Tao, the 3 talents returning method and the impartation of no return. Lin Sun imparted the power he possessed to the scarlet flame Taoist figure through his consciousness. Among them, the scripture of burning Tao was the supreme inheritance created by the 5th senior brother Qi Jun. Senior brother Qi Jun was a terrible existence that even senior sister Ruo Su admitted that she was not as good as him. The Taoist scripture he inherited was no trivial matter. The 3 talents return to origin method was a Taoist scripture created by the 15th senior brother Qing Ting, and it was equally marvelous. The 3 scripture of cultivation was created by the 15th senior brother Qing. After imparting several kinds of inheritance, Lin Sun put away the scarlet flame Taoist body. With the green wood Taoist body and the scarlet fire Taoist body to help me cultivate and comprehend the great Tao, I'll be able to condense the yellow earth Taoist body's consciousness and Tao in less than a month. Cultivation Ling the most, and the Tao of Tian, the sect of the Taoist Tao Sun. And the Lin the Chen. Tao. The most amazing thing was that the increase in cultivation also caused the power of the Great Path clone to increase along with it. His cultivation had also improved greatly. At this rate of cultivation, I will be able to comprehend all the parts of the quasi-emperor realm in the Taoist scriptures and turn them into my own before I become an emperor. Only by learning from others and mastering them will I be able to build a strong foundation. My Tao is to contain all the Taos in the world and develop all the laws in the world. Only in this way can I be the only one. Lin Sun fell into deep thought. While waiting for Shi, he realized that if he did not improve his combat strength as soon as possible, the situation in the future would only become more and more dangerous. Cold Sky Territory, Tianwu Mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and majestic. From the foot of the mountain to the top, ancient and magnificent buildings meandered all the way to the top of the mountain. Apart from that, there were layers upon layers of obscure and terrifying restrictive formations that enveloped the entire heavenly martial mountain. In a snow-white palace at the top of the mountain, the region Lord Heikong sat on the central seat. He frowned slightly and his eyes were frightening. He was dressed in a black robe, and his thick blood-colored long hair was draped over his shoulders, revealing a handsome and fair face. and a pair of deep eyes that were brighter than the stars. The region Lord He Kong, whose Taoist name was He Kong Evil Emperor, appeared in the Dark World 139,000 years ago. There were different opinions about his origin. Some said that he used to be the supreme elder of a primordial imperial clan. Because he made an unforgivable mistake, he was suppressed by the clan. After he luckily escaped, he sneaked into the Dark World. Some said that he was an old monster of the Heavenly Ghost Fighting Clan, one of the 10 great fighting clans. Because he had killed too many people, he was wanted by many great forces and was forced to hide in the Dark World. There were also people who said, in short, no matter what the story was, it only proved that the He Kong Evil Emperor was very strong. He was so strong that even the legends about him had a chilling taste to them. The hall was silent. Xianxia knelt on the ground. He was anxious and didn't dare to breathe loudly. A single voice was able to suppress the two of you. From the looks of it, this so-called sword demon Dao Abyss is also an incredible character. After a long time, the He Kong Evil Emperor sighed with emotion. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, no matter how great this man is, he has already provoked your Majesty. He can't be tolerated." The He Kong Evil Emperor sneered, "Xianxia, let me ask you, why did he only kill Shan Yong, but let you live and come to see me with tributes?" Xianxia was stunned. Before he could speak, the He Kong Evil Emperor said coldly, "If you don't tell me the truth, don't blame me for being rude." Xianxia suddenly shivered, and his expression changed. When he reported to the He Kong Evil Emperor before, he did conceal some facts and only said some words that were unfavorable to Lin Sun. But obviously, his careful thoughts were seen through. "Your Majesty, I know my mistake." Xianxia showed a look of fear and sorrow, and kowtowed to the ground fiercely. "I just want to know the truth." The He Kong Evil Emperor was expressionless. "If you don't tell me, when I find out, you will only die more miserably." Xianxia's face changed greatly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to tell the truth, including how he and Shan Yong received benefits from those city lords and how they suppressed Lin Sun and Ji Lung. He didn't dare to hide anything at all. After hearing this, the He Kong Evil Emperor laughed, but the smile made Xianxia's hair stand on end, and his soul almost came out of his body. A dog bites when it's cornered, let alone extorting 100 million Tao gems. When the He Kong Evil Emperor stood up, there was no trace of a smile on his face. "If it were me, I would have killed you long ago." There are indeed no rules to speak of in this world of darkness. However, in my territory, the rules set by me are the greatest rules. However, I never imagined that you would dare to break my rules for the sake of some so-called benefits. You guys sure have guts. Xianxia was soaked with cold sweat, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly thought of Lin Sun's words, "I can forgive you, but it depends on whether Region Lord He Kong will forgive you." It was also at this time that he discovered that compared with the death of his subordinates, Region Lord He Kong cared more about the rules he had set, but they were violated and broken by his subordinates. I must avenge Shan Yong's death. After all, he was my subordinate after all. I can't just sit back and watch him being killed like this. The He Kong Evil Emperor thought, "But before you take revenge, don't you think you should pay for your mistakes?" Xianxia's face was full of fear. "Your Honor, although I made some mistakes, I don't deserve to die." "No, you must die." He Kong Evil the Arch had a serious look on his face. "If you die, I will be able to avenge you more confidently, right?" Before his voice died away, he stretched out his hand and gently plucked it in the air. Puff, Xianxia's head was picked off like a fruit and fell into the palm of the He Kong Evil Emperor. At the moment of his death, his face was covered with intense horror. He Kong Evil Emperor raised his hand and closed Xianxia's widened eyes, then he said softly, "Someone, bring this head to Great Lotus City's sword demon Dao Abyss. Tell him that I'm fair in rewards and punishments, and I'm thirsty for talent. From today onwards, as long as he, sword demon Dao Abyss, submits to me, I won't pursue the past matters." "Yes." A hoarse voice sounded outside the hall. At the same time, Xianxia's head was thrown out of the hall. In the hall, the He Kong Evil Emperor said slowly, "Good saber should be used well. It would be a pity to kill him, Daming City." When Ji Lung appeared with Xianxia's bloody head in his hands, Lin Sun, who was cultivating, couldn't help but be stunned. "You want me to submit?" he asked. "Yes." Jiling's expression was filled with reverence and flattery. So it can be seen that Lord He Kong is indeed a person who clearly rewards and punishes, and his discerning eyes are like torches. He knows that Senior's combat strength is outstanding, so he cherishes talent. This is a great thing. At the end of his words, his voice became excited. Haha. Lin Sun laughed with a strange look in his eyes. Well, as long as he doesn't worry about getting into trouble, why not? Jiling was stunned. What did this mean? Lin Sun no longer explained. He waved his hand and said, "Go and ask the region lord what are the conditions for submission. As long as it's not too much, I can agree to all of them." Jiling became more and more suspicious. He felt that Lin Sun agreed too quickly, which made him feel a little uneasy, but he didn't dare to ask more and hurriedly left. After Jiling left, Lin Sun couldn't help laughing again and murmured in his heart, "It's you who jumped into the pit yourself." It'll be too late to climb out later. Lin Sun was very sure that his identity would be discovered sooner or later in this dark world. And when his identity was really exposed. As his big brother, how could the region lord of He Kong not be implicated? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel pity for him. A sword has two edges. If he didn't use it well, he would cut himself. When he got Lin Sun's reply, the He Kong evil emperor also laughed and felt carefree in his heart. Whoosh, a beautifully made map of the territory of the Cold Sky Territory was unfolded, which detailed the distribution of the major cities in the Cold Sky Territory. The territories controlled by the 10 region lords were clearly marked out. He Kong stared at the map with his eyes full of divine light. In the end, he fiercely poked an area with his finger and said in a low voice, "Send a message to the Sword Fiend Dao Abyss. Ask him to seize the territory controlled by that old bear, Xuanning. So long as he's able to take over the territory, then I'll give it to him to control." "Your Majesty, what if Tao Yuan of Sword Demon refuses? Since he has chosen to surrender, how can he not work hard for me?" "Go, he is a smart man and knows how to make a choice." "Yes." Daming City. In the City Lord's mansion, when Jiling learned of the Black Python Region Lord's order, he felt the world spin before his eyes, and he almost fell. That old bear. How can anyone dare to provoke him? Region Lord He Kong is clearly sending Senior Dao Yuan to his death. Jiling was lost. He thought that He Kong Region Lord treated Lin Sun differently and thought that he could get the protection of He Kong Region Lord from now on so that he wouldn't have to worry about survival in the future. Who would have thought that this was not the case at all? "Senior, it's not good." Jiling found Lin Sun at the first time and told him the orders of He Kong Region Lord one by one with a bitter and anxious face. The territory controlled by He Kong Region Lord only occupied a small part of the territory of the Cold Sky Territory. The territory next to He Kong Region Lord was controlled by Xuanning Region Lord, one of the 10 major regional lords. Over the years, there had been more than one conflict between He Kong Region Lord and Xuanning Region Lord in order to compete for territory. The bloody battle was extremely tragic. But most of the time, He Kong Region Lord was at a disadvantage. In the past, there were more than 190 cities controlled by He Kong Region Lord, but now there were only 109 cities left. Those lost cities were almost annexed by the forces under Xuanning Region Lord. It was no exaggeration to say that among the 10 major regional lords, the forces under He Kong Region Lord and Xuanning Region Lord had already formed a deadly feud. In recent years, Region Lord He Kong had been trying to recover the lost territories, but he had been unable to achieve his wish, and this had become a sore point in his heart. Therefore, when Jiling received this order, he immediately realized that the situation wasn't good. After Jiling finished speaking of the reason, he couldn't help but say with a dejected expression, "Senior, we can't afford to offend Region Lord He Kong, nor can we afford to offend Region Lord Xuanning. In my opinion, we should flee." Lin Sun's black eyes flickered and he said, "Don't you think this is an opportunity?" Jiling was stunned. Opportunity? Lin Sun's eyes were gloomy. He Kong wants to kill me with a borrowed knife in order to test my submission. If I die, although he may not be happy to see it, he certainly won't feel any pity. But, what if I live? Jiling smiled bitterly. Alive? How is that possible? The forces under the command of Region Lord Xuanning are even more terrible. If we provoke them, it may be profitable in a short time, but in a long time, will Region Lord Xuanning let us go? Lin Sun said seriously, we are only responsible for capturing the city. If we really encounter a fatal danger, we will escape back to the territory of Region Lord He Kong. At that time, do you think Region Lord He Kong will sit back and do nothing? Jiling hesitated, but, isn't it too risky? Lin Sun smiled and said meaningfully, if we don't do something, how can Region Lord He Kong be determined to protect us? He added in his heart, you, Region Lord He Kong, can't get rid of this responsibility. Senior, are you really confident? Jiling took a deep breath and asked. Lin Sun got up, patted Jiling on the shoulder, and said, Jiling, you are a talent. This is also the reason why I didn't kill you. These days, your performance is also good. No matter what you do, at least you didn't let me catch any evidence. When Lin Sun said this, Jiling was already sweating all over. Only then did he realize that during this period of time, his every move had long been under Lin Sun's attention. Now, I can give you a chance. As long as you seize it, in the future, not only can you become a city lord, but also a region lord. It is not impossible. The key is whether you have enough courage. After Lin Sun finished speaking, Jiling trembled all over and was stunned. Region lord? Just by himself? If this was said by someone else, Jiling would have spat on that person's face. What a joke. He was a great saint, not even a quasi-emperor. How dare he think about the position of region lord? It was completely whimsical, but when these words came out from Lin Sun's mouth, it made Jiling's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but have a trace of unrealistic thoughts. He shook his head fiercely, as if trying to make himself sober up, and then he said carefully, Senior, are you really not joking? Do you think I look like I'm joking? Lin Sun looked serious. Jiling looked hesitant, it's just that. I'm not sure. Can you give me some advice? Lin Sun said, even if I tell you now, you won't believe it. Why don't you go to the territory of the Xuanning region with me? Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Think about it first. If you make up your mind, we'll set off tomorrow morning. Okay. Jiling hurriedly agreed. Until Jiling left, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Where on earth did she go? Is it because I'm not famous enough now, so she doesn't know that I'm in the Cold Sky territory? Then let's go all out. At least let the name of Dao Yuan resound in the sky of the Cold Sky territory. The next morning, when Lin Sun woke up from meditation, Jiling, who had been sleepless all night, had already been waiting outside the hall. Have you made up your mind? Lin Sun stood up and walked out of the hall with a smile. Jiling took a deep breath and nodded. After going back yesterday, he struggled for a whole night. Finally, he couldn't resist the unrealistic ambition in his heart and made a decision. The next moment, Jiling took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. Senior, look, this is the map of the forces under the control of the Xuanning region. The forces of the Xuanning region cover 249 cities, and there are 59 people in the quasi-emperor realm under his command. This is his core force, and also the most frightening. Among them, there are two people worth paying attention to. One is Liu Xian, and the other is Mu Qingyang. Both of them are Juing quasi-emperors. They are notorious in the entire Cold Sky territory and the most terrifying. They are also the right-hand men of the Xuanning region. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Juing quasi-emperor, this was too rare. Looking at the whole world, they could be said to be rare. Who would have thought that there were such people under the command of the Xuanning region, and there were two of them? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but ask, is there another quasi-emperor under the command of the He Kong region? Jiling replied, yes, but there is only one, and his name is Lai Guang. Lin Sun replied, oh, and opened the jade slip that Jiling handed over. While reading, he said, continue. Last night, I analyzed that if we want to annex the cities under the control of the Xuanning region, the safest way is to attack from the periphery, and pick some soft persimmons to pinch first. Jiling had obviously done his homework. At this moment, he spoke with confidence and composure, and knew all kinds of information like the back of his hand. And this was also the reason why Lin Sun valued Jiling. Although this guy's combat strength was not good, he was resourceful and meticulous. Those trivial matters were handed to him, and he was guaranteed to be able to handle them beautifully. Senior, in my opinion, we can start from Ruisang City first. This city is adjacent to the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord, and although the city lord Lan Jiao is a peerless saint king, without waiting for Jilin to finish, Lin Sun interrupted, "Let's do that." Jilin was stunned. He hadn't even finished analyzing the pros and cons. How could he make a decision? Lin Sun patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I'm at ease if you're in charge." Jilin was an old man who had experienced countless bloodshed and drifted in the darkness for many years. His temperament had long been honed to be extremely cold and tenacious. But at this moment, his heart was warm and his nose was sour. In the dark world, this feeling of being trusted was really too rare. Early in the morning, Lin Sun and Jilin left Daming City. In the evening, the two had already arrived at a dangerous mountain range 3,000 miles away from Ruisang City. Woo-woo-woo, fierce evil spirits steamed between the mountains and rivers, and the pungent smell of blood and decay filled the air. The mountain wind whistled, and it was as cold as a knife. On the peak of a mountain, Lin Sun stood with his hands behind his back, and said, "The order of the dark world has collapsed, and is in turmoil. Every day, there are countless massacres. With the power of a saint, he can easily destroy a city, but why are people so obsessed with seizing cities?" He really did not understand. Senior, if a city is destroyed, it can still be rebuilt. Only by occupying a city can you attract the strong who wandered into the dark world to join your side. With more people, you can harvest a steady stream of cultivation resources, and then your own force will continue to grow. Jilin said quickly, "Just like Ruisang City, adjacent to the territory controlled by Region Lord Heikong, it is also one of the most bloody and turbulent areas. In just the last 1,000 years, it has been destroyed more than 50 times, and the city lord who occupied the city has also changed more than 100 times. But even so, after each battle, the city will be rebuilt from the ruins, and there will also be many strong people going there. Among these strong people, most of them are desperados. The purpose of going to Ruisang City is very simple, because there will be frequent battles here. As long as you are strong enough, the more people you kill, the more spoils you will get. In short, it is to fight for wealth with your life. There are also some strong people who want to hone their cultivation. There are very few of them, but they are also the most feared, and they are called trial takers." Trial taker, this was the first time Lin Sun had heard of such a person. Jilin continued, "Generally speaking, the trial takers are the direct descendants of the three dark magnates, and some are the descendants of sects from other worlds on the starry ancient path. These guys regard the dark world as a trial ground and kill without any scruples. They also have many life-saving means, which makes them the most difficult to deal with." Lin Sun finally understood. "Senior, although the 10 great domain lords of the domain of Cold Sky are extremely frightening, the one who can really influence and manipulate the situation in the domain of Cold Sky is the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect." Jilin said quickly, "For example, the first domain lord of the domain of Cold Sky, Wind Massacre Demon Emperor, is an elder of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect and has great power. So if we encounter the trial takers from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, we must not provoke them, or we will definitely cause a lot of trouble." Lin Sun did not comment on this. At the mention of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, Lin Sun thought of Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi, and there was an uncontrollable killing intent in his heart. The truth of the tragedy of the Lin family was now revealed. Yun Qingbai was just a pawn at the mercy of others, and the mastermind was Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi, and when the tragedy of the Lin family broke out, the forbidden power of order appeared, which made Lin Sun suspect that the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was also a dog of the former nameless Supreme Emperor. "Let's go." Without thinking any further, Lin Sun began to act. Jilin hurriedly caught up with him and couldn't help asking, "Senior, are we just going to kill our way there?" In his opinion, planning and preparation must be done in order to seize a city, and when necessary, it was necessary to find out the actual situation of the enemy first. But obviously, Lin Sun did not intend to do so at all. He said directly, "Speed is the most important thing in war. It's just a brilliant mulberry city. Let's just kill our way there." Jilin's lips twitched. Wasn't this too simple and crude? Not long after, the huge and majestic outline of brilliant Mulberry City appeared on the horizon. The setting sun bathed the entire city in a layer of blood-like red. The city gate was open, and many cultivators were entering and exiting. Each of them was extremely powerful and fierce. "Senior, there is a beacon tower in sharp Mulberry City. If there is any danger, light the beacon tower, and the experts under Region Master Xuaning's command will rush over immediately." After they arrived here, Jiling's expression became serious, and he said swiftly, "In these past few years, Region Lord He Kong has sent out countless experts with the intention of recapturing sharp Mulberry City, yet all of them returned in failure in the end, and the reason is this beacon tower. This lowly one suggests that it's best if we can control this beacon first." Lin Sun spread his spiritual awareness and instantly covered the whole surging Mulberry City. After a little sensing, he said, "Is the beacon tower you mentioned built in the city governor's mansion?" Jiling nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Let's go." Lin Sun went straight to the city gate. On both sides of the city gate, there were two extremely fierce guards. When they saw Lin Sun appear, one of them shouted, "You look very unfamiliar, you must be new, you need to pay 5,000 Dao crystal to enter the city." Lin Sun walked forward as if he was unaware of it. Seeing that he was ignored, the guard's eyes flashed fiercely, and he suddenly grasped at Lin Sun with his palm. "How dare you break in by force? You are courting death." Bang! Before the guard's palm touched Lin Sun, he only felt black in front of him. His body seemed to be hit by a primordial bull. With a bang, he flew out fiercely, hit the city wall, embedded in the wall, and passed out. The other guard was shocked. When he was about to say something, he saw Lin Sun waving his sleeve. Bang! With a muffled sound, the guard was smashed into the ground like a wooden stake. Only his head was exposed, and he passed out with his eyes rolled. And Lin Sun had already disappeared in the city gate. Jilong stared blankly. Lin Sun really wanted to break in by force, he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly chased after him. Who is that guy? This method is too cruel. Is he here to seize the position of the city governor? Let's go and see the fun. Many strong people inside and outside the city gate were already shocked. When they saw this scene, they were all surprised, but not shocked. Many people had already chased after him with the mentality of watching the fun. Because in the dark world, this kind of turbulence happened too frequently. City Governor's Mansion. Lan Jiao was sitting cross-legged in meditation. His skin was white and his appearance was elegant, but there was a lingering gloomy air between his eyebrows. As the city governor, he was famous for his exorbitant levy and insatiable greed. Since he became the city governor of Ruay Mulberry City 6 years ago, the number of Tao gems collected by him every month had reached an astonishing 80 million. It should be known that the 4 cities controlled by Jilong, Nightmare, Flame Sin, Beidou, and Water Caltrip, could only collect 90 million Tao gems every month. It could be imagined how powerful Lan Jiao's means of plundering and exploiting Tao gems were. Only Lan Jiao himself knew that although he was a holy king with a strong foundation, he couldn't sit on the position of the city governor for too long. Ruay Mulberry City was too turbulent. It was adjacent to the territory of the region Lord He Kong, and it was regarded as the disaster area of the war. Lan Jiao had done some statistics. In the past 1,000 years, on average, the city governor of Ruay Mulberry City would meet with all kinds of accidents every 10 years. He would either be killed or become someone else's subordinate. Lan Jiao didn't dare to take this lightly. In the past 6 years, other than when he was collecting Tao gems, he almost never left his house and guarded the city governor's mansion. "You're Lan Jiao?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice resounded and awakened Lan Jiao, who was meditating. He stood up and his body emitted a terrifying aura as he shouted, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and a dark blue divine flame swept out towards the beacon that was only 10 meters away from him. Lan Jiao had been very careful in the past 6 years since he became the city governor. Even if he was cultivating in seclusion, he would stay by the side of the beacon. In order to be able to light the beacon as soon as possible when danger suddenly came, he could get help from the strong subordinates of the region Lord Xuaning. But what caused the blue WYRM's expression to change was that the dark blue divine flame he released was actually extinguished without a sound before it could even reach him, and it was as if it was extinguished by a shapeless hand. Whoosh, without hesitation, Lan Jiao moved to the void and escaped with all his strength. Lin Sun, who witnessed this scene, couldn't help showing a touch of surprise. However, he wasn't going to watch the blue serpent escape. Bang! In the next moment, the blue WYRM stumbled and fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground. It clutched its head and let out a pained groan as it saw stars. That feeling was as if he had run headfirst into an iron plate while he was madly fleeing. However, compared with this pain, what made Lan Jiao feel even more disappointed was that through this blow, he completely understood how terrible the opponent was. Lan Jiao directly lowered his head and knelt on the ground. "Senior, please show mercy. I admit defeat." When Jilin followed Lin Sun and saw this scene, his eyes were fixed on Lan Jiao again. In a short period of time, Lan Jiao performed an impeccable textbook reaction in the face of a sudden crisis. First, he wanted to light the beacon at the first time. Then, he chose to escape without hesitation. When his escape route was blocked, he immediately knelt on the ground and admitted defeat. Jilin was deeply impressed by Lan Jiao's reaction speed. There was no doubt that Lan Jiao's desire to survive was really extraordinary. "Just like that, you admit defeat?" Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Lan Jiao said respectfully, "If you are not strong enough, you should know your limits. I'm not as good as you, but I still want to live. How dare I resist stubbornly? Whether you are here for the position of the city governor or for the wealth I have accumulated, you can take them all. This guy is too smart." Jilin couldn't help but say, "Senior, in my opinion, it's better to kill him directly." Lan Jiao's face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Taoism pure, we both make a living in the dark world. Why do you force me to do this?" Lin Sun looked down at him with a mysterious light in his eyes. "Don't be nervous. Since you admit defeat, I will give you a chance." Lan Jiao raised his head. When his eyes met Lin Sun's eyes, his mind suddenly shook violently as if the world was turned upside down. His mind became muddled. "Chance?" He looked confused. "Yes, from today on, you can not only survive but also continue to be the city governor of brilliant Mulberry City if you obey me," Lin Sun said in a low voice. "Okay." Lan Jiao agreed. Boom! At this moment, the turbulent power in Lan Jiao's mind suddenly calmed down, and his eyes gradually became clear. But when he looked at Lin Sun, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Thank you for your mercy, senior. Now, hand over the wealth you have plundered over the years," Lin Sun said. "Yes." Lan Jiao opened his mouth, and a blue crystal bead emerged. This was a storage bead that could be nurtured in one's body. Lin Sun picked it up and looked at it for a while. He couldn't help frowning. "You have been the city governor for 6 years, and you have only plundered 150 million Tao gems?" Lan Jiao said respectfully, "Senior, you may not know, but 80% of the Tao gems I receive every month need to be handed over to the Lord of Xuemeng City. The remaining 20% need to be used for various expenses. The Tao gems that can really be kept are less than 10%. This Lord of Xuemeng City is even darker than the Lord of Heifeng City," Jilin gasped. Lin Sun put away the storage bead and said, "I will inform you when I need you to do something." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Yes." Lan Jiao crouched on the ground, and he was as respectful as a humble and obedient servant. After leaving the city governor's mansion, Jilin couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what did you do to Lan Jiao just now? Why did he become so obedient?" Thinking of the scene just now, Jilin always felt that it was a little strange and abnormal, which made him panic. "A little trick that targets the state of mind, called nightmare of fear," Lin Sun said casually. Lin Sun said casually without further explanation. But just the 4 words "nightmare of fear" made Jilin's imagination run wild. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. Could it be that his state of mind had already been hit by this nightmare of fear without knowing it? Recently, there were a lot of complaints in the book review section. Goldfish felt that it was necessary to explain that there were 2 updates at the beginning of the month, and 2 more updates in the middle of the month. She thought that she had been working very hard to write. Moreover, this Friday would be the 3rd consecutive day. Therefore, it was understandable that the old fans were anxious when catching up with the updates, but some of the old fans should not be malicious. Those who followed them to the Castellan's mansion to watch the fun were disappointed to find that the expected fierce battle did not break out. In just a moment, the two who rushed into the Castellan's mansion came out. This was undoubtedly a disappointment. But only Jilin knew that as long as the blue flood dragon didn't die, Ruisong City would be controlled by Daoyuan from now on. Don't worry, I won't use the nightmare of fear on you. Walking out of Ruisong City, Lin Sun glanced at Jilin, who was distracted and couldn't help but feel a little funny. This guy was obviously frightened by the scene just now. Jilin smiled embarrassedly, but he was actually relieved in his heart. As a practitioner, the most taboo thing to do was to have problems in the state of mind. But the nightmare of fear could actually affect the state of mind. This kind of secret method was undoubtedly too horrible. In fact, the nightmare of fear was indeed a wonderful Taoism, which came from the big original Heart Sutra taught by Ruosu, the third senior sister. This inheritance was regarded as one of the 9 great inheritances of Feng Siyuan Mountain, just like the fighting saint method of the eldest senior brother and the everlasting leakless of the 49th senior brother. Different from other inheritances, the big original Heart Sutra was extremely obscure, and there were many mysteries about the state of mind in it. With this inheritance, Ruosu embarked on a road of mind refining, which was different from other practitioners in the world. Almost all the Taoism recorded in this scripture was aimed at the state of mind of practitioners. For example, the nightmare of fear could sneak into the opponent's state of mind like a shadow brand, making the opponent feel endless fear when facing the caster. In addition, there was also the big dream of autumn, which could make the practitioner fall into a deep sleep and never wake up again. There was the heart-killing sword, the original heart seal, and, in a word, these wonderful methods aimed at the state of mind often had incredible power. They could kill people invisibly and were impossible to guard against. It's still early. Which city should we go to next? Lin Sun asked. Jilin answered without hesitation, Rock City. Before the action, Jilin had made all kinds of plans and preparations, and also finalized the route of action and the target to be conquered. Okay. Lin Sun nodded. 2 hours later, Lin Sun arrived at Rock City. The master of this city was called Lei Zhong and he was a first heaven quasi-emperor. Among the many cities that the Xuanning region master controlled, Lei Zhong's strength was considered extraordinary. However, in just a moment, Lei Zhong directly knelt down in front of Lin Sun, who had suddenly appeared. His mind was shrouded by the nightmare of fear and covered with a layer of shadow. Up until Lin Sun and Jilin left, no one noticed that Rock City, a city in the territory of the Xuanning region, had already fallen. Who's the next target? Scarlet City. Let's go. Lin Sun didn't stop. Presently, he wouldn't even fear the appearance of some emperor realm figures, let alone capturing some cities. It was as easy as blowing off dust. After a whole day, the 9 cities in the territory of the Xuanning region, which were close to the Heikong region, fell into Lin Sun's hands silently one after another. From the beginning until the end, the outside world was completely unaware, and it didn't even cause much commotion. It wasn't until late at night that Lin Sun felt a little tired. It wasn't because of the battle, but because the journey was too long. The 9 cities that he conquered were located in different territories and were far away from each other. Dealing with enemies could be done in an instant, but rushing all the way was a rather torturous thing. Let's rest for a while, we'll act tomorrow morning. On a mountain peak, Lin Sun casually set up a large formation and began to meditate. Jilin sat silently at the side, his eyes absent-minded. Before he left today, his heart was filled with confusion and anxiety. Even though he had finally decided to act with Lin Sun, he didn't have the slightest confidence. How could the Xuanning region master be so easily provoked? However, after a whole day, his heart was already a little numb from the shock. The methods that Lin Sun displayed were too terrifying, and he still couldn't imagine how there could be such a powerful person in this world. In an instant, he could suppress the lord of a city, make him feel fear, and make him kneel and submit. Such methods were even more terrifying than the legendary ancient demons. What made Jilin feel the most ridiculous was that after one day, a whole 9 cities fell, but it didn't cause any movement or disturbance. If this continued, when the Xuanning region master reacted, how many cities would be left in his territory that hadn't fallen? At the thought of this, Jilin's heart trembled. The means that Lin Sun showed made him suddenly realize one thing. If Lin Sun used this method to invade the territory of the Heikong region master, how could the Heikong region master notice it? The more he thought about it, the more he was in awe of Lin Sun. Who on earth was this senior? Let's go. At the break of dawn, Lin Sun got up from his meditation. After a night of thinking, when Jilin looked at Lin Sun again, there was a touch of awe in his eyes that he didn't even notice. 7 days passed in a hurry. It's almost time for us to go back. When Lin Sun said this, Jilin breathed a long sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's time to go back. In these 7 days, he followed Lin Sun, traveling day and night, attacking different cities almost non-stop, successively conquering one city after another. Until now, in the territory controlled by the Xuanning region master, there were a total of 54 cities that had fallen. The city lords were suppressed by Lin Sun and completely surrendered. 7 days, 54 cities, this number made people tremble when they thought about it. Jilin couldn't help but suspect that when the Xuanning region master noticed such a big change, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. If the Heikong region master knew that all of a sudden, 54 city lords chose to surrender to him, how happy would he be? Lin Sun asked. Jilin was stunned and said, of course he would be very happy, but I doubt whether the Heikong region master would really dare to send people to take over these cities. After all, when the Xuanning region master realizes it, he will definitely be furious and blame it on the Heikong region master. Lin Sun laughed, this is not our business. Let's go. Jilin was startled, and suddenly an uncontrollable thought surged in his heart. Senior Dao Yuan did this. Was he planning to trap the Heikong region master? With a hiss, Jilin gasped. If that was the case, it would be too terrible. On the day when Lin Sun and Jilin left, there was a sudden great turmoil in the territory controlled by the Xuanning region master. Lan Jiao, the city lord of brilliant Mulberry City, announces that he is willing to listen to the command of Sword Devil Dao Yuan and surrender to the Heikong region master. Lei Zhong, the city lord of Rock City, announces that he is willing to listen to the command of Sword Devil Dao Yuan and surrender to the Heikong region master. Fei Lingzhen, the city lord of Nether Light City, announces that Dragonbone City, one after another, explosive news, like a hurricane, swept over the vast territory controlled by the Xuanning region master. For a time, this territory was in turmoil, and countless uproars sounded. Who is Sword Devil Dao Yuan? How can he have such an incredible means to make so many cities choose to betray the Xuanning region master in one day? Oh my god, are those city lords crazy? It's not that those city lords are crazy. This is clearly an attack by the Heikong region master. He intends to completely shed all pretenses with the Xuanning region master. In the next period of time, I'm afraid an unpredictable bloody massacre will take place between the forces controlled by the two region masters, Sword Devil Dao Yuan. How can an unknown guy have such great ability? He is obviously a puppet, and the mastermind behind the scenes is definitely the Heikong region master who is hiding in the dark. Tianwu Mountain. The evil Emperor Heikong, who was cultivating in the hall, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, Lai Guang, 7 days have passed. Is there still no news from Sword Devil Dao Yuan? Outside the hall, a figure that seemed to be bathed in a waterfall of lightning appeared out of thin air, and he said in a deep voice, No, Lord. According to what I see, this person has probably escaped. The evil Emperor Heikong frowned, and his eyes flickered with a cold light, and he said, Escaped? If that's really the case, then I'm too disappointed in him. Lord, I just received news that 54 city lords in the territory of the Xuekong region master have expressed their submission to you. Suddenly, a voice filled with ecstasy resounded outside the hall, and then an old servant rushed into the hall joyfully with a face full of excitement. What? The Heikong region master was stunned, and he suddenly stood up. Say that again. The old servant took a deep breath, restrained the excitement in his heart, and repeated the news he just received. 54 cities are pledging allegiance to him? Outside the hall, the man called Lai Guang, who was bathed in lightning, was also stunned. His eyes flickered, and he almost didn't dare believe his ears. In the territory of the Xuanning region master, there were only a total of 249 cities under his control. Now, a fifth of the cities had suddenly chosen to betray and submit to the Heikong region master. This was undoubtedly unbelievable. It was like a pie falling from the sky, when he finally confirmed that the news was true, the evil Emperor He Kong couldn't help but laugh loudly. Sword Demon Dao Abyss. What a Sword Demon Dao Abyss. I didn't expect that you would give me such a big surprise in just 7 days. Even as an emperor, when he found out that over 50 city lords in his enemy's territory had chosen to submit to him, the evil Emperor He Kong couldn't help but feel elated and extremely happy. Lord, the 54 cities have betrayed us together. The Xuanning region master will definitely be furious, and he might point the spear at you. Are we really going to shed all pretense of cordiality with him and take over these 54 cities? Lai Guang spoke in a low voice outside the hall. His words caused the evil Emperor He Kong to be stunned, and he gradually calmed down from the ecstasy he had fallen into. He frowned and said, 54 city lords have chosen to submit. If I refuse, wouldn't I disappoint them? In the future, who would dare to submit to me? But if I accept it, I'll have to shed all pretense of cordiality with that old bear, Xuanning, and an all-out conflict might break out. What a headache. Master, back then, we controlled a total of 193 cities, but now, there are only 109 left. Suddenly, the old servant gritted his teeth and said, those cities were all taken away by that old bear, Xuanyin. How can we not take revenge for such a great enmity? Right now, the sword demon Dao Yuan has performed outstandingly and helped Master take back 54 cities in one go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we refuse, not only will we disappoint those city lords who have expressed their allegiance, but we will also disappoint an extraordinary figure like the sword demon Dao Yuan. His words were impassioned. However, Lai Guang frowned and said, what kind of person is that sword demon Dao Yuan? We have never seen him before. Who knows what he is doing now? The old servant said angrily, Lord Lai Guang, the sword demon Dao Yuan has completely offended the Xuanyin Domain Lord. Isn't this enough to show his loyalty to Master? Enough. The Black Kong evil emperor waved his hand and interrupted, I have my own opinion on this matter. You don't have to argue anymore. Lai Guang and the old servant looked over at the same time, as if they wanted to see what kind of decision the Black Kong evil emperor would make in the face of such an unexpected situation. The Black Kong evil emperor said, where is the sword demon Dao Yuan? Why hasn't he come to see me? The old servant and Lai Guang were stunned. Only then did they suddenly remember. That's right, why hasn't the sword demon Dao Yuan come to ask for credit after doing such a shocking thing? Humph. The He Kong evil emperor revealed a wisp of a cold and fierce expression. This kid silently took down 54 cities in 7 days. Logically speaking, he should have come to pay me a visit as soon as possible. Yet now, there's no trace of him. Could it be that he's blaming me for using him as a tool? The old servant hurriedly said, it's possible. An outstanding expert like the sword demon Dao Yuan must be extremely conceited and proud. It is understandable that he would take this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction with Master. However, this old servant believes that with Master's methods, he will definitely be able to completely lower his head and obediently serve you. The Black Kong evil emperor's expression eased up a lot, and he said, forget it, he has done a great job this time, so I will not argue with him. But when he spoke up to this point, his eyes revealed a wisp of coldness. Since these cities were seized by him, then I'll bestow them to him. Let's see if he has the ability to firmly control these cities. The old servant was stunned. This, Lai Guang laughed, Master is wise. That sword demon Dao Abyss has worked hard and performed a great service. It is only right that these cities be given to him to manage. He had long felt that something was amiss. Now, he suddenly understood. Sword demon Dao Yuan's actions seemed to be giving his master a huge gift. But at the same time, it was equivalent to completely pissing off the Blood Carnage Domain Master, and the Blood Carnage Domain Master would only vent his hatred on the Lord. His Lord's current actions were equivalent to pushing this calamity to the sword demon Dao Yuan. At that time, even if the Blood Carnage Domain Master killed the lords of the 54 cities, the sword demon Dao Yuan would be the one to blame. But with the sword demon Dao Yuan's strength, how can he be a match for the Blood Carnage Domain Master? The old servant couldn't help but ask. The Heikong evil emperor's eyes flashed as he sneered, he's quite capable to be able to take down 54 cities in a short 7 days. Let's first let him face the wrath of the Blood Carnage Domain Master. If he really can't, I don't mind lending him a hand. Master is wise. Lai Guang couldn't help but praise and agree. In his opinion, his lord's actions were undoubtedly shrewd and thoughtful. If the sword demon Dao Yuan thought that this would be enough to provoke his lord into a fight with the Blood Carnage Domain Master, then he was gravely mistaken. At the very least, the sword demon Dao Yuan would be the first to suffer, the Black Kong evil emperor laughed. This little thing wants to use this opportunity to scheme against me. His mind is ruthless. This time, I want to see what other tricks he can play. The old servant was stunned. Master, are you saying that you have already guessed that the sword demon Dao Yuan's actions this time are harboring evil intentions? Only now do you understand? This is what you call being blinded by greed and being blinded by greed. Lai Guang's words were full of sarcasm. The old servant broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to say more. He didn't expect that there were so many hidden dangers behind such a great news. The Black Kong evil emperor waved his hand and said, "Go and announce my decision to the outside world. Remember, you must let the old bear know that the sword demon Dao Yuan is the culprit. You said that the Black Kong Domain Master announced to the outside world that he had rewarded those cities to me?" When he heard the news, Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. At present, he didn't return to Dong City, but waited in Ruisong City. This was the territory of the Blood Carnage Domain Master, but it was adjacent to the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master. He could return to Dong City in the shortest time at any time. Yes. Jilin frowned. It's over. Who would have thought that the Black Kong Domain Master would make such a decision in the face of such a big gift? Lin Sun didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "This old guy obviously realized that something was wrong. Perhaps he had seen through my intentions. He's not as stupid as I thought." Jilin's body stiffened and his expression changed. "Senior, did you really intend to use this matter to provoke a battle between the Blood Carnage Domain Master and the Black Kong Domain Master from the beginning? What do you think?" Lin Sun asked in return. Jilin immediately understood and his heart churned. He couldn't imagine where the Dao Yuan senior in front of him got the courage to do such a thing. Wasn't he worried that he would be killed by the Blood Carnage Domain Master or the Black Kong Domain Master if he was careless? "Help me send a message to the 54 city masters. Let them lead their forces to the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master." Lin Sun made a decision. Now, the 54 city masters who had expressed their allegiance had already gathered in Ruisong City with their subordinates, waiting for Lin Sun's command. Jilin was stunned. "Senior, don't you want those cities?" "I don't care about this kind of hot potato." Lin Sun's eyes were deep. "Old Black Kong wants to take advantage of me but doesn't want to put in the effort. How can this be? I am very loyal to him." Jilin almost suspected that he had misheard. How could he be loyal to the Black Kong Domain Master when he had dug such a big hole for him? Lin Sun waved his hand. "Go. After this matter is done, we still have to do something to express our loyalty. At the very least, we have to let the world understand that I, Dao Yuan, wholeheartedly want to expand the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master." Not long after, the 54 city masters who had received the order led their subordinates to the territory of the Black Kong Domain Master. "Old Black Kong, you can't get rid of this blame." On the city wall, Lin Sun watched the city masters leave. Then, he smiled and turned to leave. "Jilin, make a plan. We will continue to attack the cities in the territory of the Blood Carnage Domain Master. This time, I only have one request. When we choose the target, we have to catch him off guard and make it impossible for him to determine which city we will attack next." "Aren't we going to seize the cities?" Jilin couldn't help but ask. "Yes, the Black Kong Domain Master doesn't like cities. What we need to do is to set fire to the territory of the Blood Carnage Domain Master and prove how loyal we, the subordinates of the Black Kong Domain Master, are." Loyal and devoted again. Of course, Jilin didn't say this out loud. He only dared to mutter in his heart. The Blood Carnage Domain Master received the news faster than the Black Kong Domain Master. After all, this had happened in his territory. 54 cities, all of them had betrayed him. This sudden change caused the Blood Carnage Domain Master to immediately fall into a rage. Uncontrollable killing intent surged in his heart. The Blood Carnage Domain Master, whose Dao name was Demon Emperor Blood Carnage, was slightly stronger than the Black Kong Domain Master. He was cold, ruthless, and incomparably bloodthirsty. It was rumored that he was a descendant of the primordial giant bear lineage. He was extremely strong and his bloodline talent was astounding. He was over 10 feet tall, and his majestic and muscular body seemed to be made of bronze liquid. Monstrous emperor aura surged from him, and when his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with extremely violent divine light. That old bastard Black Kong must be tired of living. The Blood Carnage Domain Master roared, his eyes red. Lu Xian, Mu Qingyang, take your men and set out with me. First, we'll destroy those traitors, then we'll settle the score with that old man Black Kong. Yes. Yes. For a time, a portion of the 59 quasi-emperor generals under the Blood Carnage Domain Master's command stayed behind to guard the base, while the other 40 moved out with the Blood Carnage Domain Master. However, when they arrived at the cities controlled by the traitors with murderous intent, they discovered that the traitors had already left. They searched one city after another, but without exception, there was no trace of the traitors. Those bastards fled rather quickly. Unable to find the traitors, the Blood Carnage Domain Master had nowhere to vent his anger. His expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go and settle the score with that old man Black Kong. Master, be careful of any tricks." Lu Xian could not help but advise. He looked like a handsome and elegant gentleman, but he was a quasi-emperor Zhu Yan, who had killed countless people and whose hands were stained with blood. He had always been regarded as the Blood Carnage Domain Master's right-hand man. What do you mean? The Blood Carnage Domain Master frowned. Lu Xian pondered and said, "Right now, we only know that these things were done by someone called the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. We still don't know if this was the Black Kong Domain Master's order." The Blood Carnage Domain Master said impatiently, "Nonsense. Without the old man Black Kong's support, how would the Sword Demon Dao Abyss have the guts to do this? Master is right. However, if old man He Kong is really behind this matter, it proves that old man He Kong has definitely made sufficient preparations and arranged all kinds of methods. If we rashly charge over and fall into old man He Kong's trap," before Lu Xian could finish, the Blood Carnage Domain Master had already understood. He frowned and his expression became uncertain. Right when Region Lord Xuening was hesitating, someone hurriedly came to report. "My lord, I've just obtained news that Region Lord He Kong has announced to the outside world that the 54 cities controlled by those traitors will be handed over to the Sword Devil Dao Abyss." The Region Lord was stunned at first, then he laughed angrily, "That damned old man He Kong, does he really think that those cities already belong to him?" He was really angry. In one day, 54 city masters betrayed and surrendered to the Region Lord He Kong. This was not the end. Now the Region Lord He Kong directly announced that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss would take over these cities. This, he clearly didn't put him in his eyes. Lu Xian quickly said, "My lord, I think that the more arrogant the other party is, the more we can't be careless. At this time, we should understand the situation before making a decision. What do you think we should do?" The Region Lord's face was gloomy. Lu Xian muttered, "The traitors of the 54 cities all claimed to obey the orders of the Sword Demon Dao Abyss and expressed their allegiance to the old man He Kong. Now, the old man He Kong announced that our 54 cities will be handed over to the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. There is no doubt that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is a key figure. As long as we capture him, we may be able to find out what the old man He Kong is planning." After listening, the Region Lord calmed down, his scarlet eyes flashed with a terrifying light. The Sword Demon Dao Abyss? Is a puppet-like character really so important? In his opinion, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss was simply a pretense that the Region Lord He Kong used. Whether it is important or not, we will know when we capture him. Lu Xian said in a deep voice, "Didn't the old man He Kong say to let him take charge of the 54 cities? I want to see if he dares to do so." The Region Lord revealed undisguised killing intent. "Well, I will leave this matter to you. I only have one request: if he is alive, I want to see him; if he is dead, I want to see his corpse." "Yes." Lu Xian accepted the order. Mu Qingyang. The Region Lord looked at a silver-robed woman on the side. "You are responsible for investigating the situation with the old man He Kong." "Yes." The silver-robed woman nodded. Her appearance was outstanding, and she was as cold and arrogant as snow. Just like Lu Xian, she had the resources of a peak quasi-emperor, and she was regarded as the right-hand man of the Xuanning region master. Let's begin. Don't make me wait too long. Region Master Xuanning waved his hand. His eyes were cold. He could not swallow this insult. Someone had to pay the price. On this day, all the forces in the territory controlled by the Xuanning region master were mobilized. With the peak quasi-emperor Lu Xian as the leader, they put in all their efforts to capture the sword demon Dao Yuan. For a time, the name Sword Devil Dao Abyss was like a comet that flickered in the territory of Region Lord Xuanning, and it drew the attention and discussion of countless people. Since when did the Heikong Evil Emperor have such a powerful subordinate? A single person managed to make 54 city lords submit to him in a single day. This is too terrifying. How did he do it? The Xuanning region master is completely enraged. A great war is about to break out. I'm afraid the sword demon Dao Abyss will be the first target. At the same time, in the territory of Region Lord Heikong, the incident of the sword demon Dao Abyss caused a great uproar. No matter what the discussion was, the name Sword Demon Dao Abyss was completely popular. It was famous in the territories controlled by the two region lords, even in the territories controlled by the other region lords of the domain of Cold Sky. Some rumors about the Sword Demon Dao Abyss began to appear. This damn thing. In the main hall of Tianwu Mountain, Region Lord Heikong's face was gloomy. He had just learned that the 54 city lords had fled to his territory with a group of subordinates. The most disgusting thing was that if he refused, it was equivalent to completely freezing the hearts of these people who had submitted to him. However, if he accepted it, it was equivalent to accepting a hot potato. What would the Xuanning region master think if he knew about this? I sent that kid to take over the 54 cities, but he actually dared to go against me, and threw those traitors to me. Region Lord Heikong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This is great. His pants are smeared with yellow mud. Even if it's not sh*t, it's sh*t. That old bear Xuanning will definitely not let it go. Lai Guang said in a cold voice, "My lord, it can be concluded that this sword demon Dao Abyss has no intention of submitting to you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to go against you like this. It can only be said that from the beginning, this boy has ulterior motives. Don't blame me for being impolite if he plays dirty tricks with me." Taking a deep breath, Region Lord Heikong's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. He said, "Spread the news to the outside world that all this is the action of Sword Demon Dao Abyss." Before he finished speaking, Lai Guang's face changed, and he said, "My lord, you must not. Earlier, you once announced to the outside world that you would reward those 54 cities to the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Now, no matter if it's our territory or the territory of Region Lord Xuanning, everyone has already determined that the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is your subordinate. If you change your attitude towards him now, I'm afraid it will cause some bad effects." Region Lord Heikong was startled and suddenly realized the problem. Indeed, if he dared to do this now, it would inevitably cause a lot of misunderstanding. Because in the eyes of the world, Sword Demon Dao Abyss's outstanding achievements in battle were brilliant, and he alone seized 54 cities for Region Lord Heikong. At this time, if he wanted to cut ties and abandon Sword Demon Dao Abyss, how would the world view him, Region Lord Heikong, in the future? Who would dare to serve him loyally? Moreover, would Region Lord Xuanning believe that he wanted to cut ties at this time? He wouldn't. Those 54 city lords had already fled to his territory now, and no matter what he did, Region Lord Xuanning would definitely not let it go. Thinking up to here, Region Lord Heikong's face was gloomy, and his chest felt stuffy as he said, "So, I can only pinch my nose and accept it?" Lai Guang said in a low voice, "My lord, this isn't a bad thing. Sword Demon Dao Abyss is acting under your banner, and the more outstanding his performance is, the more beneficial it is for you, isn't it?" Region Lord Heikong snorted coldly, "When that old bear, Xuanning, goes crazy, won't it still be me who makes a move?" Lai Guang said, "My lord, with your strength, how can you be afraid of that old bear?" This subordinate feels that this is indeed an excellent opportunity. Presently, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss has already conquered 54 cities and caused a great upheaval. If we seize this opportunity to make sufficient preparations for an all-out war, then we might be able to seize back the cities we lost in the past. When he spoke up to hear, Lai Guang took a deep breath. My lord, in these past few years, we've always been at a disadvantage in the competition with the Blood Carnage region lord. I know that a great deal of hatred has accumulated in your heart. Even though the sword demon Dao Abyss is full of tricks, he can be considered to have imperceptibly fought for an opportunity for us. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him in the future. Region Lord Heikong was silent. After a long time, he sighed, forget it, let's do as you say. In fact, he also knew that this was an excellent opportunity to attack, but he was really upset by Lin Sun's calculation. Black Gold Mountain. This was the base camp of Region Lord Xuanning. My lord, I just heard that those traitors have fled to Region Lord Heikong's territory with their subordinates. In a palace, Mu Qingyang, who hurriedly returned, quickly reported, it can be concluded that behind this series of changes, the old man Heikong is the culprit. Humph, I have already said that without the old man Heikong's support, how would Sword Demon Dao Abyss have the guts to do this? Region Lord Xuanning's eyes revealed a fierce light. Send the news, when Liu Xian returns, mobilize all forces to find Heikong to settle the score. Yes. Mu Qingyang nodded. However, he had some doubts in his heart. With Liu Xian's combat strength and the cooperation of so many forces, he should have captured Sword Demon Dao Abyss long ago. But until now, there was no news. Could it be that there were some twists and turns? Report. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded outside the hall. Sword Demon Dao Abyss appeared in Eagle Water City, and the wealth in the city has been looted. Region Lord Xuanning had an expression of disbelief as he said, at a time like this damnable bastard actually dares to cause trouble in my territory. Mu Qingyang was slightly surprised as well. Presently, everyone knew that Region Lord Xuanning had been infuriated, and he had already dispatched Liu Xian and the others for the sake of capturing and killing Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Under such a situation, Sword Demon Dao Abyss actually didn't seem to be afraid at all, and acting recklessly in Region Lord Xuanning's territory was no different than courting death. Report. Before Region Lord Xuanning and Mu Qingyang could react, another hurried voice sounded out. News has come from Bluewood City. Sword Demon Dao Abyss appeared, suppressed City Governor Mogan He, and plundered all the wealth in the city. Bang! Before the voice finished resounding through the air, Region Lord Xuanning had already smashed the teacup in his hand, and he stood up abruptly with rage. This little bastard is absolutely tired of living. Where's Liu Xian? Why is he still taking action? Mu Qingyang was stunned as well. Exactly who gave Sword Demon Dao Abyss the courage to do such a daring thing? Report. Another hurried voice sounded out. Flying Moon City sent news that Sword Demon Dao Abyss has appeared. It was like a death knell, and the news that came was practically the same, and it was related to Sword Demon Dao Abyss. He's going too far. Region Lord Xuanning was angered to the point his eyes turned red. Does that old geezer, Heikong, really think that he can turn my territory upside down just by sending out Sword Demon Dao Abyss? He fiercely ordered, Mu Qingyang, take some people and kill your way into old geezer Heikong's territory right now. Do what Sword Demon Dao Abyss did. Yes. Mu Qingyang hurriedly received the order and left. Jade Do City. When Lin Sun and Ji Lung walked out of the city governor's estate was in a mess since long ago, and sharp cries sounded out from everywhere. The city governor had fainted, and the wealth hidden within the estate had been completely plunged, causing Jade Do City to fall into upheaval. Senior, this is already the 6th city we've plundered. If nothing unexpected happens, then Region Lord Xuanning has probably already received the news. I just don't know how infuriated he will be. Compared with the anxiety and confusion at the beginning, Ji Lung was no longer surprised by Lin Sun's incredible means. Every time Lin Sun took down a city, Ji Lung felt an indescribable satisfaction and joy in his heart. He understood that this was the feeling of conquest. Now, he was even a little obsessed with this feeling. Let's go and find a place to rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Sun walked forward alone. Senior, do you want to continue? Ji Lung was confused. In his opinion, now that they had helped Region Master Heikong attract enough hatred, he didn't even need to think to know that the furious Region Master Xuanning would definitely put the blame on Region Master Heikong. Lin Sun said casually, as subordinates, we should try our best to help Regent Lord He Kong. This is called loyalty. Ji Ling's lips twitched. Should he loyally push Regent Lord He Kong into the fire pit? However, when he thought that he could continue to fight with Lin Sun, Ji Ling's heart was filled with excitement. A real man should carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements in the dark and chaotic world. Of course, Ji Ling also knew that he was just a follower, but this didn't prevent him from enjoying the feeling of conquering the world. What? Suddenly, Lin Sun frowned. An inexplicable chill surged in his heart. He suddenly looked at the distant sky. Almost immediately, the sapling of the Bodhi tree quietly appeared in his palm. It was shining with green clouds. A taboo power of order that ordinary people couldn't detect swept across the sky above the cold sky territory like a storm. He's here. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep. He realized that the new nameless Supreme Venerable had probably appeared in this dark world. After thinking for a moment, Lin Sun continued to move forward. With the sapling of the Bodhi tree, Lin Sun didn't worry about being detected by the taboo power of order. But he was very clear that the new nameless Supreme Venerable appeared in the dark world for him. From the beginning to the end, Ji Ling, who followed Lin Sun, didn't notice it at all. In fact, in this dark world, not to mention a great saint like Ji Ling, even those emperors could hardly detect the change of the taboo power of order. A group of mountains appeared in front of him. They rose and fell continuously and were enveloped in surging baleful energy. Lin Sun randomly found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. He planned to take a rest and continue the operation tomorrow. But not long after, he opened his eyes from meditation. He stood up and stood at the edge of the cliff. He picked up the green-skinned wine gourd and took a sip. Crash! The void in the distance tumbled, and then beams of incomparably dazzling divine rainbows appeared, transforming into figures. The one in the lead was a man in a white robe who looked like an elegant young master. When his eyes opened and closed, divine light flowed, and it was incomparably terrifying. Lu Xian. Ji Ling's expression changed abruptly. How could he not recognize that this white-robed man was one of the most capable right-hand men under the Xuanning region master? He was a terrifying figure who had the cultivation of a peak quasi-emperor. When Ji Ling saw the group of people who followed Lu Xian here, his heart sank to the bottom. It was a group of quasi-emperors. There were 29 of them. I finally found you. Liu Xian's expression was so cold that it was terrible. His eyes instantly locked on Lin Sun. From the moment he received the order from the Xuanning region master, he led people to search for Lin Sun's whereabouts. Along the way, Lin Sun's whereabouts were erratic. Every time Liu Xian failed to find him, a boiling anger and killing intent had already accumulated in his heart. Although Liu Xian had never seen him before, he still determined that the young man carrying an ancient sword case and drinking wine with a green-skinned gourd was Sword Devil Dao Yuan. You guys are really slow. Lin Sun glanced at them with a calm expression. His reaction made Liu Xian frown. He forced himself to restrain the killing intent in his heart and said, Dao Yuan, I'm very curious. Exactly who gave you the courage to even disregard your life? Lin Sun casually gave a reason. As a subordinate of Lord He Teng, I naturally act under Lord He Teng's order. Liu Xian could not help but sneer. Act under orders? Do you want to follow the order even if Lord He Kong sent you to die? Lin Sun suddenly smiled and said, there is no other way. The world will understand how loyal I am to Lord He Teng in the future. The corner of Ji Ling's mouth twitched again. Liu Xian was also startled, and then his face darkened. Death is at hand, I would like to see how loyal you are. Before his voice died away, he had already made his move. Boom, a bronze spear flowing with bright divine light appeared in Liu Xian's hand, and his imposing manner also changed, causing the world to shake, and the nearby mountains and rivers to collapse one by one. Kill! He let out a roar. His imposing manner was like that of a god, waving the spear to kill. The power that belonged to a quasi-emperor was also vividly reflected at this moment. Kill! The quasi-emperors who came with Liu Xian also did not hesitate to attack. These were all ruthless people who had been floating and sinking in the dark world for many years. Each of them had experienced countless bloodshed, and their means were undoubtedly tyrannical and terrifying. When they attacked together, the world was in chaos, the sun and moon were dim, and the void was in disorder. Ji Ling trembled all over, his face pale with fright, and almost fell to the ground. He was only a great saint, and compared to a quasi-emperor, there was a huge gap, and he had no power to resist at all. If not for Lin Sun beside him, he would have surrendered at the first moment. And now, he could only pin his hope of survival on Lin Sun, but in his heart, he was not very confident. A quasi-emperor Zhu Ting and a group of quasi-emperors, in the cold sky domain, such a force could make anyone despair. How can you be the lord of a domain in the future if you are so timid? Lin Sun's voice sounded, causing Jilin to be stunned and almost go crazy. What time is it, senior? Still talking about this? Just as the voice sounded, Lin Sun had already made his move. With a calm expression, he stepped into the void and lightly stepped on the ground. Boom, heaven and earth became complicated, and the void in this area suddenly collapsed as if it was being suppressed by a god. The group of quasi-emperors who rushed up, as if they were being oppressed, suddenly swayed, and their attacks also showed some signs of disorder. Only Liu Xian suffered the least impact. A bronze spear tore through the void, and its power was incomparably ferocious. Lin Sun did not dodge, and when the spear attacked, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The bronze spear, which was flowing with terrifying power that could destroy the world, was firmly grasped like a snake that was grasped at its weak point. Liu Xian's pupils shrank, and he let out a roar, activating his strength with all his strength, and the bronze spear surged with terrifying bloody divine light, which was extremely dazzling. However, no matter how hard he tried, the bronze spear still could not escape from Lin Sun's hand. Is that all you have? No wonder you can only serve a lord of a domain until now. Lin Sun sighed with some disappointment. Liu Xian's expression changed abruptly, and only felt a terrifying power like a landslide and a tsunami from the spear, rushing into his body along his right arm. Boom, the next moment, blood flowed from his 7 apertures, and his body was violently shaken off. Before he could stand firm, a terrifying pressure swept over, and with a bang, he directly knelt down in the void. At this moment, his mind went blank, and his pupils were filled with horror. How? How was this possible? As a quasi-emperor, he had always been conceited, and ordinary people were nothing in his eyes, but now he was suppressed by someone. In the distance, those quasi-emperors felt their hair stand on end, and their scalps were numb. They also did not expect that an existence like Liu Xian would be so weak. Go. Subconsciously, they chose to flee without hesitation. Lin Sun waved his sleeve. Boundless bright sword chi whistled out, turning into a sword rain that covered the sky and the sun, dazzling and blazing, making the mountains and rivers dim. Jilong had seen such a scene. At that time, it was outside Daming City. Meng Tufu and his subordinates came aggressively, but in a twinkling of an eye, they were covered by the overwhelming sword rain. When the sword chi dissipated, Meng Tufu and his subordinates all turned into blood on the ground. This time, a boundless rain of swords appeared as well. However, every single one of their targets was countless times stronger than Meng Tufu. But the result? It was the same. When the sword rain dissipated, the 29 quasi-emperors under the command of the Xuanning region all turned into a rain of blood, falling from the void and staining the ground. There was no difference between their ending and Meng Tufu's. But Jilong was still stunned, and his expression was dull, and his heart was in turmoil. Not a sage, not even a quasi-emperor. Liu Xian, who was kneeling in the void, felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his pupils dilated, as if he had lost his soul. 29 quasi-emperors were slaughtered in an instant. In this world, besides the emperor realm, who else could do it? But Liu Xian was sure that Yuan Duan, the sword demon, could not be an emperor realm figure. Although his aura was unfathomable, it did not belong to the emperor realm. This could only prove that Yuan Duan was the same as him, a quasi-emperor, but the combat strength he possessed was stronger and more terrifying. Jilong, if Liu Xian suddenly becomes a traitor, how angry do you think the Xuanning region will be? Lin Sun's voice rang out, waking Jilong up from his shock. He blurted out, if this is the case, the Xuanning region will go crazy. After saying this, Jilong suddenly realized what Lin Sun was going to do, and looked at Liu Xian in the distance with a touch of pity. This guy will probably live under the shadow of Daoyuan in the future. Want me to surrender? Wishful thinking. Liu Xian's voice was sonorous, and his expression was resolute and ruthless. Just a moment later. He knelt there respectfully, as docile as a tamed beast, and his expression was full of awe and fear towards Lin Sun. The contrast was too great, and Jilin was dumbfounded. This was a quasi-emperor, and he could not escape the subjugation of the nightmare of fear. Lin Sun stood in the void, his clothes fluttering, and asked with a smile, "Look, Jilin, we have done so much for Lord Haiteng. If you were Lord Haiteng, under such a situation, would you be able to resist taking the opportunity to act? P.S. Tomorrow, 3 consecutive days of outburst. Goldfish only hoped that they would add the official account of Goldfish. Open WeChat, search for the official account Xiaojinyu 233, and add them. There were all kinds of plot analysis articles on the official account, and in the future, there would also be all kinds of benefits and red packets. Lu Xian had betrayed and obeyed the command of the sword demon Dao Abyss to pledge allegiance to the region Lord He Kong. When this news spread out, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing a huge earthquake in the territory controlled by the region lord. Lu Xian is a supreme quasi-emperor. Why would he choose to betray? Many people were dumbfounded. The news is true. Someone saw with their own eyes that Lu Xian suddenly killed several battle generals under the region lord. This sword demon Dao Abyss is too terrifying. How did he make Lu Xian surrender? Without a doubt, a great chaos is bound to be unavoidable. In the territory controlled by the region lord, everyone was in a state of panic. Recently, the lords of 54 cities had betrayed him, causing a huge uproar. Who would have thought that in just a few days, even Lu Xian, who was regarded as one of the region lord's right-hand men, had betrayed him? This was too frightening. Black Gold Mountain. The region lord was completely enraged. He let out an earth-shattering roar, "Old He Kong, I swear to kill you." On this day, the furious region lord mobilized all his forces and attacked the territory controlled by the region lord He Kong. What? Lu Xian betrayed him? Heavenly Martial Mountain. When the evil emperor He Kong heard the news, he was startled and found it hard to believe. Lu Xian was a great quasi-emperor, and he was also the most trusted and capable general of the Xuanning region master. His betrayal would definitely drive the Xuanning region master crazy. Is the sword demon Dao Abyss really so powerful? The evil emperor He Kong's expression was uncertain. He should have been extremely happy, but he could not be happy. The reason was that the series of events that happened recently was too sudden and abnormal. It made him feel very passive. "My lord, this battle is inevitable." Lai Guang's figure appeared outside the hall and said in a deep voice, "I just received news that the supreme quasi-emperor Mu Qingyang under the region lord Xue Kong has brought a group of experts to attack our territory." The region lord He Kong's eyes narrowed. He immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Gather all forces and declare war on the old man Xue Kong." Yes. Lai Guang received the order and left. Territory Master Xuanning and Territory Master He Kong have started fighting. The two forces have started an all-out bloody war. The news swept across the entire realm of Cold Sky like a storm. For a time, all the other realm lords among the 10 realm lords were alarmed. An all-out battle between 2 region lords was an earth-shattering event. Even in the dark world, it was very rare. It was hard not to attract attention. Are they crazy? In order to fight for territory, they're willing to disregard everything and start an all-out war? Isn't he too muddle-headed? When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Aren't they worried that the other region lords will take advantage of them? Countless discussions and uproars sounded in the vast territory of the domain of Cold Sky. The other domain lords' forces were also paying close attention to this battle. They're finally killing. Jilung's breathing became hurried, and his expression was filled with unconcealable excitement. At this moment, he and Lin Sun had arrived at a city called Silver City. They were sitting in a restaurant and drinking wine. Along with the war between the two great forces, Territory Master Xuanning and Territory Master He Kong, a territory at the front line like surging Mulberry City had completely become a disaster area of the war. Everywhere was filled with the flames of war and scenes of bloody slaughter. Although a place like Silver City was extremely far from the battlefield, the people were still in a state of panic. Many cultivators had fled long ago. They didn't dare to stay at all for fear that the flames of war would sweep over and they would be affected. Lin Sun was drinking wine with a calm expression. Looking at him like this, Jilung suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Who could have imagined that this war that could alarm the entire domain of cold sky was actually planned by this young man before him? Jiling had a surreal feeling as if he was in a dream when he recalled the scenes of following Lin Sun a few days ago. It was too unbelievable. Lin Sun, who was drinking wine, suddenly said, "Jiling, I'm leaving for a period of time tomorrow." Jiling was startled. "Senior, where are you going?" Lin Sun said casually, "Continue to light the fire." Jiling was stunned. Now that the territory master He Kong and the territory master Xuanning had already started fighting, was this not enough? Lin Sun said, "Do you still remember what I said? As long as you're brave enough, it won't be difficult for you to become a territory master in the future." Jiling smiled bitterly. He was just a great saint. Even if he became a territory master, he could be killed at any time. The dark world never lacked ruthless people. Lin Sun seemed to have seen through Jiling's thoughts at a glance. He said with a faint look in his eyes, "What if I make those who have surrendered listen to your orders? For example, with Liu Xian, ordinary people under the Emperor realm can't kill you." Jiling only felt a bang in his head. He completely understood and couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, "Senior, you mean to make all those who have been affected by the nightmare of fear listen to my orders?" If so, it didn't seem difficult to become a territory master. Lin Sun nodded. Jiling was very smart and had tricks. The only flaw was that he was too weak. But if a group of strong people surrendered and listened to his orders, it would be completely different. But, what about the people in the Emperor realm? Jiling couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun laughed. It could be seen that Jiling didn't lose his mind. He said an intriguing sentence, "If the people in the Emperor realm don't get along with you, the He Kong territory lord will help you solve them." Just like now, the He Kong territory lord is fighting with the Xuanning territory lord. Jiling took a breath and said in a daze, "I seem to understand." An unprecedented ambition erupted like a volcano. When Jiling thought of the future, his blood almost boiled. "For the next few days, let Liu Xian stay by your side, listen to your orders, and protect your safety." Lin Sun got up and disappeared in the restaurant in a flash. At the same time, Jiling also saw Liu Xian in a silver robe like an elegant child. He didn't know when he appeared and a pair of eyes were staring at him. Jiling was inexplicably flustered. "Liu Xian is here to listen to your orders." Liu Xian bowed his head and said in a deep voice. Jiling's expression changed for a moment, and there was a touch of determination in his eyes. "Liu Xian, from now on, you will follow me and protect me." "Yes." Liu Xian agreed without hesitation. It was also at this moment that Jiling deeply understood how terrifying the nightmare of terror was. Surging Mulberry City that neighbored the forces of the two region lords had long since been destroyed by the flames of war, and there were ruins and signs of destruction everywhere. 3,000 kilometers away from Surbury City, beneath the sky. Bang, the heavens and the earth were in chaos. The mountains and rivers had long since been obliterated, and boundless terrifying divine radiance swept through, causing this area to seem as if it had fallen into a calamity of the end of the world. This was the battlefield that belonged to the Xuanning territory and the He Kong territory lord. "Old geezer He Kong, I'll fucking kill you even if I have to risk my life this time." The Xuanning territory lord roared like thunder. His figure emitted monstrous blood energy, and he held an enormous axe that was coiled with lightning as he charged with all his might in a ferocious and ruthless manner. He was obviously injured, but he was still extremely formidable in battle. Every single move he made caused surging Emperor realm laws to whistle out and crush the sky. "Old bear, if I say that all of this wasn't ordered by me, would you believe me?" The He Kong territory lord's expression was unsightly. At this point in the battle, he was already riddled with injuries. The most troublesome thing was that the Xuanning territory lord was obviously fighting with all his might, and it caused him to feel extremely pressured. When he thought that this battle was completely controlled by someone else, and he was only passively involved in it, the He Kong territory lord felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. The Xuanning territory lord roared, and he was so angry that his eyes turned red. F***CKU, He Kong. It's already at this point, and you still won't admit it? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Bang, as he spoke, he fiercely chopped his axe towards the He Kong territory lord. The He Kong territory lord was shaken to the point that his chi and blood surged, and he suddenly became furious. "Old bear, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Afraid? I'll kill you, despicable old bastard. For a time, the two Emperor realm figures fought madly, and they were truly enraged. Not long after, the Heikong territory lord was injured more and more, and the Xuanning territory lord was also not in a good state. However, he had already risked his life, and he didn't care at all. The Heikong territory lord was anxious. He didn't want to have a life-and-death struggle, and that was not worth it. Stop! He roared, and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. I suspect that this is very likely to be the conspiracy of the sword demon Dao Abyss, and it's to make us die together. Conspiracy? Until now, you still won't admit it? The Xuanning territory lord flew into a rage, and his attacks became more and more frenzied. The Heikong territory lord only felt indescribably aggrieved, indescribably angry, and indescribably angry. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I admit it, okay? Can you stop first? You've already admitted it, and you still want me to stop? Old man Heikong, you've gone too far. The Xuanning territory lord roared. Bang, the battle became more and more tragic, and the Xuanning territory lord was completely desperate. He waved his giant axe, and it seemed like he was going to split the world and sweep the world. From afar, Lin Sun, who had just arrived, saw this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but become a little strange. The Heikong territory lord probably hated him to death in his heart. Yi, it's time for you to make a move. Lin Sun sent a thought. Clang, the bronze sword box on Lin Sun's back produced a roar, and like a ray of bright light, a leaf suddenly swept out and disappeared. The next moment, the furious Xuanning territory lord suddenly stiffened, and his attack also showed a trace of stagnation. Clang, at the same time, the halberd in the Heikong territory lord's hand was blocked by a sword chi, and his figure suddenly staggered back. Who? The Heikong territory lord's face suddenly changed. Then, he saw the Xuanning region master's body, which was as sturdy as a mountain, fall straight down from the sky. He smashed into the ground headfirst, causing countless gravel and dust to fly everywhere. The Heikong territory lord felt a chill in his heart, and he turned around to escape. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, Subordinate Dao Yuan has come to pay a visit to Lord Heikong. This sentence resounded in this chaotic and turbulent world, causing the figure of the Heikong territory lord to stop, and his face suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. In the distance, a young man stood in the void. His clothes were neat and clean, and he was as ethereal as an immortal. You, are Dao Abyss of Sword Demon? Although Heikong's face was gloomy, he was surprised and doubtful in his heart. The sudden suppression of Lord Xuanning brought him a great shock. He didn't need to think about it to know that it must be done by the young man in front of him. This made Heikong's heart full of fear. Lin Sun smiled and said, Yes, it's me. The moment he heard the word subordinate, the Black Sea region lord felt annoyed and depressed in his heart, and his expression became even more unsightly. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to slap Lin Sun to death. He said, I don't have such a capable subordinate like you. Tell me, what are you plotting by doing so many things in my name? Lin Sun smiled and said, Of course I want to expand your territory and make great achievements. Veins bulged on Heikong's forehead. He gritted his teeth and said, Really? I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lin Sun said modestly, You flatter me. Heikong felt that if they continued to talk like this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. He took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Don't beat around the bush. If you continue to hide, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Sun smiled and asked, Do you dare? At this moment, Leaf turned into a bright light and fell on Lin Sun's shoulder. He said in a calm voice, What should I do? Lin Sun looked at Heikong, who was at the second level of Emperor Realm and was seriously injured. Such a guy could be suppressed with one blow. Being stared at by Leaf, Heikong shivered all over and felt a chill in his heart. He finally understood why the young man in front of him was so confident. Lord Heikong is a good man. He is willing to take me in as his subordinate, which is full of courage and righteousness. Lin Sun looked serious, so, I decided to do more things for Lord Heikong in the future. I must make Lord Heikong famous in the Cold Sky territory so that everyone knows about him. A strong sense of foreboding welled up in the heart of Region Lord Heikong, and he angrily said, You, what exactly do you want to do? Lord, there's no need to panic. I've come here with the hope that you're ready. In the future, all the forces in the cold sky region will respect you. Only then can I express my gratitude. After saying that, Lin Sun left with a smile. Stop. Region Lord He Kong shouted loudly. He was shocked and furious at the same time, and he felt that something was off. My lord, this subordinate will give you a bright future. You can't do anything stupid that you think is infallible. Lin Sun walked away without looking back. At this moment, Region Lord He Kong was so impulsive that he wanted to make a move several times, but he restrained himself in the end. He didn't dare. The lesson of Region Master Xuanning was still fresh in his mind. This sword demon Dao Abyss. Who exactly is he? After a short while, Region Lord He Kong finally calmed down, and a wisp of gloominess appeared on his face. He suddenly felt that he'd fallen into a shapeless net, and he was unable to break free. On this day, Region Lord He Kong killed Region Master Xuanning and won a complete victory. He annexed the territory originally controlled by Region Master Xuanning in one fell swoop. As soon as the news came out, the whole Cold Sky region was in an uproar. For ordinary practitioners, it didn't matter if they changed to another region lord. As long as they made a living in the dark world, they were doomed to be exploited. But to the other region lords of the 10 region lords, the great victory of the Black Sea region lord had a completely different meaning. This meant that from today on, the situation of 10 region lords coexisting in the Cold Sky region had become history. In the future, there would be 9 region lords coexisting in the Cold Sky region. And Region Lord He Kong, who had annexed the territory of Region Master Xuanning, had more than doubled his power. The power he possessed was no longer comparable to before. When did this old man He Kong become so fierce? Has his cultivation broken through and stepped into the 3rd level of the Emperor realm? Some region lords were surprised and doubtful. His power has doubled, and the tribute he gets every month is an astronomical figure. In this way, the cultivation resources owned by this old man He Kong will also become more abundant. Some of them frowned and were afraid. The order of the dark world had collapsed and was in chaos. Coupled with the thin qi of heaven and earth, it was fine for ordinary practitioners. But for Emperor Realm practitioners, this extremely harsh environment could not satisfy their cultivation needs. For example, each of the 10 domain lords of the domain of Cold Sky controlled hundreds of thousands of cities, and every domain lord could collect hundreds of millions of Dao crystals every month. But for Emperor Realm practitioners like them, these doctrine crystals had to be handed over to the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. Only in this way would they have the opportunity to exchange for cultivation resources from the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect that could be called treasures to satisfy their cultivation needs. In short, if ordinary practitioners wanted to survive in the dark world, they had to enter a city and pay doctrine crystals in order to obtain protection. Every city lord also had to pay tribute to obtain the recognition of the region lord. For their own cultivation, the region lords also had to pay tribute to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed from the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. In this way, there was no doubt that the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect stood at the top of the food chain and benefited the most. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect was as one of the 3 giants of the dark world. This was just the Cold Sky region. It should be known that the dark world had a total of 33 territories. For the region Lord He Kong, the expansion of his territory meant that he could have more doctrine crystals to exchange for the cultivation resources he needed from the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. This was the reason why the other region lords were afraid of the dark world. In a word, this time the region Lord He Kong annexed the territory of the region Lord Xue Kong, which was of great significance. But the region Lord He Kong himself couldn't be happy at the thought that all this was calculated and arranged. The region Lord He Kong even felt an indescribable chill. The sword devil Tao Abyss, what on earth was it going to do? He couldn't figure it out. It had only been a month since Lin Sun arrived in the dark world. A month ago, when he entered the Great Ping City, he was regarded as a fat sheep that had just arrived and caused some small disturbances. A month later, the name of the sword devil Tao Abyss shone like a dazzling comet in the territories controlled by the region Lord He Kong and the region Lord Xue Kong. Many people thought that if there was no such a capable subordinate like the sword devil Tao Abyss, it would be impossible for the Region Lord He Kong to annex the territory of the Region Lord Shui Kong. Many people sighed that the Region Lord He Kong had great means, otherwise it would be impossible for him to cultivate such an outstanding subordinate like the Sword Devil Tao Abyss. In short, although Lin Sun was famous, his reputation was attached to the Region Lord He Kong. Without the support of the Region Lord He Kong, the Sword Devil Tao Abyss would not be able to rise in the Cold Sky region so quickly. And this view was also what Lin Sun was happy to see. Because only by spreading the name, the Sword Devil Tao Abyss, could she find him as soon as possible. But similarly, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If the name was too famous, it was bound to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble and disturbances. After all, the new nameless Supreme Sovereign had arrived in the heavens, and it was still uncertain whether the purple-clothed woman, Yan Xing, was killed by she. Because of this, when Lin Sun became famous, he immediately thought of letting the Region Lord He Kong take the blame. In this way, his reputation would spread, but the world would only think that his rise was inseparable from the support of the Region Lord He Kong. Even if the Region Lord wanted to find trouble with him, the Region Lord He Kong was also an excellent shield. This was Lin Sun's core intention. It was not that Lin Sun was evil and blindly harmed the Region Lord He Kong, but at the beginning, it was the Region Lord He Kong who took the initiative to make him surrender. In short, the Region Lord He Kong brought this upon himself, and Lin Sun was happy to push the boat along with the current. However, now Lin Sun had another idea. Among the three dark giants, whether it was the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect or the Hidden Land Realm, they all had a deep hatred with him. In the past years, whether in the Ancient Desolation Realm or on the Starry Sky Ancient Road, as long as the descendants of the two dark giants appeared, they must come to kill Lin Sun. In this regard, how could Lin Sun not bear a grudge? Moreover, Lin Sun would not forget that the culprit behind the bloody case of the Lin family was Ba Qi, the quasi-emperor of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. At present, the Cold Sky territory could be said to be a territory controlled by the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Even the 10 region lords had to rely on the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect to survive. If the Cold Sky territory was turned upside down, could the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect still sit still? Lin Sun wanted to give it a try. However, just as Lin Sun was about to take action, an order issued by the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect spread throughout the Cold Sky territory at an incredible speed. The content of the order was very simple. All the major forces in the Cold Sky territory were ordered to search for the whereabouts of Lin Sun, the descendant of the Mind Mountain in the entire Cold Sky territory. As soon as the news came out, the Cold Sky territory caused a sensation. The reason was that this order came with an extremely attractive reward. Just by providing some valuable clues, one could get a reward of 1 billion Tao gems. If they could capture Lin Sun, the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect would give them even more generous rewards. No matter what the request was, as long as it was within the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect's ability, they would all be satisfied. 1 billion Tao gems might not be enough to attract the attention of the emperors, but the generous reward from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was enough to tempt them. Such news and such an order were not only spread in the Cold Sky territory, but also in the other 32 realms of the Dark World almost at the same time. In other words, the order to capture and kill Lin Sun, the descendant of the Mind Mountain, was issued in the entire Dark World within a day. The meaning behind this was far too unusual. Who could be so generous as to mobilize the power of the entire Dark World just to deal with one person? When Lin Sun received this news, the first person that came to his mind was the new venerable Emperor Nameless. At about 6 o'clock in the evening, the Dark World was a chaotic and turbulent place. Its territory was comparable to that of the Hongming world. Here, crooks mixed with honest people, there were many forces, and there were many ferocious people who were wanted by the outside world. But now, an order had been issued that mobilized all the forces of the Dark World to hunt down a single person. This in itself was inconceivable. It should be known that most strong people fled to the Dark World to take refuge. But now, even the Dark World wanted to put a person on the wanted list. This was unbelievable. What kind of crime did that person commit to receive such special treatment? Only Lin Sun himself knew why. However, he was not worried about anything. With the Rui Taoist robe given by senior sister Rua Su, coupled with the Tao doppelganger that he possessed, even if an Emperor Realm person came, it would be impossible to recognize his identity. In this vast and boundless dark world, as long as he wanted to hide, no one could find him in a short time. On this day, when the Dark World was shocked by the order to arrest Lin Sun also left the territory controlled by Region Lord He Kong. From beginning to end, it seemed that he was not affected at all. Tianwu Mountain. When receiving the order to arrest Lin Sun, Region Lord He Kong was thinking gloomily. That guy said that in the future in this cold sky territory, all the forces will respect me. What does he want to do? Does he want to use the same trick as he did to Region Lord Xuanning? Thinking of this, Region Lord He Kong's lips twitched. He swore that he would not be fooled again this time. After taking a deep breath, Region Lord He Kong opened the jade slip in his hand. The jade slip recorded the wanted order for Lin Sun, and some detailed information about Lin Sun was displayed on it. Identity: successor of Mind Mountain Cultivation, Quasi-Emperor Zhu Shi. Combat Strength, ranked first on the Great Sage list, defeated Mi Wuya, the first on the King Sage list, and killed an Emperor Realm person with his trump card. Seeing this, Region Lord He Kong was shocked and couldn't help but click his tongue. This guy was absolutely a person who defied the natural order. No wonder he was wanted all over the world. Even if he escaped to the Dark World, there was no place for him. This kind of person was really too dangerous. Continue reading. This kid was good at disguising himself, and he was decisive in killing. He could capture anyone suspicious and pick them out one by one. There was also a portrait of Lin Sun in the jade slip. Seeing this, Region Lord He Kong couldn't help but sneer. How could such a heaven-defying and ruthless person who was proficient in disguise be so easy to capture? So what if they found him? Just the trump card in his hands was enough to kill an Emperor Realm expert. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives against such a person? For the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect to offer such a generous reward, it was obvious that they knew that not just anyone could capture this brat. Thinking of this, Region Lord He Kong was about to put away the jade slip when he suddenly froze. He thought of someone. That person was also a Quasi-Emperor Zhuing, and he also had a trump card that could suppress the Xuanning region master. Although his appearance was different from the portrait of Lin Sun in the jade slip, the information said that Lin Sun was extremely good at disguising himself. Sword Demon Dao Abyss, Pa, the jade slip in his hand was crushed. Region Lord He Kong's face completely changed. Could it be really him? Region Lord He Kong's expression was uncertain. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. His voice shook the hall, filled with indescribable joy. I don't care if you are the descendant of Fengsuan Mountain or not. I believe you are. Since you dared to plot against me, I will teach you a lesson this time. Region Lord He Kong took a deep breath and decided to immediately pass this news to the first Region Lord of the domain of Cold Sky, Wind-Slaying Demon Emperor. Wind-Slaying Demon Emperor was an elder of the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect, so it was best for him to report this matter. At that time, I would like to see how you will escape this great disaster. Region Lord He Kong stood up and said in a deep voice. Come in. Outside the hall, a figure walked in. What can I do for you, Lord? It was just a voice, but it made Region Lord He Kong's body stiffen. He looked up and immediately revealed a look of disbelief. Sword Demon Dao Yuan, how could it be you? The figure was tall and handsome. It was Lin Sun. He smiled and said, I heard that the Dark World is now searching for the descendant of Fengsuan Mountain, Lin Sun. I am worried that you are thinking too much, so I came to see. After saying that, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. Originally, he planned to let Region Lord He Kong take the blame, but who would have thought that a wanted order would disrupt his plan? Fortunately, in the month that he entered the Dark World, the only one who would really have doubts about his identity was Region Lord He Kong. This hidden danger was easy to solve. So, Lin Sun came. What do you mean? Region Lord He Kong's expression changed. Lin Sun casually said, My lord should have seen that warrant, right? Could it be that you do not suspect that the successor of Fengsuan Mountain, Lin Sun, was able to defeat the Xuanning region lord as a peak quasi-emperor? Is it really you? Region Lord He Kong looked surprised. Don't pretend. You have already guessed it, right? Lin Sun sneered, If my guess is right, you must be planning to inform the Dark World first, right? Region Lord He Kong's heart sank to the bottom, but he forced a smile and said, Dao Yuan, I only know that if it weren't for you, It would be impossible for me to annex the territory of Region Lord Xuanning so smoothly. You are a great benefactor to me. How could I do such a despicable thing? After a pause, he said firmly, what's more, I don't believe that you are the descendant of Fangsuan Mountain, Lin Sun. If you don't believe me, I can swear to God. Lin Sun said, I don't believe in oaths. Then, how can you believe me? Region Lord He Kong's whole body was tense like a fully drawn bow. If you surrender, I will believe you, Lin Sun said seriously. Before his voice died away, Region Lord He Kong in the distance suddenly attacked. He exhausted all his strength, as if he was desperate, not daring to have a trace of reservation. After witnessing the scene of Region Lord Xuanning being suppressed, Region Lord He Kong had long realized the horror of Lin Sun. Boom, his figure rushed out and moved in the void. The power of the Emperor realm was overwhelming and incomparably fierce. He didn't want to kill the enemy, only to be able to escape. But halfway, a dazzling and gorgeous sword chi swept out, extremely fierce, and flashed gently in the void. Puff, a bloody sword mark was torn on the body of Region Lord He Kong, and he was almost cut in half. Blood spurted out like a waterfall. Yi raised his hand and pressed, and Region Lord He Kong was suppressed to the ground and imprisoned. From beginning to end, he was as weak as an ant. Of course, this was not because he was not strong enough, but because the combat power possessed by Yi was far above him, and Yi had the absolute power to crush him. He showed a look of horror and disbelief. Even he couldn't resist this sword? Lin Sun. Should we kill him? Yi fell on Lin Sun's shoulder and asked. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, he still has some use, so we can imprison him for the time being. As he spoke, Lin Sun stepped forward, picked up the seriously injured and imprisoned Region Lord He Kong, and stuffed him into the Great Way Without End Tower. Then, Lin Sun shook his body and transformed into the appearance of Region Lord He Kong, and the Rui Taoist robe on his body also transformed into a black robe. Then, he walked out of the hall slowly. From today on, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. If there is no urgent matter, no one is allowed to disturb me. Besides that, I've already ordered the Sword Devil Dao Abyss to move out and do something great. All of you will be clearly aware of exactly what it is after a period of time. I only have one request, and Sword Demon Tao Abyss represents my will. It didn't take long for the voice of Region Lord He Kong to resound throughout the Tianwu Mountain and was heard by his subordinates. For a time, the whole Tianwu Mountain was restless. No one felt that it was abnormal for Region Lord He Kong to be in seclusion. What made them restless was that no one expected Region Lord He Kong to value Sword Demon Tao Abyss so much. It was obvious that he regarded Sword Demon Tao Abyss as his confidant, but no one dared to question it. Sword Demon Tao Abyss had made great contributions in the annexation of the territory of Region Lord Xuanning. This was a brilliant military achievement that was obvious to all, so it was natural for it to be valued. Lin Sun stayed in Tianwu Mountain for 2 more days until he was sure that the death of Region Lord He Kong did not cause any disturbance, and then he left quietly. Lin Sun thought that after receiving the new order from the nameless Supreme Emperor, there would be a murderous atmosphere in the Cold Sky territory. At least, the major forces would send various forces to carry out actions. But the fact was completely beyond Lin Sun's expectation. After many days of observation, after leaving the territory of Region Lord He Kong and traveling to dozens of cities, he realized that the order to arrest him was indeed causing a ruckus, but it was all bark and no bite. Not to mention those major forces, even the lords of each city were most concerned about one question: survival. This was the world of darkness in the end, and it was filled with unrest and danger. Slaughter occurred frequently, and it was already extremely difficult for those experts to survive. So who would issue a warrant for a person that was completely unrelated to them just because of an order? Of course, discussions about Lin Sun, the successor of Mind Mountain, could still be seen everywhere, but they were limited to chatting. This was the dark world. No matter how tempting the reward of Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was, in the face of a wanted criminal who could kill an emperor, people directly extinguished the idea of searching for him. Even the region lords had merely taken some insignificant actions. For them, it was obviously a thankless task to arrest such a ruthless character who was not only good at disguise but also incredibly powerful. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. This made Lin Sun realize that unless his identity was exposed and he left valuable clues, at least in this cold sky territory, he didn't have to worry about being hunted down. When there is no retreat, the dark world is the only way out. As time went by, the cold sky territory regained its former peace. This kind of peace was relative. In different regions, different cities, and different places, there were frequent killings every day. Turbulence and bloodshed had long been the eternal scene of the dark world. Silver City. Jilung sat in a small tavern, silently thinking about his own matters. A month had passed, but there was no news about Dao Yuan, as if he had disappeared from the world. Where on earth did he go? At the same time, in the Spirit Bottle City. The Spirit Bottle City was one of the 234 cities controlled by the Region Lord Huang Ho, one of the top 10 region lords. On the bustling street, Lin Sun walked out of the city with his hands clasped behind his back. Over the course of a month, he traveled through the territory controlled by Region Lord Huang Ho, and his footprints covered different cities. Now, including the Spirit Bottle City, Lin Sun had visited all the 234 cities controlled by the Region Lord Huang Ho. It's time to meet the Region Lord Huang Ho. Outside the city, Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief and teleported away. Xianxia Mountain. The lair of the Region Lord Huang Ho. Compared with the Black Gold Mountain and the Sky Marshal Mountain of the Region Lord He Kong, the Xianxia Mountain was more majestic and lofty. There were many buildings on it, and it was covered with formations. However, in the eyes of a grandmaster of Taoism like Lin Sun, the heavy formations were just decorations. Quietly, Lin Sun walked into the Xianxia Mountain. On the top of the mountain, there stood an ancient temple, bathed in the sunlight, exuding a sacred and solemn atmosphere. In the temple, the demon emperor Huang Ho sat alone in front of a desk, looking at a secret map drawn by an ancient animal skin. He was majestic, with black hair hanging loosely over his shoulders. Dressed in a dark purple robe, he looked domineering as if he was overlooking the world. Will the tribulation of oblivion really appear 1 year from now? Since ancient times until now, there are only 2 records of this tribulation. Region Lord Huang Ho's gaze was fixed on the beast skin as he pondered with a frown. The first time was at the beginning of primordial times. At that time, the world of darkness that encountered this calamity fell into unprecedented turmoil and destruction. It was regarded as the place where the gods were buried. The first time was at the beginning of the ancient times. Calamity descended from the heavens, and all living things were in decline. Ferocious spirits of mutated beasts descended from the heavens and wreaked havoc in the dark world, completely cutting off the dark world's path to the outside world. It also caused the dark world to be like a lone island, isolated from the world of the heavens. What about this time? If the tribulation of oblivion descends, then what sort of terrifying calamity will erupt? Strange, according to the records in this secret scroll, the tribulation of oblivion this time is unlike the previous 2 tribulations. After the calamity, the rebirth of freedom will appear, and it's taken to be the number 1 paradise of rebirth in the ages. Lord Huang Ho frowned. Nirvana of freedom, the number 1 nirvana of all times? He had never heard of such a thing before. The sound of footsteps rang out. Outside the hall, a tall figure appeared. Region Lord Huang Ho frowned, and he didn't even raise his head as he said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's urgent?" His voice carried displeasure. "I'm sorry for disturbing you without an invitation." The tall figure walked directly into the hall in a composed manner. Region Lord Huang Ho suddenly raised his head while his pupils emitted a frightening glow of lightning. "Who are you?" He put away the beast skin secret scroll and stood up. His dark purple robe fluttered without any wind, and his entire body was suffused with the pressure of the Emperor realm that was like a tide. Lin Sun said indifferently, "I've come under the orders of Region Lord He Kong to summon you to surrender." "Summon me to surrender?" Region Lord Huang Ho almost didn't dare believe his ears. "You said that old man He Kong wants me to submit to him?" Lin Sun nodded. "Exactly." Region Lord Huang Ho laughed out of extreme rage. "Such a scene is too absurd. When did old man He Kong put on such airs? He only sent a single person, yet he dares to come ask me to submit. How did you come in?" Region Lord Huang Ho suddenly realized something. His Xianxia mountain was so heavily guarded, but the other party had actually appeared silently. "Of course I walked in," Lin Sun said casually. The anger on Regent Lord Huang Ho's face turned gloomy. He frowned and stared at Lin Sun for a while before he suddenly said, Are you the sword demon Tao Yuan? Yes. Lin Sun nodded. He looked extremely calm. As an emperor-level existence in the Dark World for many years, Regent Lord Huang Ho had never seen any quasi-emperor who dared to confront him like this. For a moment, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Where did this kid get the courage to come here alone and act wildly? The next moment, Regent Lord Huang Ho understood. Clang, accompanied by a clear and melodious sword sound, Yi turned into a ray of light and swept out from the sword case behind Lin Sun. It was bright and blazing, and the sword intent was shocking. Regent Lord Huang Ho's pupils shrank and he waved his sleeve. Boom, an unparalleled black lightning law swept out and turned into a dazzling lightning talisman that shrouded Yi. This talisman was extremely mysterious. It contained the boiling lightning law and evolved into a lightning spirit with a bird's head and a human's body, with wings on its back. Its destructive aura was astonishing. As soon as it flashed over, it was like a kingdom of lightning that attacked. Yi shot out like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, and it tore through the void with peerless ferocity and sharpness. Rip, in just an instant, the lightning talisman was torn apart, and lightning splattered everywhere as it rumbled and collapsed. Regent Lord Huang Ho's pupils shrank, and a flying knife appeared in front of him. It was bright green and flowed with a sharp and terrifying cold light. At this moment, he exerted his full strength and circulated the power of the Emperor level. Dazzling and thick black lightning law coiled around his body, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. Swish, as the green flying knife slashed out, Regent Lord Huang Ho followed closely behind it. It was unbelievably fast. However, there was a deafening clang. The green flying knife was blasted away by the sword, and a wisp of sword chi stopped in front of Regent Lord Huang Ho's throat. It was too fast. It was so fast that Regent Lord Huang Ho had just reacted when the sword chi had already arrived, and his figure stopped and stiffened in the void. He didn't dare to move an inch forward. In the blink of an eye, a sword had suppressed an emperor. Regent Lord Huang Ho's expression changed drastically. He was just about to retreat when the sword chi at his throat suddenly produced a slight buzz and pierced through his skin, causing a stream of blood to gush out. It's just the second level of the Emperor realm. Struggling is futile. Ye's voice was calm as if he was stating a matter of course. Regent Lord Huang Ho's heart turned cold, and he didn't dare to move at all. He looked at Lin Sun and said in a hoarse voice, "No wonder the old man He Kong was able to annex Xuaning's territory so smoothly. It turns out that he has such an amazing subordinate." Lin Sun smiled slightly. "You flatter me. Should I kill him?" Yi asked. "Knock him out and capture him alive." "All right." Dong, in the next moment, Regent Lord Huang Ho fainted and was imprisoned by Ye's secret method. "Lin Sun, look." Yi suddenly noticed that Regent Lord Huang Ho was still holding an old secret scroll made of animal skin tightly in his hand even though he had fainted. He withdrew it and passed it to Lin Sun. Lin Sun opened the secret scroll, and there were rows of messy and ancient words written on it. Some of the words were already blurred. Obviously, it had existed for a long time and had been corroded by the passage of time. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned after he finished reading it. It turned out that the secret scroll recorded the two tribulations of oblivion that had appeared in the Dark World in the past. The first occurred at the beginning of the primeval times. After this tribulation erupted, it caused the Dark World to fall into destruction, and numerous terrifying existences that were taken to be like gods were buried beneath the tribulations of oblivion. From then on, the Dark World was taken to be the burial place of the gods. The second tribulations of oblivion occurred at the beginning of the primeval times. A calamity descended from the heavens, causing the heavens and the earth to weaken. Numerous variant beasts and ferocious spirits attacked from the outside world, and they destroyed the path that connected the Dark World to the outside world. It was also from then on that the Dark World was like a lone island that floated outside the ancient path in the starry sky, and it was isolated from the world. Yet now, according to the records of the secret scroll, the tribulations of oblivion would descend once more in around a year's time. However, this time was different from the past, and it was extremely likely that a place called Nirvana of Freedom would appear. Moreover, this place was called the number one place of rebirth throughout the ages. Yi, have you heard of the secrets related to the tribulations of oblivion? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Yi shook his head. Lin Sun thought for a moment yet was unable to figure it out, so he put away the secret scroll and said in his heart, if the third tribulations of oblivion really erupt, then perhaps I'll be able to see it in a year's time. A year is still a long time. When Lin Sun walked out of Foamlight Mountain, he didn't cause any commotion all along the way. It was also on this day. The governors of the 234 cities controlled by Region Lord Huang Ho announced in unison that they would obey the orders of the Sword Demon Dao Abyss and submit to Region Lord He Kong. As soon as the news spread, a mighty uproar arose once more in the Cold Sky region that had just been calm for a month, and it caused a great earthquake. What? The Sword Demon Dao Abyss again? Isn't this fellow too ferocious? It's only been a month, yet he's already caused such a great commotion. It's too terrifying. This time, all the cities controlled by Region Lord Huang Ho actually betrayed him on the same day. How exactly did the Sword Demon Dao Abyss accomplish this? There's surely the support of Region Lord He Kong behind him. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such great ability by himself? An uproar resounded, and it was mixed with shock and fear. While everyone was waiting to see how territorial Lord Huang Ho would react, another shocking piece of news came out of nowhere. Region Lord Huang Ho was suppressed and surrendered to Region Lord He Kong. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. This could be said to be earth-shattering. And it caused the other region lords of the Cold Sky region to be unable to sit still. When the territory of Region Lord Xuanning was annexed, a bloody battle had erupted. But Region Lord Huang Ho was actually suppressed and surrendered under the circumstances that no one knew about it. This was undoubtedly too unbelievable, and it caused everyone to feel extremely disappointed. It was even to the extent that many people didn't dare believe it and were unable to accept it, and they felt that this news couldn't possibly be true. But as time passed and more news verified it, people finally believed that Region Lord Huang Ho was indeed defeated, because Region Lord Huang Ho's shadow had long disappeared from Foamlight Mountain. It was as if he had evaporated from the world and disappeared without a trace. If he was still alive, if he wasn't suppressed, how could he not take action against those traitors? When the news spread to the territory controlled by the Heikong region lord, it caused a great commotion. Even those experts who were attached to Region Lord Heikong couldn't believe that in just a month, another region lord had surrendered to Region Lord Heikong. The most absurd thing was that they didn't know anything from the beginning until the end. Some people also remembered the words that Region Lord Heikong said before he went into closed-door cultivation a month ago. I've sent Sword Demon Dao Yuan to do something big. You'll know when the time comes. Now, they finally knew. But when they thought that Sword Demon Dao Yuan alone helped Region Lord Heikong to do such a big thing, they still couldn't help but tremble and be shocked. Isn't that guy too ferocious? What closed-door cultivation? I think Lord Heikong went to Region Lord Huang Ho's territory alone. Otherwise, how could Sword Demon Dao Yuan defeat Region Lord Huang Ho alone? Someone made such a deduction, and it quickly gained the agreement of most people. This was the only explanation that made sense. What Region Lord Heikong? It must be done by Senior Dao Yuan alone. When Jilun got the news, he immediately predicted that this matter was destined to have nothing to do with Region Lord Heikong. However, when he thought that even Region Lord Huang Ho wasn't a match for Senior Dao Yuan, Jilun couldn't help but be shocked. Strong, too strong. In just a month, a person alone annexed a region lord's force. After this incident, the name of Sword Demon Dao Yuan completely resounded in the sky of the Cold Sky territory. Of course, whenever he was mentioned, Region Lord Heikong would be mentioned. No one thought that Region Lord Heikong would accept such an outstanding subordinate. To the other region lords of the Cold Sky territory, Region Lord Heikong had become a great threat. 1 month ago, he annexed Region Lord Xuanning's territory. 1 month later, he annexed Region Lord Huang Ho's territory. This speed of expansion was simply shocking. No one could be sure if such a thing would happen again in the next month. This old man Heikong's behavior is too unsightly. I can't just sit here and wait for death. On Mount Machi, Region Lord Linfeng's expression was gloomy. He had a thin figure and the appearance of a young man. He had striking crimson hair, and as his pupils opened and closed, terrifying phenomena of incinerating the heavens and the earth floated up into appearance. His territory was right next to Region Lord Huang Ho's, and the other side was bordered by Region Lord Xuanning's territory. This made him worry that the next target of Kong's annexation would fall on his head. Report, a hurried voice sounded outside the hall. My lord, Domain Lord Nethermoon, Domain Lord Feiya, and Domain Lord Huishuang have come together to visit you. They are now waiting outside the mountain gate. The Cold Wind Region Lord was startled, then he revealed a joyful expression and said, quickly invite him in. He had a premonition in his heart that these three region lords had probably been provoked by Region Lord Kong and felt extremely threatened. Not long after, three figures appeared outside the hall. A thin old man with yellow hair and a dignified appearance held a blood-red horsetail whisk in his hand, and his eyes were suffused with a strange dark blue glow. This was the Lord of the Nethermoon Domain. A burly middle-aged man in dark armor with a fierce and rugged appearance walked like a moving divine mountain, giving off an incomparably oppressive feeling. This was Region Lord Feiya. The other figure was petite and exquisite, with long hair coiled into a bun. Her appearance was outstanding, and her expression was aloof and cold. She was Region Lord Huishuang. These three were all Emperor Realm existences who had been in the Cold Sky territory for many years. They had experienced the ups and downs of danger and were used to seeing blood and wind. But at this moment, there was a trace of haze on their faces. Quickly invite the three of you in. The Cold Wind Region Lord welcomed them into the hall and took their seats. Fellow Lin Feng, you must have guessed our purpose of coming, so there's no harm in saying it directly. The Nethermoon Region Lord, who looked like an old man but had frightening eyes, said in a deep voice, we came here to invite fellow Daoist to join us to destroy that old man Kong. There was undisguised killing intent in his voice. That's right. The Cold Sky territory was originally controlled by us 10 region lords. Although there were occasional conflicts and frictions between us, it was within an acceptable range. Region Lord Feiya gritted her teeth and said, however, this old geezer Kong has successively swallowed the territories of fellow Taoists Xuanning and Huang Ho within 2 months of time. Such actions are simply rampant and arrogant to the extreme. In my opinion, if we don't do something to stop him, I'm afraid our territories will be invaded and swallowed by this old man one by one. Region Lord Huishuang's expression was cold, and her words were full of anger. The balance of the past had been broken. Like stormy waves in a pool of autumn water, everyone was bound to be inevitably affected. The Cold Wind Region Lord did not immediately agree, but asked, fellow Taoists, what does fellow Daoist Feng Tu mean? Fellow Daoist Feng Tu was Demon Emperor Feng Tu, the first Region Lord of the Cold Sky territory. At the same time, he was also an elder of the Divine Illuminating Ancient Sect. This made Demon Emperor Feng Tu's status in the Cold Sky territory extremely high. Him? Mingyu sneered, he's busy dispatching his forces to coordinate with the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect's order to search for the successor of Mount Fengsuan. He doesn't have time to care about this. Region Master Feiya said, Brother Feng Tu is from the Godly Illuminating Ancient Sect, so he wouldn't worry about Kong attacking him. Unlike us, we can only rely on ourselves if we want to survive in the frigid sky region. I see. The Cold Wind Region Lord immediately understood. Fellow Daoist, if the 4 of us attack together, it's sufficient to easily annihilate old man Kong. There's utterly no need to look for other helpers. Region Mistress Huishuang said, moreover, after we annihilate old geezer Kong, the territory under his command will naturally be divided among the 4 of us. At that time, if others want to encroach on it, they'll have to ask us first. Ling Feng was greatly tempted by these words. Now, besides the territory that originally belonged to Teng, Region Lord Xuanning, and Region Lord Huang Ho also possessed the territories of Region Lord Teng. Just the number of Dao crystal that could be collected every day in these territories was enough to make anyone drool. Alright, let's do that. Ling Feng readily agreed. Not only would he be able to kill old man Kong and deal with a potential great threat, but he would also be able to obtain great benefits. This caused him to suddenly feel that this operation was killing 2 birds with 1 stone instead of a great thing. Seeing this, the Nethermoon Region Lord and the other 2 laughed. When do we act? The Cold Wind Region Lord asked. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. The Nethermoon Region Lord stood up, his pair of demonic blue eyes filled with murderous intent. 1 day later, Tianwu Mountain. The Nethermoon Region Lord and the other 3 arrived through the void. Each of them revealed the terrifying power that belonged to the Emperor realm, and their murderous intent covered the entire area. When they saw this scene, the experts under the Heikong region lord were all scared out of their wits, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's over. No one had expected that revenge would come so quickly. Moreover, an entire 4 region lords had come to kill them all at once. This was simply a calamity that could cause anyone to feel despair. Old man Heikong, get out here! The Nether Moon region lord bellowed, his voice like thunder, resounding through the world. The entire Tianwu mountain was in chaos. Many figures were fleeing for their lives, lest they be affected by the impending war. Even Quasi-Emperor Lai Guang chose to flee at the first moment. There was simply no way to resist. Resisting was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was no different from courting death. In this dangerous and turbulent dark world, the most valuable thing was loyalty, and the least valuable thing was also loyalty. It was not uncommon for people to flee in the face of disaster. The Nether Moon region lord and the others ignored those who fled. They knew very well that as long as they killed the Heikong region lord, the forces controlled by the Heikong region lord would fall apart overnight. Without a leader, the monkeys would scatter when the tree falls. However, what the Nether Moon region lord and the others did not expect was that when they broke into the Tianwu mountain and searched everywhere, they did not see the Heikong region lord. Fei Ye's face darkened. Damn it, that old thing is not here. Could it be that he also sensed that something was wrong and hid? They had come aggressively, but who would have thought that they would not find the target's lair? Damn it! The Cold Wind region lord was so angry that he struck out with his palm. Boom! The towering, majestic Tianwu mountain was smashed into pieces and turned into dust that filled the sky. The Cold Wind region lord gritted his teeth. If we can't find the old man Heikong, even if we destroy all the forces under his command, he will make a comeback sooner or later. The Nether Moon region lord and the others also looked ugly. If the old man Heikong did not die, once he learned that the 4 of them had joined forces to kill him, how could he not retaliate? The thought of the encounter of Xue Ning and Huang Ho made the Nether Moon region lord and the others feel depressed. Everyone, we must find the old man Heikong as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Taking a deep breath, Domain Lord Hui Shuang said coldly. The Cold Wind region master said, if that old man Heikong wants to hide, how can we find him? That's easy. The Nether Moon region lord gritted his teeth and said, let's go together and slaughter in the old man Heikong's territory. If we destroy all the forces under his command, how can he not show up? Fei Ye's expression changed. That's too cruel. What if the old man Heikong goes crazy and kills his way to our territory to retaliate? Now that things have come to this, how can we care about this? The Cold Wind region lord's expression was ruthless. As long as we can force the old man Heikong out and kill him, we can get rid of him once and for all. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace in the future. On this day, 4 domain lords attacked like a storm, wreaking havoc in the territory of the Heikong region lord, setting off a bloody massacre. How could an Emperor Realm expert be ordinary? What's more, 4 Emperor Realm experts attacked together. In less than a day, the territory of the Heikong region lord fell into chaos. Fleeing figures were everywhere. Crazy, those domain lords are all crazy. When he heard the news, Jilin was also bitterly disappointed. He never thought that the revenge of those domain lords would come so quickly, and so ruthlessly and coldly. What about Senior Dao Yuan, where is he now? Jilin was anxious. P.S. The 5th update is here. Continue tomorrow. There was no good or evil, black or white, right or wrong in the dark world. There was only life and death. In order to force Heikong out, Mingyu, Lin Feng, Fei Ye, and Hui Shuang, who were Emperor Realm existences, could mercilessly slaughter the subordinates of Heikong without any scruples. In the dark world, all living beings were like grass. Gale City. The streets were empty and desolate, and no one could be seen. It was dusk, and the afterglow was like blood. On top of the city wall, the 4 domain lords were either sitting or standing, emitting Emperor Realm aura that covered the sky and earth. It was like a forbidden area that ghosts and gods dared not cross. I didn't expect Heikong to be able to endure. Nether Moon domain lord sighed. Fei Ye's expression was gloomy. If my subordinates die, I can win them over and cultivate them in the future. If He Kong dies, there will be nothing left. It had been 3 days. In the past 3 days, they had joined forces to roam the territory of Region Lord He Kong. They were like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds as they slaughtered everywhere. Any powerhouse who had a relationship with He Kong territory lord would be their target to kill. Up until now, almost all the subordinates that had once attached themselves to Region Lord He Kong had been killed by them. But until now, there was no movement from He Kong at all. Nether Moon Domain Lord suddenly asked, Daoist Hui Shuang, have you found out the whereabouts of Sword Demon Dao Abyss? The others also looked at Domain Lord Hui Shuang. Sword Demon Dao Abyss, an expert who suddenly rose like a comet a few months ago, was regarded as the most outstanding general under He Kong's command. Now, even Emperor Realm existences like Nether Moon Domain Lord were familiar with this name. This made them very clear that as long as they captured Sword Demon Dao Abyss, they might be able to force He Kong out. No, this person's whereabouts are erratic. Almost no one knows where he went. When Domain Lord Hui Shuang spoke up to hear, she changed the topic. However, someone said that a great sage called Jiling has been serving the Sword Demon Dao Abyss. Moreover, Jiling appeared in Silver City not long ago. Where is Silver City? 39,000 miles from here. There's no time to lose. Instead of waiting here, it's better to try our luck. The group of people immediately made a decision. However, just as they were about to take action, they suddenly noticed a figure walking over from the vast mountains and rivers far away from the city. His tall figure bathed beneath the rays of the setting sun and was suffused with a mysterious and ethereal aura. The Nether Moon Domain Lord and the others revealed a look of surprise. When they arrived at Gale City, all the cultivators within and outside the city had fled in panic like stray dogs. But now, someone had actually taken the initiative to come over, and this was undoubtedly very unusual. A cold light flashed in Domain Master Hui Shuang's eyes. It's him, that Sword Demon Dao Abyss. I've seen his portrait before. Sword Demon Dao Abyss, the Nether Moon Domain Lord and the others were startled. They were just about to go look for this boy, but who would have thought that he would take the initiative to come to them? Haha, I've searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. Region Master Feiya laughed, and joy flashed in her eyes. Why do I feel that the situation isn't right? The Cold Wind Region Master frowned. Although they didn't pay attention to a character like Sword Demon Dao Abyss, how could he have such a reputation? It was impossible for such a character to be stupid enough to come to die. Don't act rashly. The Nether Moon Domain Lord said calmly, no matter what this boy is up to, since he is here, perhaps it proves that He Kong can't sit still. The others nodded. The 4 emperors who had experienced many dangers and lived in the dark world for many years were naturally not afraid of a quasi-emperor Zhu Shi. When Lin Sun's figure arrived at a place thousands of meters away from the city, he stood in the void. He carried the ancient bronze sword case on his back. His figure was tall and his black eyes were clear. He sighed softly, I'm really ashamed. I went to Xianxia Mountain before, and when I came here in a hurry, I found that I've kept you waiting for a long time. Xianxia Mountain, this was the lair of the Cold Wind Region Lord. For a moment, the Nether Moon Domain Lord and the others were shocked. A few days ago, the territory of the Yellow Marquis Region Lord had just been annexed by He Kong, and now the Sword Demon Dao Abyss appeared in the territory controlled by the Cold Wind Region Lord. Did this mean that He Kong had already begun to annex the territory of the Cold Wind Region Lord? Little thing, don't be alarmist. Do you want to break into Xianxia Mountain? It's ridiculous. The Cold Wind Region Lord's voice was like a thunder, shaking the world. Lin Sun looked calm, it doesn't matter now whether it's ridiculous or not. What's important is that the 4 of you are here together, so I don't have to work hard anymore. It's a good thing. You don't want to deal with the 4 of us alone? The Nether Moon Domain Lord showed a look of disbelief. The other region lords were also stunned. Lin Sun patted the sword case on his back and said, there is a sword in it, please have a look. Clang, the sound of the sword was like a tide, resounding through the sky. As the leaf flew out of the sword box, a boundlessly terrifying sword intent spread out. It was extremely sharp and extremely ferocious. The astonishment on the faces of the Nether Moon Region Lord and the others froze. They finally understood why such a peerless quasi-emperor dared to come alone so fearlessly. The aura of the sword spirit was so strong that it shook the stars. The sword intent stretched across the sky, making them feel a stabbing pain in their bodies and extremely depressed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a sword spirit could have such a fierce and heaven-defying momentum. 1, 2, 3, 4, but none of them is above the third level of the Emperor realm. Ye seemed a little disappointed and sighed. Lin Sun, do you believe that I can suppress them all with just one sword? One sword. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. Yi had never been a sword spirit who liked to boast. Since he said so, he naturally had great confidence. However, when he thought that Yi dared to suppress 4 region lords with one sword, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. At the same time, the faces of the Nether Moon region lord and the others became gloomy. Their eyes flickered with surprise, anger, and doubt. Ye's words deeply hurt their self-esteem as Emperor realm experts, a feeling they hadn't experienced for a long time. Let's do it together? The Nether Moon region lord said in a low voice. Good. The other region lords revealed a fierce look. As they operated their chi, the terrifying pressure of the Emperor realm spread like a landslide and tsunami, covering the mountains and rivers. Under their feet, in the huge Liaguang city, countless buildings burst into pieces, the streets sank, and the city walls collapsed. In a flash, the city turned into ruins filled with smoke and dust. Just the power of the Emperor realm was enough to destroy a city. Lin Sun stood motionless. His vision and divine sense were suppressed by the terrible power of the Emperor realm, and he felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation. This made him realize that even with his current cultivation, he had the foundation to compete with the first level of the Emperor realm. But in the face of 4 Emperor realm experts who had countless killing experiences and were at their peak state, he still seemed too weak. The most important thing was that none of the opponents were at the first level of the Emperor realm. It was extremely rare for Lin Sun to be able to stand there steadily. He was sure that if it was someone else in the same realm, it would be impossible for them to perform better than him. Boom! The battle broke out without any suspense. The world was shaking, and the vast mountains and rivers nearby were affected by the terrible impact. They were erased from the earth like a piece of paper. The sound of the Tao roared, and the blazing Emperor realm law penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crushing the universe. Such a scene could shake the ages and make all living beings tremble. In the face of this terrible scene, Yi shook his wrist, looked solemn, and whispered, "My sword can reach." When the voice sounded, a sword chi swept out. This vast and chaotic world was illuminated by a ray of light, suppressing everything and becoming the only immortal. Heaven and earth decline. When this sword chi fell, a shocking scene appeared. The sky, the earth, and everything in the world, like withered leaves, turned into ashes and annihilated in the endless sword light. If the world was a painting, then this sword was like a fire, burning the painting to ashes. It was terrible. It was incredible. After a long time, when the smoke and dust dispersed, when the scenes of chaos and destruction disappeared, the true appearance of the world was revealed. All directions had already been reduced to ruins. Everywhere was a scene of collapse, exhaustion, and destruction. A gust of wind blew, and there was still a heart-palpitating aura in the void. Lin Sun, who stood alone on the ruins, seemed to wake up from a dream and let out a long breath. And in his eyes, there was lingering shock. The power of the Emperor realm destroyed a city. And Yi suppressed 4 emperors with one sword. At this time, Lin Sun clearly saw that Mingyu, Lin Feng, Fei Ye, and Hui Shuang were all lying in the ruins, bleeding all over, seriously injured, and dying. This was the power of Ye's sword. Lin Sun was also a person who had seen the world. He had experienced the game of chess and witnessed the great power of the senior brothers and sisters of Mountain Heart. But at this moment, he couldn't help but be amazed by Ye's sword. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't be so tired. Yi stood on Lin Sun's shoulder, gasped several times, and said seriously. It seemed that he was not very satisfied with his sword. Lin Sun's lips twitched. What else could he say? On this day, Mingyu, Lin Feng, Fei Ye, and Hui Shuang were all suppressed in the territory of He Kong. As soon as the news came out, the Cold Sky territory was shocked, and countless strongmen were shocked. Until now, in just 2 months, He Kong had annexed the territories of Xuening and Huangho, and destroyed the joint attack of the 4, Such an achievement that was sufficient to shine for 1,000 years and shock the ages even caused others to feel as if they were dreaming, and it was so unreal. When did He Kong become so powerful? This was the doubt of countless people. After all, in those years, although He Kong was powerful, he could barely rank in the middle among the top 10. But now, in just 2 months, he expanded his territory like a hot knife through butter, and defeated 6 regional lords one after another. He seemed to be a completely different person. P.S. After posting 5 updates yesterday, I only received a dozen or so monthly votes in one day. What a miserable comparison. The name of He Kong shook the Cold Sky territory. The fame of Lin Sun's sword demon Abyss also spread further. Although he was not at the peak, he was a dazzling figure that everyone knew. But no one knew that He Kong, Xuanning, Huang Ho, and Ming Yu were all suppressed in the Tower of Ceaseless Wei. Jilin vaguely guessed some of the secrets, but he didn't dare to think too much about it, because the truth was so terrible that he could only pretend to be ignorant. After this earth-shattering battle, the Black Serpent Region Lord's exceptionally eye-catching battle finally attracted the attention of the first Region Lord of the Cold Sky Domain, the Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor. Miaoyan Mountain. The place where Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor resided. Fellow Wind Slaughter, if you don't stop it, I'm afraid the Cold Sky territory will belong to He Kong in the future. In a palace, an old man in a grey robe and a feather crown said with a face full of indignation. That's right. The 2 of us have come this time to listen to fellow Feng Tu's suggestion and make a decision regarding He Kong's evil deeds. Another man in a luxurious robe with eyes as sharp as swords said. The old man in a grey robe and this man were Red Rain Region Lord and Xianxia Region Lord of the Cold Sky territory. At present, in the Cold Sky territory, only the territory controlled by Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor and them hadn't been annexed. However, if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold. Seeing the expansion of the Black Serpent Region Lord's power like a single spark setting a prairie ablaze, the 2 region lords completely panicked. Therefore, they came to visit together, hoping that Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor could stop all this. This old man He Kong has gone too far. Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor sitting in the seat of honor said in a majestic voice. He had white hair, triangular eyes, a hooked nose, and wore a navy blue robe, exuding a cold and frightening aura. He said indifferently, "Don't panic. Now that things have come to this, I won't stand by and watch, and I won't let He Kong act recklessly." Red Rain Region Lord and Xianxia Region Lord were shocked. The Windfall Demon Emperor was the strongest amongst the 10 great territory lords, and he'd stepped into the 3rd level of the Emperor realm a long time ago. Most importantly, the Wind Massacre Demon Emperor was an elder of the godly illuminating ancient sect. With this identity, no one in the realm of Cold Sky would dare to offend him. After all, the realm of Cold Sky was under the control of the divine illuminating ancient sect. Men, send a message to me. Tell that old man He Ting to come and beg for forgiveness within 3 days. If he doesn't come, then he'll have to bear the consequences. The Wind Massacre Demon Emperor spoke, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Offer a humble apology? Isn't that letting that old thing off too easily? Region Mistress Red Rain was puzzled. The wind-slaying demon monarch said slowly, "This is only a test. If he comes here to repent and beg for forgiveness, it proves that he still has respect for the godly illuminating ancient sect. I will not threaten him with death." But what if he doesn't come? Region Master Xianxia asked. Wind Massacre Demon Monarch said expressionlessly, "That will be the time of He Kong's destruction." On this day, Demon Monarch Feng Tu sent a secret letter to the godly illuminating ancient sect to report He Kong's evil deeds. He requested for the godly illuminating ancient sect to send experts to suppress him, the godly illuminating ancient sect. It was established in a vast and sacred arcane realm. This arcane realm was filled with spiritual mountains, rivers, and grotto heavens. Divine light shone down, auspicious clouds swirled, and even the air was filled with a thick chaotic aura. Compared to the world of darkness where chi was sparse and resources were scarce, it was like a legendary paradise. This was the reason why the godly illuminating ancient sect was one of the 3 leaders of the dark world. The truth was, this arcane realm was not a natural land of fortune, it was created by the combined efforts of the godly illuminating ancient sect's elders. There were rumors in the outside world that the godly illuminating ancient sect had to consume hundreds of millions of Taoist crystals just to maintain the operation of this arcane realm. Inside a dojo, green bamboos danced in the wind, and auspicious light shone down. A group of figures were sitting casually. The one sitting in the middle was a handsome man wearing a wide-sleeved robe. His black hair draped loosely over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep and dazzling. Strands of the laws of the Grand Tao coiled around him like an illusory dream, and then a completely round wheel of light appeared behind him. The light wheel revolved and formed the phenomenon of the world. The sect master of the godly illuminating ancient sect, Xianxia, a supreme figure that had presided over the world of darkness for countless years, and he was called the Hand of Darkness. The other figures that sat on the dojo were all great figures of the godly illuminating ancient sect. Every single one of them possessed a supreme and dignified aura, and a slight movement from them could cause the world of darkness to tremble. Everyone, the third tribulation of oblivion in the history of the world of darkness will descend a year from now, and the legendary rebirth of freedom will appear along with it. This is both a supreme fortune and an unpredictable calamity. According to the news I've received, the all heavens forces on the starry sky ancient path have already begun to make preparations for this. Xianxia's voice resounded like the morning bell and the evening drum, and it drifted through the heavens and the earth. Our godly illuminating ancient sect is naturally planning for this as well. All the great figures present here had various thoughts in their minds. The path of the eternal exalt, rebirth of freedom. The eternal tribulation of oblivion, a single lotus blooms. This was a Taoist poem that had been passed down from the very beginning of the primeval times, and it was related to the tribulation of oblivion. It contained profundities within it, and it caused one's imagination to run wild. The tribulation of oblivion was the tribulation of oblivion that had descended into the world of darkness at the very beginning of the primeval times and primeval times. No matter if it was Buddhist cultivators or other sects, lotus flowers were taken to be auspicious divine objects, and they represented fortune and fortune. The only thing that was difficult to figure out yet extremely tempting was perhaps the meaning of the path of an exalt. At this point in the universe, regardless of which sect or senior it was, all of them felt that the eternal path to the exalted realm would appear in nirvanic freedom. As for exactly what this path of an exalt looked like and what sort of profundities it contained, no one was able to give a clear answer. Suddenly, someone asked, "Sect Master, is this tribulation of oblivion related to the Order of the Forbidden Path?" Just these words caused the pupils of everyone present here to constrict. Presently, once the energy of the Order of the Forbidden Path was controlled once more by Heavenly Emperor Shi, it caused one's heart to palpitate. It's probably not related. Xianxia's eyes surged with a divine glow. Everyone, don't forget that at the very beginning of the primeval times, when the first tribulation of oblivion descended, the energy of the Order of the Forbidden Path that came from the other side of the starry sky hadn't appeared on the ancient starry sky path. Someone asked, "Speaking of the Order of the Forbidden Path, is there any news about the disciple of Mount Innerheart, Lin Sun?" Lin Sun, Xianxia went silent for a short moment before he said, "The forces of our divine illumination sect, the Hidden Land Realm, and Copper Sparrow Pavilion throughout the entire world are searching for this kid's whereabouts. I heard that merely a few thousand people have been captured from the territories controlled by the Hidden Land Realm. Unfortunately, none of them are the disciple of Mount Innerheart, Lin Sun. The territories controlled by our divine illumination sect are more or less the same. But everyone knows that the world of darkness has always been a place of refuge for fugitives, and countless bloody battles erupt there every single day. No power would go all out to search for this kid. Most importantly, the power that this kid possesses now is different from before. When he was in the primordial world, he already possessed the ability to kill an Emperor realm figure. Now that he's in the world of darkness, if he wants to hide, there's practically no chance of catching him." When he spoke up to hear, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. The other great figures of the divine illumination sect frowned. Someone asked, "What about Copper Sparrow Pavilion?" They've always boasted of being the guardians of the Order of the World of Darkness, especially their Tower Master. He's arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone. With their strength, they can't even find the slightest clue. Copper Sparrow Pavilion? A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and he said disdainfully, "There's no need to count on it. If we're talking about the most arrogant person in the world of darkness, then it's definitely the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master. But no matter how arrogant and domineering he is, he's long gone into hiding. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The last time Xianxia came to the world of darkness, he'd asked the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master to pay a visit. But in the end, the Copper Sparrow Pavilion spread the news that the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master had already gone to the other side of the starry sky. When Xianxia learned of this, he only said one sentence: "If he doesn't come to pay a visit today, I'll make him bring his head to me in the future." It was also because of this that the Divine Illumination Ancient Sect and the Hidden Land Realm realized that the Copper Sparrow Pavilion had completely offended Xianxia, and it wouldn't be long before they encountered a great crisis. It's a pity that I don't know what Xianxia was thinking. Not long after arriving in the world of darkness, he left in a hurry and headed for the ultimate. Otherwise, no matter where the Copper Sparrow Pavilion Master was hiding, he would probably be found by Xianxia immediately. Xianxia said with some regret. "Does the sect master know why Xianxia went to the ultimate?" a great ancestor asked. "Who can guess the thoughts of a supreme existence like him?" Xianxia shook his head. "However, as you all know, the mountain sect of Fengsuan used to be entrenched in the ultimate. Although it was destroyed in ancient times, it was still the location of the ancestral court of Fengsuan. I suspect that the purpose of Xianxia going to the ultimate is to investigate something there." As they were talking, someone suddenly came to report, "Lord Sect Master, Elder Feng Tu of the domain of Cold Sky has sent a message." A jade letter was delivered to Xianxia. Xianxia opened the letter and immediately raised his eyebrows. A small domain master almost conquered an entire domain in 2 months. No wonder Feng Tu couldn't sit still and asked for help from the sect. At this point, Xianxia raised the letter in his hand and glanced at the big shots present. Something unexpected has happened in the domain of Cold Sky. Who is willing to go there? As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and skinny man in a black robe stood up. After a long stretch, he said unhurriedly, "I haven't been out for a long time. This matter, let me handle it." Everyone present was startled. Silver City. In the city governor's mansion, a spirit-gathering formation rumbled and ran. Countless Taoist gems turned into a torrent of spiritual energy and were absorbed by Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation. The spiritual energy in the dark world was thin and barren, so Lin Sun had to rely on cultivation resources to meet his needs. Moreover, he had a strong foundation, and the resources he needed for cultivation were amazing, far beyond those in the same realm. Fortunately, he had fought in the north and south during these 2 months and plundered the wealth of city after city, so he didn't have to worry about cultivating. For example, the Taoist gems he had now reached more than 180 billion, most of them came from the 7 region lords, including He Tang and Xuaning. They had been operating in the Cold Sky territory for many years, and each of them had accumulated an amazing amount of wealth. Now, they all fell into Lin Sun's pocket. Of course, in addition to the Taoist gems, Lin Sun also got some other treasures, such as elixirs, rare treasures, and sovereign weapons, which were priceless. But Lin Sun didn't dare to be satisfied. First, he needed a steady stream of resources for his cultivation, and second, Wu Kei and the Broken Blade Spirit also needed to refine sovereign weapons to restore their vitality. Perhaps Lin Sun didn't have to worry about Yezi the most. With the bronze sword box, Yezi seemed to have found a paradise. He could practice swordsmanship and restore his vitality at the same time. Boom! Several hours later, the spirit-gathering formation stopped running, and the power contained in a total of 490,000 Taoist gems was absorbed by Lin Sun and turned into powder. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Lin Sun thought of it, Greenwood Taoist body, Scarlet Fire Taoist body, and Blackwater Taoist body emerged one by one and sat on one side. Among them, Blackwater Taoist body had just condensed its consciousness and cultivation a few days ago. At that time, Lin Sun imparted some of his inherited Taoist scriptures to Blackwater Taoist body. After the 3 Taoist bodies appeared, they all transmitted a wave of consciousness and had a wonderful communication with Lin Sun's spirit. Suddenly, all kinds of insights and wonderful methods emerged in Lin Sun's mind like a tide and turned into a part of his own cultivation. And Lin Sun's cultivation and power of the Great Path also produced a kind of feedback, which was comprehended by the 3 Great Path avatars one by one. In this mutual resonance and blended comprehension, Lin Sun's cultivation was like overflowing water, naturally breaking through to the 3rd heaven of Quasi-Emperor. At this instant, the vital energy in his body seethed and roared while boundless light of the Tao flowed and seethed, and his terrifying imposing aura that rose steadily caused this expanse of the heavens and the earth to suddenly tremble. If he had not laid down the restrictive array, this kind of movement alone would have caused unimaginable damage to Silver City. After a long while, the strange phenomenon around Lin Sun's body quieted down little by little. His whole body was full of qi, and his whole body glowed with a kind of ethereal aura like an immortal. Just a breath was enough to make the nearby void tremble like ripples. That kind of invisible power was especially powerful. Lin Sun clearly felt that compared with before, his combat power was far more than doubled. This sort of strength wasn't just a breakthrough in his cultivation, it was also a tremendous transformation in his own understanding and comprehension of the Grand Tao, and his understanding and grasp of Tao arts. My Tao is even closer to being flawless, Lin Sun carefully experienced. The law of the great Tao controlled by a quasi-emperor was regarded as an incomplete law of the emperor realm. But since Lin Sun set foot on the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, the law of the quasi-emperor he controlled was almost complete, and was not much different from the real law of the emperor realm. And at this time, with the transformation of his own cultivation, with a deeper understanding of the great Tao, the law of the quasi-emperor he controlled, except for the limitation of his own cultivation, was almost no different from the real law of the emperor realm. This was undoubtedly incredible. His cultivation had not yet reached the emperor realm, but the power of the great Tao he controlled was almost the same as that of the emperor realm. From ancient times to the present, there had never been a quasi-emperor who could achieve this step. It was not an exaggeration to call it unprecedented, unparalleled. It's time to try to see what level my strength has reached now. Lin Sun got up and left the city lord's mansion. An hour later, in a vast stretch of mountains and rivers far away from Silver City, an earth-shattering battle had just come to an end. Here, mountains collapsed, rocks turned to ash, and there was chaos and turbulence. The Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky had a bloody nose and a swollen face. He crawled up from the ground and raised his head with difficulty, his expression full of confusion. Ever since he was suppressed in the great Tao bottomless tower, he was like a prisoner, reduced to a living target of Lin Sun, used when needed, and directly thrown aside when not needed. And just now, he once again became a living target, used by Lin Sun to test his own combat strength. This time, Yi did not interfere, allowing the Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky to exert his full combat strength, but in the end, he was suppressed. This blow was too great for the Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky to accept. It should be known that back in the Hongming world, Lin Sun could only fight against him at most with 40% of his combat strength. But now, only about half a year had passed, and he was still no match for Lin Sun even if he exerted his full combat strength. A quasi-emperor who could suppress an emperor realm expert, if this news were to spread, was bound to break the inherent understanding of the world and subvert the views of all cultivators. The emperor realm was like a natural moat that could not be crossed, but at least, in today's world, there was one person who had crossed it. At the same time, Lin Sun was lost in thought. The Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky was seriously injured after all, and even if he went all out, he could not be compared to his peak. And it was under such circumstances that although he was not injured when he defeated the opponent, he had consumed most of his strength. Lin Sun was thinking, if he were to face an expert at the peak of the first level of the Emperor realm, with his current combat strength, what were the chances of winning? If the three great Tao doppelgangers were to be dispatched together, and together with the deity, would there be a greater chance of winning? Similarly, if he used the immeasurable saber, infinite bottle, and other killing weapons, would there be a greater chance of winning? The only thing Lin Sun could be sure of was that if he used the forbidden passing magical power, it would not be difficult to kill such an Emperor realm expert. After a while, Lin Sun let out a long breath, and suddenly said, Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky, if you are willing to surrender to me, I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Think about it carefully. The Sword Emperor of the chaotic sky was taken aback, and before he could react, he was once again suppressed into the great Tao bottomless tower. When Lin Sun returned to Silver City, Jilin had already been waiting there anxiously. Senior, things are not good. The wind-killing demon emperor has ordered that the region Lord He Kong should go to Miaoyun Mountain to apologize within 3 days. Jilin quickly told the news he had just received, otherwise, he will be at his own risk. Offering a humble apology? Lin Sun's black eyes were dark and cold. Yes, although this order is directed at the region Lord He Kong, but, when he spoke up to hear, Jilin suddenly shut his mouth. He was just a little bit away from speaking the truth that he'd guessed. Lin Sun glanced at him. Do you already suspect that the region Lord He Kong was killed by me? Jilin stiffened all over, and just as he was about to say something, Lin Sun nodded and said, although you guessed wrong, it is not much different. Although Lin Sun's answer was a little vague, Jilin did not dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he said, Senior, the wind-killing demon emperor is the first region lord of the Cold Sky territory, and he is also an elder of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. If you offend him, it is equal to offending the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. His words were full of anxiety and worry. In this way, whether you go to apologize or not, it is not good. It is just the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. What are you afraid of? Lin Sun smiled disapprovingly. In these years, he had killed countless descendants of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, so he did not care about this. Moreover, in the past 2 months, he had made such a big noise in the Cold Sky territory. On the one hand, he wanted to make a name for himself, and on the other hand, he wanted to fight with the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. What are you afraid of, in the Dark World, except for the Hidden Land Realm and the Bronze Sparrow Tower, who was not afraid of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect? From today on, you will take over all the territories and forces left by the region Lord of He Kong. Those who have been affected by the nightmare of fear will listen to your orders. Lin Sun made a decision. You have to remember that you can only act in the dark. Once your identity is exposed, you will be in danger. Hearing this, Jilin immediately guessed something. Senior, are you planning to leave? Lin Sun nodded. I just want to make some preparations and be on guard in advance. 2 months had passed, and his name, Sword Demon Tao Abyss, had long been famous in the Cold Sky territory. If Ruashi came to the Dark World, she would definitely be able to find out this information easily. And this time, the conflict with the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was inevitable. In the face of the threat of wind-killing Demon Emperor, he could just leave, because the region Lord He Kong had always been the scapegoat. Therefore, whether he went to see wind-killing Demon Emperor or not would not be affected at all. But Lin Sun did not intend to do so. He might be able to leave, but as long as wind-killing Demon Emperor carefully investigated, he would definitely find out through various clues that the mastermind behind the turmoil in the Cold Sky territory was his Sword Demon Tao Abyss. And the identity of Sword Demon Tao Abyss could not stand up to scrutiny at all. As long as he was careful, it was very likely that he would be able to speculate his true identity. After all, the whole world already knew that he, the Quasi-Emperor Zhu Shi, had the power to kill an Emperor realm expert. And the fact that the region Lord He Kong and the others were suppressed would also make the enemy more and more certain that Sword Demon Tao Abyss was Lin Sun. Therefore, Lin Sun decided to see wind-killing Demon Emperor. It would be best if he could also suppress him without attracting too much attention. Of course, the worst result was nothing more than his identity being exposed. For Lin Sun, it was no big deal to leave the Cold Sky territory. On this day, Lin Sun left Silver City and went alone to the place where the first region lord of the Cold Sky territory, wind-killing Demon Emperor, Miaoyun Mountain. In a magnificent palace, Demon Emperor Feng Tu was drinking wine with the 2 region lords, Hong Yu and Xianxia. Demon Emperor Feng Tu was talking cheerfully, but the 2 region lords, Hong Yu and Xianxia, seemed to have lost their appetite. They were still worried that the region lord of He Kong would take advantage of their absence to swallow up the territory they controlled. There's no need to panic. My Divine Illumination Ancient Sect will send experts over in less than a day. At that time, it doesn't matter if old man He Kong apologizes or not, he won't be able to escape. The Wind Massacre Demon Monarch smiled faintly. Just as he was about to gulp down the wine in his cup, he suddenly sensed something and looked outside the hall. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. He was tall and thin, and his reflection on the ground was a huge shadow. The shadow had 8 heads the size of a house and 8 tails the size of a mountain ridge. The wine cup in Demon Emperor Feng Tu's hand fell to the ground and the wine spilled, but he didn't notice it at all. His body stiffened and his eyes stared blankly. He didn't expect that the person this sect would send to support him would be this ruthless person who was famous for being cruel and bloodthirsty. Your heart is twitching. If your heart is cut out now, it will definitely taste extraordinary. Accompanied by a low, hoarse, and cold voice, the figure walked slowly into the palace. At this moment, Region Lord Hong Yu and Region Lord Xianxia felt suffocated. It was as if they saw endless darkness surging over and drowning the palace. Boundless fear spread through their bodies like a cold current. A name appeared in their minds at the same time: Great Emperor Baki, the most ruthless and cruel Great Emperor in the Dark World. In order to refine a demon weapon, he mercilessly slaughtered millions of living beings. He once entered a primordial battlefield alone and collected countless heroic souls that were left behind in it. He devoured them one by one just to cultivate a terrifying secret technique. According to legend, Great Emperor Baki's original body was a primordial variant serpent that was born from a muddy source and had 8 heads and 8 tails. Each head controlled an evil innate divine ability that they were born with. The Dark World was never short of ferocious people, but they were far inferior to Great Emperor Baki. Wind Massacred Demon Monarch felt as if his buttocks were being pricked by needles. He stood up abruptly and bowed his head. Wind Massacre greets martial uncle. After so many years, you're still too timid. The figure stopped and glanced at the wind-slaying Demon Monarch. He shook his head in disappointment. Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter kept quiet out of fear, not daring to refute. You don't have to be surprised. I came out of my secluded cultivation on a whim. I heard that there's some trouble in the realm of Cold Sky, so I came to take a look. The figure casually sat down. He was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves. His face was fair and handsome, and his eyes were like scarlet gems, suffused with a demonic and deep cold luster. Even if he was merely sitting there casually, the aura that suffused his body was still boundlessly terrifying, and it revealed the phenomenon of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the wailing of ghosts and gods. The Red Rain Region Lord and the Xianxia Region Lord began to tremble. Their faces were pale and they could not sit still. In the realm of Cold Sky, they were supreme existences that countless ruthless people feared and respected, but they did not even dare to raise their heads in front of Great Emperor Baki. Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter respectfully stood to the side and said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, with you here, even if it's a great disaster, it can be easily resolved." Great Emperor Baki responded with an expressionless face, "Wind Slaughter, you're already in the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm, but you still don't understand that in our eyes, nothing is easy. Just like this Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, he was able to sweep through the realm of Cold Sky in 2 months, how can he be an ordinary person?" Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter's face stiffened, and he was extremely embarrassed. "Where is this person?" Great Emperor Baki asked. Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter hurriedly said, "I've already ordered him to come and beg for forgiveness within 3 days. If he's still afraid of our Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, he will definitely come." Great Emperor Baki frowned, and a hint of displeasure flashed through his scarlet eyes. "If I'm the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, I will definitely not be afraid of him since he dares to do this." "You're too stupid to think that he's afraid of the sect." Cold sweat broke out on Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter's forehead. At this moment, he even regretted asking for help from the sect. Of all people, he had to send Martial Uncle Baki. It was like a nightmare. "I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Gather all the information about the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, including what he has done in the past 6 months. The more detailed, the better." Great Emperor Baki gave the order coldly. "Yes." Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter immediately agreed. As a matter of fact, as the first territory lord of the Cold Sky territory, Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter knew the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor too well. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had already gathered all the information about the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor. Great Emperor Baki casually flipped through the information, but he did not find anything noteworthy. However, when he saw what had happened to the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor in the past 2 months, a strange look flashed across Great Emperor Baki's scarlet eyes. After a while, he raised his head and stared at Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter. Demon Monarch Wind Slaughter's hair stood on end and he felt uncomfortable all over. "If I'm not wrong, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss is the real culprit. As for the Black Nightmare Demon Emperor, he's just a scapegoat," Great Emperor Baki said. Great Emperor Baki's words stunned Demon Emperor Windslayer, Red Rain, and Xianxia. "Sword Demon Dao Abyss, that's just a Jushi quasi-emperor. How could he be the real culprit?" Great Emperor Baki did not explain. He continued to read the information and said in a low voice, "Did the sword demon Dao Abyss really only appear in the Cold Sky territory in the past 2 months?" "Yes." Demon Monarch Windslaughter said without hesitation, "Given this kid's courage and skill, it's impossible for no one to know about it if he was in the Cold Sky territory in the past." Great Emperor Baki suddenly laughed, and a strange divine light appeared in his scarlet pupils. "No wonder I had a sudden impulse when I was breaking out of the closed-door training. It's because I'm about to reunite with that baby." At the end, there was a rare trace of emotion in his cold voice. "A long time ago. He was ordered by his sect to come to the ancient Desolation domain from the Starry Sky ancient path. He first sealed his cultivation with a forbidden secret technique and entered the extreme ancient domain with the identity of a quasi-emperor. Then, he sneaked into the Imperial Pass. After several twists and turns, he finally arrived at the ancient Desolation domain. His goal was only to do one thing, to destroy the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass. In this way, the power of the divine illuminating ancient sect would be able to invade the ancient Desolation domain and control this world that was regarded as the origin of all Daos. This was because according to the ancient records of the divine illuminating ancient sect, the main battlefield of the 10-directional Dao War happened outside the Great Wall of the ancient Desolation domain. Since the beginning of time, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass had the title of the first heavenly chasm of the ancient Desolation domain, the place where the Emperor realm stopped. In fact, that was the core battlefield of the 10-directional Dao War. It was also during this battle that the ancient Desolation domain was shattered. The origin of the world was shattered, turning into a small world that sank to the edge of the ultimate. During the 10-directional Dao War, the Emperor realm existences of the ancient Desolation domain joined forces to defend the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass against the nameless Emperor. They fought until heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even now, outside the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, there were still the remnant souls of countless fallen ancient emperors, as well as pieces of world fragments. At that time, the divine illuminating ancient sect and the hidden land realm were forces under the nameless emperor. They also participated in this battle, but they suffered heavy casualties. In the end, after the 10-directional Dao War ended, the forbidden power of order controlled by the nameless emperor turned into 3 great disasters that covered the sky above the ancient Desolation domain. However, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass was not destroyed. It still stood tall on the frontline battlefield, as if it would never die. Therefore, for the divine illuminating ancient sect, only by destroying the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass could they truly control the ancient Desolation domain and control this place of origin that was sealed by the Forbidden Order. That was why Bachi came back then. However, his cultivation was sealed, and he only had the power of the quasi-emperor realm. It was impossible for him to do this. Helpless, he had no choice but to go into hiding. For this, he even took over the body of an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect in the ancient Desolation domain named Fan Qi and took over his body. For Ba Qi, although his cultivation was sealed, he still had wisdom and inheritance. As long as he was carefully trained, he would definitely be able to cultivate a leader who could lead the ancient Desolation domain. As long as he controlled this person, it was equivalent to controlling a chess piece that could overturn the ancient Desolation domain in the future. Yun Qingbai was the successor he had chosen. In fact, Yun Qingbai did not disappoint him. In just a few decades, he showed an incomparably dazzling light and was regarded as the #1 person in the ancient Desolation domain at the same level. But later, he accidentally heard that at the edge of the ultimate, a place regarded as the lower world, a baby boy with the talent of devouring the abyss was born. Devouring the abyss, perhaps only the divine illuminating ancient sect and the hidden land realm, who had followed the orders of the previous nameless emperor, knew that this kind of talent did not belong to the ancient path of the starry sky at all. Then, Ba Qi took Yun Qingbai with him to the lower world without hesitation. However, he did not expect that the previous nameless emperor's willpower had already arrived one step ahead of him with the help of the Forbidden Order power. It was also at that time that Ba Qi learned that the previous nameless emperor, who had crossed the starry sky since the Archean Age, had only come to capture a woman named Luo Qingxuan. And the baby boy with the talent of devouring the abyss was the child of Luo Qingxuan. Later, the Forbidden Order power appeared and covered the sky above the Ziyao Empire. Ba Qi took action and deprived the baby boy of his spiritual meridian. To this day, Great Emperor Baki could still clearly remember the heart-wrenching cries of the infant lying in the swaddling clothes. Bright red blood gushed out from his chest that had been cut open. The only thing that made Great Emperor Ba Qi regret was that after he deprived the baby boy of his spiritual meridian, before he had time to do anything else, an unexpected accident happened. The fourth chapter was delivered, the Great Wall of the Imperial Pass, which had stopped the Emperor realm from advancing since ancient times, the 10 great Taoist wars that had broken out, and what Ba Qi had done in the past, were all partly revealed in this chapter. So, let's not talk about goldfish water anymore. In addition, there was no more for tonight. In order to speed up the plot, the outline of the next chapter had to be redesigned. Back then, that accident happened too suddenly. Emperor Baki still had a lingering fear when he thought of it. The atmosphere in the hall was depressing. Looking at Emperor Baki, who seemed to be lost in thought, Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor, Red Rain Region Lord, and Xianxia Region Lord were all shocked. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive, Wind Massacre Demon Monarch could not help but ask, "Martial Uncle, the baby you mentioned, could it be the Sword Demon Dao Abyss?" His words woke Emperor Baki up from his reminiscence. He nodded and said, "Yes, if I'm right, this boy should be called Lin Sun." Lin Sun, it was the successor of Mountain Heart, Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor, and others couldn't believe it. How could it be him? I see. It is said that Lin Sun once killed Ice-devouring Sword Emperor and other emperors in the Hongmeng world with his trump card, which made the whole Starry Sky ancient path in an uproar. Red Rain Region Lord was the first to react. Only a person like him can help He Kong to swallow up the territories of Xuanning, Huangho, and Mingyu. Right, the Sword Demon Dao Abyss only appeared out of nowhere 2 months ago, and it's absolutely impossible for old man He Kong to accomplish this by relying on his own strength. In this way, this kid might really be Lin Sun. Wind Slaughter Sword Emperor was suddenly excited. He never thought that the target that was chased by the whole dark world was right under his nose. You're not too stupid. Emperor Baki's voice was indifferent. From now on, He Kong is no longer important. The most important thing is to find out the whereabouts of Lin Sun, who incarnated as Sword Demon Tao Abyss. Uncle, don't worry. I'll mobilize all the forces to search for this boy. Wind Slaughter Sword Emperor took a deep breath and said with a murderous look, "No matter what, we must not let him escape from the Cold Sky territory this time." Red Rain Region Lord and Xianxia were also in high spirits. Only Emperor Baki frowned and said as if he was looking at an idiot, "This boy has the means to kill emperors. What's the use of mobilizing more forces?" Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor's expression stagnated and he felt a little embarrassed. In fact, he also felt a little scared. In fact, Lin Sun's identity as Quasi-Emperor Ju Shi was too easy to be despised and ignored. Especially for an emperor like him, he would never put anyone under the emperor realm in his eyes. But obviously, Lin Sun was different. Not to mention the past, just in the last 2 months, 6 region lords, Xuanning, Huangho, Mingyu, Lin Feng, Feiya, and Hui Shuang, had been successively suppressed. This was obviously not something that the old man He Kong could do alone. Wind Massacre Demon Emperor even suspected that the old man He Kong had been suppressed a long time ago. Under such circumstances, it was no different from courting death for ordinary emperors to kill Lin Sun. Region Lord Hongyu and Region Lord Xianxia were obviously aware of this. Their expressions changed and they felt a chill in their hearts. If Emperor Baki didn't come this time, who else in the Cold Sky territory could be the enemy of Sword Devil Tao Abyss? No, Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Heart. Martial Uncle, what do you think we should do? At this moment, the Wind Massacre Demon Emperor appeared incomparably humble as he humbly asked for guidance. This man walks in the dark world with the identity of Sword Devil Tao Abyss. Obviously, he is afraid that his identity will be exposed and he will be wanted by the whole world. Great Emperor Baki's eyes darkened, and a strange light flashed in his scarlet eyes. But he has turned the Cold Sky region upside down. He knows that the Divine Illumination ancient sect will not stand by and do nothing, but he still dares to do this. Tell me, why is he doing this? The Wind Massacre Demon Emperor and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Great Emperor Baki said, "I don't know either. But I'm sure that he won't give up until he achieves his goal after spending so much effort. This means that he won't leave the domain of Cold Sky in a short period of time." Speaking of this, he looked at the Wind Massacre Demon Emperor and said, didn't you order He Kong to come and beg for forgiveness within 3 days? The Wind Massacre Demon Emperor nodded repeatedly. It's Lin Sun's call whether He Kong will come or not, and he will definitely realize that our Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect will take some action after this incident. Emperor Baki said in a low voice, but he won't give up what he has done. Under such circumstances, how will he get out of this situation? The Wind Massacre Demon Emperor said in a daze, he won't really come to beg for forgiveness, will he? Emperor Baki said, you guessed right. The Wind Massacre Demon Emperor was stunned. He just said it casually, and he didn't believe it himself. Unexpectedly, it seemed that his guess was right, Emperor Baki said, but he definitely won't come to beg for forgiveness, but to solve the problem in front of him. So, we just have to wait here. In the end, his voice became very certain. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely be amazed by the meticulous analysis of Emperor Baki, who was almost right about the truth. This kind of mentality was undoubtedly very frightening. Just you wait. I want to see this kid as well. He should have died, but after losing his innate talent, he has miraculously lived until now. Moreover, he has done numerous great things that have shaken the starry sky in recent years. It's simply a miracle. Emperor Baki looked out of the hall with a hint of emotion on his face. He suddenly thought of Yun Qingbai. If Yun Qingbai hadn't died in the hands of Lin Sun in the absolute domain, he would also have such a foundation that could shock the starry sky. Such a chess piece that was born with a sword bone and refined the spiritual vein of the devouring abyss was destroyed just like that. What a pity. One day later, Lin Sun saw the Miaoyun mountain from afar. Yi, is it possible? He patted the bronze sword case on his back. It's still not enough. I can only maintain it for less than a quarter of an hour, Ye's calm voice sounded from the bronze sword case. It's more than enough to deal with the old guy from the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. Lin Sun smiled, stepped into the void, and swept towards the Miaoyun mountain in the distance. To his surprise, there was no defensive force on the Miaoyun mountain, and he couldn't even see the figures of some strong men. Could it be that the wind-slaying sword emperor had already guessed that I would come and was worried that the strong men under his command would be affected when the battle broke out, so he ordered them to retreat early? As Lin Sun was thinking, he suddenly noticed that a terrifying and cold willpower rushed out of the Miaoyun mountain and swept across the sky. In an instant, Lin Sun's pupils shrank and he stopped moving forward. A dignified expression appeared on his face. Lin Sun, we meet again after many years. An indifferent, hoarse voice sounded with a hint of emotion. With the voice, Emperor Baki, who was dressed in a black robe with wide sleeves, with a handsome face and scarlet eyes like gems, appeared out of thin air and stood on the Miaoyun mountain. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and stared at the figure with his deep black eyes. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect after all. Obviously, the opponent had seen through his identity. No wonder there's no one here. It turns out that you've been waiting for me for a long time. But, who are you? Lin Sun's state of mind recovered in an instant, and he looked calm. Emperor Baki laughed like an evil god standing under the sky. He said leisurely, don't you remember me? It was I who took out your spiritual vein and gave it to Yun Qingbai. Boom, as if being struck by lightning, Lin Sun, who was as tough as a rock, couldn't help shaking at this moment, and his face became cold. The killing intent and hatred accumulated in his heart for many years boiled like a raging river and sea, and he was about to lose control. Ba Qi, the culprit behind the Lin family's murder. Earlier, Lin Sun was still thinking about how to go to the Xingzhou ancient sect to meet his enemy whom he had never met. Unexpectedly, Ba Qi appeared in front of the Miaoyun mountain today. This really surprised Lin Sun. Emperor Baki sighed with emotion, speaking of which, I'm just as surprised as you are. But it seems that we're destined to meet here. This time, he came to the cold sky territory on a whim to solve the turmoil caused by the region Lord He Kong. But who would have thought that he would accidentally find the baby from back then? Therefore, seeing Lin Sun who was silent at this moment, Emperor Baki understood Lin Sun's feelings very well. It was such a coincidence. Isn't it better? Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun was full of fighting intent. The long-suppressed killing intent and hatred surged all over his body like a landslide and a tsunami. He had endured for many years. At this moment, he didn't want to endure it anymore, he just needed to vent it out, from childhood to the present, his cultivation had been shrouded in the shadow of the Lin family's tragedy. His parents were missing, Master Lu's life was uncertain, and even his spiritual vein was ruthlessly deprived. Over the years, indescribable doubts, anger, and hatred were buried deep in his heart, reminding Lin Sun all the time that the culprit of these hatred was doomed to be unable to be eliminated as long as he was alive. For this reason, he went to the ancient desolation realm, experienced dangers and tribulations, and finally killed Yun Qingbai in the absolute summit domain. But in the end, he knew that the culprit behind the scenes was someone else, and Yun Qingbai was just a tragic figure who couldn't control his own fate. Later, he learned from the jade slips left by the old priest and the old priest that the culprit behind the scenes was from the Divine Sunshine ancient sect, and the various conspiracies and truths behind the Lin family's murder that year. Without the help of the forbidden power of order, the Lin family's murder wouldn't have happened so easily in the mortal world. But all this couldn't change the fact that Ba Qi was the culprit. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," a cold voice full of hatred sounded. Lin Sun stood in the air with his clothes fluttering in the wind, and his black hair flying in the air. The horrible killing intent pierced through the world, making the mountains and rivers tremble and wail. He hated Ba Qi to the extreme today. For the first time since he started his cultivation, Lin Sun no longer controlled his inner hatred and let the anger and fire boil and roar all over his body. Reason and calmness were replaced by unprecedented killing intent. Today, no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill the culprit behind the scenes. P.S. Ba Qi had 8 heads and 8 tails, and his original form was Yamada no Orochi in Japanese mythology. Coincidentally, today was the Martyrs' Memorial Day. In the main hall of Miaoyun Mountain, Wind Massacre Demon Emperor, Red Rain Region Lord, and Xianchong Region Lord stood side by side. When they saw the monstrous killing intent exuding from Lin Sun, they were shocked and could not believe that this was the power of a Ju Shi quasi-emperor. And seeing the changes in the killing intent and power around Lin Sun, Ba Qi could not help but flash a strange light in the depths of his eyes. He had to admit that this baby who should have died back then was indeed the most outstanding genius in the world today. There was probably no one who could be on par with him in the entire ancient road of the starry sky. This made Ba Qi more and more curious. How did Lin Sun, who had lost the spiritual vein, change his fate and achieve what he had today like nirvana? Boom, the world shook as Lin Sun stepped into the void. The boiling killing intent caused the surrounding heaven and earth to fall into chaos, and there was endless divine brilliance circulating around his body. "Do you want to do it now? Don't you want to know what happened back then?" Ba Qi suddenly asked. "I'll kill you and extract your memories. I'll get the answer myself." Lin Sun took a deep breath and said coldly, "Yezi." In the bronze sword box, Yezi turned into a ray of bright light and appeared. Yezi could clearly feel that Lin Sun had become a different person this time, showing a kind of extreme hatred and killing intent. This had never happened before. Yezi did not ask or tell Lin Sun that the man standing in the void had unfathomable cultivation and was suspected to be at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, or rather, Yezi had long realized that even if he told the cruel truth to Lin Sun, the other party would not retreat. Therefore, Yezi did not say a word and attacked immediately. Swish, a ray of sword chi soared into the sky, shining like a divine rainbow, shaking the stars. The incomparably abundant sword intent seemed to be able to destroy this world. This was Yezi's full strength. With this sword, he had easily suppressed Ling Feng, Mingyu, Song Lang, and Fei Ye. This is the sword spirit that once aroused the greed of the ice-devouring sword emperor? It really is extraordinary. Ba Qi's scarlet pupils were flowing with a strange light, and his voice was low. As he spoke, a scarlet law of emperor emerged in front of him and evolved into a huge, ferocious snake head. It soared into the sky and opened its mouth to devour. Rumble, the peerlessly ferocious and fierce strand of sword chi was like a piece of paper that was devoured by the enormous snake head and vanished completely. Ba Qi seemed as if he'd done something that couldn't be any more casual, and he said, "Unfortunately, it's still insufficient to fight me." Ye's pupils contracted. Lin Sun clenched his fists quietly, hatred surging in his black eyes. Anger raged in his body like burning, but it did not destroy his reason. This strike alone made him realize how childish and laughable his previous understanding of Ba Qi was. How could a quasi-emperor compare to him? On Subtle Cloud Mountain, Windfall Devil Emperor and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Earlier, when Yi attacked, it caused them to break out in cold sweat because the might of that sword chi caused their hairs to stand on end, and they felt extremely threatened. Fortunately, in front of Great Emperor Baki, this sword could not withstand a single blow. I'll give you a chance to use all your life-saving means. Otherwise, if you wait for me to attack, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use them again. Bachi's voice resounded between heaven and earth. He seemed extremely conceited, and his expression had been cold and indifferent, like a superior god. Roar! In front of him, the huge snake head roared, and the nearby mountains and rivers exploded and collapsed. The terrifying power of the Law of Emperor Realm turned into a boundless blood-red torrent that swept towards Lin Sun. Yi attacked, slashing out thousands of strands of sword chi, densely tearing the void and sweeping across. Rumble, the sky and earth collapsed, and the sun and moon lost their light. The boundless sword chi collided with the blood-red torrent, and the resulting power was so terrible that it seemed to destroy the whole world. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ye's figure became dim. The gap was too big. If he was at his peak, he would not be afraid of a person who was suspected to be at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Unfortunately, he could only kill an opponent at the 4th level of the Emperor Realm at most. But he didn't show any fear. His figure appeared in the air. Although he was only 3 inches tall, he had the power to defend against 10,000 enemies. This time, Lin Sun was not afraid of death, and he would fight to the end. Why should he be afraid? The sword spirit was never afraid of death. The sword spirit can't hold on any longer. Since you can escape from the primordial world to the dark world, you can't only have these life-saving means, right? Bachi spoke again. He had been standing on the top of Miaoyun Mountain, as if he was unshakable under the sky. This was the power of the Hand of Darkness. In the dark world, even those in the Emperor Realm would turn pale when they talked about it. So much nonsense only proves that you have concerns and scruples in your heart. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Otherwise, why don't you dare to attack with all your strength? Bachi was silent for a moment, and then he nodded and said, "That's right. No matter if it's you or the sword spirit, both of you are nothing to me. The only thing I'm afraid of is none other than the life-saving means you possess. It's better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to fail miserably." Immediately, he changed the subject, and his eyes were frightening. "However, no matter what happens, you can't change your fate today." His words were indifferent and unquestionable. He had absolute and supreme power and was as proud as a god. But from the beginning to the end, he was neither arrogant nor careless. He was calm and cold. The more he was like this, the more chilling and desperate it was. Seeing such a scene, Windslaughter Sword Emperor and others felt a burst of fear and depression. They couldn't imagine what a terrible and powerless thing it would be to be the enemy of Emperor Bachi. Lin Sun didn't seem to be affected at all. Facing Bachi's confident attitude, he spat out only one word, "Kill." Then, Yi moved again. His figure was bright as if it was burning, and he rushed to Bachi. Bachi frowned. For him, this kind of attack was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He didn't believe that Lin Sun didn't know this. But both Lin Sun and the sword spirit seemed to be so resolute that they would rather be smashed to pieces than fight with their lives on the line. Were they really courting death? Bachi didn't believe it. Therefore, in the face of Yi, Bachi used his real strength. He stretched out a hand from the void and gently clenched it. Boom, the void suddenly collapsed and broke. The Scarlet Law of Emperor, like thick divine chains, intertwined and turned into a bloody prison. The prison reflected horrible visions such as demons dancing wildly, gods falling, and the sky falling and the earth sinking. The Forbidden Blood Prison, it was a supreme secret method that operated the law of space and one's own cultivation to the extreme. However, a strange scene appeared. Before the Forbidden Blood Prison showed its power, it suddenly stagnated for a moment. In fact, at this moment, the whole world seemed to be still, and the supreme power of time seemed to be interfered with for a moment. Even though Bachi had made sufficient preparations and noticed that something was off, he was still unable to react in time to the sudden change that occurred in that instant. At this moment, a suet jade bottle appeared in Ye's hand, and a ray of sword chi came out of the crystal clear mouth of the bottle. The Great Way bottle, and the sword that came out of the bottle was Ye's all-out attack, in a flash. It was extremely short. By the time Bachi reacted, he saw that the sword Qi had already arrived before him. It was so close that it was already too late for him to dodge. The sword Qi roared at an incredible speed. The endless fierce sharpness tore apart Bachi's defense, broke his armor, and split his chest. Puff, blood splashed. Like a supreme god, Emperor Bachi groaned in pain at this moment. His face suddenly changed, and anger flashed in his scarlet and indifferent eyes. That strike had almost split open his stomach, although he resisted it in the end. His skin and flesh were torn, his bones were exposed, and his blood kept pouring out. The fierce sword Qi invaded his body and kept raging, causing him internal injuries. It was incredible. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Bachi couldn't help but suspect that if he hadn't been strong enough, this sword would have killed him. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he was and the angrier he was. He had been vigilant enough and calculated everything, but he still suffered a big loss in a flash. Boom. At this moment, the forbidden blood prison that he had used earlier finally dissipated along with his injuries. One could imagine how fast the battle that had occurred in that instant was. In the distance, Lin Sun's pupil shrank and his face changed slightly. This was the first time that he failed to kill his opponent after casting the forbidden death since he started his cultivation, and he even used the power of the infinite bottle and Yi. All of this seemed to be silently proving how terrifying an Emperor Realm existence like Bachi was, and he wasn't someone an ordinary Emperor Realm figure could compare to. Demon Monarch Windslayer and the others were dumbfounded. The sudden attack was so unbelievable that they couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't imagine how someone as powerful as Great Emperor Baki could suddenly suffer such a heavy injury. This strange scene also made their hair stand on end. If they were in Bachi's position, they would have died in a flash, wouldn't they? Swish, seeing that his sword did not kill Quasi-Emperor Bachi, Yi rushed forward without hesitation and launched another attack, intending to kill him in one go. Get out of my way! Bachi bellowed. The bloody aura around him roared and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Terrifying power spread out and instantly shook Yi back. Bang, Yi flew backward, his figure staggered and dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't hold on any longer. He panted and said to Lin Sun, this old thing is at the 8th level of Emperor Realm. The 8th level of Emperor Realm, just this realm alone was enough to make anyone feel despair and collapse. The difference was more than thousands of miles. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Now that she was gone and Yi was injured, the forbidden death could only injure him but not kill him. This could be said to be the biggest crisis Lin Sun had encountered since he started cultivating. However, Lin Sun did not flinch. His black eyes were fixed on Bachi in the distance, and there was a crazy determination in his eyes. Yi, go back to the sword sheath first. Lin Sun said softly. But Yi shook his head and refused. He was also very determined. Sword spirit, how could he flinch? Death was not something to be afraid of. Lin Sun was startled, and then he couldn't help laughing. Fine, we brothers will fight to the death with this old beast today. Brothers, this title seemed to have an indescribable power in such a dangerous situation, and Yi couldn't help laughing. He smiled brightly. He was really happy. It turned out that Lin Sun regarded him as a brother. In the distance, looking at Lin Sun and Yi who were at the end of their rope, Bachi also laughed. His face was full of disdain, coldness, and killing intent. He had already recovered from the serious injuries he suffered before, but his internal injuries couldn't be healed in a short time. But it didn't matter. Even if he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he had absolute confidence to kill these 2 ignorant ants. Little fellow, back then, I took away your origin spirit vein and gave it to Yun Qingbai. Today, I will take away your soul and flesh and refine you into a puppet. You will live a life worse than death for all eternity. With a cold and hoarse voice, Bachi attacked without hesitation. A blood-red light wheel appeared behind him, reflecting the figure of a huge fierce beast. 8 huge heads were raised and roared, shattering the void. The 8 tails shook and stirred up the world. Mystic Cloud Mountain, which was covered in layers of restrictive formations, directly turned into dust that filled the sky. The horrified wind-slaughtered Demon Emperor and the others immediately dodged in a sorry state. Even so, they felt extremely terrified and almost suffocated. The furious great Emperor Ba Qi was like a peerless evil god who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, shrouding the world in great terror. Boom, Ba Qi waved his sleeve, and a snake tail as thick as a mountain swept out. It was like a divine whip in the hand of a deity, crushing the void and whipping the yin and yang. An 8th-level Emperor Realm cultivator's aura alone was enough to crush mountains and rivers. The attack from the snake's tail was even more terrifying. Lin Sun didn't dodge, because it was impossible. Yi did not dodge either. He was well aware that Lin Sun, who was only at the 3rd heaven of Quasi-Emperor Zhu Shi, would not be able to block this attack. Even the pressure released by this attack could kill him. Therefore, he could not retreat. His bearing was calm and resolute. Incomparably crazy sword chi accumulated on his body, as if it was burning him. But what was even faster than Ye's attack was an extremely dazzling divine arrow. It seemed as if it had penetrated through the ages, and it emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Even the heavens and earth darkened under this arrow. Yi was startled, and then his eyes lit up. It was that guy. Before he arrived at the world of darkness, this was the same arrow that pierced through the vast starry sky and killed a 4th-level Emperor Realm expert with ease. That scene was incomparably stunning. However, in comparison, the arrow that shot through the air was even more ferocious. At the same time, the heavens and earth froze for a moment. Time stopped, and all things returned to silence. The whipping snake tail seemed to be frozen in a painting. Only the arrow pierced through the picturesque world and whizzed away. Boom, in the distance, the body of great Emperor Ba Qi, who had an immeasurable aura, exploded instantly. Blood rained down, and the heavens and earth were dyed red. An earth-shattering rumble shattered the world that seemed to have been frozen in time. It was also at this time that Demon Emperor Windslaughter and the others saw great Emperor Ba Qi explode with a single arrow. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets and they cried out involuntarily. How is this possible? Their minds were blank, and their minds were blank. Just a moment ago, great Emperor Ba Qi's stomach had almost been ripped open and he had sustained serious injuries. This was something that Demon Emperor Windslaughter and the others found hard to understand. Now, great Emperor Ba Qi had been killed by a single arrow in the blink of an eye. The bloody and unbelievable scene almost drove them crazy. Great Emperor Ba Qi was an 8th-level Emperor Realm expert, the hand of darkness feared by countless beings. How powerful and terrifying was he? How could he just die like this? Ye's eyes drifted and looked at Wu Kei beside Lin Sun, who looked like a gray-haired teenager. He was standing in the void with the insignificant bow in his hand, and his aura was fierce and aggressive. However, Yi was keenly aware that Wu Kei had suffered a great loss from this arrow. His face was so pale that it was almost transparent. When Yi saw Lin Sun's appearance, he was even more surprised. At this moment, Lin Sun's black hair had already turned into the color of frost and snow. He seemed to have aged countless years all of a sudden. His aura was weak and his eyes were dim. Lin Sun, you. Ye's heart trembled. I'm all right. Lin Sun said in a hoarse voice. Using the forbidden passing twice in a row made his cultivation completely exhausted and he suffered a certain degree of backfire. He's not dead yet. Suddenly, Wu Kei's face turned pale. Lin Sun and Yi were stunned by his words. They looked up at the sky. In the distant sky, surging bloody mist silently suffused and roiled, and it was ceaselessly gathering and wriggling as if it possessed a life of its own. In the end, it turned into a huge and boundless beast. Its body was as big as a mountain, covered with scarlet and cold scales. It had 8 heads, and each head was as big as a house. Some were fierce, some were evil, and some were greedy, violent, furious, bloodthirsty, and insane, so on and so forth. On the other hand, 8 snake tails rose up behind its body, and they were like numerous thick divine whips that reached the heavens. As they danced about, the color of blood suffused the air and caused the surrounding space to collapse and sink. This was the body of great Emperor Ba Qi. Boom, the world was turbulent, and the blood spread like a tide. Great Emperor Ba Qi, who had turned into a beast body, roared under the sky. The land within a radius of 10,000 miles was in turmoil. The sky collapsed, and the boundless turbulence and killing intent made the sun and moon dim and the world turn upside down. That scene was really terrible. Demon Emperor Windslaughter and the others trembled. They were surprised and frightened. They were surprised that great Emperor Ba Qi was not dead, and they were frightened because the aura that Great Emperor Baki exuded made them shiver in fear. Lin Sun, Yi, and Wu Kei looked solemn and their hearts sank. Even they could not imagine how Great Emperor Baki could be so terrifying. Most importantly, the three of them were on the verge of death. "Little bastard, what other trump cards do you have? Why don't you show them all?" Great Emperor Baki's 8 heads in the distance spoke at the same time. His voice shook the universe and revealed boundless cold-killing intent. He was indeed completely furious. He could not believe that he had been seriously injured twice in a row with his cultivation at the 8th level of the Emperor realm. It was a great humiliation to him. If I had the strength of the past, how could I be looked down upon by such an ugly insect? Wu Kei sighed. Yi looked calm. If I had the strength of the past, why would I need you to deal with such an insect? It's useless to talk about this now. Wu Kei shrugged and said, then we can only fight to the death. Do you want to join hands with me and fight for a way out for the little master? Yi said without hesitation, although I don't like your arrogance, I can agree to your request this time. Wu Kei could not help but grin. But at this moment, Lin Sun said, if you want to fight to the death, you should do it together. Later, you will fight together, and I will fight for a moment for you. His words were calm, but his black eyes flashed with crazy and determined hatred. This time, he would fight to the death even if he had to fight with all his strength. Wu Kei and Ye's faces suddenly changed. Lin Sun's hair was as white as snow, and his aura was weak. If he fought with all his strength, his foundation of Tao would suffer irreparable damage. A moment of opportunity? In the distance, Great Emperor Baki shook his 8 huge heads, and his aura was terrifying. Is this the talent of your new life? He was undoubtedly the one who knew Lin Sun's talent best. The horror of the great abyss devouring sky was vividly reflected in Yun Qingbai. Hearing Lin Sun's words, Great Emperor Baki vaguely guessed something, but he was not sure. Because the truth was related to the mystery of time, which was so incredible that he did not believe that such power would appear in a quasi-emperor. However, he already had a plan. After suppressing Lin Sun, he would cut open Lin Sun's body to see what kind of amazing secret was hidden in Lin Sun's new talent. Let's do it. Ignoring Great Emperor Baki, Lin Sun took a deep breath and made an unquestionable decision. Wu Kei and Yi looked at each other and no longer tried to persuade him. Boom, in the distance, Great Emperor Baki took action in advance. His huge body pressed the void, and he pounced on Lin Sun at an incredible speed. You can't do it more than 3 times. Do you really think you can beat me with the same trick? Go to hell. This time, Great Emperor Baki had obviously learned his lesson. When he took action, he exhausted all his means and released thousands of Taoism in an instant. Every single Tao art was boundlessly ferocious and possessed different might, and they were dense like a violent storm that covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out. The whole world was shrouded by them. In this way, even if he was passive for a moment, it was enough to make him invincible. At the same time, Lin Sun, Yi, and Wu Kei were about to take action. But at this moment, an extremely indifferent voice sounded. It's just a reptile. Why do you need to risk your life? When the voice sounded, it was as sharp as a blade stabbing into their hearts. Lin Sun, Wu Kei, and Yi all stiffened. In Lin Sun's mind, a figure emerged uncontrollably. In the suffocating boundless darkness, a figure was sitting, with thumb-thick chains wrapped around his throat, feet, and back. Obscure fluctuations of order were flowing out. When he opened his eyes, they were like a pair of burning suns, tearing the boundless darkness apart. They were like extremely sharp swords that could tear the 9th heaven apart. It was him. The Spirit of the Broken Blade, 3rd update. Clang, as soon as the figure of the Spirit of the Broken Blade flashed in Lin Sun's mind, the broken blade swept out from his body with a clear sound. That clear cry traversed the heavens and the earth, causing the surroundings to tremble. Demon Emperor Wind-Killing, Region Lord Hong Yu, and Region Lord Xianxia trembled all over, with blood dripping from their 7 apertures. Their chi almost collapsed because of the terrible impact. They were horrified and scared out of their wits. How could the power of a clear sound be so horrible? As the broken blade swept out, it was like a galaxy sweeping out from the earth, shining above the sky. Unparalleled murderous spirit spread like a landslide and a tsunami. Boom, the thick blood color that enveloped the world directly collapsed and disappeared like a whirlwind. Only the incomparably bright sharpness turned into the most dazzling light between heaven and earth. Under the attack of the broken blade, the thousands of Taoism skills displayed by Great Emperor Baki were crushed as if they were swept by a storm, rumbling and exploding, and a rain of light swirled in the air. It should be noted that this was the power of the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Each kind of Taoism skill was branded with the supreme secret, which had the power to conquer the world and cleanse the world. But at this moment, it was destroyed in a twinkling. Great Emperor Baki, who thought that he had won the battle, had no time to dodge. His head, which was as large as a house, was chopped off. Clatter blood splashed like a torrent, scarlet and hot. Great Emperor Baki was in great pain, and the other 7 heads let out heart-wrenching roars. The origin of the Great Way was stored in these 8 heads. Now that one of them was chopped off, it was equivalent to cutting off a part of his cultivation. Hell! He roared, and his huge body emitted a violent and ferocious bloody light. What treasure is this? How can it be so terrible? His voice was full of fear. When he was injured by Ye's sword and pierced by Wu Kei's arrow, he was not as flustered as he was now, nor was he as calm and composed as before. Lin Sun, Wu Kei, and Yi looked at each other with indescribable shock in their hearts. Earlier, they'd already made up their minds to put their lives on the line. But the appearance of the broken blade swept away their declining momentum. It was like a hurricane that swept through the heavens and the earth, and it swept away everything in its path. This was undoubtedly incredible. So that guy is actually so powerful, Wu Kei muttered. He often competed with Duan Ren to refine the Emperor weapon's essence, so of course he knew about the existence of the Broken Blade Spirit. However, he did not expect the Broken Blade Spirit to be this powerful. Lin Sun, why didn't you mention him before, or even ask him for help just now? Yezi couldn't help asking. Lin Sun couldn't help smiling wryly. The Broken Blade Spirit could be said to be one of the most mysterious existences in the world. Ever since he was young, the Broken Blade Spirit had followed him into battle. But it was not until he was in the Hongmeng world that he knew there was such a terrifying existence lurking in the Broken Blade. To this day, Lin Sun still remembered the words of the extremely indifferent and calm figure sitting in the darkness. You want to completely refine my power? With your current strength, you're far from being able to do it. Try again in the future. There was a tinge of disappointment in his voice. At that time, Lin Sun almost suffocated at the sight of such a scene and was soaked in cold sweat. However, the Broken Blade Spirit hadn't shown up in the past few years, so Lin Sun didn't expect it to help him at all. Therefore, Lin Sun did not expect the Broken Blade Spirit to make a move at this moment. Swoosh, the Broken Blade Spirit did not speak, or rather, he did not want to talk to a bug. Only the Broken Blade Spirit flickered in the void as if it was controlled by an invisible hand. It set off a monstrous sharpness, as if it was about to split heaven and earth and divide the pure from the turbid. It was extremely fierce and domineering. Great Emperor Baki tried his best to dodge and resist, but with a flash of the Broken Blade Spirit, another head was chopped off. The head, which was as big as a house, fell to the ground and created a huge pit. Great Emperor Baki let out a shrill cry of pain. Blood spurted from his body, making him look hideous. He was completely terrified. With his combat strength, he would even dare to fight a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator. But under the attack of the Broken Blade Spirit, he did not even have the strength to struggle. Demon Emperor Windkill and the others were dumbfounded. It was just a Broken Blade Spirit, but it had the power to crush Great Emperor Baki. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it to be true. The appearance of Yezi and Wu Kei was already unbelievable, but in comparison, the Broken Blade Spirit was obviously more terrifying. Yezi and Wu Kei were also stunned. They were very docile in front of Lin Sun, but they were extremely arrogant when facing enemies. Wu Kei was fierce, arrogant, and unreasonable, while Yezi was fierce, and proud. But at this moment, witnessing the power of the Broken Blade Spirit made them feel a little uncomfortable. It felt as if the limelight had been stolen by someone else. Boom, terrifying blood light circulated, and the void shook. Completely terrified, Baki chose to escape. He did not dare to hesitate at all, and almost desperately tried to teleport through the void. The Broken Blade Spirit flashed, and endless silver divine radiance flowed like stars, covering the heaven and earth in all directions. Then, Great Emperor Baki's huge body seemed to have hit a natural moat. With a bang, he fell from the teleportation, and the void there exploded and collapsed. It was also at this moment that the Broken Blade Spirit's voice sounded in the battlefield for the first time. It took me a long time to awaken and recover some of my vitality, but I have to waste it on a little bug like you. If I let you escape, who will compensate me? His voice was sharp and indifferent like a sharp blade that pierced through the sky, and it carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Puff, the Broken Blade Spirit flashed, and Great Emperor Baki's third head was chopped off. The pain made his huge body roll in the air, and his 8 mountain-like tails twitched. So, he also knows how to complain? Wu Kei was stunned. Yi said seriously, it seems that he is very unhappy with this attack, and he is venting his anger on this bug. Who are you? How dare you choose to go against the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect? Great Emperor Baki roared in anger and fear. Threaten? Heh, how many years has it been since I was threatened by a little bug born in the source of turbidity? The Broken Blade Spirit seemed to be even more unhappy. Whoosh, the Broken Blade Spirit flashed, and in a flash, it chopped off Great Emperor Baki's head one after another, and blood poured down like a torrential rain. The world was filled with Great Emperor Baki's painful screams, and it was so shrill that it was horrifying. Lin Sun, Yi, and Wu Kei could not help but gasp. The scene of an 8th-level emperor being trampled and suppressed by the Broken Blade Spirit was too shocking. As for Wind Massacre Demon Emperor and the others, they had long lost their wits, and their minds were blank. The scene in front of them had completely overturned their imagination and understanding. Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to do everything I can to make it up to you. Great Emperor Baki could not take it anymore, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Even with his status and power, it had been many years since he was in such a miserable state, and he had never lowered his head or begged for mercy. But now, he could no longer care about his dignity. Make it up to you? Do you think you are worthy? The Broken Blade Spirit was extremely overbearing, and his tone was filled with disdain. Even compensation depends on whether the other party is worthy or not. He is much more arrogant than you. Yi said as he glanced at Wu Kei's lips twitched. Seeing that Great Emperor Baki was only left with his head, Lin Sun could not help but say, Senior, please spare his life. Baki was the culprit behind the Lin family's murder case, and he knew a lot of the truth. Lin Sun really wanted to know whether his parents were still alive or not. The Broken Blade Spirit buzzed and stopped in the void. Then, the Broken Blade Spirit's voice sounded, You didn't ask me to help before, but now you're begging me to stop? His voice was still indifferent, and there was a hint of grumbling in it, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. Wu Kei laughed, so it's because Little Master didn't ask him to help, and he took the initiative to attack. How embarrassing. Yi thought for a moment, and said seriously, this only proves that this guy is very arrogant, and doesn't know how to be grateful. Swoosh, the Broken Blade Spirit's terrifying sharpness burst out, and it locked onto Yi from afar. You said that I don't know how to be grateful? Yi did not give in. All these years, how many sovereign weapons has Lin Sun taken to help you recover? But he has never asked you for anything. The sharpness on the Broken Blade Spirit gradually faded. After a moment of silence, the Broken Blade Spirit said, You're right. In the end, I owe him. His voice was low, and there was a hint of imperceptible guilt. Boom, the next moment, Great Emperor Baki was suppressed by a terrible divine light. His huge body kept shrinking, and finally returned to his original human form. However, his face was extremely pale, and he was bleeding all over as if he was imprisoned. His breath was extremely weak. Witnessing this scene, Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor, Red Rain Region Lord, and Xianxia Region Lord felt dizzy, as if the sky had collapsed. Great Emperor Baki, the Hand of Darkness, was a terrifying existence that had shocked the dark world for countless years. But now, he was completely suppressed. Run, the same thought emerged in the hearts of Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor and the others at the same time. However, before they could act, they only saw a sharp flash in front of them, and then they completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of Lin Sun and the others, Wind Slaughter Demon Emperor and the others in the far distance were killed silently, and their bodies were torn apart. There was no resistance, no scream, and they didn't even have time to react. Lin Sun couldn't help looking at the broken blade, and heard the voice of the spirit of the broken blade. From today on, give me at most 100 years to recover. By then, I will help you kill the enemy of Tao. As soon as the voice fell, the broken blade swept into Lin Sun's body with a clang, and then fell silent. Did I blame him wrongly? Yi said in a daze, a little embarrassed. You're right, and he did nothing wrong. Wu Kei explained with a smile. Yi looked at Lin Sun, who nodded. Wu Kei is right. Only then did Yezi let out a sigh of relief. The world was silent, and the smell of blood was rolling between heaven and earth. Looking at Great Emperor Baki, who was imprisoned in a coma in the distance, Lin Sun walked over. P.S. The 4th chapter is here. He had intended to continue writing, but he was informed to go out at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so he didn't dare to stay up late. In any case, he had posted 1 5th chapter and 2 4th chapters in the last 3 days of the month. He didn't ask for praise, so please don't criticize him. He wasn't afraid to tell you that he had 2 business trips next month, but they were both rejected by Goldfish. The purpose was very simple. Goldfish just wanted more time to concentrate on writing. Don't worry, after the National Day holiday, Goldfish will prepare for another breakthrough. In addition, on the 1st of tomorrow, he asked for a guaranteed monthly ticket for tomorrow. Lin Sun looked very calm. At the beginning of the battle, his face was full of extreme hatred and killing intent. But now, it was all gone. There was only a kind of extreme calmness on his face. But the more it was so, the more uneasy it was. Great Emperor Baki, who was imprisoned and on the verge of death, felt a chill in his heart. He felt an indescribable sadness. As an 8th-layer martial emperor, he had slaughtered countless living beings over the years. His name was infamous and no one dared to slander him. But now, he was reduced to a miserable state where he could be slaughtered by others. He couldn't bear such a huge gap. Seeing Lin Sun approaching, Great Emperor Baki struggled crazily, but everything seemed to be so powerless and futile. I won't let you die like this. Lin Sun stepped forward and looked down at the miserable Great Emperor Baki, who was bathed in blood. His words made Great Emperor Baki's heart sink to the bottom. It was as if he could foresee the endless torture and humiliation that awaited him in the future. Lin Sun suppressed Great Emperor Baki with the Tower of Endless Way. Then he took a deep breath, looked at the world full of signs of destruction, and said, Yezi, let's go. It was really time to go. After today, the Cold Sky territory was destined to become a place of trouble. On this day, Miaoyan Mountain was reduced to ruins. Demon Emperor Feng Tu, Region Lord Hong Yu, and Region Lord Xianxia all died. On this day, Great Emperor Baki, the 8th-level emperor known as the Hand of Darkness, was completely suppressed. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. On this day, the fact that Lin Sun, the successor of Mountain Heart, had turned into Tao Abyss of Sword Demon and all kinds of things he had done in the past 2 months under the guise of Region Lord He Kong was exposed. When the news came out, the Cold Sky territory was shocked. Countless overmatches were shocked. It turns out that Tao Abyss of Sword Demon is Lin Sun, the successor of Mountain Heart, who is wanted by the whole world. He is the one behind all the turmoil. Some people were shocked. How could Lin Sun be so powerful in 2 months when he wiped out the top 10 regions? Some people exclaimed. Great Emperor Ba Qi, the Hand of Darkness, was a murderous and ferocious 8th-level martial emperor, but he was suppressed. Some people found it hard to believe. I'm sure that Lin Sun must be protected by a terrifying master. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to do this with his strength. Someone spoke with certainty. He's doomed. Whether it's the godly illuminating ancient sect or the other forces in the dark world, they will definitely start a massacre against him. Soon, the entire world of darkness was in an uproar. All 33 realms were in an uproar. The name of Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Innerheart, was once again mentioned by countless people. The reason was simple. Even someone as powerful as Great Emperor Baki had suffered. This was undoubtedly too disappointing. In the dark world, Great Emperor Baki was like an evil god whose hands were stained with blood. Every time he appeared, there would be a storm of blood. He was so powerful that even emperors were afraid of him. However, such a terrifying existence was suppressed by Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Fengsuan, who was only at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. How could people not be shocked? Just what kind of terrifying trump card does this kid possess? No wonder a supreme existence like Heavenly Emperor Xianxia would issue an order to capture him. This kid is truly too heaven-defying. Great Emperor Baki is in trouble, and the domain of cold sky is in chaos. The godly illuminating ancient sect should be the most furious, right? In the godly illuminating ancient sect, a wisp of gloominess appeared on sect master Yukuanzi's face in the sacred place that was like an immortal paradise. The domain of cold sky was a territory controlled by the godly illuminating ancient sect. But now, with the death of 10 territory lords, including Demon Emperor Feng Tu, it had fallen into chaos. Great Emperor Baki was a terrifying existence in the godly illuminating ancient sect. But now, he was also in trouble. Under the continuous heavy blows, the godly illuminating ancient sect was also in turmoil and furious. Even Martial Uncle Baki is dead. Yukuanzi's expression was gloomy. Headmaster, if we don't take revenge, how can we face the godly illuminating ancient sect? How can we establish ourselves in the dark world in the future? I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock. Someone said coldly. In the Taoist field, a group of big shots of the godly illuminating ancient sect sat with cold and angry expressions. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. In this dark world, I don't know how many people are waiting to see our godly illuminating ancient sect become a laughingstock. Headmaster, let alone others. Lin Sun is a wanted target of Xianxia. Based on this, we can't let him live. Voices sounded one after another, all full of murderous intent. Yukuanzi frowned and said in a low voice, the power in his hands is enough to kill Martial Uncle Baki, who is in the 8th level of the Emperor realm. Do you think ordinary people can defeat him? His words made everyone speechless, and their faces darkened. This was indeed depressing. Lin Sun was no longer the Lin Sun of the past, and he was no longer someone who could be bullied at will. Now, he didn't even put ordinary Emperor realm cultivators in his eyes. Coupled with the death of great Emperor Baki, it was too disappointing. Under such circumstances, who could possibly deal with him? Yukuanzi said in a deep voice. After that game of chess ended, 4 of our divine illuminating ancient sect's 7 ancestral monarchs left for the other side of the galaxy. Now, there are only 3 ancestral monarchs here. Do you want me to ask the ancestral monarchs for help? The emperor ancestors were like a stabilizing force to any ancient orthodoxy. They would not be dispatched unless it was a matter of life and death for the sect. If they dispatched such a terrifying and supreme existence just to deal with Lin Sun, the meaning would be completely different. Headmaster, do we have no choice but to swallow this humiliation? Someone's face was as gloomy as water. The little ants that they had looked down upon in the past were suddenly riding on their heads on this day. This feeling was simply enough to drive them crazy. Don't worry, the Hidden Land realm is more eager to kill this kid than we are. Yukuanzi's eyes flickered. Of course, we can't be indifferent. As he spoke, he gave an order, someone, go and ask Martial Uncle Tian Song. Tian Song Sword Emperor, all the bigwigs present were stunned, and an imposing figure appeared in their minds involuntarily. He once sneaked into the starry sky ancient road and killed 39 peerless enemies with his sword. He was regarded as the adjudicator of the Emperor realm, and countless souls were killed by the sinful sword. If the ferocity of great Emperor Baki was enough to make all living beings tremble, then the name of Tian Song Sword Emperor was enough to make all the emperors tremble. In the dark world, Tiandu Buddhist Emperor of the Hidden Land realm, Tian Song Sword Emperor of the godly illuminating ancient sect, and Heavenly Destruction Martial Emperor of the Bronze Sparrow Tower were known as the 3 masters of assassination. In short, in the assassination of emperors, no one could compare with these 3. Immediately, everyone became excited. If Tian Song Sword Emperor took action, could Lin Sun escape the fate of being killed? Silently, a figure appeared in the Taoist field. He was dressed in plain clothes, with long hair hanging down and bare feet walking in the air. He was clearly standing there, but no one present seemed to notice him at all. When he spoke, the bodies of everyone shivered, and they were jolted back to their senses. Give me Baki's soul lamp. The figure's voice sounded in different places. It was faint, calm, and indifferent, but it made people feel cold. Taking a deep breath, Yukuanzi rose to his feet and passed over a bronze lamp with an incomparably dim light. He said, Martial Uncle Baki's life is hanging by a thread, but he hasn't died yet. Whether he can be saved depends on Martial Uncle Tian Kong. After receiving the life lamp that belonged to Great Emperor Baki, the figure disappeared without a trace. He did not make a single sound. On this day, Tian Song Sword Emperor, known as the adjudicator of the Emperor realm and one of the three masters of assassination, quietly left the godly illuminating ancient sect. Cold Sky Territory. In the governor's mansion of Silver City, Jilin sat there alone in a trance. So, Senior Daoyuan is Lin Sun, the successor of Mount Mind and Heart. He was so excited that he couldn't calm down. Now, the Cold Sky Territory had been in an uproar. People were talking about Lin Sun's deeds everywhere, which made Jilin both excited and indescribable. He finally understood what was going on. Only the successor of Mount Mind and Heart could have such incredible and heaven-defying means. Senior, don't worry. The Cold Sky Territory will be under my control sooner or later. At that time, as long as you give the order, I will follow you into battle. Jilin made up his mind. He didn't know where Lin Sun went, but he knew that the power he controlled was given by Lin Sun. In the dark world, loyalty was the least valuable thing, but it was also the most valuable thing. Jilin would prove to Lin Sun that he was the most valuable one, outside the governor's mansion. A figure stood there silently. He was dressed in plain clothes and his long hair was loose. He was barefooted and there was no fluctuation of aura around him. There were many people around him, but no one noticed his existence. In the end, he shook his head and took a step forward, disappearing on the spot and arriving outside Silver City. He was one of the three masters of assassination in the Dark World and was known as the adjudicator of the Emperor realm. For countless years, his Sword of Sin had only killed those in the Emperor realm. Jilin was just a small character and he didn't take him seriously. He didn't come to Silver City to find Jilin. I will find you. Outside the city, Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor looked at the distant sky and his mind was calm. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned and looked not far away. A man who looked unkempt walked over drunkenly with a wine gourd in his hand. His beard and hair were messy, his eyes were blurry, his nose was red, and his steps were weak. He looked like an ordinary drunkard. But when he saw the drunken man, Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor's pupils shrank and he said, "You are also looking for Lin Sun?" The man burped and his eyes were hazy. He mumbled, "Idiot, can't you tell that I am looking for you?" Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor asked, "What is it?" The man raised his wine gourd and drank wildly. After a while, he smacked his lips and sighed, "You are really an idiot. When we meet, of course we will fight. I wish everyone a happy National Day. During the 7 days of holiday, Goldfish will ensure that there will be updates as usual. After the holiday, we will prepare for the outbreak." Fight? The Heaven Destruction Sword Emperor frowned. Your pole arm should know that if we fight, we won't be able to decide the victor within 10 days or half a month. The pole arm, the drunken man in front of him was none other than the Heavenly Destruction Martial Emperor of the Copper Sparrow Pavilion, one of the three peerless assassins. 10 days or half a month isn't enough. Martial Emperor Polearm shook his head like a rattledrum. At least, a year? The Heaven Destruction Sword Emperor was silent for a moment. What is the Bronze Sparrow Tower trying to do? Martial Emperor Polearm reeked of alcohol as he mumbled, "Fight." The Heaven Destruction Sword Emperor said coldly, "What if I don't agree?" Whoosh, his figure vanished into thin air as soon as he finished speaking. Run? Where can I run to now that I've set my sights on you? As he muttered drunkenly, the dispirited man kicked out with his foot. The void rumbled, and a tunnel was torn open. His figure swayed as he walked in, disappearing without a trace. As soon as the two of them left, a shadow appeared in the sky, and it swiftly transformed into a black-cloaked monk with an ordinary appearance. Looking in the direction where the Heaven Destruction Sword Emperor and Martial Emperor Polearm had disappeared, the monk smiled. Fight to your heart's content. Leave Lin Sun to me. Just as he turned to leave, a big yellow dog walked over slowly from afar. It was an extremely ordinary-looking dog. The only difference was that the dog's fur was smooth and shiny, and its eyes were extremely bright. Even the way he walked was very arrogant, very calm, and very calm. If that was all, it would just be a dog raised by a rich family. But the black-robed monk froze the moment he saw the big yellow dog. His expression changed, and he turned to flee without hesitation. Undisguised disdain flashed in the big yellow dog's eyes. That was probably what a dog would look like. Awoo! It let out a low growl and gave chase. Even as it gave chase, its head was raised proudly. Its eyes were full of arrogance, as if it was looking down on the world and all life. Most inconceivable of it all was that it had caught up to the black-cloaked monk in merely an instant, and then it maintained the same speed as the black-cloaked monk. The black-robed monk's expression changed again, and he had no choice but to stop. The big yellow dog opened its mouth and spoke in a disdainful tone, "Keep running, why did you stop? Isn't Celestial Metropolis Buddhist Emperor, one of the 3 masters of assassination, most proficient in the art of 10,000 li in a flash, coming and leaving without a trace?" The black-robed monk was none other than the Celestial Metropolis Buddhist Emperor, a horrifying existence who walked in the darkness. Wherever he passed by, death followed. However, if someone were to see this scene, they would definitely go mad. Who would dare to believe that the heaven capital Buddhist the Arch would be chased by a dog? And he actually caught up. Who had ever seen a dog dare to mock the Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital in such a disdainful manner? This was simply subverting one's worldview. However, to the current Buddhist emperor, the dog before him was even more terrifying than the most ferocious beasts of the ancient times. He could not help but show fear when he faced it. "Why are you chasing after me so relentlessly?" The Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor's voice was low, and he looked vigilant. Others might not know, but for an existence like him who had lived in the dark world for countless years, how could he not know how terrifying this big yellow dog was? "What do you think?" The big yellow dog tilted his head, and his face was full of mockery. "For that, Lin Sun?" The Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor frowned. "Yes." The big yellow dog said. "How about it, do you want to stop now? Isn't it better to rely on our own means?" The Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor's frown deepened. The big yellow dog appeared to be extremely arrogant, and spat out 2 words one by one, "No." The Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor said, "I heard that your master has offended Emperor Shi Tian. Even an arrogant person like him has to go into hiding. Aren't you afraid?" "Hell!" The big yellow dog let out a roar, and pounced at the Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor. Chi La. A corner of his clothes was torn. Even with Buddha Sovereign Tiandu's heaven-defying means, he was almost bitten. One could imagine how ferocious Big Yellow was. Without hesitation or counterattack, the Buddha Emperor of Heaven Capital Buddhist Emperor fled again. He knew very well that once he was entangled with this dog, it would be difficult for him to get away. Therefore, when he was escaping this time, Buddha the Arch Tiandu used all his strength. "Bald donkey, you can't escape." Big Yellow barked and chased after them with all 4 of his legs. Soon, the man and the dog disappeared from the cold sky domain. In a secret realm, the mountains, rivers, and everything were covered with a chaotic and obscure aura, which made the heaven and earth present an ancient and primitive charm. In the center of this secret realm, there was a platform on which 2 figures were sitting. A slender figure was sitting quietly. Strands of dreamlike power of law and order intertwined with each other, and a light rain was falling, which made her as mysterious as a fairy. This figure was she. The figure opposite her was also sitting quietly, but he looked like a supreme ruler of the starry sky. His lonely figure was like the backbone of heaven and earth. The 2 of them had been silent for a long time. Out of a kind of pride, or perhaps it was an invisible competition, neither of them was willing to be the first to speak. It had been 2 months since they entered this secret realm, but they had not spoken a word to each other. This was naturally very strange. But it could be seen that the 2 of them were very patient, as if this silence could last for countless years. Ding! A sound like the sound of jade pendants colliding broke the silence of the heaven and earth. The arrogant man frowned and looked at Shi, who was opposite him. He raised his hand and a messenger jade slip fell into his hand. After looking at the contents of the jade slip, the man looked at Shi again and finally spoke. His voice was like the sonorous voice of the great Tao, which went straight to the heart. Only children will choose to remain silent to show their pride. I've saved you, so you should take the initiative to express your gratitude. She looked up at him, but did not speak. but the man seemed to have read the meaning of her gaze. It seemed to be saying, "You're the first to speak. That means you're inferior to me in terms of conceit and pride." This made the man raise his eyebrows involuntarily, feeling strange in his heart. For countless years, he had always been extremely conceited and arrogant. His arrogance was deep in his bones, and he was arrogant to the point that he considered everyone beneath him. He once said that the weight of the great Tao could not crush a person's pride. Even if the entire world was his enemy, his pride would not be affected. However, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. Or rather, he felt that this was normal. After all, he was such a person in the first place, a person who had pride throughout his life. Hence, he could not understand why she would use such a method to compete with him. Pride, was there a need to compare? So, he said very seriously, "Childish." She still did not say anything, only looking at him quietly. "Interesting." The man smiled mysteriously and waved the jade slip in his hand. "This contains information about the brat you care about the most. Aren't you curious?" She thought for a while and finally said, "He is your junior brother. You should be the one who cares about him the most." Her voice was as cold as ice. However, when she spoke, the man could not help but smile again. No matter what, he is still the successor of Fengsuan Mountain. Even if he has not obtained my approval, there's no harm in paying attention to his movements. As he spoke, he handed the jade slip to She. She hesitated for a while but still took it and flipped through it. It took 2 months for a single person to cause such a disturbance. "I wonder when I'll really want to meet him." The man's voice was calm. She raised her head and looked at him. "When you were a peak quasi-emperor back then, how would you have dealt with a level 8 martial emperor?" The man replied without hesitation, "I would not have given a level 8 martial emperor a chance to suppress me." "What if I ran into him?" The man appeared extremely conceited. His tone was calm. "There is no what if." She said, "Then I will tell you the answer. If you were him, with the arrogance you have shown, only death awaits you. Because you will not escape and will not ask for help. If you fight with your life on the line, it will be like throwing an egg against a rock. There is no other possibility than death." The man said indifferently, "Everything you said is just an assumption. I don't mind telling you that from the day I started cultivating, I have never given my enemies a chance to kill me. And now, you have seen for yourself that there are not many in this world who can kill me." She thought about it and said, "You are more arrogant than I thought." The man corrected, "I have pride in my heart and a lofty character, but I am not arrogant. The difference of one word is like the difference between heaven and earth." "Oh," she replied and fell into silence. The man stood up and said, "When the opportunity comes, I will let you leave, but not now. Also, that woman called Xianxia used all her methods and luckily escaped with her life. If nothing goes wrong, she will definitely seek help from Xianxia." At this point, the man revealed a secret. However, Xianxia has already gone to the Endless Ruins. He will not be able to escape anytime soon. The Endless Ruins is not a place that anyone can enter and leave as they please. She glanced at him and said, "You still haven't told me why you won't let me leave." The man said, "If you stay by his side, you will only delay his opportunity to seek the Tao." "Opportunity?" "Yes, an opportunity related to the immortal path of supremacy." With that, the man turned around and left. "I know you are worried about him, but don't forget that I am his senior brother in name. A long time ago, I was actually waiting for him." Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from this secret realm. She sat alone on the Tao platform and fell into deep thought. Her graceful figure was dreamy and hazy. Several months ago, she fought with Xianxia. She was heavily injured and defeated her opponent. However, just as she was about to kill her opponent, an accident occurred. The Forbidden Order power suddenly descended and put her in a desperate situation. After the man walked out of the secret realm, he took a light step forward. The next moment, he was already above the vast starry sky. He stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking down at the huge dark world in the distance. A long, long time ago, he knew that the forbidden power of order from the Permitha realm could only cover the starry sky ancient path, and could not replace the original power of order that belonged to the starry sky ancient path. The primordial world was an unknown place that had not been explored to this day, and the original power of order existed. This was also why the chaotic treasures that were born there could resist and dissolve the forbidden power of order. He also knew that the two tribulations of oblivion that had been born in the past were due to the changes in the original order of the starry sky ancient path. And the third tribulations of oblivion that would appear in a year would be the final transformation of the original order of the starry sky ancient path. This transformation was unstoppable. Even the forbidden power of order controlled by Xianxia could not interfere, the path of the immortal sovereign, nirvana of freedom. The tribulations of oblivion, a single lotus blooms. This was a Taoist hymn that had been passed down for a long time, and almost no one knew its origin. But he knew. This Taoist hymn was left behind by his master, the master of Fangsuan Mountain in the beginning of the primordial era. Until now, he still remembered very clearly that his master had paid an extremely heavy price to deduce the changes in the original order of order. Otherwise, with his master's cultivation, he would definitely not have left just like that. Thinking of this, a sense of loss welled up in the man's heart. After a long silence, he took a deep breath, and a hint of determination surged in his eyes. In these countless years, he had been guarding the dark world. Even when that game of chess broke out, he had never left. All for the sake of waiting for this single lotus blooming. This was his master's long-cherished wish. "My lord." A deep voice that sounded like thunder suddenly rang out, and a burly man that was several feet tall appeared out of thin air. His entire body was surrounded by terrifying black lightning, and every breath he took was like the rumbling of wind and thunder. "Speak." The man's expression was indifferent, and he stood there casually, as if he was aloof from the world. "Things are progressing very smoothly. The polearm of divine destruction has stopped the Heaven Cluster Sword Emperor," the burly man said respectfully, "but there's some trouble over at Big Yellow's side." At the end, his expression was strange. The man seemed to have guessed something a long time ago, and he said, "You're causing trouble again?" The burly man nodded and smiled bitterly. Big Yellow chased after the Tiandu Buddha Emperor all the way into the territory of the Hidden Land realm. Along the way, he shouted that it was not easy for him to come out, so he must kill all the bald donkeys in the Hidden Land realm. The man was startled, then he laughed, which was rare. "Looks like Big Yellow knows me the best. He knows that I hate bald donkeys the most." The burly man said worriedly, "My lord, I heard that the Hidden Land realm is going to send the Emperor Ancestor to deal with Big Yellow." "I'm worried," the man said disapprovingly. "You have to look at the owner before you beat a dog." "Would they dare to kill Goldie?" The burly man said, "But they all said that Heavenly Emperor sure bore a grudge against you, master, and has gone into hiding, not daring to show up in the dark world again." The man fell silent for a brief moment before he responded, "They're right. I won't appear for the next year indeed. Tell Big Yellow that if it dares to ruin my plan, I'll kill it and make it into a stew." Make it into a stew. The burly man almost drooled when he thought of the countless treasures of heaven and earth that had been eaten by the big yellow dog over the countless years, and of its plump and tempting tendons. Ever since Big Yellow appeared in the Bronze Sparrow Tower, old guys like them in the tower had not eaten dog meat for a long, long time. The reason was very simple. Whoever ate dog meat would be ruthlessly bitten by the crazy Big Yellow. Moreover, Big Yellow's combat strength was extremely abnormal. The old people in the Bronze Sparrow Tower all had painful experiences of being chased and bitten by dogs. The burly man swallowed his saliva without a trace and said, "My lord, I'll definitely convey your words to him." As he said this, he hurried away as if he was eager to get into action. "This year, I'll shelter you from the wind and rain. After a year, if you still can't get my approval," the man stared at the dark world, "then you don't deserve to be my little junior brother." In the primordial era, there was a son, Xianxia, who was born with a proud and unyielding character. The master of Fangsuan Mountain took him as a disciple. He ranked second and was given the Taoist name Modest Jade. A modest gentleman was as gentle as a jade. It was a pity that Xianxia was not a gentleman at all. Since he started his cultivation, he had never known what modesty was. He was too arrogant. Some people said that he was arrogant, some said that he had no respect for others, and some said that he was insufferably arrogant and would suffer sooner or later. Because of his arrogance, the Lord of Mind Mountain made an exception and took back his Taoist name. He sighed with emotion with a smile, Xianxia's arrogance is just like his heart. The higher his cultivation is, the prouder his heart will be. It can't be changed, and there is no need to change it. From then on, he was the proudest person in Mind Mountain among his peers. In the eyes of the world, there was no one who could be more arrogant than the Lord of the Bronze Sparrow Tower in the Dark World. In short, the word arrogance would run through Xianxia's life. There were 33 domains in the Dark World, and the Cold Sky territory was just one of them. After suppressing Emperor Baki, Lin Sun left the Cold Sky territory and came to the Qingfeng territory half a month later. In a valley full of evil mist, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation. Around him, the forbidden formation of Taoism ran to isolate the erosion of the evil mist. In half a month's time, after he'd refined an enormous amount of various divine medicines and treasures of heaven and earth, his cultivation that had suffered from the backlash from the passing restriction divine ability had recovered a long time ago. His snow-white hair had turned jet black once more, and the vital energy throughout his body had recovered to its peak state. Yu was practicing in the sword sheath, Wu Kei returned to the insignificant bow, and so did the spirit of the broken blade. The 3 artifact spirits had played a crucial role in the battle with Great Emperor Baki, but they had also suffered heavy losses. Originally, their vitality had not been completely restored. After this battle, they were beaten back to their original state. In a short time, they were doomed to be unable to help Lin Sun. But Lin Sun was not worried. If the opponent was not Emperor Baki this time, but other people in the 8th level of the Emperor realm, Lin Sun would not fight so desperately. And it was destined that such a desperate fight would not happen again in the future. Whoosh! After a long time, Lin Sun woke up from meditation. Feeling the surging power and the boiling and roaring qi, he could not help but let out a long breath. Finally, he had completely recovered. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun took out the Tower of Endless Tao and made a move in his mind. Bang! Emperor Baki, who was completely imprisoned, fell to the ground. He was dying and his qi was exhausted. He woke up from a coma. When his vision recovered, he looked at Lin Sun standing in front of him and couldn't help saying in a hoarse voice, "Little guy, you finally can't help but force me to tell you the truth?" "Force me to tell you?" Lin Sun shook his head. "No, I won't. I will never believe what you say." As he said, he waved his fingertips, and wisps of ethereal cyan light and shadow appeared. The light rain was hazy and magnificent. Bachi's pupils shrank, and he was inexplicably flustered. "If you want to search my soul, it's wishful thinking. Don't forget that I'm in the 8th level of the Emperor realm. I can crush all your spiritual power with a thought." Lin Sun did not say a word and turned a deaf ear to Bachi. Only his fingertips gently pressed between Bachi's eyebrows. If Bachi's spiritual will was still there, he could have killed Lin Sun with a thought. Unfortunately, the spirit of the broken blade had already destroyed his spiritual soul and his cultivation. Only a remnant of his soul was left, and it was firmly imprisoned. In Lin Sun's eyes, Bachi was no longer the powerful 8th level Emperor realm cultivator, but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. "Little bastard, be careful not to go for wool and come home shorn. How can a lowly thing like you shake the will of the Emperor realm?" Bachi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The bad premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but roar. But soon, his expression changed. "What kind of power is this? How did you manage to infiltrate my mental state?" "No." His voice was filled with shock and anger, but before he could finish, Bachi's head tilted and he fell into a strange state of sleep. It was as if he was hypnotized. Lin Sun retracted his fingertips from between Bachi's eyebrows. This was a mysterious secret technique recorded in Senior Sister Ruasu's Great Primordial Heart Sutra. It was called Autumn Dream. It could make the opponent fall into an unconscious sleep and lose all ability to resist. Buzz! Lin Sun took a deep breath and formed a strange seal with both hands. An invisible force emerged and drilled into Bachi's body. Suddenly, in front of the handprint condensed by Lin Sun's hands, countless fragmented scenes appeared, just like watching flowers on horseback. This was another type of secret technique called the Origin Heart Seal. It was capable of awakening all the memories and experiences in one's soul and mental state, and it transformed them into scenes that appeared before one's eyes. The scenes that appeared in front of Lin Sun were the scenes in Bachi's memory. An existence at the 8th level of Emperor realm had lived for who knew how many years and experienced many things in the world. His memories could be said to be extremely vast. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Sun found some of the truth he wanted to know. He finally knew that Ba Qi came under orders to destroy the Great Wall of Imperial Pass. The main battlefield of the Dao battle was the Great Wall of Ancient Desolation, the Great Wall of Imperial Pass, which was known as the first natural moat of all ages, the place where emperors stopped. If the Great Wall of Imperial Pass was destroyed, the Ancient Desolation could be controlled, and the Ancient Desolation had the title of the origin of all Tao. He also knew that the lower world he was familiar with was transformed from the original power of the Ancient Desolation that was shattered in the Dao battle. When he saw the scene when Ba Qi sneaked into the lower world with Yun Qingbai and came to Xiao Empire, Lin Sun clenched his hands quietly. His heart, which had always been tough, was inexplicably nervous. He had already speculated the truth of the Lin family's murder case, but after all, it was just speculation, and he had not seen those bloody scenes with his own eyes. But now, the scenes that happened in that year would be reproduced in Ba Qi's memory, and he would see them one by one. Fleeting scenes began to appear in front of Lin Sun's eyes like running water. Xiao Empire. The sky over heart-cleansing peak of Lin family in the Forbidden City was as dark as ink. The invisible power of taboo order covered the sky and the earth, making the world full of depression. Ba Qi pointed to heart-cleansing peak in the distance and said coldly, "You are born with sword bone, but it's not strong enough. There is a newborn baby there who is born with an unimaginably powerful spiritual vein. Go and get it." Beside him, Yun Qingbai, who was still a young man, looked lonely and aloof. But when he heard Ba Qi's words, he chose to refuse for the first time in his life. No. He remembered the bloody experience that happened in his family when he was young. He remembered the scenes that his parents suffered and lay in a pool of blood because of his sword bone. He didn't want the same thing to happen to him again. Crack, a ruthless slap on Yun Qingbai's face. Ba Qi said expressionlessly, "If you don't go, I will deprive you of your sword bone and give it to the baby as my successor. And you will die." Yun Qingbai trembled all over. He was silent for a long time. Then he lifted his foot and walked to heart-cleansing peak of Lin family in the distance. His white robe also became dim in the night. In the dark night, the power of taboo order was rolling, and a supreme and majestic will power swept over. At the same time, Ba Qi heard an order, "Do it." It was the voice of the nameless emperor. Ba Qi's face changed. He gritted his teeth and followed Yun Qingbai to heart-cleansing peak of Lin family. Heart-cleansing peak was bustling with lights like a dragon. But when Yun Qingbai appeared, the lively atmosphere was broken, and the battle inevitably broke out. The scene changed. Taking advantage of the chaos on heart-cleansing peak, Ba Qi walked silently into a candlelit room. The room was decorated with lanterns and many children's toys. It was full of warmth. On the bed, a baby was lying quietly in swaddling clothes. Ba Qi stepped forward with uncontrollable passion in his eyes. He raised a slender bone knife that had been prepared for a long time. A moment later, the baby let out a heart-wrenching cry. On his thin and tender chest, there was a long and thin wound, and dark red blood was gurgling out. Ba Qi put away the blood-stained white spirit vein and carefully hid it in a bronze box. "Be good, I only want your talent. Your life belongs to Venerable Emperor Nameless." "Oh, you're still young. You don't know Venerable Emperor Nameless." Just as Ba Qi was about to pick up the baby, something unexpected happened. Bang, the door exploded, and a tall and thin figure rushed in. When he saw the bloody and cruel scene in the room, he was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he attacked in rage. It was Master Lu. At this point, the image suddenly shattered and dissipated. Lin Sun had already clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms and his knuckles turned white. His breathing was rapid, his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was ashen. These pictures were all from Ba Qi's memory. Although they were fragmented, they were enough for Lin Sun to see how the murder happened in Lin family. When the picture appeared again, Lin family's heart-cleansing peak had been covered by a raging sea of fire. Ba Qi stood in the void, holding Yun Qingbai firmly with his left hand. Yun Qingbai roared in a hoarse voice, "Why? Didn't you just seize the spiritual vein? Why did you kill people? Childish." Ba Qi looked at the sky. In the depths of the darkness, the forbidden power of order was rolling violently, and a man and a woman were fighting fiercely. Strictly speaking, it was the woman who was fighting. She was dressed in a green dress, her black hair fluttering, and her body exuded a terrifying and boundless power. Did you see that? If it weren't for the power of venerable Emperor's will, do you think anyone could come here at will? Baqi's voice was still cold, but it was with uncontrollable fear and dread. But Yun Qingbai had already lost his mind. He kept shouting as if he had lost his mind, why, old Liu, take my child away. In the depths of the darkness of the sky, the woman's anxious voice sounded, you must let him live well. Miss. The tall and thin figure of Lu Boya was enraged, and he let out a roar that was like a wild beast that was filled with rage and madness. Go. A Taoist sword suddenly appeared in front of the woman, and she waved it gently. A huge crack leading to the outside world was forcibly cut open in the world covered by the forbidden power of order. Boom, the picture was broken again. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain, and the figure of the woman who was fighting with the forbidden power of order still appeared in his mind. She was dressed in a green dress, her black hair fluttering in the wind, and her whole body was filled with a boundless and terrifying aura. Mr. Liu called her Mississippi. And she waved her sword to cut heaven and earth, opening a way for Mr. Liu to escape from the forbidden power of order. Luo Qingxuan, she was his mother. Lin Sun's heart was filled with unspeakable depression, like a drowning man feeling a kind of suffocation. He gasped for breath. The truth of that year turned out to be like this. When the picture extracted from Baqi's memory emerged again, it was no longer the scene of Lin family's heart-cleansing peak. Instead, it was a dark void. I saved your life from the hands of Lu Boya. From now on, this life of yours is mine, said Lu Boya. An indifferent and emotionless voice sounded in the darkness. This was the voice of the former Supreme Venerable Nameless. Baqi promised without hesitation, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you, your majesty. Remember Lu Boya and the baby he saved. No matter how many years later, as long as the baby appears, he will be regarded as a heretic and will be wiped out with all efforts. The voice of the former Supreme Venerable Nameless sounded. Yes, your majesty. Baqi promised. Then he took a deep breath and asked, Your Majesty, that woman, you shouldn't know. If you dare to ask more questions, you may lose your life. Baqi trembled all over and dared not say a word more. Have you heard of the Sword of Fate? The former Supreme Venerable Nameless suddenly asked. Baqi was stunned and blurted out, Your Majesty, are you asking about the Taoist sword in the woman's hand? The former Supreme Venerable Nameless sounded disappointed, It seems that you don't know either. I was so angry that I became muddle-headed. How could I ask a non-entity like you? Baqi's expression was uncertain. He dared not show any dissatisfaction at being regarded as a non-entity by the former Supreme Venerable Nameless. The picture kept changing. Baqi took Yun Qingbai back to the ancient Desolation realm and appeared in the heaven-reaching sword sect. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but wonder whether his mother, was she alive or dead on the night of the Lin family's murder. Lin Sun was silent for a long time. Everything that he had seen before made him completely understand. On the night of the Lin family's murder, Yun Qingbai's appearance attracted the attention of the strong practitioners of the Lin family. Baqi took the opportunity to sneak in and seize the spiritual vein in Lin Sun's body. The reason why Baqi could do this so smoothly was that the appearance of the forbidden power of order led his parents away. When Master Lu came to rescue his parents, it was too late. He only managed to save Lin Sun, whose spiritual vein was taken away. After a long time, Lin Sun's expression became complicated with a trace of sadness. So many things happened that year, but why didn't Master Lu tell me? Was he worried about something? Suddenly, Lin Sun noticed that the picture in Baqi's memory changed, and a Taoist field full of sacred aura emerged. Headmaster, have you ever heard of the Sword of Fate? Baqi stood in the Taoist field and asked Yu Kuanzi. Yu Kuanzi was stunned. The Sword of Fate? Baqi said, yes, a mysterious Taoist sword that can easily break the forbidden power of order. Yu Kuanzi was surprised. Does this sword really exist? I only heard that one must find a treasure called the Sword of Fate if he wants to go to the ruins of Fate, one of the 4 ancient divine ruins. But it's just a legend after all. Since ancient times, no one has seen the Sword of Fate. Why do you say that this sword can break the forbidden power of order? Could it be that you've seen this sword before? Bachi looked disappointed and said, nothing. I only know that the nameless Supreme Emperor cares about this sword very much. And this sword is in the hands of a woman whose life or death is unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The picture disappeared. Lin Sun was stunned. He also thought of the scene he had seen before. His mother, Luo Qingxuan, waved the sword and opened a way for Master Lu. The sword in her hand was obviously the sword of fate, since it could easily break the forbidden power of order. This sword was certainly extraordinary. According to Yu Kuan-zi, the sect master of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, this sword was also a key to the ruins of fate. Lin Sun had already entered the ultimate ruins and entered the Kunlun ruins, so he naturally knew how mysterious and extraordinary the existence of the four great god ruins was. Among the four divine ruins, the most mysterious were undoubtedly the ruins of fate and the ruins of wonder. Could it be that Mother had planned to go to the ruins of fate? Otherwise, why would the sword of fate fall into her hands? If that's the case, if Mother was still alive, would she have taken the sword of fate to the ruins of fate to avoid the pursuit of the nameless Supreme Emperor? For a moment, all kinds of speculations appeared in Lin Sun's mind. Although he could not make a clear judgment in the end, he still firmly remembered the sword of fate. As he continued to look, the picture that appeared in Bachi's memory no longer had anything to do with the Lin family's murder. However, when he saw Bachi talking to Yu Kuan-zi and the others in the sect when he came to the Cold Sky territory, it attracted Lin Sun's attention. A year later, the Oblivion Tribulation descended. It was both a catastrophe and an unprecedented supreme creation. This creation was related to a Taoist hymn. The path of the immortal supreme being, Nirvana in Ishvara. The Oblivion Tribulation of eternal oblivion, a lone lotus bloomed. So it's not only Region Lord Huang Ho, even the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect has their eyes on this Nirvana in Ishvara. In Bachi's memory, Tiandi had arrived in the Dark World a month ago, but left only 1 day later. It was said that he had gone to the ultimate, one of the four great ancient ruins. Knowing this, Lin Sun suddenly realized that the purpose of Tiandi going to the ultimate was the ruins of Fengsuan Mountain. However, the gate of Fengsuan Mountain had long been destroyed. What was Tiandi going to do? At the same time, Lin Sun also heard that Tower Master Bronze Sparrow had refused to see Tiandi, and that Tiandi bore a grudge against him. This guy is really arrogant. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. After arriving in the Dark World, he also learned that Tower Master Bronze Sparrow was regarded as the most arrogant person in the whole world. But he still didn't expect that Tower Master Bronze Sparrow would dare to directly refuse Tiandi. In the entire starry ancient road, there were few who dared to do so. It should be known that in the face of Tiandi's threat, the black-yellow Taoist court could only bow its head and surrender. In such a comparison, it could be imagined how amazing Tower Master Bronze Sparrow's refusal was. Lin Sun still didn't know that this extremely arrogant Tower Master Bronze Sparrow was the second successor of Fengsuan Mountain, Xianxia. But this didn't hinder his admiration for Tower Master Bronze Sparrow. In other words, those who dared to fight against Tiandi were worthy of admiration. When Bachi woke up, he saw Lin Sun standing in front of him, holding a dazzling and sharp saber in his hand. Bachi narrowed his eyes, the most precious treasure of the Shang family. What are you going to do? Lin Sun pointed to his chest and said, you dug away my spiritual vein that year. Today, I will naturally return the favor. Puff. Before his voice died away, Lin Sun had already thrust the saber into Bachi's chest. The blade easily pierced through his muscles, bones, and skin, and reached the place where his heart was. As Lin Sun twisted his wrist, a dull sound of explosion mixed with scarlet blood splashed out from Bachi's chest. As an 8th-level Emperor Realm cultivator, Bachi had experienced countless dangers in his life, so he naturally wouldn't be frightened by such a small trick. As if he couldn't feel the pain, he stared at Lin Sun expressionlessly and said, you don't know what the 8th-level Emperor Realm is. With your strength, even if you smash my bones, destroy my body, and mince my soul, you can't kill me. His tone was calm, and it revealed a ridiculing tone of superiority. Lin Sun didn't seem to be aware of it. He cut open Bachi's heart meridian with the sharp blade and said, I just want to give you a tooth for a tooth. I don't intend to kill you like this. He paused for a moment and stared at Bachi's chest that was still gurgling with blood. His gaze was calm like an ancient well as he added, "I've said it before, you only have one ending." His voice was even calmer and unperturbed. Looking at Lin, who was not affected at all, Bachi felt a chill in his heart and asked, "What's the ending?" "A life worse than death," Lin Sun said casually. It was merely 4 words, yet it caused Bachi's expression to change. Worse than death meant that he could neither live nor die. It also meant that he would suffer endless torment, torture, and humiliation, and he would never be able to extricate himself. "Aren't you worried that there might be some accidents in the future?" Bachi took a deep breath and said calmly, "As long as I seize a chance, you will definitely die. Don't worry. Even if I die, I will let you live a life worse than death and you will never be able to extricate yourself." Lin Sun looked calm. As he said, he took out the Tower of Endless Tao and suppressed Bachi again. Clatter the next moment, Lin Sun put away the forbidden formation that covered the canyon and flashed away. In his palm, an antique bronze mirror appeared, which was a gift from Qing Ying, the mysterious woman of Mist-Hidden House. It was called Guiding Bronze Mirror, which contained a map. With the guidance of the map, one could reach the Dark Land. The Dark Land was the primordial ancestral land of Mist-Hidden House. Qing Ying once said that as long as Lin Sun went to her, she would tell Lin Sun something that would do him no harm. Lin Sun was not interested in this. What he was really interested in was whether Qing Ying knew some extremely secret things with her ability. For example, the clues related to the second senior brother of Mountain Heart. For example, the mystery contained in the sentence, "The one who tied the bell should untie it." The sun rose and set. Time flew by. The sensation caused by Lin Sun, the successor of Mountain Heart, gradually died down as time went by. For the strong who made a living in the dark world, their lives were faced with life and death at any time. It was impossible for them to pay too much attention to the life and death of others. The order to arrest Lin Sun was still carried out, but only the big forces such as the Hidden Land Realm and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect were really dispatched to carry out this task. However, these big forces also knew that it was more difficult to arrest a young man who could suppress Great Emperor Baki than to find a needle in a haystack. Half a month later, Lin Sun crossed 3 territories and entered the Donghong territory. Soon after entering the Donghong territory, Lin Sun successfully condensed the consciousness and cultivation of the Platinum Taoist body. At the same time, Lin Sun's cultivation had improved, and there were signs that he was approaching the consummation of the 3rd heaven of Quasi-Emperor. The Sword Emperor of Chaos had mostly recovered from his injury, but he was still firmly suppressed when he fought with Lin Sun. In this regard, the Sword Emperor of Chaos was silent for a long time, and only said one sentence, "Since ancient times, you are the first person to surpass the natural chasm of the Emperor realm and defeat a person in the first level of the Emperor realm. Although I hate you to the core, I have to admit that you are really abnormal." Lin Sun didn't comment on this. He didn't tell the Sword Emperor of Chaos that if he used the other doppelgangers together, the latter would only be defeated faster and more miserably. 1 month later, in a deep forest that covered the sky and the sun, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation. During this period of time, he didn't hurry on his journey, but regarded this journey as a cultivation. When he traveled day and night, he also calmed down and immersed himself in cultivation. The turbulence, blood, and killing of the dark world had long been unable to affect him. Even if he encountered some trouble along the way, he could easily solve it in a flash. Buzz, with a strange wave, 5 doppelgangers of the Great Way appeared around Lin Sun: greenwood, yellow soil, black water, red fire, and platinum. Each of them, with consciousness and cultivation, had a natural resonance with Lin Sun. So far, Lin Sun had passed on the power of inheritance he possessed to the 5 doppelgangers of the Great Way to comprehend and deduce. As for himself, he spent all his time and energy on refining his own cultivation and martial arts. Things like comprehending Taoist scriptures, perceiving the Great Way, deducing secret methods, and so on, all didn't need his time and energy. In the past, he cultivated alone. But now, it was like 6 of him cultivating together. Under such a unique way of cultivation, all the power Lin Sun mastered began to transform by leaps and bounds. After all, today, he didn't lack Taoist gems, magic medicines, Taoist scriptures, and secret methods. With the help of the doppelgangers of the Great Way, it was difficult for his strength not to improve. It was also on this day that Lin Sun's cultivation reached the fulfillment of the third sky of the quasi-emperor realm. He was only one step away from becoming an emperor. Once he took this step, he would be a great emperor on the road to extinction. If he couldn't cross it, all his cultivation would be in vain. Lin Sun had a strong hunch that becoming an emperor would be the most difficult and terrible hurdle he had encountered so far in his cultivation. Since ancient times, quasi-emperors could be seen everywhere on the ancient road of the starry sky, but the supreme quasi-emperors were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Whether in the primitive age, the ancient age, or in the present world, among thousands of quasi-emperors, there might not be one supreme quasi-emperor. All this was because the word supreme was too difficult and obscure. In contrast, the people in the emperor realm were also rare. In general, if there was one emperor realm and a force, it could be called a first-class force in the world, like in the cold sky territory of the dark world. How vast the territory was, but only the 10 major territory lords had the cultivation of the emperor realm. This was why the emperor realm was regarded as the supreme, because in the eyes of the strong people under the emperor realm could be called the strongest power in the world, and compared with the people in the emperor realm, there were even fewer people in the emperor realm. The emperor realm was like a natural moat, blocking the path of countless cultivators. To establish the cultivation of the emperor realm on the road to the supreme was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. On the ancient road of the starry sky, in the countless years since ancient times, the number of people who had set foot on the road to the supreme of the emperor realm could be counted on one's fingers. And such existences were all terrifying characters who led the way on the road to the emperor realm, and the power they possessed was enough to make ordinary emperor realm cultivators tremble in fear. According to ancient records, in the early days of the primitive age, there were many supreme great emperors who appeared out of nowhere, and in the ancient age, there would be a peerless hero who set foot on the road to the supreme emperor realm every once in a while. Until nearly 100,000 years ago, there was very little news of an expert setting foot on the road to the supreme emperor realm on the ancient road of the starry sky. For example, in the recent trip to the ancient immortal forbidden area, the core successors of the 6 major Tao courts had gone there to fight for the chaos treasure, but more importantly, to set foot on the supreme emperor realm. Only then would they have the opportunity to seek the proof of the supreme emperor realm. Like Mi Wuya, Ling Hongzhuang and other peerless geniuses, all had such ambitions. Lin Sun was no exception. Now he was already at the perfection of the third heaven of the quasi-emperor realm, and the cultivation experience of these years also made him more aware of how difficult and dangerous it was to become an emperor realm. But he would not back down. What he sought was the road of invincibility in the past, present and future. If he couldn't even become an emperor realm, how could he talk about invincibility in the future? However, Lin Sun was not in a hurry. The perfection of his cultivation did not mean that his own cultivation had reached the extreme perfection. For example, the understanding of the Great Way and the tempering of his own Tao, there was still room for further tempering and improvement. In any case, at the moment when his cultivation reached the perfection of the quasi-emperor realm, Lin Sun had a hunch that the day when Zhuang became an emperor was not too far away. Shilua City. It was one of the cities controlled by the true absolute domain lord, one of the 6 domain lords of the Donghong domain. By the window of a restaurant in the city, Lin Sun, who was dressed in a moon-white robe and exuded a calm aura, was drinking alone. He was recalling the map in the guide copper mirror. He had passed through 5 domains and walked for more than a month since he left the cold sky domain. Based on the map of the land of darkness, he had traveled more than half the distance. If everything went well, he would arrive there in about 20 days. A group of people walked into the restaurant. They were led by a dignified old man with snow-white hair and a beard. Beside him were a group of men and women. Their arrival attracted the attention of many diners in the restaurant. The reason was that their aura was very different from that of those who had been in the dark world for a long time. They were graceful and proud, like the rising sun, shining brightly. Generally speaking, experts who had been in the dark world for many years were fierce, violent, and ruthless. They were like hungry wolves who were ready to risk their lives at any time. Their every move was fierce. They were a group of people who had just arrived in the dark world. They hadn't been soaked in the bloody and turbulent world yet. When this judgment came to the diners' minds, the look in many people's eyes changed. Lin Sun also noticed this scene. He could even clearly tell the surprise, greed, and killing intent surging in the diners' hearts. They were like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a flock of fat sheep that had suddenly crawled up to them. But Lin Sun also knew that if they dared to attack, they would definitely die. Because the old man in the lead was a real Emperor realm figure. In addition, many of the women following him were at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Even the weakest one was at the peak of the third level of the quasi-emperor realm. It was hard not to attract Lin Sun's attention based on this fact alone. It should be noted that peak quasi-emperors were extremely rare. But now there were several of them, and they were obviously from the same force. This was very unusual. The white-haired old man and his group sat down and ordered some food and wine. One of the beautiful women, who was wearing a luxurious robe with golden threads and a jade belt, glanced around and said with a frown, "The smell here is really disgusting." Many people agreed with his words. A young man in a golden robe smiled as he waved a jade fan and said, "Junior sister Lan Ling, this is the dark world after all. It's filled with barren lands and unruly people. How could our primordial world compare to it?" His words were filled with incomparable pride and superiority. The nearby diners stopped talking. Their eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. Only they knew what they were thinking. The woman called Lan Ling nodded and said, "Senior brother Fei Lang is right. I've heard of it as well. The world of darkness is viewed as a place of extreme evil, and only those extremely vicious and evil people that the world can't tolerate would flee to this place to seek refuge." They spoke without restraint and didn't try to conceal their words. It was as if they weren't afraid of being overheard by others and were full of confidence. The leading old man with snow-white hair and beard, who looked like an immortal, suddenly laughed. "Now that you're here, if you feel uncomfortable, you can just take action. Elegance and self-restraint never belong to the dark world." His words caused the eyes of all the men and women to light up. Bang, the waiter walked over and threw down a table of food and wine in a rude manner. He said, "A total of 90,000 Dao crystals. Who's going to pay?" Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others were stunned. There were only 2 pots of wine and 4 plates of special flavors on the table. In the outside world, there were only a few thousand Dao crystals at most. But here, they dared to ask for 90,000 Dao crystals. "Don't tell me you're treating us like fat sheep and slaughtering us?" Fei Lang's face darkened. The waiter sneered. "Everyone, this is the dark world. Resources are scarce and extremely barren. Especially in this land of turmoil, opening a restaurant requires a huge investment. The price of the food and wine here naturally can't be compared to the outside world." Fei Lang and the others were skeptical. A nearby diner said in a strange tone, "You're new here, right? 90,000 Dao crystals is really not expensive. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask the others? Seeing that you're all dressed in extraordinary clothes, I thought you were extraordinary existences. Who would have thought, you're still haggling over 90,000 Dao crystals? What a joke. If you can't afford it, leave quickly." Some of the other diners followed suit. Lin Sun looked on coldly. He knew that the test had already begun. If these guys who had just arrived showed any trace of timidity, they would be targeted. But Lin Sun also knew that this kind of test was really low-end. Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. It wasn't that they didn't have Dao crystals, but they felt that they had been killed. However, they also doubted whether 90,000 Dao crystals was really the market price. If they were really wrong, wouldn't they have wronged the waiter? Bang, the white-haired old man raised his hand, and the first man who spoke in a strange tone at the table not far away was directly obliterated, his body lying on the ground. Although his body was intact, his divine soul had been erased. The originally lively atmosphere was suddenly replaced by a silent and oppressive atmosphere. All the diners couldn't help but change their expressions. In their experience, the newcomers who had just come to the dark world, no matter how strong they were, would show great forbearance when they didn't know the situation clearly. Who would have thought that the white-haired old man would kill him directly without saying a word? The waiter realized that something was wrong and was about to leave. But the next moment, his figure swayed and he fell silently on the ground. His eyes were dilated and full of confusion. This scene caused Lan Ling, Fei Lang, and the others to be stunned. The person who mocked might deserve to die, but the waiter seemed to have died a worthless death. At this moment, the white-haired old man said indifferently, "In the dark world, there is no need for a reason to kill, and there is no need to have any scruples. Remember, we are different from them. They are villains who have fallen into the darkness, and each of them has committed unforgivable bloody crimes. Not killing them is mercy. Killing them is to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate evil for all living beings in the world. In the final analysis, as long as you are happy, even if you slaughter this city, it is a good deed for the world. Don't have any scruples." The old man looked graceful. Although his words were calm, they revealed full of disdain, which was from the bottom of his heart. The eyes of Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others lit up, and they seemed to be lost in thought and seemed to have come to an understanding. On the other hand, the expressions of the customers present here changed indeterminately, and they seemed as if they were sitting on a bed of needles. They suddenly noticed that it was extremely likely that this was a group of ferocious tigers in sheep's clothing. A few customers couldn't refrain themselves from standing up and intending to leave. Swoosh, suddenly, Fei Lang stood up abruptly and drew his saber before slashing out. A dazzling saber chi flashed out and flashed lightly before beheading the heads of those customers. The most ingenious thing was that even though the saber chi was fierce and overbearing, it didn't harm the restaurant in the slightest. Otherwise, this restaurant would have been instantly destroyed by this saber strike. Swish, fresh blood sprayed as numerous headless corpses fell to the ground. Fei Lang sheathed his saber, and his expression carried a trace of excitement as he said, "Martial uncle, I suddenly noticed that this dark world is really a good place to temper the martial Tao. In the outside world, there are too many restrictions in order to fight and kill, and I have to consider a great deal. But in here, I'm entirely capable of killing without the slightest scruple." Lan Ling and others were all stunned. Looking at Fei Lang, who seemed to have changed into a different person, some shackles in their hearts seemed to have been broken. The white-haired old man praised with a smile, "You've done a good job. Only by experiencing the tempering of blood and life and death can you be the best whetstone. In the outside world, many descendants of ancient orthodoxies will choose to come to the dark world to temper themselves by killing. This kind of people are regarded as trial testers. So, I can also fight them?" Lan Ling was eager to have a try. The white-haired old man laughed, "Of course, you can regard them as weeds, pigs, dogs, livestock. In short, don't regard them as people like yourself." Lin Sun, who had been looking on coldly, raised his eyebrows. This sentence was tantamount to scolding him. In particular, the white-haired old man's point of view seemed to regard the dark world as a slaughterhouse, and he didn't regard the people here as human beings at all. This made Lin Sun quite repulsed. He had been in the dark world for nearly half a year, but he had never regarded people as livestock. In his heart, he only adhered to the idea of "I won't offend others if they don't offend me." He had never killed innocent people indiscriminately. Even if he also knew that there were hardly any good people in the dark world, this was not a reason for anyone to kill indiscriminately without scruples. Of course, this was just a conflict of ideas. Lin Sun would not get angry because of it. "Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to see. Please spare our cheap lives." Those diners were all frightened. They knelt on the ground and begged. "Bastards like you don't have the face to live anymore?" Lan Ling took a deep breath and turned over her hand. A fiery red glow swept out. In an instant, several people were burned to death and turned into ashes. There were also some people who wanted to rush out of the door and escape. However, they were all killed by the joint forces of Fei Lang and the others. The smell of blood was strong. There was a trace of excitement in each of their eyes. Some people couldn't help looking at Lin Sun, who had not taken any action, with killing intent surging in their eyes. In fact, in addition to Fei Lang and others, Lin Sun was the only diner in the restaurant. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, the white-haired old man stopped Fei Lang and others from continuing. He looked at Lin Sun and said thoughtfully, "Why don't you beg for mercy or run away?" Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and others also looked at Lin Sun, but in their eyes, they were more eager to have a try. They thought that although Lin Sun looked a little different from others, he was also a target to be slaughtered without scruples. Lin Sun ignored them and drank up a pot of wine. Then he stood up, carried the bronze sword case on his back, and walked out of the restaurant. From beginning to end, he didn't look at others. But in the eyes of the white-haired old man, Lin Sun's behavior could only be described as arrogant. "Stop!" someone scolded, his tone full of command. Lin Sun ignored him and walked forward calmly, which made the men and women look a little unsightly. "Let him go." The white-haired old man spoke, his eyes frightening. Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others all revealed a look of surprise. It was not until Lin Sun's figure disappeared that the white-haired old man said slowly, "You have to remember that in the dark world, if you are regarded as an enemy, then the enemy will not care about your identity and background. If you meet someone you can't see through, even if you want to kill him, remember not to act rashly." At the end, the white-haired old man smiled, "Of course, maybe I was wrong, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Fei Lang said in surprise, "Even you can't see through that guy's strength? That's a peerless quasi-emperor, but he's different from the others, especially the confidence he showed, which is definitely not fake. This undoubtedly proves that he is not afraid of us." The white-haired old man said, "Because of this, it's better to be careful." His words were steady and steady. Some people looked thoughtful, while others were quite unconvinced. Fei Lang said coldly, "If I have a chance to meet him next time, I must find out the kid's strength. Let's go, before the nirvana of freedom appears a year later, we have one more thing to do." The white-haired old man led a group of people out of the restaurant. "Uncle, where are we going this time?" Lan Ling asked curiously. The white-haired old man said softly, "Myriad Star City, Wonderful Lotus Gathering." Lin Sun couldn't help feeling slightly surprised that the white-haired old man and the others did not catch up with them until they left Shilua City. That old guy has good eyesight. Lin Sun shook his head and put this little episode behind him. In the following time, he continued to hurry along the road, moving forward according to the direction of the copper mirror map. Along the way, he was alone, carrying a sword case, trekking over mountains and rivers, enjoying the sunset glow and drinking the dew. His state of mind was unprecedentedly calm and leisurely. Walking was like Zen, sitting was like Zen, silent and natural. This was both a journey and a cultivation. The turbulent and chaotic dark world seemed to have nothing to do with him. Another half a month passed in a hurry. Yunhua Domain. One of the 33 domains of the dark world, it had been controlled by the forces of the Hidden Land realm since ancient times. In the vast territory of the Cloud Flower region, there were countless cities, and in almost every city, there was a Xitigarbha temple. In every temple, there was a statue of a divine beast. It was said that the statue was the original face of the founder of the Hidden Land realm, the Xitigarbha Emperor, Cloud City. It was one of the many cities in Yunhua Domain. When Lin Sun walked into the city alone, he found that there were many barefoot, black-clothed, and indifferent-looking monks from the Hidden Land realm among the practitioners in the city. Wherever they went, the ferocious-looking experts all moved to the side and revealed respectful and submissive expressions. Lin Sun saw an expert in the quasi-emperor realm bowing his head to a group of black-robed monks in the sage realm. This surprised Lin Sun. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Hidden Land realm was in the territory controlled by the Hidden Land realm. Even ordinary monks didn't dare offend them when they went out. "Have you heard? Those experts from the various worlds have already headed to Myriad Star City from all directions. Supposedly, they're going to participate in the Wonderful Lotus Banquet." The Wonderful Lotus Banquet? Exactly. This is an unprecedented grand event. Supposedly, it's jointly held by the two overlords of the Hidden Land realm and Divine Illumination sect, and it's for the sake of the supreme fortune related to rebirth of freedom. I've heard about it too. Recently, the 6 great Tao courts, the 10 great war clans, and some primordial imperial clans from other galaxies have all sent powerful teams to the dark world. It seems like they're all here for the Nirvana unfettered. A wave of discussion drew Lin Sun's attention. In fact, there was utterly no need for Lin Sun to inquire about it as he'd quickly found out about all this. Because the streets and alleys of Cloud City were filled with people discussing matters related to the Wonderful Lotus Banquet, and it was difficult for others to not know about it. The third tribulation of oblivion would descend 1 year from now, and rebirth of freedom would appear in the world along with it. A piece of news like this had drawn the attention of everyone in the universe since a long time ago. After all, it was related to the eternal exalted path, and such a supreme fortune had never appeared since the ancient times until now, so how could anyone not care about it? Moreover, everyone knew that the Dark World was the place where the tribulation of oblivion would erupt. It was precisely because of this that some of the ancient powers in the universe had set out successively during this recent period of time. All of them relied on the teleportation formations of the Divine Illumination sect and the Hidden Land realm to arrive at the Dark World, and it instantly caused the entire Dark World to be stirred. After all, in the past, the Dark World was the land of evil that was most detested and rejected by the cultivators of the world. Even the three giants of the Dark World were hostile to the sects of the world, and they could be said to be incompatible like fire and water. Yet now, this situation of confrontation and hostility seemed to have been broken, and when the great powers of the outside world arrived successively, they even relied on the teleportation formations of the three giants of the Dark World. On the other hand, the holding of the wondrous Lotus Banquet was even more astounding. It was the Hidden Land Realm and Divine Illumination sect that held the banquet, whereas, the participants of the banquet were the various great powers of the starry sky. This undoubtedly seemed to be extremely unbelievable. But when Lin Sun found out about all this, he guessed the reason at the first possible moment. The reason the great powers of the starry sky were able to bury the hatchet and cooperate with the Dark World was probably because of the eternal exalted path, rebirth of freedom. This was extremely normal. The great figures of the Hidden Land Realm and Divine Illumination sect from the Dark World had similarly come from the Hidden Land Realm and Divine Illumination sect, and they'd helped the previous Emperor Nameless deal with Mount Heart. Looks like those fellows I encountered in Shilua City have come for the rebirth of freedom that's about to appear a year from now. Lin Sun recalled the white-haired old man, Fei Lang, Lan Ling, and the others, and only now did he understand why these figures that boasted of being extraordinary would appear in the Dark World. Unfortunately, even though there were many people discussing the wondrous Lotus Banquet on the streets, no one knew exactly what this banquet was for. The only thing they could be sure of was that this banquet was surely related to rebirth of freedom. It's fine if I don't go to such a place. Lin Sun pondered for a short while before he made a decision. The wondrous Lotus Banquet would be held in Myriad Star City 10 days from now, and Myriad Star City wasn't too far away from Convergent City that Lin Sun was currently at. But Lin Sun still decided not to go and join in the fun. No matter if it was the Hidden Land Realm, Divine Illumination sect, or the various great powers from the heavens, all of them had received orders from Heavenly Emperor Shi, and they were searching for him all over the world. To Lin Sun, the wondrous Lotus Banquet was like a huge vortex, and once his identity was seen through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Lin Sun strolled about for a while, and he was just about to leave the city and continue on his way when he suddenly noticed an ancient temple standing towering not too far away. The temple was tall and lofty, and it towered into the sky. It was completely pitch black, and it seemed as if it was covered in a layer of eternal darkness, ancient and solemn. Before the temple hung a horizontal board with the words Xitigarbha Temple. At this moment, there were many strong practitioners going in and out of the Xitigarbha Temple. Every one of them looked solemn and pious. Look, that's the Xitigarbha Temple. It's in the territory of Yunhua Domain. If you want to enter the city and get protection, you don't need to pay any Taoist gems or treasures. You only need to go to the Xitigarbha Temple and worship it devoutly every 7 days. Because of this, many people like us who can't get a foothold in the Dark World will come to the territory of the Hidden Land Realm to seek protection. Someone nearby said excitedly. Let's go there too. Lin Sun looked up and saw that person calling his friends and walking towards the Xitigarbha Temple together. As long as I worship it devoutly, I can get protection? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep as he looked at the temple that was covered in darkness in the distance. An uncontrollable thought emerged in his heart, is there really such a good thing in this world? While thinking, Lin Sun walked towards the Xitigarbha Temple. Before entering Yunhua City this time, he also heard that in the vast territory controlled by the Hidden Land Realm, there was a Xitigarbha Temple in every city, in which a statue of a divine beast was enshrined. It was said that the divine beast was the original appearance of Xitigarbha Emperor, the founder of the Hidden Land Realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious and wanted to find out the truth. After all, he and the Hidden Land Realm were sworn enemies. After entering the temple, Lin Sun only felt that it was dark in front of him, as if he had walked into a silent and dark world. The first thing that came into view was a vast Taoist field, paved with dark bricks. The color was so dark that it made people's heart palpitate. Bronze Buddhist lamps floated in the surroundings, and their flames flickered, sprinkling down a holy light. At the end of the Taoist field was a high Buddhist niche with a height of 300 meters. On both sides of the Buddhist niche, there were stone statues of lions, tigers, giant elephants, unicorns, xiezhi, shuiluan, and other beasts. There were more than 3,000 statues in total. Each stone statue was lifelike, exuding different power and charm, as if it could wake up from silence at any time. In the Buddhist niche, there was also a statue of a beast, but its appearance was extremely strange. Its head was like a lion and tiger, its mouth like a crocodile, its eyes like a snake, its ears like a cow and a horse, its scales like a fish and a snake, its feet like a phoenix, its horns like a cow and deer, its beard like a dragon, and its tail like a dog. Lin Sun had also heard some myths and legends about the 4 odd beasts, but the statue in front of him could be called 9 odd beasts. It sat cross-legged on the Buddhist shrine with its eyes closed, and its body towered like a mountain. Its entire body was covered in darkness that was hazy like mist, and it was like a god that came from the darkness and emitted a might that seemed as if it looked down upon the world. It was truly too strange and horrifying. No matter who saw it, their minds would be shaken. Even Lin Sun couldn't help narrowing his eyes and feeling inexplicably cold in his heart. Was this, the founder of the Hidden Land Realm? Thanks to Promise and Heart, Book Friend 36009917, Little Brother Reading, and Yomail for their gifts and support. The Hidden Land Realm, one of the 3 dark giants, was so powerful that it could even cause fear in the starry sky. The founding ancestor of such a terrifying power was actually a divine beast of the 9 odd beasts. This was naturally inconceivable. After staring at the huge Buddha niche for a while, Lin Sun moved his eyes and looked around. Darkness, like a veil, shrouded the temple. On the vast Taoist field, many figures had already knelt on the ground. Regardless of their cultivation, all the strongmen kowtowed to the ground devoutly. In front of each of them, there was an incense burner in the shape of a black lotus, in which a stick of incense was lit. The incense flickered, giving off wisps of refreshing fragrance. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Noticing the wisps of incense curling up like mist, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Buzz, quietly, the spirit sitting cross-legged in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness opened its eyes and condensed a complicated and obscure seal in front of it. At the same time, a wisp of mysterious light appeared in Lin Sun's pupils. This was a secret method recorded in the Taoist scripture Qi Men Jian taught by Bo Xuanzi, the 8th senior brother of Mount Fengxiyuan. It was called Divine Eye. By using this secret method, one could see through the changes of Zhou Su and see through the true nature of all things in the world. It was the most wonderful method. Bo Xuanzi was known as the richest god of wealth in Mount Fengxiyuan. The treasures he owned could be said to include the rare treasures of the 4 seas and the heavens. When Lin Sun was searching for treasures, the Divine Eye played an indispensable role. As the Divine Eye was opened, the scene in Lin Sun's field of vision suddenly changed. Under the ground of the huge Taoist field, there were Taoist patterns crisscrossing like a spider web, with strange and obscure fluctuations. The incense burners in front of the strongmen who knelt on the ground were located in the center of these Taoist patterns. With the circulation of the Taoist pattern formation, the incense in the incense burner silently released a kind of undetectable power. When these strongmen were worshipping devoutly, they didn't notice that wisps of power of the great way from them were being extracted and poured into the incense burner in front of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun couldn't help but be shocked. This enormous Tao grounds was like a place of sacrifice. Through the Tao marking grand formation beneath the ground and the incense burner as a medium, it was like countless tentacles that took those experts that were worshipping piously as sacrifices for the sake of extracting the wish energy of the grand Tao. All living beings possessed the wish energy of all living beings, and every single cultivator had once established a grand wish of the Saint Tao when they attained the Saint Realm, and it could be considered as the wish energy of the grand Tao. This was a boundlessly mysterious power. Some sages could even be bestowed the title of sage with the power of the great Tao's wishes. For example, on the ascension platform of Kunlun ruins, Lin Sun became a sage by relying on his own wish power of the Great Way and obtained the supreme inheritance left by the master of mountain heart and mind. This kind of miraculous great Tao power of will was something that no one could detect during cultivation. However, the great Tao that every cultivator pursued would be affected by the great Tao power of will. For example, when Lin Sun was a saint, he had made a great wish, which was, "When I become a saint, my heart is the heavenly heart," My Tao is the great way. When my Tao is proven, crowned with eternity, crowning my head, I will wear immortality as my clothes, with fortune as my boots, I will tread on my feet. After he became a saint, the great way he pursued was inextricably related to the great wish of the Saint Tao that he had established. But now, the forces of the Hidden Land realm were actually using top-secret methods to extract and collect the power of the will of the great path that belonged to those cultivators through the Taoist pattern formation diagram. Such behavior could simply be called evil and unorthodox, and it caused one to shudder with fear. Collecting so much wish energy of the great way. What on earth does the Hidden Land realm want to do? Lin Sun's heart was also in turmoil. Nearly 1/3 of the 33 territories in the Dark World were under the control of the Hidden Land realm. In each of these territories, there were countless cities. If there was a Xianxia temple in each city in these territories, extracting the wish energy of the Great Way from those devout worshippers all year round, how amazing would the number be? Sure enough, there is no such cheap thing in the world. Everyone who wants to seek shelter from the Hidden Land realm doesn't seem to pay any Taoist gems, but what they send out is their own wish power. Lin Sun sighed inwardly. Today, he accidentally discovered this truth, which made him increasingly disgusted and repelled the Hidden Land realm. These bald donkeys regarded their opponents as heretics, but they were perhaps the biggest heretics among Buddhist cultivators. Just as Lin Sun was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that on the other side of the vast Taoist field, a group of familiar figures stood there. It was the white-haired elder, Fei Lang, and Lan Ling beside them. There were 2 black-robed monks accompanying them. One was a thin, dark-skinned middle-aged man with cultivation in the 3rd level of the Emperor-to-be realm. The other was an old monk with wrinkles all over his face. Like the white-haired elder, he was in the 1st level of the Emperor-to-be realm. They were talking through their divine senses, so Lin Sun couldn't hear what they were talking about. Lin Sun frowned and hid in the crowd without leaving a trace. He wanted to see what the white-haired elder and these people were here for. Not long after, the incense in each incense burner burned out. A group of black-robed monks walked out in a line and put away the incense burners. At the same time, they placed new incense burners on the Taoist field. Only then did the strongmen kneeling in the Taoist field rise to their feet and respectfully salute the huge Buddhist shrines before turning around and leaving. Obviously, every 7 days, they needed to worship devoutly and offer sacrifices for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Lin Sun noticed that the incense burners that had been taken away were all gathered together and placed on a huge black lotus seat. The black lotus seat glowed and the incense burners suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the old monk who was talking with the white-haired elder and his group stepped forward and raised his hand. The black lotus seat turned into the size of a fist and was held in his hand. Then, the old monk turned back and handed the object to the white-haired elder with a smile. When Lin Sun was about to continue watching, he suddenly heard an indifferent and deep voice. Now it's your turn. Remember, when you worship, you need to open your mind and be devout and grateful. If you dare to have any disloyalty, you will be captured immediately. A black-robed monk stood not far away, looking at the place where Lin Sun stood and said solemnly. Suddenly, a group of strongmen who had been waiting in that area like Lin Sun came to the huge Taoist field one after another and knelt down in front of the incense burners with a pious look. Obviously, the sacrifice also needed to be carried out in batches. Soon, Lin Sun was left standing there alone. The black-robed monk said in a deep voice, "Why don't you go? Don't you know that if you want to get the blessing of our Hidden Land realm, you should keep a pious heart and worship here? For us cultivators, we don't kneel to the sky or the earth. We are not afraid of demons and Buddhas. If our heads are cut off, we will die. If our knees are broken, we will never be able to stand up again in this life." Lin Sun sighed softly and felt a little emotional in his heart. What he saw today was an eye-opener for him, and there was a lingering disgust in his heart. As he said, he was about to turn around and leave. The black-robed monk's face darkened and he said, "You entered the Xianxia temple and still want to leave like this? What do you think our Hidden Land realm is? If you don't kneel down now, don't blame me for being rude." His cold voice attracted many people's attention. Many black-robed monks came from different places and stared at Lin Sun indifferently, as if he dared to disobey, he would be sentenced to death as a heretic. "Hey, isn't that the arrogant guy?" The movement here also attracted the attention of the white-haired old man and his people. Fei Lang looked surprised and said, "Why is he here?" Lan Ling next to him showed a playful look and said, "It seems that there will be a good show." "Do you know this person?" asked the old monk. "I don't know him. I only met him once over 10 days ago," the white-haired old man said calmly. The old monk nodded and smiled at Lan Ling. "If you want to see a good show, it's easy." As he said this, he waved his hand and gave an order to the black-robed monk in the distance. "Mu He, finish this man quickly. Don't disturb the peace here." The black-robed monk called Mu He was the one who threatened Lin Sun. Hearing this, his eyes flashed and he also gave an order. "This man is a heretic. He deliberately came to make trouble. Capture him, destroy his body, and refine his soul into lamp oil. Only in this way can he atone for his sins." "Yes." The black-robed monks took the order and left. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. Lin Sun originally planned to leave. Even though he hated this place, he knew that destroying the Xianxia temple would not make any difference to the hidden land realm. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he would become a heretic again. Moreover, from the tone of the black-robed monk, it was obvious that he planned to kill Lin Sun and refine his soul into lamp oil. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh again. "You are courting death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill." A group of black-robed monks rushed towards Lin Sun. They all looked indifferent as if they had no emotions. Their bodies were covered with dark Buddhist light, which made them extremely powerful. Boom! But their attacks hadn't even arrived before Lin Sun when they exploded into pieces in unison, and they transformed into a rain of light that scattered down. Some treasures even shattered on the spot and emanated ear-piercing explosions. The black-robed monks' pupils shrank, but they were not afraid. Instead, they continued to rush towards Lin Sun. This was the successor of the Xianxia temple. They were not afraid of life and death at all. They would not give up until they achieved their goals. This was also the most frightening thing to all practitioners. Unfortunately, they met Lin Sun this time. "Since you like to make people kneel so much, then all of you kneel." Lin Sun looked indifferent and stood still. But as his voice came out, it exploded in the hearts of the black-robed monks like thunder, producing a terrifying and boundless power. In an instant, as if they were struck by lightning, they twitched all over and fell to the ground with a series of thuds. Blood flowed from their 7 apertures and they let out muffled groans. End of chapter 21:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.